In a world where survival necessitates traversing dimensions, Su-young embarks on his journey equipped with naught but a bicycle, activating a monster-slaying treasure chest system that rewards him with boundless resources upon vanquishing foes. While others toil tirelessly in pursuit of a single treasure chest, reveling in their hard-won triumph, Su-young has already opened so many chests that his hands ache with fatigue. As others painstakingly upgrade their vehicles to modest blue pickups, Su-young gazes upon his second upgraded vehicle, a striking red supercar, contemplating whether he should forge a third. Scorching highways, zombie-infested cities, mist-laden realms, and frigid wastelands await him. In the face of these calamities that beset others as they struggle for survival, Su-young leisurely sips beer, savors barbecued delicacies, and sings merrily. Chapter 1. The journey of universal road survival begins with a monster-slaying treasure chest system. Welcome to the world of survival. You shall embark on an interminable journey, free from concerns of illness and imperfection. All shall be restored to their initial state. This is the essence of true equality. Next, you shall face your first challenge, the Scorching Highway. Please reach the initial station located 500 kilometers away within 7 days. Tip 1. Those who do not arrive at the initial station within 7 days shall be obliterated. Tip 2. Treasure chests lie along the route. Open them for delightful surprises. Tip 3. Do not linger at the starting point for more than 1 hour. As Su-young awakens in a vast, desolate expanse surrounded by desert, he feels dazed. A perplexing voice suddenly echoes in his mind, accompanied by an influx of information, leaving Su-young with a throbbing headache. After shaking his head to regain focus, he finds himself bewildered. What is happening? Universal survival? Initially, Su-young suspects he is merely hallucinating, perhaps a remnant of the previous night's drinking with clients. However, when the interface materializes before his eyes, he pinches his thigh to confirm his reality. Ouch, that hurts. This is no illusion. Is this for real? Awakening fully, Su-young notices the bicycle lying on the ground beside him, from which an attribute panel promptly emerges. Vehicle, old bicycle. Quality, white. Speed, 15 kilometers per hour. Maximum speed. Can this contraption truly carry me 500 kilometers? And in just 7 days? According to the data, it seems feasible to cover over 70 kilometers in a day, roughly 4 to 5 hours, allowing for the journey to be completed within 7 days. Yet data is one thing, and reality is another. Forget about 70 kilometers. An average person struggles to ride even 10 or 20 kilometers in a day and may not stand steadily the following day. For a man to ride continuously for 2 or 3 days is a true ordeal. This challenge is not merely difficult. It is supremely arduous. Moreover, can this rickety contraption truly traverse 500 kilometers? Surely, that is a jest. Wait, this is... Soon, Su-young discovers that this dilapidated bicycle can be upgraded, with 2 potential paths for enhancement, a 2-wheeled or a 3-wheeled mode. Fortunately, upgrades are possible. Su-young breathes a sigh of relief. Regardless of the mode chosen, an upgrade would enhance the speed. Yet, such upgrades are not easily attained, requiring specific components and materials. After gathering this information, Su-young exits the vehicle interface and turns his gaze to the communication channel. The channel is divided into a world channel and a regional channel, with other channels obscured and currently unviewable. Upon opening the world channel, Su-young finds it silent, save for the previous voice and a few prompt messages. No one else is speaking. He attempts to communicate, but discovers he lacks permission to do so. Communication failed. Only those who have completed the novice trial and achieved certain results may speak in the world channel. Exiting the world channel, Su-young enters the regional channel. 9527 regional channel. 10,000 participants, each allowed 5 messages per day. What the hell is going on? Just as I was getting ready for battle, everything changed in the blink of an eye. Where's Wang Huimin? Brother, take heart. If you can't hold on, that bicycle nearby might suffice. The person above is quite formidable. Even my third brother pales in comparison. Who understands the situation? Who are you? And did you bring me here? Did you not hear that voice? We're no longer on Blue Star. Oh, what nonsense. Not on Blue Star? Who do you think you're fooling? Don't think I don't know you deliberately knocked me out and brought me here. Just wait until I find the camera. You won't deny it then. Could it be that those wealthy elites, feeling a bit too comfortable, orchestrated this whole affair? This is truly insane. Who possesses the power to transport billions from Blue Star to another world? Why on earth is it impossible? This communication channel could very well be a real person like me. Well, you might all be mere machines or staff. Brother, don't waste your breath. It seems the one upstairs is unable to accept reality and has completely lost their mind. You damn. A barrage of futile exchanges ensued, the majority consisting of invective. Was this concocted by the affluent of Blue Star? Su-young nearly laughed out loud, even though he harbored similar thoughts within. However, With Blue Star's current technological capabilities, it is exceedingly difficult to manifest a panel in one's mind that displays the attributes of a bicycle, particularly. Su Yang glanced up at the sky. The sun hanging aloft appeared as it usually did, yet Su Yang discerned that it was larger than normal, and astonishingly, he observed flames encircling it. Was this sun behaving normally? Additionally, at a distance of 7 or 8 meters from the road, there stood a peculiar cactus. Have you ever encountered a cactus tree exceeding 20 meters in height? The thorns were absurdly long, perhaps half a meter in length, and some of them seemed to surpass a meter. This was clearly not a species indigenous to Blue Star. What on earth was that? Suddenly, Su Yang noticed what appeared to be an extraordinary object beneath the cactus, resembling a box partially buried and revealing a corner. Wait a moment, could this possibly be a treasure chest? Su Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to approach. Abruptly, just as he stepped off the road, Su Yang sensed something amiss. The manner in which the treasure chest was buried seemed peculiar, appearing to be a heap. No, it was not merely a heap. It was, in fact, a rattlesnake. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not a treasure chest buried beneath, but rather an enormous rattlesnake coiled atop it. A rattlesnake of such size? Su Yang gasped, and even in this sweltering environment, a cold sweat broke out on his back. He dared to glance once more. Su Yang felt a wave of relief and began to slowly retreat. After creating some distance, however, he felt an unwillingness to abandon the prospect. Based on his deductions, this treasure chest was undoubtedly a novice's boon. Su Yang opened a regional channel to check for information, yet found none pertaining to this matter. However, upon accessing the trading hall interface, he discovered that various items had already appeared for sale, including iron plates, wooden pieces, and rubber, all requiring water and food for purchase. Although the quantities were limited, some were indeed available. Clearly, individuals within this region had already unearthed the treasure chest. Yet, 9527 regional channel, 9,993 individuals. Good heavens, had someone perished within mere minutes? It seemed that quite a number of individuals had discovered the starting point treasure chest, yet some had also lost their lives due to carelessness. This was a game where death was a possibility. Realizing this, Su Yang understood he could not afford to miss this treasure chest. After searching for a while, Su Yang located several stones and 2 long thorns shed from the cactus. He was determined. Su Yang cautiously approached the treasure chest, and the rattlesnake seemed to sense the impending danger, coiling its body tightly, ready to spring. Bang! Bang! Witnessing this scene, Su Yang's pupils constricted as he hastily threw the 2 stones in his hand, striking the rattlesnake directly. Hiss! The rattlesnake let out a pained cry and lunged swiftly toward Su Yang. In that moment, Su Yang raised the largest stone beneath his feet and brought it down with great force. Hiss! This blow pinned the rattlesnake down, momentarily halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yang aimed one of the cactus thorns at the rattlesnake's vital spot and thrust it fiercely. Thud! He missed. Nevertheless, the thorn pierced through the rattlesnake's body, embedding itself in the ground and pinning the creature down. The rattlesnake thrashed wildly in agony, yet could not escape. What a fortuitous opportunity. A glint of determination sparkled in Su Yang's eyes as he precisely drove the second thorn into the rattlesnake's vital spot. The rattlesnake struggled for a moment before falling silent. What Su Yang could never have anticipated, however, was that at that very moment, a mechanical voice resonated within his mind. First kill completed. Monster kill and treasure chest system activated. Chapter 2. The first upgrade. White 1 star. A monster slaying chest loot system? Su Yang was overwhelmed with joy. What a fortunate turn of events. Moments later, after perusing the information regarding this monster slaying chest loot system, his elation only intensified. For every monster he vanquished, a treasure chest would materialize. The rattlesnake he had just dispatched was no exception. You have slain a level 1 rattlesnake. You have received 1 white chest, 1 copper coin, 1 experience point. Not only did he acquire a treasure chest, but he also gained experience points. Indeed, this monster-slaying chest loot system could also be regarded as a monster-slaying and leveling system. Host, Su Yang. Level, Ordinary 0, 110. Health, 1010. Mana, 1010. Strength, 1. Vitality, 1. Agility, 1. Mentality, 1. Skills, none. Skill points, 0. Free attribute points, 0. Inventory, 0, 10, none. These initial attributes were indeed reminiscent of this survival world. However, the system's leveling could yield skill points, which could be utilized to learn new abilities. It was uncertain whether the monster-slaying chest loot system had adapted to this survival world, or if it was inherently designed this way. But it was evident that the character's level corresponded with the chest's grade and the equipment's rank, ranging from low to high, ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. In contrast to the personal vehicle panel information for survival, the details of the monster-slaying chest loot system were considerably more elaborate. Vehicle owner, Su Yang. Vehicle, old bicycle. Strength, 1. Vitality, 1. Agility, 1. Mentality, 1. Currency, 3 copper coins. Overall evaluation, 0 tier, starting with a broken bicycle, lacking in all respects. Is this really 0 tier? The 4 attributes were similarly present, yet there were no health or mana values. And it appeared that there was only an overall evaluation for the level. After comparing, Suyang still deemed his system superior. 2 treasure chests in hand. Both ordinary white chests. Suyang, without a moment's hesitation, chose to open them. You have opened the white chest and obtained the following items. 1 pack of whole wheat toast. 1 case of mineral water, 500 milliliters, x12. 1 ordinary machete, ordinary grade. You have opened the white chest and obtained the following items. 3 sausages. 3 iron sheets. 1 ordinary component. With provisions and hydration secured. Suyang breathed a sigh of relief. The contents of these 2 chests effectively alleviated his immediate concerns, especially the case of water, which was an essential resource in the current environment. As for the iron sheets and ordinary components, they served as fundamental materials for upgrading vehicles. His gaze fell upon the bicycle not far away, and an option materialized within his line of sight. Please select the direction for vehicle upgrade. Option 1, 2-wheeled mode. Option 2, 3-wheeled mode. Contemplating this choice, Suyang realized that, given his circumstances, he could indeed opt for the 2-wheeled mode. With the system providing an inventory and having already examined the 10 storage slots, he knew that although he could only store 10 items, each could hold up to 99 units. Others would likely have to rely on the bicycle for carrying goods, which would undoubtedly impede speed with increased weight. Suyang, however, had no such concerns. Thus, selecting the 2-wheeled mode was the optimal choice, as it would allow him to maintain peak speed. Yet, in the end, Suyang chose the 3-wheeled mode for a simple reason. Upgrading to 3 wheels could eventually convert to 4, leading to a car. Now that would be true speed. Of course, 2-wheeled mode could also upgrade to a motorcycle, but considering this was a survival world, and with beasts lurking about, it was evidently wiser to upgrade to a 4-wheeled vehicle for a secure enclosure. Selection completed, the vehicle will upgrade to the 3-wheeled mode. The current vehicle is eligible for its first upgrade, requiring 10 iron sheets for the initial upgrade. Upon seeing this prompt, Suyang felt a spark of inspiration. This didn't seem too arduous. After a moment's hesitation, he took out a bottle of mineral water, gulped down a few hearty swigs, and as he reached 100 milliliters remaining, he placed it in the trading hall, setting the price at 10 iron sheets. Initially, he thought he might have to wait for a while, but to his surprise, the transaction was completed in less than 3 seconds. Clearly, the value of water exceeded his expectations. An idea struck Suyang, and he recognized another reality. It was likely that someone could open 10 iron sheets from a single ordinary white chest. Meanwhile, on another road, a beautiful woman gazed at the remaining 100 milliliters of mineral water in her hand, caught in a dilemma. How could it have been consumed by someone else? Moreover, upon observing the trader's name, she deduced that it was undoubtedly a male. Did this mean she had inadvertently engaged in a form of indirect kissing? Though conflicted, she ultimately cautiously took a sip, and the otherwise tasteless mineral water suddenly burst forth with a delightful sweetness, making it nearly impossible not to guzzle it all down. However, her self-control was formidable. She merely took a delicate sip before carefully placing the mineral water into the bicycle's rear storage compartment. Before her stood a brand new bicycle, with the rear wheel even equipped with 2 training wheels. The open storage compartment contained iron sheets and components. She was in no rush to leave. Once she acquired rubber and electronic components, she could fabricate the design, significantly enhancing her speed. Unfurling a green blueprint, she noted that gathering the materials would allow her to instantaneously create a bicycle booster. Suyang had presumed the woman was an extraordinarily lucky individual, opening 10 iron sheets at once, yet he had underestimated the true meaning of luck. What defined luck? It was someone who, upon opening their first treasure chest, received a green chest and subsequently obtained blueprints and various components. Now that was true fortune. Upgrade successful. Your vehicle has been upgraded to a brand new bicycle. Vehicle, brand new bicycle. Quality, white 1 star. Speed, 20 km/h. Observing the bicycle post-upgrade, Suyang noted that the initial upgrade had not significantly altered its appearance. Yet the improvements were substantial. The speed had increased, and it appeared to be considerably more durable. Notably, should the bicycle suffer any malfunctions or damage, repairs could be performed with the components. White 1 star. Suyang's gaze flickered. Could materials be utilized for enhancement? Or could additional components be added to elevate its star rating? This upgrade system certainly offered a considerable degree of freedom, and it seemed that only when the entire vehicle reached a certain standard would the quality level improve. It appeared that for a car, at least a green or even blue quality was necessary. Suyang began to comprehend this upgrade model. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of materials. With sufficient resources, one could swiftly elevate the vehicle's quality. With this realization, Suyang's attention shifted to a nearby cactus. Let us hope it yields a high-grade treasure chest. In his mind's eye, the seemingly botanical cactus already bore an attribute profile. Cactus, mini-boss. Level, black iron level 1. Health, 100-100. Mana, 50-50. Skills, flying spikes. Stomp, strength. Warm reminder. This is a creature that remains in slumber. It will awaken in 36 minutes and 27 seconds. Chapter 3. Black Iron Level 1 Mini-Boss. Major Loot. This is no mere plant. It is a monster. Soo-young finally understood why the initial warning indicated that one should not linger at this starting point for more than an hour. Because after an hour, this cactus would indeed awaken and transform into a cactus beast. Moreover, it is a small boss endowed with 3 skills, far surpassing the rattlesnake recently vanquished by Soo-young. Rattlesnake, common. Level, 1, health points, 1010. Mana points, 55. Skill, venomous bite. In stark contrast, the rattlesnake is utterly insignificant. However, should this creature be slain, it promises to yield exceptional rewards. Soo-young's heart raced with fervor. Monsters possess not only levels but also qualities, categorized as common, excellent, elite, small boss, and large boss. The higher the quality, the more opulent the treasure it divulges. If I strike it now, it won't awaken, will it? A twinge of anxiety gripped Soo-young. Yet he ultimately resolved to take the risk. With determination, Soo-young positioned himself before the cactus, wielding a hefty machete, while his bicycle lay ready on the roadside. Poised for a swift escape at the first sign of trouble. Exhaling deeply, he grasped the blade firmly and swung it toward the base of the cactus. 13. A crimson numeral indicating damage erupted above the cactus. With no time to linger, he swiftly withdrew the machete embedded within the cactus and swung again. 15. Excellent. Just a few more strikes, and it will be done. A surge of joy filled Soo-young's heart, but soon he noticed a change in the cactus's attributes. The alert indicating awakening time abruptly plummeted from 35 minutes to 25 minutes, a stark reduction of 10 minutes. This is bad. It will awaken prematurely. Panic surged within Soo-young as he began to frantically swing his blade. 18. 15. 18. With 3 precise strikes. The cactus's awakening timer was reduced to a mere 10 seconds, and its health diminished to 21 points. Just 2 more hits would suffice. There was ample time. Yet, just as Soo-young prepared to deliver another blow, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Boom. A tremendous force rebounded, sending Soo-young staggering back several meters. 5. This time, the cactus's health merely decreased by 5 points, but that was not the crux of the matter. The cactus had fully awakened, roaring like a beast. The once innocuous cactus transformed, revealing 3 dark voids that resembled eyes and a mouth, while its base morphed into legs. However, due to Soo-young's previous assaults, the cactus was left with only 1 leg, severely compromised and barely able to stand. This is my chance. A glint of determination ignited in Soo-young's eyes as he lunged forward, delivering a fierce slash at the cactus. Roaring in fury at Soo-young's audacity, the cactus retaliated with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Though he felt an overwhelming force thrust him backward, he managed to land a final blow on the cactus. 5. Splendid, only 11 health points remain. Elated, Soo-young quickly realized something was amiss as the cactus's spines suddenly glimmered ominously. Oh no, it's using its skill, spiked shot. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, Soo-young summoned all his strength and hurled the machete. Thud. The blade struck true at the cactus's brow, and a damage notification appeared above it. 11. The cactus's health plummeted to 0, collapsing to the ground as its spines vanished. You have slain a level 1 black iron small boss. Rewards: 1 blue treasure chest, 10 gold coins, 100 experience points. Extra rewards for defeating a higher level enemy: 3 free attribute points, 200 experience points. First kill of a black iron small boss reward: 1 random skill. Huh, I did it. Soo-young was overwhelmed with joy, the system's voice ringing melodiously in his ears. Not only that, but this was an extraordinary bounty. The loot from the small boss, along with the rewards for defeating a superior foe and the first kill bonus, resulted in a trifecta of riches. It was evident he had made the right choice. Although he bore some injuries, the rewards were monumental. Filled with elation, Soo-young felt invigorated, even though his body ached. It paled in comparison to the riches he had acquired. Most importantly, he had gained a staggering 300 experience points, enough to elevate him several levels. Leveling up would enhance his attributes, which would undoubtedly aid in his recovery. Inspired, Soo-young allocated the newly acquired 3 free attribute points into his constitution, and indeed, his strength surged. The previously dire injuries became manageable. Just as I suspected, leveling up and enhancing my attributes will aid in my recovery. Soo-young's eyes sparkled with determination as he proceeded to level up, soon reaching ordinary level 7. Host: Soo-young. Level: ordinary level 7, 2180. Health points: 3,240. Mana points: 1,010. Strength: 1. Constitution: 4. Agility: 1. Mentality: 1. Skill: Gathering Technique, LV0. Skill points: 7. Free attribute points: 7. Inventory: 510. 1 blue treasure chest. 11 bottled water, 1 whole wheat bread. Does leveling up only increase free attribute points without enhancing the core attributes? A thought crossed Soo-young's mind as he began to invest points into his constitution, incrementally boosting it until it reached 8 points, at which point he felt fully restored. This was confirmed by the fact that upon reaching 8 points, his health cap increased to 80 points, and his vitality returned to full capacity, indicating complete recovery. As for the remaining 3 free attribute points, after a moment's consideration, Suyang allocated 2 points to strength and 1 to agility, leaving his mental attribute unchanged for the time being. As he felt the surge of strength, Suyang mused that should he face the cactus again, he could undoubtedly slay it before it awakened. Of course, this only applied to a sleeping cactus. He believed he would still struggle against one that had awakened. Finally, Suyang's gaze fell upon his skills. He now possessed an additional skill. Gathering technique LV0, capable of collecting all things, though with a low level. The quantity of items collected may be limited, and there exists a possibility of failure. What a remarkable ability, Suyang thought, moving toward the nearby rattlesnake's corpse to attempt the gathering technique. Collection failed? What is this? It can actually fail? Wait a moment. As the gathering technique failed, Suyang watched helplessly as the rattlesnake's corpse vanished. So, not only can this skill fail, but failure also causes the item to disappear? What a baffling skill. Suyang felt somewhat exasperated, yet with 7 skill points at his disposal, he hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to upgrade the gathering technique. Your gathering technique has been upgraded to LV1, consuming 1 skill point. Chapter 4, Blue Treasure Chest. Gathering technique LV1, capable of collecting all things. Though with a low level, the quantity of items collected may be limited, and there exists a possibility of failure. The attributes remain unchanged. Suyang frowned, pondering for a while before deciding to upgrade the gathering technique by 2 levels. Finally, the attributes showed some improvement. Gathering technique LV3, capable of collecting all things. With no possibility of failure, as long as it is executed, at least 1 item will be collected. At long last, a transformation has occurred. Allow me to witness the fruits of this gathering technique. Suyang's gaze fell upon a towering cactus in the distance, and he resolved to collect from it. Collection successful. Obtained, 10 cactus spines, 5 cactus flesh, 10 L of drinkable water. It truly can yield something? A flicker of surprise crossed Suyang's eyes, causing him to reconsider the efficacy of this gathering technique. The collected items were immediately stored in his inventory, and Suyang promptly examined the information regarding these 3 items. Item, cactus spine. Category, material. Quality, green. Usage, can be used to forge equipment. Item, cactus flesh. Category, consumable. Quality, white. Usage, edible, processed through special means. It is refreshing and delicious. As for the water, it was merely ordinary clear water, lacking any attribute information. However, it was the other 2 items that truly captivated Suyang. Cactus spines for forging equipment, and the flesh to satiate his hunger. A thought struck Suyang as he withdrew a spine, only to discover that it was more polished and smoother than those originally found on the cactus, even sharper. Oh, so this gathering technique must have involved some form of special processing, resulting in items of superior quality. Suyang grasped the concept, and he then took out a piece of cactus flesh. This piece was substantial, resembling a peeled cucumber, and weighed an estimated 5 kilograms. Suyang took a tentative bite. Crunch. It was crisp and refreshing, the flavor exquisite with a hint of sweetness. Although it was at ambient temperature, upon consumption, Suyang felt a wave of coolness wash over him, as if he were nestled within a comfortable cold storage, dispelling the previous heat. Unable to resist, he took several more bites, but after consuming less than a tenth, he realized he was already full. How delightful. Alas, he lamented, there were only 5 pieces. A flicker of regret crossed Suyang's eyes, yet his attention was soon captured by a blue treasure chest. White chests were ordinary, followed by green ones. And then blue chests. Suyang was certain that among the billions of Blue Star inhabitants drawn into this world, there must be a few fortunate souls who received blue chests on their first attempt. However, he was undoubtedly the sole individual to acquire a blue chest in this manner. He was filled with anticipation regarding his blue chest. You opened the blue treasure chest and obtained the following items. 100 rubber, 100 glass, 100 plastic, 50 electronic components, 1 blue blueprint. What a bounty. Suyang was momentarily taken aback. The blue chest yielded such an abundance of items, leaving him both astonished and delighted. The blueprint, in particular, was a valuable find. Item, vehicle frame blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, blue. Usage, can be used to construct a blue quality vehicle frame, an essential component for vehicle upgrades to blue quality. Required materials, 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks. Note, 10 iron pieces can be combined to form 1 iron block, and 10 copper pieces can form 1 copper block. Indeed, the items were of great worth. However, the issue lay in his current inability to craft them. Even if he could, Suyang found himself at a loss, as this was a vehicle frame, and he was merely equipped with a bicycle, far from it. Nevertheless, this blueprint revealed valuable information. Oh, so iron pieces and copper pieces could be combined into iron and copper blocks, meaning that even those mundane pieces obtained from ordinary chests would ultimately prove useful. Understanding this was indeed significant. After tidying up, Suyang did not intend to depart immediately. Instead, he began to survey his surroundings. This long road led into an endless desert, stretching beyond sight. Since a rattlesnake had already appeared, it was likely that a second would follow, and perhaps even cacti would too. Indeed, Su-yang was not in a hurry to leave. Rather, he sought to encounter more minor creatures to slay for experience points. Higher levels and attributes would render travel effortless, especially if he could slay monsters and procure treasure chests. Perhaps he could upgrade his bicycle, making speed a trivial matter. Furthermore, Su-yang was eager to test whether there were other cacti present. If they were also dormant, it would present a golden opportunity for him. Before long, Su-yang indeed found something, but it was neither a cactus nor a rattlesnake, but 3 desert scorpions. Desert scorpion normal. Level 1, health 1010. Mana 11. Skill venom sting. Beholding a desert scorpion, which was significantly larger than his own hand, Su-yang understood that a sting from it would be disastrous. Gripping his large machete, he cautiously approached one of the scorpions, which seemed to sense his proximity. The half-buried creature pivoted, its tail instantly erecting towards Su-yang. In a swift motion, Su-yang lunged forward, bringing his machete down upon the desert scorpion. Swoosh! The creature was cleaved in two, and the system promptly issued a kill notification. Killed 1 level 1 desert scorpion. Obtained 1 white treasure chest, 1 copper coin, 1 experience point. Su-yang scarcely had time to acknowledge the kill notification, for the other 2 desert scorpions had already charged towards him. With a quick flick of his wrist, he dispatched another scorpion in an instant. Swiftly retreating to evade the sting of the third, he retaliated with another swift strike. The system's kill notification echoed once more. It was effortless. Indeed, with my agility increased by 1 point, my speed has improved considerably. Had I relied on my previous speed, I may not have evaded the third scorpion's assault. The only disappointment lay in the fact that these scorpions only yielded 1 experience point. He wondered what one could gather from them. As this thought crossed his mind, Su-yang cast the gathering technique on each of the 3 desert scorpions in succession. Collection successful. Obtained 1 scorpion tail spike. Collection successful. Obtained 1 scorpion tail spike. Collection successful. Obtained 1 scorpion tail spike, 1 scorpion flesh. Item, scorpion tail spike. Category, material. Quality, white. Usage, can be used to forge equipment. Another forging material? Not bad. Scorpion flesh? Do scorpions even have flesh? A question mark formed in Su-yang's mind as he retrieved the gathered scorpion flesh from his inventory and was once again taken aback. It was small yet white, not fatty, and emanated an enticing aroma. It would surely be delectable when roasted. A thought emerged in Su-yang's mind, and he marveled. For although this piece of scorpion flesh was not large, it likely weighed around 100 to 150 grams. Could it be that this gathering technique amalgamated all the meat from the desert scorpions? He was puzzled, shaking his head slightly. He stored the scorpion flesh in his inventory and turned his gaze to the 3 white treasure chests that had dropped. You opened a white treasure chest, obtaining the following items. 3 iron pieces. 1 ordinary component. You opened a white treasure chest, obtaining the following items. 3 sausages. 5 iron pieces. You opened a white treasure chest, obtaining the following items. 3 wooden pieces. 3 iron pieces. 1 cup of Master Kong instant noodles. How delightful to find instant noodles here. Su-yang's heart surged with joy, but soon he was beset by a dilemma, as the items were far too numerous. The inventory could only accommodate 10 items, making it utterly impossible to store such an abundance, given the variety exceeded 10 distinct types. Chapter 5. The special utilization of treasure chests. Alas, if only the inventory space were more generous. Su-yang sighed and resolved to place the blue treasure chest at the back of his bicycle, utilizing it as a makeshift trunk. Upon opening, the chest did not vanish. The white chest appeared to be crafted from wood, while the blue chest seemed to be made of a special metal, which Su-yang speculated would offer sturdiness suitable for his intended use. However, as he began to stow some items into the blue chest, an idea struck him. Wait a moment, could I possibly store this chest within my inventory? What if I could place the filled chest into the inventory? This thought spurred him into action. Without hesitation, he closed the blue chest and attempted to store it. Whoosh! The blue chest was seamlessly integrated into the inventory, and a wave of elation washed over Su-yang as his gaze shifted to the white chests. After a few trials, he found that all 6 white chests, including the previous 2, were successfully added to his inventory. Inventory, 510 1 blue chest, 5 white chests. Now I need not worry about insufficient inventory space. Elated, Su-yang noted that although the white chests were not particularly large, they measured approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in length, over 20 centimeters in width, and about 15 centimeters in height, allowing for the storage of a considerable amount of items. It would be no problem to fit a dozen bottles of mineral water inside. He filled the chest with the mineral water, along with iron sheets, wooden planks, and various ordinary components. The 5 white chests accommodated nearly all of his belongings, occupying just 1 slot in his inventory. After completing this task, Su-yang resumed his hunt for monsters, but after searching for a while, he encountered only a rattlesnake, which yielded a mere 1 experience point upon defeat. Nonetheless, he managed to gather some valuable items. Collection successful. Obtained 1 snake gallbladder, 1 snake meat, 3 poison fangs. Item, snake gallbladder. Category, material. Quality, white. Usage, can be used for detoxification. Item, snake meat. Category, material. Quality, white. Description, snake meat processed in a special manner, capable of replenishing a certain amount of energy. Item, poison fang. Category, material. Quality, white. Usage, possesses a certain toxic attribute, can be used for crafting equipment. These 3 items are quite impressive. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with interest. The snake gallbladder for detoxification, the snake meat for sustenance, both are excellent finds. As for the poison fangs, they could be used in equipment forging, though he currently lacked the necessary blueprints. Just as Su Yang was about to continue searching for other monsters, a special notification appeared. Warning, you have remained at the starting point for over 1 hour. If, after 1 hour, you are within less than 10 kilometers of the starting point, you will be obliterated. The crimson letters bore a foreboding warning. Remaining too long would lead to obliteration? Su Yang raised an eyebrow. He had initially planned to delay his departure, but now it seemed he had no choice. Mounting his bicycle, he finally set off, simultaneously opening the communication channel to multitask. Good grief, can they really obliterate me? I refuse to believe it. I will continue to linger, and let us see if they can truly kill me. Indeed, many astute individuals were waiting, and soon after, the number of participants in the channel dwindled. What? Is it true that some have yet to depart? I have already discovered a second treasure chest. A treasure chest? What is that? Where can one find it? Just a heads up, there are treasure chests near the starting point. But be cautious of rattlesnakes and desert scorpions. A second treasure chest will appear 10 kilometers ahead. Goodness, there are treasure chests at the starting point? Why was I not informed? Why did no one mention it? They must be hoarding their riches, who would voluntarily share. How selfish. Clearly, they all discovered this but chose to remain silent. Isn't anyone going to say anything? Mind your own business, we're not children here. Do you want me to spoon feed you? A second treasure chest at 10 kilometers? Su Yang was somewhat surprised, though he felt neither excitement nor anticipation. Treasure chests? Aren't they typically obtained by defeating monsters? However, soon enough, Su Yang fell silent, as the conversation in the chat swiftly transitioned to what treasures others had uncovered. Some only retrieved a few iron sheets, others merely a wooden plank, yet a fortunate few unearthed a case of mineral water and a case of instant noodles. Clearly, some individuals were quite lucky. After expressing his thoughts, Su Yang noted someone announcing they had discovered blueprints from a white chest, specifically blueprints for enhancing their bicycles. Even more astonishingly, someone had obtained a special green upgrade blueprint, instantly transforming their bicycle into a tricycle, and an electric tricycle at that. At this moment, one individual lamented their lack of electric equipment, rendering their newly upgraded electric tricycle useless unless pedaled. Yet, to others, this was nothing short of a provocation, inciting envy. If only that person were in front of him, Su Yang would have certainly given them a piece of his mind. Nonetheless, this sparked an idea in Su Yang. He accessed the trading interface and entered the trading hall for a closer look. Indeed, he found several individuals posting blueprints. The quantity was not vast, but there were a few, all of white quality. However, one blueprint caught Su Yang's eye, as it was for an auxiliary wheel, essential for upgrading a bicycle to a tricycle. Unfortunately, the seller's asking price was exorbitantly high, a case of mineral water and a heap of food. How outrageous. Although Su Yang could afford it, he felt the price was excessively low for the seller. After some consideration, he sent a message offering 5 bottles of mineral water, 1 kilogram of cactus meat, and a bag of bread. In Su Yang's view, this was a fair offer, yet the seller merely replied with a dismissive "get lost," prompting Su Yang to block them. This white auxiliary wheel blueprint was crucial for vehicle upgrades, and its drop rate must be quite high. As time progressed, he anticipated the emergence of more. Moreover, since he could obtain treasure chests by defeating monsters, he was confident that opening more chests would yield at least one auxiliary wheel blueprint. Half an hour later, Su Yang reached the 10-kilometer mark, where his personal attributes clearly indicated the distance traveled. Upon arriving, he paused. In truth, one need not scrutinize the distance closely, as a conspicuous white chest was clearly visible a few meters off the road, atop a sand pile. Su Yang did not approach immediately, for beneath the white chest lay a small mound, housing a desert scorpion. In fact, he had already detected it, as he was now aware that any monster within a certain range would display a health bar, revealing its information, no matter how well hidden. A monster was rendered transparent before him. Chapter 6, Bicycle Acceleration Agent. You have defeated a level 1 desert scorpion. Obtained, 1 white chest, 1 copper coin, 1 experience point. Another experience point. An additional treasure chest. Su Yang stored the 2 chests in his inventory and commenced a search. After traversing the 10 kilometers, he made a notable observation. Monsters like rattlesnakes and desert scorpions tended to appear only near treasure chests. After a brief search, he once again encountered 3 desert scorpions and a rattlesnake, resulting in 6 white chests, 3 scorpion meats, 1 snake meat, and several materials. Upon opening 6 white treasure chests, Su Yang was met with a rather modest haul: 9 iron sheets, 3 wooden planks, 3 copper sheets, 1 apple, 3 packets of instant noodles, 5 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, and a single pack of ham sausages. His luck seemed tolerable, especially since it included a pack of ham sausages. However, The absence of a support wheel after 6 white treasure chests left Su-yong feeling somewhat helpless. Were it not for that one pack of ham sausages, he might have thought himself a true misfortune bearer. I refuse to believe it, Su-yong exclaimed in frustration, mounting his bicycle and speeding off at full throttle. Half an hour later, gazing at the 6 white treasure chests he had opened yet again, Su-yong came to a realization. He was, indeed, not one of the fortunate ones. Over the course of his endeavors, he had opened more than a dozen white treasure chests, yet only managed to obtain a single blueprint from a blue chest. The white chest yielded not a single blueprint. It was disheartening. Su-yong decided to venture into the trading hall to check if the blueprints for support wheels had increased. An hour passed, but the number of available blueprints remained stagnant. 9527 area channel, 9,023 participants, each allowed 5 messages per day. Upon entering the vehicle owner interface, Su-yong's expression shifted slightly as he noted the significant drop in numbers. Had there been a massacre? Instinctively, he entered the communication channel, and indeed, it was as he feared. What on earth happened? How did our channel's numbers plummet so drastically? He wondered, observing the sudden decline from over 9,700 to this alarming figure. Could it really be that over 700 individuals deemed this a mere game and chose to remain idle until their demise? Surely not. It has been 2 hours, and there are still those who have not come to terms with reality? Most likely, they were in denial, or perhaps had lost their sanity. Regardless, he had already covered nearly 30 kilometers. How is it that the expert is moving so swiftly? I am still 5 kilometers away from reaching 20 kilometers on this rickety bicycle. Wait, you haven't performed your initial upgrade? Initial upgrade? What is that? Are you serious? You haven't chosen an upgrade mode? Once selected, an initial upgrade occurs, whether you opt for the 2-wheeled or 3-wheeled mode. Good heavens, I feel utterly foolish. I've been agonizing over which mode to select, completely oblivious to this so-called initial upgrade. Don't lament just yet. The initial upgrade requires 10 iron sheets. Do you possess any? Damn it, I don't even know what iron sheets look like. Can someone explain what the upgrade entails? A brand new bicycle. Speed increased by 5 kilometers h, totaling 20 kilometers h. However, that is merely the theoretical maximum speed, which I have yet to achieve. With a sigh, Su-yong shook his head. At this point, why still deliberate over which mode to choose? Yet, witnessing so many being eliminated, those still hesitating would likely reconsider. It appeared that even if one were aware of the initial upgrade, it didn't guarantee they could proceed, as not everyone could amass 10 iron sheets. For Su-yong, it would take at least 5 white treasure chests to gather such a quantity. However, on the flip side, riding 50 kilometers in a day was not an insurmountable task, and he could certainly accomplish the initial upgrade, except, of course, for those who were truly unlucky. Soon enough, Su-yong entered the trading hall to find that the blueprints for support wheels had indeed increased, from a mere single blueprint to 5 or 6. However, he was taken aback by the rise in prices. How peculiar, he mused. This is not what I anticipated. Never mind, there's no rush. I shall open a few more treasure chests. Shaking his head, he set out once more, realizing he had only covered 20 kilometers thus far. Half an hour later, having traveled 30 kilometers, he encountered 5 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes once more, bringing his total to another 6 white treasure chests. This time, upon opening one of the chests, he was met with an unexpected surprise. You have opened a white treasure chest and obtained the following items. 5 iron sheets. Bicycle Acceleration Agent X3. Item, Bicycle Acceleration Agent. Category, Consumable, Quality, White. Attribute, increases bicycle speed by 50 for 30 minutes. A delightful find. Su-yong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly acquired a special potion. Sprinkling it onto his bicycle, he noticed a change in its attributes. Vehicle, brand new bicycle, quality, white 1 star, speed, 30 kilometers h, speed 50, 29 minutes 59 seconds, with the acceleration state entering a countdown. Su-yong wasted no time and began pedaling with vigor. The speed was exhilarating. Moreover, Su-yong found it significantly less strenuous. This acceleration agent was indeed remarkable. It enhanced speed while conserving energy. But then it struck him, such an item would surely be reserved for personal use, as with every 10 kilometers traversed, more treasure chests could be obtained. In just 10 minutes, he covered 5 kilometers, and in only 20 minutes, he reached the 40-kilometer mark. After a brief delay to collect 6 more treasure chests, Su-yong resumed his journey, with the acceleration status dwindling down to the final 3 minutes. Once the effect wore off, he opted not to use it again, as it seemed wasteful. He needed to stop every 10 kilometers, not only to search for treasure chests but also to defeat those desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, which would consume precious minutes, an unwise trade-off. Primarily, Su-yong could maintain a full-speed pace. His stamina of 8 was no joke, and even after riding 40 kilometers, with breaks every 10 kilometers, he had not exceeded 4.5 hours. Yet, he felt no fatigue, only a noticeable depletion of water. However, this was of little concern, as he had amassed a considerable supply of mineral water, having opened over 20 white treasure chests. Notably, 3 of those had yielded a full box of mineral water, each box containing 12 bottles, resulting in a total of 36 bottles. Additionally, there were sporadic single bottles, bringing his total to over 50 bottles of mineral water, more than sufficient for his needs. As for food, he had plenty, several packets of instant noodles, 2 large containers, and 2 full packs of ham sausages, along with numerous pieces of scorpion and snake meat gathered through his foraging skill. Most importantly, the cactus flesh he had consumed kept him satiated until now, leaving Su-Yang feeling as though he were the wealthiest of individuals. Chapter 7. It is not a lack of food, but rather a shortage of treasure chests opened by you. Host. Su-Yang. Level. Ordinary level 7, 6580. Health points, 7,580. Mana points, 1,010. Strength, 3. Constitution, 8. Agility, 2. Mentality, 1 skill. Foraging, LV 3. Skill points, 4. Free attribute points, 0. Item slot, 710. 1 blue chest. 30 white chests, 30 white chests. It seemed unlikely that he would reach level 8 today. Glancing at his attribute interface, Su-Yang sighed deeply. He was merely a few kilometers away from the 100-kilometer mark, and the sky was growing dim, signaling that darkness would soon descend. During this time, the treasure chests he had gathered from defeating monsters, and those every 10 kilometers had mostly been stored away. He intended to open them all at once. Initially, he had hoped to gain an additional level today, but time was not on his side, for no one could predict what dangers the night might bring. Minutes later, Su-Yang arrived at the 100-kilometer mark, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the treasure chests at this milestone were, in fact, green. After effortlessly dispatching a rattlesnake and a desert scorpion, Su-Yang climbed back into his vehicle, having spotted several large boulders ahead that would serve as an ideal campsite for the night. Upon arrival, he conducted a thorough inspection and, finding no issues, gathered some suitable stones to construct a fire pit. He then retrieved an iron pot. Who would have guessed that this white treasure chest could yield such an item? And a pressure cooker at that? Fortunately, he also obtained a lighter. Otherwise, starting a fire by friction would have been quite a challenge. Su-Yang murmured to himself before extracting several wooden pieces from his inventory to use as fuel. It is worth noting that treasure chests can actually be disassembled, a fact Su-Yang discovered through the communication channel. A white treasure chest, when dismantled, yields 5 wooden pieces. Since Su-Yang had some wooden pieces already, he chose not to disassemble the chest this time, rather than disassembling it. Su-Yang was more inclined to gather from the white treasure chest to see what else it might contain. Next came the moment of unboxing. As the fire crackled to life and he poured in 2 or 3 bottles of mineral water, Su-Yang rubbed his hands in anticipation. Moments later, he laid eyes on 35 white treasure chests and 1 green treasure chest. He decided to open them all at once. A multitude of items emerged, the majority being basic materials like iron and wooden pieces, with a few iron and copper ingots as well. It was indeed fortunate that the white treasure chests yielded such resources. The supplies were also quite impressive. Instant noodles, ham sausages, marinated eggs, even a roast chicken, along with a case of cola. Regrettably, there was no refrigerator, otherwise, it would have been perfect. Su-Yang shook his head in disappointment, eventually focusing on 3 blueprints. At last, he had obtained some blueprints. All were white quality, including the auxiliary wheels he had been hoping for, 2 of them, no less. Item: Vehicle Auxiliary Wheel Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: White. Purpose: can be used to craft white quality vehicle auxiliary wheels, an essential component for upgrading bicycles to tricycles. Required materials: 3 iron pieces, 3 copper pieces, 3 rubber pieces. Without hesitation, Su-Yang took out the materials and opted to craft. You have successfully obtained 1 white auxiliary wheel. Detected that your vehicle has acquired a new component. Would you like to proceed with fusion? Yes. With Su-Yang's affirmation, the newly crafted auxiliary wheel vanished, replaced by an auxiliary wheel on the rear of his bicycle. The extra auxiliary wheel blueprint could be kept for future use or traded. The other blueprint was also quite useful. Item: Wheel Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: White. Purpose: can be used to craft wheels for white quality bicycles and tricycles. Required materials: 10 rubber, 5 iron pieces. To upgrade the bicycle to a tricycle, 1 auxiliary wheel, 2 wheels, and a compartment are needed, along with some additional materials. Now, Su-Yang was only lacking the compartment, which made him glance at the remaining treasure chest, the green one. You open the green treasure chest and obtain the following items: 100 iron pieces, 100 wooden pieces, 50 ordinary parts, 1 Glock 19 handgun. What? Su-Yang was taken aback. He had actually received a handgun? A sudden thrill coursed through him as the handgun materialized in his inventory. This was his first experience handling a firearm. After inspecting it for a moment, he discovered the magazine was fully loaded, albeit with only 15 rounds. Now that he possessed a handgun, the prospect of wielding more firearms became a reality. Su-Yang frowned, initially believing that by upgrading his attributes, he could become an undeniable powerhouse. However, the introduction of a handgun shifted the dynamics significantly. He couldn't predict what the future might hold, but the handgun posed a considerable threat to him at present. Nonetheless, having a handgun was also a boon. Su-Yang cautiously stored it in his inventory. Although it occupied 1 slot, which seemed wasteful, he could summon items from his inventory with a mere thought, making it an appropriate place for the handgun. He also stored 2 of the knives he had obtained. Before long, the water reached a boil. Su-young poured the hot water into the instant noodle container, adding 5 ham sausages and 3 marinated eggs. His hunger was undeniable. As he ate, he perused the communication channel. Now that night had fallen. Alas, even in this absurd place, night had descended. Traveling in the dark was impossible. Visibility was severely limited. I opened a flashlight from my treasure chest, perfectly suited for night travel. Wait, how could I also receive a flashlight? My 5 white treasure chests yielded only iron and wooden pieces, the best of which was merely a pack of spicy strips. Spicy strips? Would anyone trade a piece of bread for them? Who would even consider buying spicy strips? Aren't they afraid of getting thirsty? Not to mention food. I'm starving. I've gone a whole day without eating. Eat. I haven't even had a sip of water. Sigh, let us not dwell on it. It seems everyone is in a similar predicament. The odds of finding food in treasure chests are too low. I rode 90 kilometers and opened 10 white treasure chests, only to find a single pack of instant noodles. What? You've gone 90 kilometers? I've barely managed to cover 40 kilometers. It's becoming unbearable. My legs are losing feeling. The guy upstairs is putting in more effort. The treasure chest at 100 kilometers is green. What? The treasure chest at 100 kilometers is green? Damn it. I'm going for it. Charging through the darkness to reach 100 kilometers. I can almost see dinner beckoning me. Reading the communications channel. Su-young slurped down some instant noodles. Are good items really so elusive? Heh, I can only say that you all haven't opened enough treasure chests. As long as you open enough, you'll find everything you need. In fact, Su-young was reclining comfortably. Just moments ago, he had opened 35 white treasure chests, one of which yielded a reclining chair, and another even provided a blanket. The nights in the desert are likely to be quite cold. Chapter 8. A frightening night. The news about the green treasure chest at the 100-kilometer mark had spread like wildfire. However, Su-young soon realized that not all green treasure chests were exclusive to the 100-kilometer mark. In fact, it was a strict requirement that the treasure chest at 100 kilometers must be green, but this did not imply that the 10 treasure chests before that were all white. Reports had surfaced of individuals discovering green chests at 70 kilometers, and even at 10 kilometers. Su-young fell silent again, lamenting that he had only encountered white treasure chests, aside from the blue one he obtained by defeating a higher-level cactus. It was undoubtedly due to his low level that only white treasure chests dropped. He could only console himself with this reasoning. As time ticked by, Su-young began to feel a chill in the air. Indeed, the temperature was dropping. His expression grew serious as he added another piece of wood to the fire beside his reclining chair. He had over 50 wooden pieces at his disposal, with each piece capable of sustaining a fire for 10 minutes, so he need not worry about running out. If it truly became insufficient, he could always disassemble white treasure chests. Yet, others might not be so fortunate. Su-young's gaze shifted to the communication channel. Why do I feel a bit cold? No need to feel, it's a fact. And isn't it common knowledge that the desert cools down at night? I work in meteorology and wish to remind everyone that tonight's temperature will drop to single digits, potentially even below 0. Really? The daytime temperature soared above 40 degrees. How could it drop to 0 at night? The sand cannot retain heat. The minimal heat stored dissipates rapidly into the air, resulting in extremely low nighttime temperatures. Additionally, the air in the desert is very dry, lacking the moisture needed for insulation, further exacerbating the temperature difference between day and night. For those without insulation measures, prepare quickly. Get ready to start a fire by friction. But how can you start a fire without any wood? After a prolonged search, I could only find a handful of desiccated cacti. Can these things actually ignite? With some wooden scraps, perhaps. A single piece can burn for half an hour. Wooden scraps? I possess only a few. Using them would deplete my supply. How foolish. At such a dire moment, one still clings to their resources? Is not preserving one's life of utmost importance? Could someone of influence spare me a piece of wood? I lack even a single fragment. Absurd. I am utterly baffled. Why are there always those who seek to take without giving? Not a single piece of wood. If only one would venture a mere 10 kilometers to secure a white treasure chest, they could surely decompose it for 3 pieces of wood. It is evident they are reluctant to expend their own resources. Even at such a critical juncture, such individuals exist? Su-young could not help but shake his head. Whether they are stingy or simply opportunistic, if they do not adapt swiftly, their days are surely numbered. The population in this region has dwindled to 9,000, and since the eradication, over 100 more have perished. Treasure chests are not easily obtained. With a moment's carelessness, the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes can be fatal. Most of the deceased met their end at the jaws of these creatures. Choosing not to dwell further, Su-young resolved to rest. The temperature would continue to drop, and he intended to sleep while it was still bearable. Otherwise, when it became truly frigid, slumber would elude him. Before long, he drifted off into a hazy slumber. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a rustling sound jolted Su-young awake. What could it be? He sprang from his reclined position. The campfire still flickered, albeit weakly. By the dim yellowish glow, he perceived shadowy figures lurking behind a boulder. Upon catching sight of those silhouettes, a chill coursed through him. A multitude of health bars loomed before his eyes. Desert scorpion, common. Level 1, health. 1010. Mana, 11. Skill, Poison Sting. Desert Scorpion, Common. Level, 2. Health, 1515. Mana, 11. Skill, Poison Sting. Rattlesnake, Common. Level, 3. Health, 3030. Mana, 88. Skill, Venom. Heavens, why are there so many? Su Yang's expression shifted dramatically, but he quickly realized that, perhaps due to the campfire's presence, the scorpions and rattlesnakes had not advanced. Wait, this might be an opportunity. Startled, Su Yang's mind wandered to other possibilities. The health bars he could see numbered in the dozens, and further afield, he could discern more health bars swaying. These could all be treasure chests and experience points. With this thought in mind, Su Yang promptly added several pieces of wood to the fire, which blazed brightly, illuminating the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. They withdrew significantly, confirming Su Yang's theory. Indeed, these creatures were deterred by the flames. With a flash in his eyes, Su Yang brandished his machete, stepping forward to confront a desert scorpion. Cleaving it in two. You have slain a level 2 desert scorpion. Rewards, 1 white treasure chest, 2 copper coins, 2 experience points. The copper coins and experience points from the level 2 scorpion have doubled? A surge of excitement coursed through him as he swiftly dispatched a rattlesnake that had dared to strike. The severed rattlesnake thrashed in its death throes, still intent on attacking. Su Yang retaliated with a decisive blow to its head. You have slain a level 3 rattlesnake. Rewards, 1 white treasure chest, 3 copper coins, 3 experience points. Indeed, higher levels yield greater experience points. Joy surged within him. These two foes had provided him with 5 experience points. If only he could slay a few more, he would surely level up. Hissing and rustling filled the air as the remaining desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, incensed by the death of their companions, surged toward him. Yet, the threat posed by the fire kept them at bay, forcing them to approach cautiously. You have slain a level 2 desert scorpion. Rewards, 1 white treasure chest, 2 copper coins, 2 experience points. You have slain a level 1 desert scorpion. Rewards, 1 white treasure chest, 1 copper coin, 1 experience point. You have slain a level 3 rattlesnake. Rewards, 1 white treasure chest, 3 copper coins, 3 experience points. One after another, Su Yang continued to slash through them. Soon, his experience points reached the threshold for leveling up to ordinary level 8, yet he refrained from upgrading immediately. Meanwhile, the number of white treasure chests in his inventory grew, swiftly reaching a capacity of 99, prompting him to utilize a second storage slot. Of course, Su Yang did not neglect to add more wood to the fire. He had discerned that a certain special mechanism prevented the scorpions and rattlesnakes from approaching the flames within a specific radius. Maintaining the campfire was essential for ensuring his safety from their onslaught. Suddenly, a distinct sound, unlike that of the other rattlesnakes, echoed through the night. Su Yang glanced down in shock. In the distance, a shadow exceeding 10 meters in length was charging toward him. Desert Viper, excellent. Level, 5. Health, 6060. Mana, 1515. Skills, Venom, Venom Spray. An exceptional level 5 creature. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang hurled his large blade. Thud. The Desert Viper evaded the knife, which instead struck a desert scorpion, embedding itself in the sand. In the instant the blade was thrown, a pistol appeared in Su Yang's grasp. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out, resonating through the stillness of the night. You have slain a level 5 Desert Viper, excellent. Rewards, 1 green treasure chest, 10 copper coins, 10 experience points. In truth, the third shot had struck the Viper's vital point, but it had been a stroke of luck, as the first 2 shots missed entirely. And only one of the last 2 found its mark. Su Yang himself was taken aback. He had no time to ponder further, for he noticed that the death of the Desert Viper seemed to instill a sense of retreat in the remaining rattlesnakes and desert scorpions. Su Yang could not contain himself. Each of these creatures represented a treasure chest. He could not let them escape. He retrieved a cardboard box of mineral water, fashioned a makeshift torch, and charged forward, pursuing the fleeing scorpions and rattlesnakes. After several minutes, Su Yang conceded defeat. They had indeed managed to elude him, but the road was too distant for him to venture further. Who knew what other dangers lurked in the depths of the desert? Additionally, the cold was becoming unbearable. Shivering, he returned to the campsite and immediately added a piece of wood to the fire, finally feeling a modicum of warmth. At last, Su Yang opened his system panel to assess his recent gains. Host, Su Yang. Level, Ordinary Level 7, 19180. Health, 6880. Mana, 1010. Strength, 3. Constitution, 8. Agility, 2. Mental, 1. Skill, Gathering, LV3. Skill points, 4. Free attribute points, 0. Inventory, 810. 1 blue treasure chest, 2 green treasure chests, 99 white treasure chests, 33 white treasure chests, 1 green treasure chest, 67 white treasure chests. This indicated that he had defeated 68 monsters. A hint of regret flickered in Su Yang's eyes. There were still many that had escaped. Had they not fled, he likely could have leveled up to ordinary level 10, but now, this experience would only suffice for a promotion to level 9. A flicker of inspiration ignited within him. With the expenditure of 170 experience points, Su Yang ascended 2 levels, reaching the esteemed rank of Ordinary Level 9. His allocation of free attribute points and skill points had both increased by 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yang allocated both points to his agility attribute, and instantly, he felt a remarkable lightness throughout his body, as if his reflexes had been significantly enhanced. Upon testing his newfound capabilities, Su Yang realized his speed had surged considerably. Had he possessed this swiftness earlier, he could have dispatched more desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, advancing his level to Ordinary Level 10. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Was his situation unique, or was it a universal phenomenon? Entering the communication channel, he quickly discovered that he was not alone. Everyone was experiencing the same circumstances. My goodness, there are countless desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. To think that the most perilous threat of the night was not the temperature, but rather the scorpions and serpents. Light a fire. The flames appeared to deter those venomous creatures from approaching, suggesting the existence of some peculiar mechanism. This was beginning to resemble a game more and more. Did the rattlesnake actually fear fire? I lament, I have but one piece of wood left. What shall I do next? Who will come to my aid? I am surrounded. Everyone is fighting for their own survival, and even if one wished to help, it is impossible to do so in this predicament. Oh, how I long to return home. He began to run. He discovered that by cycling forward, the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes could not catch up with him. Is it really possible? But aren't you afraid of veering off the road? Do not ride recklessly without illumination, or else what? Where are the others? They are likely lost, having veered off the road and fallen into a pit of scorpions. Indeed, I am not the only one caught in this situation. Su Yang sighed softly, particularly as he observed the dwindling numbers in the regional channel, fully aware that the death toll was rising. Without sufficient wood, many would surely perish this night. Traveling at night? It is indeed a strategy, but without proper lighting, a moment's inattention could lead one straight into the desert, effectively delivering oneself to danger. Although the road appears to be a straight path, in the pitch blackness, how could one maintain a straight course under such perilous conditions? Su Yang questioned his own ability to do so. Even those capable of such feats would struggle to maintain it for long. Fortunately, he could see his health bar. Otherwise, even with considerable strength, he might not survive this night. Su Yang felt a surge of relief, and after exiting the communication channel, he promptly retrieved a substantial amount of wood, lighting 2 more bonfires around his lounge chair. Bathed in the warm glow of 3 bonfires, he found himself in a brilliantly illuminated sanctuary, exuding warmth, even bordering on heat. Most importantly, he felt safe. In this secure environment, the most opportune action was, of course, to open treasure chests. Soon, an array of treasure chests lay before him. Including 1 green chest, he had amassed a total of 68. Su Yang began to feverishly open the chests, and he could not help but note that even such a flurry of activity left his hands aching. It was as if he had opened so many chests that his hands were cramping. After several frenzied minutes, a bounty of supplies filled his view, as the items that could not fit in his inventory spilled onto the ground. An abundance of iron sheets, wood planks, and ordinary components, along with a plethora of food and drink, enough to sustain Su Yang for an entire month. Of course, the most crucial items for Su Yang were the blueprints. It was indeed the case that his prior lack of luck was due to insufficient treasure chest openings. Before him lay 8 blueprints, 3 of which were for auxiliary wheels. Remarkably, one was a green quality auxiliary wheel, which astonished Su Yang. Item, vehicle auxiliary wheel blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, green. Purpose, can craft green quality vehicle auxiliary wheels. An essential component in upgrading a bicycle to a tricycle. Required materials, 30 iron sheets, 30 copper sheets, 30 rubber. The material requirements had increased tenfold, yet the quality was green. For Su Yang, crafting this green auxiliary wheel was a no-brainer, and without hesitation, he utilized the blueprint to create the green quality wheel, replacing the previous white quality one. To his astonishment, he discovered that the quality of his bicycle had improved. Vehicle, brand new bicycle. Quality, white 6 stars. Speed, 25 km/h. Components, green auxiliary wheel. Chapter 10, Snake Meat that increases attribute points. By enhancing 1 green component, the star rating had increased by 5 stars. Moreover, the speed had also improved. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Yang's eyes. The previous white auxiliary wheel had merely activated the component slot without enhancing speed or star rating. However, what truly caught Su Yang's attention was one of the white blueprints. Item, tricycle cargo box blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, white. Purpose, can craft a white quality tricycle cargo box. An essential component in upgrading a bicycle to a tricycle. Required materials, 10 iron sheets, 10 wood planks, 5 copper sheets, 5 rubber. At last, it had arrived. He was merely 1 blueprint short. With this, he could finally upgrade his bicycle to a tricycle. Joy surged within Su Yang as he promptly crafted the tricycle cargo box, simultaneously utilizing the wheel blueprints he had uncovered to create the wheels. Before long, a notification appeared on his vehicle information interface. Detected that your vehicle now possesses a cargo box, auxiliary wheel, and wheel components, meeting the conditions for upgrading to a tricycle. Would you like to consume 50 iron sheets, 30 wood planks, and 30 ordinary components to proceed with the upgrade? Yes, Soo-young hastily confirmed, and in the next moment, his bicycle, along with the adjacent cargo box and wheels, emanated a radiant white light. After merely 2 or 3 seconds, the light dissipated, revealing a tricycle reminiscent of a delivery vehicle before Soo-young. However, it was not electric. It remained human-powered. Vehicle, human-powered tricycle. Quality, white 7 stars. Speed, 20 kilometers h. Components, 0-1 none. The star rating had increased, yet the speed had diminished. Soo-young furrowed his brow, but upon recalling that this was a human-powered tricycle, he found solace. What is the status of this component? Observing the changes in the component section piqued Soo-young's curiosity. Soon, he comprehended that after the upgrade, the cargo box and wheels were no longer considered parts of the vehicle. They had become an integral component. The bicycle and auxiliary wheel were not a unified entity. Hence, the auxiliary wheel was categorized as a separate component. Now that he had upgraded, the components were not easily interchangeable. Simply put, if Soo-young possessed an engine, he could install it onto the human-powered tricycle, directly transforming it into an electric tricycle. Upgrading from a bicycle to a tricycle was relatively simple. Acquiring the necessary components sufficed for a direct upgrade. However, advancing to a car was not so straightforward. Insufficient component slots would hinder the transition. Thus, these blueprints were indeed quite valuable. Soo-young's gaze fell upon the remaining 4 blueprints, 2 of which were of particular interest. Item, Vehicle Component Expansion Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Quality, white. Purpose, can expand the component slots of white quality vehicles by 1. Note, white vehicles can have a maximum of 2 additional component slots. Now Soo-young understood the purpose of these 2 blueprints and promptly utilized them, allowing his tricycle to accommodate 3 components. The final 2 sheets of white blueprints were for wheels, which Soo-young promptly placed into the blue treasure chest. Each blueprint was scarcely larger than an A4 sheet, allowing ample space within the chest. His gaze then shifted to the unopened green chest, filled with hope for a valuable find. Let us see what I can uncover, he murmured as he made his selection to open it. You have opened the green chest and obtained the following items: 5 iron blocks, 5 glass pieces, 10 electronic components, 1 blueprint for a white condenser. How should one describe this? Indeed, there were useful items, particularly the condenser. In this arid desert, it could be regarded as a miraculous tool. However, I have no shortage of water. Soo-young expressed a hint of disdain, for this blueprint held little significance for him. He had opened over 100 white chests and amassed countless bottles of mineral water and several dozen beverages. He truly lacked for nothing in terms of hydration. To Soo-young, this condenser was utterly superfluous. Thus, it would be prudent to place it in the trading hall to attempt to swap for something of greater value. It would be a shame to waste it. While it might not serve him well, others might find it indispensable. Deep down, Soo-young recognized the condenser's potential utility. He could hardly rely solely on treasure chests to secure his water supply. Yet, being merely a white-grade condenser, it did not captivate his interest. After tidying up, he stowed away the reclining chair and climbed into the compartment of his tricycle, which, with its door shut, provided a sense of security. The campfire continued to burn brightly, and with the numerous treasure chests he had opened, Soo-young was in no short supply of wooden planks. That night, he slept soundly, as the temperature inside the compartment was significantly warmer than outside. With a blanket procured from one of the chests, he had no worries about the cold. Before dawn, Soo-young awoke. Although the comfort exceeded that of the recliner, true restful sleep eluded him. He remained in a light slumber, and after a solitary attack, the night passed without further encounters with scorpions or venomous snakes. Had it not been for the dimly lit night, he would have likely awakened multiple times. As the first light of dawn broke, Soo-young was already awake and commenced his tasks. Though visibility was limited in the darkness, he could discern the scattered corpses of scorpions and rattlesnakes, which he began to collect. The level 3 gathering technique required approximately 5 seconds per collection, a duration he found unsatisfactory and thus chose to upgrade. Initially intending to elevate it by just 1 level, he reconsidered upon reviewing the upgraded attributes of the skill. Gathering technique LV4 can gather all items, guaranteed to collect items, with a chance to acquire quantities exceeding the target's limit. Exceeding the target limit? This implies that a scorpion weighing 1 kilogram could yield 2 kilograms of scorpion meat? Soo-young pondered for a moment, ultimately reserving 3 skill points for future use and elevating the gathering technique by 2 additional levels. Gathering technique LV6 can gather all items, can collect sublimated items from targets, with a maximum yield of 3 times the target's limit. This level of the gathering technique delighted Soo-young immensely. Now he had the opportunity to extract 3 scorpion stingers from a single desert scorpion, showcasing the threefold limit effect. By dawn, he had amassed a considerable haul of venomous fangs and scorpion stingers, filling several white treasure chests with scorpion meat and accumulating over a dozen pieces of snake meat. Notably, from 1 desert viper alone, he gathered 20 kilograms of flesh and blood, all of which possessed special effects due to being sublimated. Item, snake meat. Category, consumable. Quality, green. Usage, edible, exceptionally tasty. First consumption grants 1 to constitution attribute. Snake meat that enhances attribute points. This is undoubtedly a premium find. Soo-young immediately retrieved a frying pan from the treasure chest and began to heat oil. Your constitution has increased by 1 point. Upon receiving this system notification, Soo-young finally grasped the mechanics. Consuming 1 kilogram of this snake meat was required to gain 1 point in constitution. With his constitution now reaching a formidable 9 points, he felt his physical prowess escalating. With 18 kilograms remaining, Soo-young hesitated but ultimately decided to reserve the snake meat for trading with others for superior items. Perhaps his gathering technique had granted him this extraordinary snake meat, yet he speculated that the flesh of higher-level creatures in this world could also enhance attribute points, even if not procured through gathering. The thought pained him. If only he had harvested the cactus with his current gathering technique. The resulting cactus flesh might have significantly boosted his attributes. After satisfying his hunger, Soo-young mounted his tricycle once more and set off, promptly opening the communication channel. Region Channel 9527. 557 participants, each with 5 speaking opportunities per day. This information struck him with a jolt. Over the course of one night, more than 2,000 individuals had perished. Alas, the numbers dwindled. In just one day, over 3,000 lives had been lost. Surviving in this world proved exceedingly difficult. He too had narrowly escaped last night. He had endured several bites. Had he not stumbled upon an antidote at the 110-kilometer mark, he might have met a similar fate. Treasure chests can yield antidotes? This increasingly resembled a game. Perhaps this was a survival game orchestrated by some higher power, which now observed their plight with amusement. Damn it, the creator of this survival game. Are you truly so foolish? May you rot in hell. Bro, you're bold. You aren't worried about repercussions for such remarks? Are you still alive? Of course. I've lost count of how many times I've cursed, and I'm still here. To me, if such an entity exists, we are merely ants to them. Would they even care about the curses of ants? That thought deepens my sorrow. Ants indeed. We truly are akin to insignificant ants. Yet, a glint of determination flashed in Soo-young's eyes. One day, he would uncover the truth of this world. If there truly was a being toying with them, what caliber of treasure chest could they possibly yield? The anticipation was exhilarating. Without a monster-killing and treasure chest system, Soo-young would have resigned himself to fate. But now, to speak in a somewhat dramatic fashion, his destiny lay in his own hands. Though currently weak, he had the means to fight and level up. A surge of courage swelled within him, and even the speed of his tricycle seemed to quicken. However, half an hour later, gazing at the 110-kilometer mark, Soo-young realized that the perceived increase in speed was merely an illusion. You have slain a level 2 desert scorpion. Rewards: 1 white treasure chest, 2 copper coins, 2 experience points. You have slain a level 2 rattlesnake. Rewards: 1 white treasure chest, 2 copper coins, 2 experience points. 10 minutes later, observing the slain desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, Soo-young raised an eyebrow. Had the level of the scorpions and rattlesnakes at the 110-kilometer mark increased? Though surprised, this news was fortuitous. The increase in experience points would expedite his leveling process. This time, akin to yesterday, he encountered 5 creatures, a combination of desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. However, due to their level 2 status, the experience points totaled 10, with 10 kilometers yielding 10 experience points. If he reached 180 kilometers today, he would level up to 10. The thought ignited a fervent excitement within him. An hour of travel covering 20 kilometers was a trivial matter for Soo-young, whose constitution had already reached 9 points. Despite the tricycle's weight, he maintained full speed with remarkable ease. No wonder it's likened to a game. If it were in Blue Star, my stamina could soar to a speed of 34. Soo-young couldn't help but shake his head slightly, his mind racing as he directly entered the trading hall, eager to discover ways to enhance his speed. Remarkably, he stumbled upon something truly valuable, a blueprint for a green electric motor. His eyes sparkled with excitement, for this motor would enable him to upgrade his tricycle into an electric tricycle, although he currently lacked a means to charge it. That did not deter him from acquiring the generator. The seller had stipulated that he would accept either special materials or blueprints in exchange. A thought crossed Soo-young's mind, and he promptly sent the attribute of snake meat that enhanced physical constitution to the seller. As expected, the seller was likely awaiting bids, and within mere seconds, a response arrived. How much can this snake meat increase physical constitution? He inquired. 1 kilogram could boost the constitution attribute by a single point. Consuming more would yield no additional benefit. However, after enhancing his constitution by that 1 point, not only would his stamina increase significantly, but his recovery capability would also improve. Soo-young replied, but for just 1 point of constitution, that price is insufficient. You must offer something more. Upon seeing the seller's response, Soo-young realized his interest had been piqued, albeit the price was still lacking. This was understandable. After all, the generator was green and essential for upgrading the tricycle to electric. The seller likely lacked charging capabilities, prompting him to seek other materials in exchange. After contemplating for a moment, Soo-young sent a few blueprints he possessed to the seller, concluding with a remark. Meanwhile, on a road, Xie Bian was nervously scrutinizing the information before him. Last night's harrowing ordeal had left him shaken. Had it not been for the few wooden planks he had, he would not have survived. However, after that night, his bicycle was rendered useless, as a desert scorpion the size of a bowl had charged at him, forcing him to smash his bicycle against it in desperation. The bicycle was now in ruins. The silver lining was that the scorpion had dropped a green treasure chest, which yielded a blueprint for an electric motor and 3 antidotes. Otherwise, he might have perished. The downside was that he lacked sufficient materials to repair his bicycle, leaving him no choice but to sell the electric motor blueprint. The antidotes were invaluable, so he would not part with them lightly. As a result, he received a barrage of nonsensical replies, either attempts to haggle or expressions of inability to meet the price. Just as Xie Bian was feeling despondent, a person named Su Yang offered snake meat that could enhance physical attributes. Though the notion of snake meat boosting attributes seemed absurd, this was a survival world, and even the most outlandish things were commonplace. However, just 1 point of constitution felt woefully inadequate. Xie Bian replied, indicating that it was insufficient. He was merely hoping the other party would offer more materials to aid in repairing his bicycle. Yet, upon reading Su Yang's subsequent message, he was utterly flabbergasted. While blueprints for auxiliary wheels and tires were one thing, the fact that Su Yang possessed a blueprint for a condenser left Xie Bian astonished. The additional messages that followed shocked him further, as they listed an abundance of food items, chocolate, cola, and sausages, which made his mouth water at the mere sight. Chapter 12, Vehicle Upgrade. Advancing to Black Iron. Xie Bian, wait, brother, how do you have so much food? Chocolate is one thing, but you even have cola and Sprite? Su Yang, that's none of your concern. Just tell me if you agree or not. Xie Bian, I agree. I want 3 kilograms of snake meat, the blueprints, and some of that food. Su Yang, dream on. Su Yang, if you want the condenser, you can only choose this one. I can give you 2 kilograms of snake meat at most, along with 5 packs of chocolate. If that doesn't suffice, then so be it. I currently lack any power supply. Xie Bian felt a twinge of reluctance, yet he understood that the price was indeed fair. The condenser blueprint was an invaluable asset in this desert, while the electric motor, though good, paled in comparison to the condenser's worth. Chocolate was the best emergency energy food. Thus, upon reading Su Yang's last statement, Xie Bian hesitated no longer. Xie Bian, all right, I've confirmed the trade. Seeing Xie Bian's response, Su Yang couldn't help but smirk. The deal was advantageous for him. However, he was unaware that Xie Bian shared the same sentiment. In fact, for Xie Bian, acquiring a single condenser blueprint felt like an extraordinary gain, as he could fabricate the condenser and sell water, an essential commodity in the trading hall, where most basic materials required water for exchange, yet few offered it, and those who did priced it exorbitantly. Trade successful. You have acquired a green blueprint. Su Yang grinned, promptly checking the blueprint's attributes. Item, electric motor blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, green. Use, can craft a green quality vehicle electric motor, allowing human-powered vehicles to be upgraded to electric vehicles. Required materials, 30 iron plates, 30 copper plates, 30 common parts, 10 rubber. Splendid. He had all the materials. Su Yang immediately opted to manufacture it. Just then, Xie Bian sent another message. Xie Bian, brother, let's be friends. If you have good stuff, we can trade. Pausing at the friend request, Su Yang ultimately chose to accept it, and a prompt appeared. Detected that you have manufactured a new vehicle component. And your vehicle component slot has space available. Would you like to install it? No installation. Su Yang had halted his tricycle, placing the electric motor beside it. But he chose not to install it just yet. After all, it would be absurd to do so without a power source. However, once he stored the electric motor in his inventory and accessed its complete attributes, his perspective shifted. The manufactured electric motor came integrated with a battery, whose performance and storage capacity exceeded Su Yang's expectations. It was currently fully charged with 50 degrees of electricity, theoretically allowing for a driving range exceeding 200 kilometers for an electric vehicle. This was no longer merely a tricycle. It had transformed into the standard for electric vehicles, and it would undoubtedly provide a greater range. This realization left Su Yang conflicted about whether to install it. Perhaps installation would enhance speed, but if the power ran out, he would be left stranded. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed with the installation, as the special battery would undoubtedly yield a more extended range on the tricycle. Besides, he believed he could find a solution for charging before the power depleted. At worst, if he were indeed stranded, he could always walk the remaining distance. Having previously tested that vehicles could be stored in the inventory, he figured that if he did become stranded, he could simply store the vehicle and complete the journey on foot. Su Yang felt an instinctive urge that reaching the initial station as soon as possible would be beneficial for him. Moments later, his tricycle was completely transformed, now featuring a closed design. The front, which had previously lacked doors, now boasted two, significantly enhancing its overall safety. Vehicle, electric tricycle, quality, green 1 star, speed, 60 kilometers, h, components, 13 electric motor, green. The quality had improved to green 1 star, and a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Su Yang's heart soared with joy, as this signified that he could potentially reach the initial station today if he applied himself. However, he quickly worried about whether the battery's charge would suffice. He hurried to inspect the vehicle, where a new gauge had appeared, clearly indicating the vehicle's status. Battery, 150 degrees, can travel 500 kilometers. This range is theoretical. Upon merely glancing at this line of annotations, Su-Yang felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Without further delay, he promptly initiated the vehicle's operation, and soon the electric tricycle began its journey. Ah, what bliss! A faint smile graced Su-Yang's lips as his spirit soared, and he even took out a bottle of cola to savor. While an icy cola is indeed a sublime indulgence, at this moment, it offered a distinct pleasure of its own. Eager to test the limits, Su-Yang pushed the speed to its maximum, and from a distance, one could see the electric tricycle surging along the endless highway, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. 10 minutes later, Su-Yang brought the vehicle to a halt. As anticipated, at full throttle, it cruised at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, covering 10 kilometers in that brief span. He soon spotted a white treasure chest, precisely at the 120-kilometer mark. The velocity was impressive, indeed. 1 kilometer per minute is quite rapid. Glancing at the remaining battery power, he noted it stood at 4,895 degrees, having consumed 105 degrees of energy. It seemed reasonable, likely due to his weight exceeding 100 pounds. He felt quite satisfied, considering the vehicle was nearly empty. It was inevitable to use more than 1 degree of energy, as the presence or absence of passengers makes a considerable difference. Nevertheless, he was eager to continue his exploration. So Su-Yang quickly disembarked to collect the treasure chest and simultaneously deal with the 5 creatures nearby. To his delight, the white treasure chest yielded 6 additional items. After a series of endeavors, Su-Yang reached the 150-kilometer mark. Through his trials, he grasped that the electric tricycle's endurance matched its description remarkably. It could achieve a speed of 60 kilometers even with a load of 300 kilograms, though the energy consumption doubled. Increasing the load further did not significantly augment energy usage, yet it did reduce speed. Fortunately, Su-Yang had a storage compartment, which housed merely a reclining chair and a few substantial items. After another 30 minutes, Su-Yang arrived at the 180-kilometer point. Upon vanquishing the last desert scorpion, he realized his experience points were sufficient for an upgrade. Unexpectedly, just as he ascended to ordinary level 10, a system notification chimed in. Your current level has reached ordinary level 10. Upon completing the advancement quest, you may ascend to black iron rank. Before he could fully comprehend this, another system prompt echoed. You have completed the advancement quest. You have successfully ascended to black iron rank. Soon, Su-Yang noticed alterations in his personal attributes. Host, Su-Yang. Level, black iron level 1, 0200. Health, 8080. Mana, 1010. Strength, 3. Constitution, 9. Agility, 4. Mentality, 1. Skill, gathering, LV6. Skill points, 5. Free attribute points, 3. Inventory, 810 1 blue treasure chest, 3 green treasure chests. 99 white treasure chests, 81 white treasure chests. Chapter 13, Expansion of the Inventory. Black Iron Level 1. After observing for a moment, Su-Yang realized that transitioning from ordinary level 10 to Black Iron Level 1 did not require experience points. Completion of the advancement quest sufficed. The quest for advancing from ordinary to Black Iron rank was rather straightforward. It merely entailed defeating a target of at least Black Iron rank, and the creatures he had previously vanquished were indeed counted. Clearly, the cactus he had slain met the criteria, thus he had completed this advancement task before even setting out. Additionally, Su-Yang discovered that upon advancing to Black Iron rank, each level gained granted him 2 free attribute points, while skill points remained at an increment of 1 per level. He allocated all 3 of his free attribute points to agility, as enhancing his personal speed was of utmost importance, especially to swiftly eliminate those scorpions and rattlesnakes every 10 kilometers. Indeed, with this speed enhancement, what once took several minutes to dispatch 5 scorpions and rattlesnakes was reduced to merely 3 minutes. Su-Yang was genuinely determined to reach the initial station today. Having set out only 3 hours earlier, he had already traversed 90 kilometers, leaving 310 kilometers to cover at full speed, which would take just over 5 hours. Considering the time needed for battling creatures, he estimated a total of 6 hours. 7 hours should suffice. However, he soon realized that this plan seemed a tad unrealistic. The reason was simple. After acquiring a green treasure chest at the 200-kilometer mark, Su-Yang drove away without even opening it. Yet, upon arriving at the 210-kilometer point 10 minutes later, he discovered that not only had the levels of the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes increased, but their numbers had also doubled, now 10 of them, all at level 3. The silver lining was that every 10 kilometers he could earn 30 experience points and 11 white treasure chests. The downside was that he likely wouldn't reach the initial station today. These desert scorpions and rattlesnakes were not all congregated around the treasure chests. Each was scattered across the terrain. Even if he could spot their health bars to locate them, it would still take several minutes to eliminate 10 of them. Even a delay of just a minute or two at each 10-kilometer interval could accumulate to a loss of 10 to 20 minutes over 100 kilometers. And this was merely at the 210-kilometer mark. Should he reach 310 kilometers, the numbers might be even greater. It appeared that today, reaching the initial station was out of the question. With this realization, Su-Yang felt less pressured as he continued on his journey. After 2.5 hours, having defeated the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes at the 300-kilometer mark, he chose not to depart immediately, but rather to pause. He could no longer continue without a break. Host, Su-Yang. Level, Black Iron Level 2, 120,300. Health, 8,080. Mana, 1,010. Strength, 5. Constitution, 9. Agility, 7. Mentality, 1. Skill, Gathering, LV 6. Skill points, 6. Free attribute points, 0. Inventory, 1,010. 1 blue treasure chest, 4 green treasure chests, 99 white treasure chests, 99 white treasure chests, 99 white treasure chests, 2 white treasure chests. Having defeated over 100 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, Su-Yang leveled up again, allocating the 2 free attribute points entirely to strength. However, he began to feel mentally fatigued, indicating that he might need to invest his next free attribute points into mental resilience. His pause was not solely due to mental fatigue, though such fatigue was minimal, comparable to merely yawning. It was primarily because his inventory was reaching its limits. Having accumulated over 100 white treasure chests, which he had yet to open, his inventory was now filled with them, taking up 4 slots. Previously, 2 large knives had occupied space in his inventory, but he had removed one to place it at the front of the vehicle. Yet, even with this adjustment, his inventory was now full, a predicament indeed. Su-Yang resolved to rectify this by opening some treasure chests and collecting their contents, an endeavor that would undoubtedly consume considerable time, given the sheer volume of over 100 white treasure chests. Oh, and there were also 2 green treasure chests. After extracting all the unopened white treasure chests, Su-Yang began to frantically open them, numb to the repetitive task. Thankfully, with a constitution of 9, he did not need to worry about cramping his hands. Otherwise, he might have doubted whether his hands would endure the ordeal. The bounty from the over 100 white treasure chests proved overwhelming. He even managed to gather 100 iron blocks, equivalent to 1,000 iron sheets. The white treasure chests occasionally yielded iron and copper blocks. And now he needed just over 30 copper blocks, or rather 300 copper sheets, to forge the entire framework of that blue vehicle. Vehicles and auxiliary wheel blueprints came in several sheets, including 3 designs for the cargo compartment. After a moment's contemplation, Su-Yang decided to fabricate all of them and listed them in the trading hall at 3 times their material cost. Opting for copper sheets made the transaction somewhat cheaper. However, the primary motivation behind placing these items in the trading hall was to conserve space. Another blueprint for a condenser surfaced, prompting Su-Yang to immediately list it in the trading hall, opting for a design resembling solar panels for charging devices. As for the supplies, there was an abundance that would last far longer than he could consume. Yet, the lack of truly valuable items left Su-Yang somewhat disheartened, leaving him with a flicker of hope for the last 2 green treasure chests. He wished for something remarkable. You opened a green treasure chest and obtained the following items: 10 copper blocks, 10 glass sheets, 10 boxes of instant noodles. Upon seeing the contents of the first green treasure chest, Su-Yang was taken aback. Was his luck truly this dismal? While the 10 copper blocks brought him closer to assembling a blue vehicle framework, the other 2 items were negligible in his eyes. In fact, his fortune was already quite favorable. 10 boxes of instant noodles, a staggering total of 240 packets. This could sustain an individual for an extended period, and anyone else might have been overjoyed. However, Su-Yang had no need for such provisions. Thus, to him, the contents of the green treasure chests felt rather wasteful. Just as he began to feel somewhat unfortunate, the final green treasure chest filled him with elation. You opened a green treasure chest and obtained the following items: 1 green weapon forging blueprint, 1 green item slot expansion scroll. Though this last green treasure chest yielded only 2 items, both were blueprints, and exceptional ones at that. Item, weapon forging blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, green. Use, can forge a green weapon using 3 types of materials. Note, the materials used will influence the weapon type and power. Item, item slot expansion scroll. Category, blueprint. Quality, green. Use, can increase the storage slots of the item inventory by 5. Chapter 14, another bounty, air conditioner blueprint. A splendid find. Undoubtedly, a remarkable treasure. The weapon forging blueprint needed no further elaboration, as it would enable Su-Yang to acquire a weapon of green quality. As for the materials required for forging, he possessed a plethora of scorpion tails and venomous snake fangs, which were finally put to good use. If the weapon forging blueprint was a delightful surprise, the item expansion scroll was a timely blessing. This revelation came just as he found his inventory insufficient. Now, with the ability to expand his inventory slots, the green item slot expansion scroll also hinted at the possibility of blue and purple variants. Without hesitation, Su-Yang chose to utilize this expansion scroll, instantly augmenting his inventory by 5 slots. An hour later, as he revved up his electric tricycle, he now bore a new dagger at his waist. Item: Venomous Fang Dagger. Category: Weapon. Quality: Green. Attribute 1. Sharp, capable of slicing through hair with ease. Attribute 2. Venomous. Inflicting 1 point of damage per second upon the target for 3 minutes. This was the weapon crafted from the blueprint. Despite the limitation of using only 3 types of materials, Suyang ultimately opted for the fangs of a rattlesnake and the stingers of desert scorpions, incorporating a single long spine harvested from a cactus. With abundant fangs and stingers on hand, he filled each category with 10 units, resulting in the creation of this dagger. It was indeed razor sharp. Suyang even tested it on a strand of hair, and it effortlessly severed it. As for the venomous attribute, he refrained from testing it, but he assumed it would function as described. Inflicting 1 point of damage per second for 3 minutes amounted to 180 points of health, a state of poisoning that even he could scarcely endure, making it an undeniable weapon of mass destruction. The reason Suyang spent an hour was that he had collected 100 white treasure chests. Decomposing these chests yielded merely 3 wooden planks. Yet through his harvesting skills, he managed to extract 5 planks from each white treasure chest, occasionally acquiring 9 planks, leading to an excess of over 1,000 wooden planks. Were it not for his numerous integrations, even the expanded inventory would be insufficient. Before long, Suyang reached the 310-kilometer mark. As he anticipated, the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes here had escalated to level 4 monsters, with their numbers unchanged at 10, still scattered about. Should Suyang choose not to engage these creatures, even if he sped off right away, he could reach the initial station by day's end. However, that would be futile and, in fact, quite unwise. Progressing through levels, accumulating a plethora of treasure chests, and harvesting countless resources was the more prudent course of action. Besides, this detour would not significantly delay him. He could arrive by tomorrow at the latest. With such thoughts in mind, before the sun dipped below the horizon, Suyang decided to halt for a rest. By then, he had traversed 400 kilometers, having secured the green treasure chests and dispatched 10 rattlesnakes and desert scorpions. He settled down right where he was, with no need to search for a suitable camping spot. He merely reclined in the cargo area for the night. As the campfire crackled to life, he prepared his dinner while opening his system panel to review his current attributes. Host: Suyang. Level: Black Iron Level 3, 220,400. Health: 7,890. Mana: 3,030. Strength: 5. Constitution: 9. Agility: 7. Spirit: 3. Skill: Harvesting LV 6. Skill points: 7. Free attribute points: 0. Inventory: 1115. 1 blue treasure chest, 6 green treasure chests, 99 white treasure chests, 99 white treasure chests, 99 white treasure chests, 10 white treasure chests. His level had increased once more. This time, Suyang allocated both of his free attribute points to spirit, invigorating his entire being. With a constitution of 9, he felt no fatigue. Indeed, he felt capable of learning to fight 10 adversaries like Yuan. After placing some seasonings obtained from the treasure chests into the pressure cooker, Suyang diced several pieces of ordinary snake meat, filling the pot to the brim before sealing it with the lid. Next, he took a wooden plank and carved out a dozen skewers, threading the cut pieces of scorpion meat onto them and roasting them by the fire. Tonight's feast would consist of a medley of stewed snake meat and grilled scorpion, complemented by 2 bottles of beer. Life was good for him. Done with the preparations, it was time for the main event. With a sweeping gesture, Suyang laid out the treasure chests he had amassed over the last 100 kilometers, revealing a landscape densely populated with chests. 2 green treasure chests, 108 white treasure chests. Ah, the burdensome life of labor. Gazing at the multitude of chests before him, Suyang shook his head slightly, a look of resignation crossing his face as he delved into the endeavor of opening the chests. Had anyone witnessed him, merely the sound of saliva might have been enough to drown him. Perhaps due to his growing proficiency, he completed the opening of the 110 treasure chests in a matter of minutes. Afterward, he gathered the 99 white treasure chests, finally inspecting the spoils from this round of treasure hunting. Several blueprints emerged this time, primarily for auxiliary wheels and vehicle wheels, alongside foundational materials like iron sheets and copper plates. However, what truly astonished Suyang was that he had finally unearthed a blueprint from the white treasure chests that he deemed remarkably powerful. Item: Low-energy air conditioner blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: White. Usage: can be crafted into a white quality air conditioner, capable of functioning normally in environments ranging from -10 to 50 degrees Celsius. Required materials: 10 iron sheets, 10 copper sheets, 10 plastic, 5 rubber, 5 electronic components. This blueprint for the air conditioner emerged from a white treasure chest, an absolute stroke of serendipity, considering that Suyang had yet to encounter any air conditioner blueprints for sale in the trading hall. Ah, such a plethora of materials. This is by far the most diverse assortment of foundational materials required among the white blueprints Suyang has come across. Yet he did not hesitate to select it for crafting. You have successfully obtained 1 low-energy air conditioner, white quality. Detection indicates that you have manufactured a new vehicle component, and since your vehicle component slots are available, would you like to proceed with installation? Installation. Is there even a need for that question? Soo-young promptly installed it, and instantly, his vehicle information underwent a transformation. Vehicle, electric tricycle. Quality, green 2 stars. Speed, 60 km/h. Adding an air conditioner, and one of white quality at that, managed to elevate its star rating by 1. Soo-young was quite astonished. Had his vehicle been of white quality, such an enhancement would not have surprised him, yet his vehicle was already green. It seems that the comfort level of a vehicle significantly influences its overall grade. Chapter 15, The Special Green Engine Blueprint. The finest reward from the white treasure chest was undoubtedly this low-energy air conditioner blueprint. The 2 green treasure chests, however, yielded their own treasures. One of the green chests produced yet another item slot expansion scroll, which Soo-young immediately utilized to augment his inventory slots to 20. The other green chest yielded 3 green quality vehicle speed boosters. Item, vehicle speed booster. Category, consumable. Quality, green. Attribute, can enhance the speed of white quality vehicles by 50, and green quality vehicles by 100, lasting for 1 hour. Clearly, this is specifically designed for green quality vehicles. It would be somewhat wasteful to use it on a white quality vehicle. If only this had appeared half an hour earlier, I would have dashed to the initial station. Observing the dimming sky, Soo-young shook his head in disappointment. Based on yesterday's experience, it would be completely dark within 20 minutes. Although his vehicle was an electric tricycle, it was unfortunately devoid of headlights. Once darkness enveloped the surroundings, it would be akin to driving blind. Well then, I might as well start on dinner. Slightly shaking his head, Soo-young began to eat, while simultaneously opening the communication channel. The first piece of information that caught his eye was the current number of participants in the regional channel. Region 9527 channel, 6,331 participants, each allowed 5 messages per day. More than 200 fewer than before. Upon seeing such figures, Soo-young's initial reaction was one of familiarity, or perhaps numbness. The night is nearly upon us. Are you all prepared? Prepare for what? I'm daring enough to traverse the night road. What is there to fear? Haha, I've obtained 5 treasure chests today, dismantled them into 15 wooden pieces. Combined with the 6 I opened, tonight's haul is sufficient. Which kind brother will share some wooden pieces with this sister? I'll gladly trade, pure and untainted. Who will spare some wooden pieces and equipment for me? My father is Lee Dagong, and I assure you, I will reward you handsomely upon my return. What the heck? Is there really someone still shouting about going back? Haha, if you think that way, you've already lost. I'm telling you, the other side is fishing. Who knows? Among our 6,000, there might be genuine fools. Ha ha ha, before it gets completely dark, let us successfully claim the treasure chest at 180 kilometers. 180 kilometers? You're a big shot. I've just barely crossed 100 kilometers. What sort of nonsense is this? My friend has already reached 250. What the actual hell? 250. This is undoubtedly another instance of the Friends Out of Thin Air series. Didn't someone say that they upgraded their vehicle to an electric bicycle? Covering 100 kilometers in a day must be a breeze, right? I heard someone upgraded their vehicle to a motorcycle, filled the tank with fuel, but only managed to travel 200 kilometers before running out of gas. What the heck? Can it be like that? Are they really going to have to push the motorcycle? Pushing a motorcycle? Perhaps not. Soo-young suddenly recalled that when he opened the treasure chests, 3 or 4 white treasure chests yielded gasoline, albeit in 1L quantities. Previously, he hadn't paid much attention, but now it seemed that after 300 kilometers, every 10 kilometers there was a chance of white treasure chests containing gasoline. This indicates that blueprints for gasoline engines should emerge quite soon. Contemplating this, Soo-young found himself in a quandary. I already possess an electric engine. How should I integrate a gasoline engine? Dismantle it and replace it with a gasoline engine? Just as Soo-young was pondering this dilemma, a friend message popped up. At this point, he had only one friend, Xiabian. Xiabian, big shot. Someone wants to buy that attribute-enhancing snake meat from you. Do you still have any? Someone seeking snake meat? Soo-young was momentarily taken aback. He had not listed this snake meat in the trading hall. After collecting this snake meat, he consumed 2 kilograms and sold 2 kilograms to Xiabian, leaving him with 16 kilograms. The reason he hadn't listed it was that he intended to use it for trading when he encountered something worthwhile. It appeared that Xiabian had consumed 1 kilogram and sold 1 kilogram of snake meat, subsequently spreading the word about it, which was precisely what Soo-young desired. After all, having someone approach him was different from seeking him out. Soo-young, you want snake meat? Sure, but I want to sell inferior products. Xiabian, rest assured. The buyer has good items. I'll connect you two for further discussions. Shortly, a personal card was sent over by Xiabian. Upon clicking into it, Soo-young realized that the individual was an acquaintance, none other than Jiang Manhua, the very person with whom he had conducted his first trade, exchanging 100 milliliters of water for 10 iron sheets to facilitate the initial upgrade of his bicycle. Jiang Manhua, a woman? He hadn't noticed before, but now Soo-young discovered that she had sent numerous messages, which he had overlooked. I'll pretend I didn't see those. Soo-young, you wish to purchase snake meat that enhances physical attributes? On the other end, Jiang Manhua was seated in her tricycle, just concluding her conversation with Xie Bian, awaiting a response. Humph, finally replied. Su Yang is truly proud. Observing his message, Jiang Manhua muttered in irritation. Yet she was aware that he had clearly filtered out some information, as she had done likewise. Had it not been for her purchasing some water from Xie Bian, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that Su Yang possessed such valuable items. For the sake of that snake meat, I shall be magnanimous. Murmuring to herself, Jiang Manhua began to reply. Jiang Manhua, yes, I can offer iron blocks and copper blocks in exchange for 1 kilogram of snake meat. Iron blocks and copper blocks? Su Yang was taken aback. Could Jiang Manhua be a lucky star? Even if she had traveled 200 or 300 kilometers, it would only amount to around 20 or 30 treasure chests. It was evidently impossible for mere iron sheets and copper sheets to coalesce into blocks. This implies that she had indeed obtained iron blocks and copper blocks from green treasure chests. Had Su Yang inquired, he would have discovered that Jiang Manhua had actually acquired these from white treasure chests. Su Yang, I do not require those items. I seek special blueprints or unique items. As expected, it was futile. With a faint sigh, Jiang Manhua replied, I possess a unique green blueprint, but a mere kilogram of snake meat is insufficient. After her response, she promptly sent the details of the blueprint. Item, hybrid engine synthesis blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, green. Purpose, can upgrade vehicles equipped with both electric and power engines to those with hybrid engines. Note, once synthesized, this blueprint is irreversible. What a remarkable item. Upon seeing the attributes of this blueprint, Su Yang felt a surge of desire. He had to acquire it. However, Jiang Manhua's willingness to part with such an item raised questions. Did she not value it, or did she possess something even better? Chapter 16. The second night was once again designated for upgrades. Jiang Manhua did not place much importance on the hybrid engine blueprint. Her three-wheeled vehicle was electric, complemented by a green-quality solar charger that could generate 5 kilowatts of electricity within an hour. Her electric three-wheeler, with a white quality, could only travel 5 to 6 kilometers on a single kilowatt, making the 5 kilowatts she could generate in an hour more than adequate. She had no intention of converting it into a hybrid engine, as she had yet to obtain gasoline from any treasure chests. Even if she had a gasoline engine, she would not opt for synthesis. Primarily, with the green-quality solar charger at her disposal, she planned to pursue the electric vehicle route. Nonetheless, she did not underestimate the value of the hybrid engine blueprint. Thus, when she saw Su Yang's offer, she unhesitatingly articulated her demands. Jiang Manhua, a green-quality cabin and the overall frame blueprint for the vehicle, along with 10 kilograms of snake meat that enhances physical attributes. Su Yang was left speechless. This woman was quite shrewd. Su Yang, can we be a bit more reasonable? Don't tell me you've already acquired gasoline and installed a gasoline engine. Jiang Manhua, this is a hybrid engine, capable of utilizing both gasoline and electricity. It's worth the price. Su Yang, that's different. At this stage, no one is upgrading vehicles to four-wheelers. This item holds some value. But why not keep it for a while? It will surely fetch a higher price later. Keep it. Not a chance. Jiang Manhua felt a flicker of irritation at Su Yang's response. She still wished to retain the item for future use. Did she not realize that selling such items now would yield the highest value? However, she found herself in a quandary. Having consumed a special fruit that enhanced her physical attributes by 1 point, she understood the significance of that enhancement. With potential dangers lurking tonight, if she could elevate her physical attributes to 3 points, her safety would be considerably bolstered. Jiang Manhua, make an offer. If it's suitable, we can proceed. Su Yang, 5 kilograms of snake meat, an overall frame blueprint of white quality for the vehicle, a white quality crossbow, along with 20 short arrows. Su Yang, it's going to be a rough night. You will undoubtedly need weapons. This is my offer. If it doesn't suit you, then so be it. A crossbow? Jiang Manhua's eyes instantly lit up. Initially, upon seeing the reduction in snake meat and the downgrade of the vehicle frame blueprint to white quality, she considered ending the transaction. However, upon seeing the crossbow, she hesitated no longer. Jiang Manhua, deal. Agreed. Moments later, Su Yang acquired the hybrid engine synthesis blueprint. And now he only needed a gasoline engine to possess a hybrid engine. The crossbow was also a white quality blueprint he had obtained this time, complete with 20 short arrows. Yet, with a range of only 200 meters, it paled in comparison to the pistol Su Yang owned, which he had only used once. Given his current strength, he found no need for the pistol to deal with desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. Trading these items for a unique green blueprint felt like a substantial gain. Continuing to browse the trading hall, Su Yang discovered a lack of worthwhile items. Sated and well-fed, he lit several campfires around his three-wheeler before settling into the vehicle for rest. He anticipated a busy night ahead and planned to rest for 2 to 3 hours. As expected, the night was anything but tranquil. Awakening from a light slumber, Su Yang was startled by a familiar rustling sound. Rising to his feet, he was met with a multitude of health bars. There were level 1, 2, 3, and 4 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, and amidst them, he spotted 3 level 5 desert vipers. Faced with this swarm of health bars, Su Yang felt no dread, only exhilaration. So many scorpions and rattlesnakes, This could surely elevate my levels. Upon exiting the vehicle, Soo-young immediately noticed that the scorpions and rattlesnakes appeared even more frenzied tonight. Although the campfires still had the effect of warding them off, their influence was weaker than the previous night. Had he not ignited 3 campfires and positioned his 3-wheeler at the center, he feared scorpions and rattlesnakes might have already swarmed beneath his vehicle. With the campfires burning low, their glow dimming, Soo-young refrained from adding wood, as the current level of light would draw the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes closer, facilitating his kills. Without hesitation, he brandished his dual blades and began slashing at the nearest desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. Killed a level 1 desert scorpion. Obtained 1 white treasure chest, 1 copper coin, 1 experience point. Killed a level 3 rattlesnake. Obtained 1 white treasure chest, 3 copper coins, 3 experience points. Killed a level 2 desert scorpion. Obtained 1 white treasure chest, 2 copper coins, 2 experience points. A series of kill notifications echoed, yet the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, undeterred by fear, continued their advance. Suddenly, a long shadow lunged at him. It was a level 5 desert viper. Oh, trying to ambush me? Do you think I am the same as I was last night? With a cold smirk, Soo-young effortlessly dodged the attack, swiftly slashing. And the long shadow was cleaved in two, writhing in a frenzy. Though it still attempted to attack him, before it could launch its assault. Soo-young swung his blade once more, severing its head in half. A kill notification chimed. Killed a level 5 desert viper, exceptional. Obtained 1 green treasure chest. 10 copper coins, 10 experience points. Excellent. A green treasure chest in hand. With his level raised to black iron, coupled with the enhancement of his attributes, Soo-young felt like a different entity compared to the previous night. It seemed there were still 2 more around. Soo-young scanned his surroundings and quickly pinpointed the locations of the 2 green treasure chests, or rather, the 2 desert vipers. After a quarter of an hour, he dispatched the last desert viper, yet a multitude of desert scorpions and rattlesnakes still lingered. Soo-young felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he was invigorated as he charged into a cluster of desert scorpions. 3 hours later, he eliminated the final desert scorpion, situated over 300 meters away from his 3-wheeler. Behind him, several campfires flickered, remnants of his efforts to eradicate all the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, consuming 2 liters of gasoline in the process. The outcome, however, was gratifying. Over 200 white treasure chests, along with 3 green treasure chests. Most importantly, this wave of creatures, predominantly level 4, granted Soo-young an increase of over 700 experience points, bringing his accumulated experience to over 1,000 points. What a pity. I had hoped for more experience points. I never imagined I would only be able to level up twice. Soo-young still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. He had envisioned a leap of 3 levels. Host, Soo-young. Level, black iron level 5, 183,600. Health, 93,100. Mana, 5,050. Strength, 6. Constitution, 10. Agility, 7. Mentality, 5. Skill, Gathering Art, LV 6. Skill points, 9. Free attribute points, 0. Inventory, 1421 blue chest, 9 green chests, 99 white chests, 99 white chests, 99 white chests. Having ascended 2 levels, Soo-young gained 4 free attribute points and 2 skill points. He allocated 1 point each to strength and constitution, while choosing to enhance his spirit attribute with the remaining 2 points. Soo-young firmly believed that a balanced development of his 4 core attributes was optimal. After boosting his spirit attribute, he noticed a marked increase in his reflexes, and even his speed seemed to have improved. He understood that this enhancement allowed him to fully unleash the potential of his 7 points in agility. Clearly, embracing a balanced approach would enable him to reach his fullest potential. Chapter 17. Unleashing a Frenzy of Chests. A Bounty of Treasures. With over 200 chests, Soo-young once again found himself experiencing the strain of overexertion. He couldn't help but exclaim that sometimes an abundance of chests could be a burden in itself. Should anyone else overhear him, they would surely chastise him for such a statement. Among the 200 white chests, he had opened a substantial number of items, and his gasoline reserves had swelled to around 50 to 60 liters. As for basic materials like iron sheets and wooden leaves, he had accumulated an overwhelming surplus. Even though the white chests were of lesser quality, their sheer quantity yielded a plethora of valuable items. He unearthed 2 blueprints for condensers, 3 for low-energy air conditioners, and 3 for vehicle component upgrades, though regrettably, all were of white quality. The most disappointing find was one particular blueprint. Item, fuel engine blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, white. Usage, can be used to craft a white quality vehicle fuel engine, upgrading a human-powered vehicle to a motorized one. Required materials, 10 iron sheets, 10 copper plates, 10 common parts, 5 rubber. Why must it be of white quality? Soo-young lamented, wishing it had been of green quality instead. If that were the case, he could have upgraded his tricycle to a hybrid engine vehicle. Among the numerous blueprints discovered, only this one held any value for him. His gaze fell upon the last 3 green chests, filled with anticipation that one of them might contain a green quality fuel engine blueprint. 3 consecutive openings. You opened a green chest and received the following items: 5 copper blocks, 5 glass pieces, 10 electronic parts, 1 green condenser blueprint. You opened a green chest and received the following items: 5 copper blocks, 1 green inventory expansion scroll, 1 green vehicle component increase blueprint. You opened a green chest and received the following items: 3 strength apples, 1 permanent white bullet blueprint. The contents of the first green chest left Su-Yang somewhat disheartened, for he had no shortage of water. Out of the 200 white chests, 1/5 had yielded an array of beverages, including mineral water, cola, and orange juice, which overwhelmed him. He felt a green blueprint had been wasted. Grumbling to himself, he then turned his attention to the second green chest, which brought a smile to his face. 1 blueprint for expanding inventory and another for increasing vehicle component slots. Both were invaluable to him. Item: vehicle component increase blueprint. Category: blueprint. Quality: green. Usage: can increase 1 component slot for green quality vehicles. Note: green vehicles can have a maximum of 3 additional component slots. It seemed that a green vehicle could accommodate up to 6 components. He needed to decide which ones to add. Su-Yang promptly chose to utilize the blueprint. And without hesitation, he also activated the inventory expansion scroll, as he would never turn down additional storage space. The final green chest, however, contained a delightful surprise. Item: strength apple. Category: consumable. Quality: green. Attribute: consuming it increases strength by 3 points. Repeated consumption is ineffective. Haha, there are indeed other items that enhance attributes. Su-Yang laughed heartily, elated by the discovery of the strength apple, though it was a pity it could only be consumed once. As he savored the fruit, his gaze fell upon the last blueprint. Item: bullet blueprint. Category: blueprint. Quality: white. Usage: when used on a vehicle, it grants the ability to manufacture white quality bullets. Note: this type of blueprint will occupy 1 component slot of the vehicle. Using this blueprint would essentially allow for the unlimited production of bullets. Su-Yang was astonished. He had not anticipated such a permanent blueprint, which, while occupying a component slot, could provide an unending convenience. However, a white quality? That seemed a bit of a waste of a vehicle component. Su-Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to use this blueprint. While white quality bullets would still be beneficial at his current level, facing higher level monsters might prove challenging. Moreover, in his current encounters with desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, he found that his combat prowess was more than sufficient without the need for a handgun. Just as Su-Yang pondered this, a system notification suddenly chimed in. Detecting a special blueprint. Does the host wish to learn this skill? Su-Yang was taken aback. The system had chosen to treat this permanent blueprint as a skill book, enabling him to acquire a unique skill for bullet manufacturing. Without a second thought, he immediately confirmed his choice. You have acquired the skill, bullet manufacturing. Bullet manufacturing LV0 can produce 9 white quality handgun bullets, consuming 1 iron sheet, 1 copper plate, and 1 gunpowder, yielding 10 bullets. Could it be true? Su-Yang felt a surge of joy. He had not expected that a permanent blueprint could indeed be transformed into a personal skill. Wait a moment. Didn't this mean that I could potentially acquire an infinite number of skills? However, it soon dawned on him that he must approach the conversion of permanent blueprints into skills with caution, as skill points were not abundant enough to squander. Nevertheless, the bullet manufacturing skill was certainly in demand, and as for upgrading it, Su-Yang pondered. He was particularly eager to see if he could produce bullets of higher quality upon upgrading. Bullet manufacturing LV1 can produce caliber 612 white quality handgun bullets, consuming 1 iron sheet, 1 copper plate, and 1 gunpowder, yielding 10 bullets. Upon attempting to elevate it by 1 level, Su-Yang realized that only the caliber type had changed. Nothing else was different. This time, he directly expended 2 skill points to elevate bullet manufacturing to LV3, at which point the attributes finally manifested a change. Bullet manufacturing LV3 consumes 5 mana points, along with 1 iron sheet, 1 copper plate, and 1 gunpowder, yielding 10 white quality bullets. With the addition of mana point consumption, he was now capable of producing bullets for various firearms beyond just handguns. Though they remained of white quality, their versatility was undeniable. Yet, Su-Yang was still not satisfied. He glanced at the remaining 6 skill points, steeling himself for further upgrades. Moments later, the bullet manufacturing skill reached a level that finally pleased him. Bullet manufacturing LV5 consumes 100 mana points, can produce 10 green quality bullets. Adding materials can reduce mana consumption, and the bullets will possess special attributes. Although the consumption of magical energy is considerable, the bullets produced possess unique attributes. And most importantly, Su-Yang is currently able to manufacture them. Without the need for gunpowder, Su-Yang expended 10 iron sheets, 10 copper sheets, a scorpion tail needle, and a toxic fong, utilizing 30 points of magical energy to create 10 green quality toxin bullets. Chapter 18, Vehicle Enhancement. Green 9 stars. Item, toxin bullet. Category, weapon. Quality, green. Attribute 1, penetration, exhibiting formidable piercing capabilities. Attribute 2, venomous, inflicting 10 damage per second to the target for a duration of 10 seconds. Upon examining the attributes, It is evident that these bullets are no ordinary ammunition, inflicting 10 damage per second. Although the duration of the poison state is brief, lasting only 10 seconds, it totals a staggering 100 points of health. Even a level 1 black iron cactus mini-boss could be felled by a single bullet. Su-Yang is thoroughly satisfied. As for the excessive consumption of iron and copper sheets, it is due to the abundance of materials, which reduces magical energy expenditure. During the recent creation, Su-Yang consumed merely 30 points of magical energy, and he could only craft once. It seems that enhancing his mental attribute must take precedence. Su-Yang pondered, realizing that his strength had risen to 9 points due to the strength apple he had just consumed, while his mental attribute languished at a mere 5 points. There is no rush. Tomorrow he should be able to level up, at which point he will allocate both of his free attribute points to enhance his mental capacity. After opening the chest and organizing his belongings, Su-Yang's gaze fell upon the white gasoline engine blueprint. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to proceed with the creation. You have successfully created a white gasoline engine, detecting that you have manufactured a new vehicle component. And there is an available slot for vehicle components. Would you like to install it? Install. In the next instant, a flash of white light enveloped Su-Yang's electric tricycle, though its appearance remained unchanged. Its name, however, transformed. Vehicle, electric dual-fuel tricycle. Quality, green 3 stars. Speed, 60 km/h. Components, 34 electric motor, green, gasoline engine, white, low-energy air conditioning, white. The star rating has increased, yet the speed remains unchanged. Su-Yang was somewhat taken aback, but proceeded to utilize the hybrid engine synthesis blueprint. Vehicle, hybrid tricycle. Quality, green 6 stars. Speed, 70 km/h. Components, 24 hybrid engine, green, low-energy air conditioning, white. Following the synthesis, the two engines merged into one, naturally occupying a single component slot. And the vehicle's name underwent yet another transformation, hybrid tricycle. The speed has also improved, which is quite pleasing. However, the fuel tank is disappointingly small, capable of holding only 10 liters of gasoline, and it is, astonishingly, empty. Su-Yang found this rather disheartening, as other players had upgraded motorcycles that were fully fueled. Could it be that the newly introduced generator or the fact that he fused a green generator with a white engine accounts for this? Su-Yang suspected it might be the latter, yet it mattered little. He was not without gasoline. After filling the tank, Su-Yang retrieved the only blue blueprint he possessed. Item, vehicle overall frame blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, blue. Usage, can craft a blue quality vehicle overall frame, an essential component for upgrading vehicles to blue quality. Required materials, 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks. Note, 10 iron sheets can synthesize into 1 iron block, while 10 copper sheets can synthesize into 1 copper block. Indeed, this was the very first blueprint Su-Yang had acquired. Now, he had long since gathered sufficient iron and copper blocks, even possessing an abundance. He could craft not just 1, but 5 or 6 of these frames. Su-Yang was well aware that integrating this overall frame into his tricycle would inevitably affect its speed and increase energy consumption, which was why he had refrained from crafting and installing it until now. However, the situation had changed. The engine was now hybrid and capable of utilizing gasoline. Even if the electrical supply were insufficient, Su-Yang had nearly 60 liters of gasoline at his disposal. With only 100 kilometers remaining to the initial station, Su-Yang felt no urgency, confident that he would reach it without depleting his gasoline reserves, as the remaining electrical charge in the tricycle would suffice. You have successfully obtained a blue vehicle overall frame, detecting that you have manufactured a new vehicle component, and there is an available slot for vehicle components. Would you like to install it? A vehicle overall frame crafted from a special alloy appeared before Su-Yang, exuding an aura of remarkable durability, instilling a sense of confidence. Install. Upon touching it, Su-Yang opted for installation, and in an instant, the vehicle overall frame transformed into a radiant light, merging with the tricycle, causing it to burst forth with a brilliant white glow. Soon, the light dissipated, revealing a completely new tricycle that appeared exceedingly formidable. Vehicle, hybrid tricycle. Quality, green 9 stars. Speed, 100 km/h. Components, 34 vehicle overall frame, blue, hybrid engine, green, low energy air conditioning, white. A green 9-star rating. And this time the maximum speed reached 100 km/h, filling Su-Yang with immense joy. The initial station no longer seemed a concern. His ambitions lay beyond that, as such speed would render even longer routes manageable. However, as Su-Yang entered the vehicle to inspect, he was met with a headache. The vehicle overall frame resembled that of a car. While it could integrate with the tricycle, this expansion resulted in the tricycle's compartment being more than doubled in size. Moreover, 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity and 1 liter of gasoline would only propel the vehicle for 5 kilometers. Su-Yang was taken aback. This was excessively harsh. Fortunately, he had ample gasoline. Otherwise, this upgrade could have proven disastrous. Nevertheless, achieving a green 9-star rating afforded Su-Yang a vital realization. The vehicle had reached the pinnacle of the second stage. The initial stage was simply the upgrade to a tricycle, which was the easiest transition from the first to the second stage. However, ascending to the third stage posed a significant challenge. It required vehicle upgrade blueprints. Without such blueprints, Su-yang could at most enhance his vehicle by adding components, but could not elevate its level. As for what constituted a vehicle blueprint, Su-yang was genuinely unaware. He had yet to obtain one from a treasure chest. There was not even a manual provided, leaving him utterly in the dark. Su-yang shook his head in resignation, coming to the realization that it was likely his vehicle would remain in its tricycle form until he reached the initial station again, at which point he might acquire the vehicle blueprint. Well, he would face whatever came his way. Time to rest. Glancing at the communication channel, Su-yang noted that everyone appeared well prepared, maintaining their campfires, though he understood that under these circumstances, the fires might not be sufficient to deter the desert scorpions from launching an attack the following day. Nevertheless, he thought, this does not concern me. I shall reach the initial station tomorrow. Casting aside these distractions, Su-yang surveyed his surroundings once more, confirming the absence of any health bars. And with a hint of regret, he shook his head before entering the compartment to rest. Chapter 19. The Special Ability of Level 9 Gathering Technique. Su-yang rested, but the others remained vigilant. No one can match Su-yang's ease in eradicating all the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes within just 2 or 3 hours. The majority opted for driving them away rather than exterminating them. For most, that night became an insomniac ordeal. Whoosh! A long serpent of fire erupted from Jiang Manchue's flamethrower, illuminating a broad circle around her while incinerating a considerable number of desert scorpions. Gazing at the densely packed scorpions and the occasional slithering rattlesnake, a shiver ran down Jiang Manchue's spine. There were far too many. Fortunately, she had ample wooden planks. Seizing the opportunity to clear a patch of land, she ignited another bonfire. After a while, having lit 3 bonfires around the tricycle, Jiang Manchue let out a sigh of relief. At last, she felt somewhat secure. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a 10-meter-long shadow not far away, and she soon discerned it to be a massive desert viper, pierced by 6 or 7 short arrows, none striking its vital points. Yet the snake had succumbed to its injuries. Thank goodness for the hand crossbow and arrows she had traded with Su-yang. Otherwise, this sizable serpent could have cost her life. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Jiang Manchue raised the flamethrower once more, clearing the area around the desert viper, and hurriedly dragged the snake closer. Could the snake meat Su-yang spoke of be derived from these very creatures? Her thoughts became animated. Meanwhile, a pedal-assisted electric bicycle cruised leisurely along the pitch-black road, its rider donning a small mining lamp, none other than Xie. Haha. Trading snake meat for this solar-powered mining lamp was indeed a stroke of genius. Xie chuckled heartily, having rested for 3 or 4 hours during the day to ensure he could travel through the night. Though it was somewhat chilly, he had prepared a coat in advance, and such physical exertion kept the cold at bay. Should fatigue set in, he could easily light a bonfire for a brief respite. He intended to maintain this pace throughout the night. Many shared Xie sentiments, yet the majority did not possess solar-powered lamps. Perhaps they could last a few hours, but their batteries would soon be depleted. Before the batteries ran out, they could light a bonfire and endure slowly. Still, most aimed to find a place to set up camp and ignite a fire, though the number of participants continued to dwindle, albeit not as swiftly as the previous day. In the communication channel, numbers had dwindled to below 6,000. This night promised to be a challenging one. Fortunately, I have an abundance of wooden planks. I lit 2 bonfires, as one was hardly sufficient. Woe is me, my planks are depleted. That brother, please spare me some wood, and I will kneel in gratitude. TSK. This wretched game even has word filters? But dear sister, everyone is in dire need of wood now. If worst comes to worst, why not craft a torch and proceed at a slow pace? Although there is a risk of being pursued and bitten by rattlesnakes, it is still preferable to remaining stationary and awaiting death. Moving forward, what about the treasure chests? Life is slipping away, and you're still fixated on treasure chests. Surviving until dawn is worth more than any chest. Damn this motorcycle, it lacks headlights, making night travel impossible. Surely, a big shot with a motorcycle wouldn't lack for wood, yet they still plan to travel at night? You don't understand. During the night, treasure chests every 10 kilometers are free from scorpions and rattlesnakes, making it akin to treasure hunting, exceedingly effortless. No way such a setting exists? Buddy, don't be too gullible. Nighttime treasure chests are notoriously elusive, and the most crucial point is that you have only 1 minute. After that, a horde of scorpions will come to greet you. Indeed, this countdown begins the moment the vehicle halts. With a mining lamp or flashlight, one can manage, but without them, it becomes nearly impossible to locate the chests. A word of caution, those who intend to travel at night should not dwell on treasure chests. At 6 o'clock, Su-yang was roused precisely by his alarm clock. This clock had been procured from a white treasure chest, and he had even obtained several watches, one of which was a Bida jade watch that he had swapped for a digital one after wearing it for over an hour. Before arriving, such watches had merely been a distant dream, yet now they felt trivial. It was just a watch, and certainly less convenient than a digital one, which provides the time at a glance, and can also set timers in seconds. In comparison, the so-called high-end watches in this world were utterly lackluster. Upon rising, Su-young retrieved a packet of bread and 2 bottles of pure milk for breakfast. Once finished, the day had brightened considerably. Let us begin. Su-young surveyed the ground littered with the corpses of desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. With so many scorpions and rattlesnakes, he wondered whether he could harvest meat that would augment his attributes. Given their abundance and the significant utility of the harvesting skill, Su-young ultimately resolved to elevate the level of his harvesting technique further. Harvesting skill LV9. Capable of harvesting all things while simultaneously allowing for the collection of a certain quantity of targets within a defined range. During the harvesting process, there is a probability of obtaining items with special attributes. He ascended 3 levels. The harvesting skill had become remarkably potent, with a mere wave of his hand. The desert scorpions and rattlesnakes within a 10-meter radius were instantaneously collected, resulting in an influx of scorpion stingers, venomous fangs, and snake gall into Su-young's inventory. Were there no items with special attributes? Su-young raised an eyebrow and directed his harvesting skill toward another cluster of scorpions and rattlesnakes, this time with a different outcome. Trigger successful. You have harvested special items. Highly toxic scorpion stinger, scorpion meat. Su-young's eyes sparkled with delight as he promptly began to examine the findings. Item, scorpion stinger. Category, material. Quality, green. Usage, possesses extreme toxicity. Usable in crafting equipment. Item, scorpion meat. Category, consumable. Quality, green. Usage, edible, with an exquisite flavor. First consumption grants a 1 to the constitution attribute. To discover green quality materials, as well as attribute-enhancing scorpion meat, was a delightful surprise for Su-young. He had not anticipated that the desert scorpion could yield such high-quality materials. However, he soon realized that he had harvested at least 50 scorpions and over a dozen rattlesnakes. Yet the items acquired amounted to merely 3 scorpion stingers and 5 kilograms of scorpion meat, nothing else. It became clear. This was a concentrated refinement, or perhaps a synthesis. Upon pondering this, Su-young decided to gather all the corpses of the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, and then employed his harvesting skill once more. However, this time, he only acquired a plethora of ordinary scorpion stingers, scorpion meat, and snake gall. Hiss, how careless of me. Only successful triggers yield items with special attributes. Gazing at the heap of mundane white materials, Su-young felt a wave of regret. This had included 3 desert vipers. Had he known, he would have harvested the 3 vipers individually. Now, he was left with a pile of snake meat, and it was of no use as green quality meat. 50 kilograms of green quality snake meat, yet it did not enhance any attributes. Oh, wait. There is something familiar about this. Consuming this snake meat can rapidly restore health and mana. I suppose that counts as decent. Chapter 20, 500 kilometers, finally arriving at the initial station. After concluding his harvesting, Su-young set off. At a speed of 100 kilometers h, he could traverse 10 kilometers in just 6 minutes. He attempted to reach full speed, but quickly halted. The power consumption was exorbitant. Less than 5 kilometers consumed nearly a degree of electricity. This was without any cargo in his vehicle. With only a short distance left, there was no need to rush. Slowing down would conserve some electricity and fuel. However, when Su-young beheld the situation at the 410-kilometer treasure chest, he was quite astonished. For there appeared 11 health bars, all level 5, and among them lay an exceptional desert viper, most importantly sprawled across the roadway. This was the first time Su-young encountered monsters in broad daylight on the highway. Previously, both the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes had been positioned 3 meters away from the road, but now they were lurking at the roadside. With one desert viper even sprawled across the middle of the highway. Could it be that every 10 kilometers over the next 400 kilometers would be the same? Was this due to his nearing the initial station? After 2 or 3 minutes, Su-young collected the corpse of the desert viper into his inventory, intending to gather a few of them and test his luck with his gathering skill, hoping to procure something of value. 11 white treasure chests and 1 green treasure chest had also been placed in his inventory, which he had no immediate plans to open. There was no rush. He would attend to it once he reached the initial station. Over the course of these 410 kilometers, Su-young had barely stopped for 5 minutes before he was back on the road, but he recognized that this posed little challenge for him, though for others, it might prove arduous. After some contemplation, Su-young ultimately decided to enter the communication channel. 9527 area channel, 879 members, each with 5 speaking opportunities per day. Almost 500 people had vanished overnight, an improvement compared to the first night. Moreover, those who had survived 2 nights had certainly acquired some degree of skill, rather than relying solely on luck. However, he feared that this final stretch of 100 kilometers would likely claim many more lives. After observing the communication channel for a while, Su-young sent out his prepared message 5 times in succession, enough to draw some attention. After dispatching his messages, he closed the communication channel and proceeded to deal with the monsters at the 420-kilometer mark. Unbeknownst to him, his announcements had ignited a frenzy within the communication channel. Su-young, attention everyone. Starting from 410 kilometers, there are 10 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, along with a desert viper, all located on the highway. Su-young, attention everyone. Starting from 410 kilometers, there are 10 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, along with a desert viper, all located on the highway. Suyong. 5 consecutive messages had ensured that many in the communication channel took notice. What? Those scorpions and venomous snakes can appear on the highway? A desert viper? Is it the enormous snake that typically emerges at night? Hey, who are you to claim such things? I don't believe you. It must be nonsense. Isn't your focus a bit misplaced? Shouldn't the number 410 kilometers be the surprising part? What? The big shot has reached 410 kilometers? I'm still at 250 kilometers. Wow, the person above is also impressive. I'm only at 180 kilometers, still below 250. Can you elaborate on the situation, Suyong? Did this happen during the day? Of course, the big shot's announcement implies he just passed the 410 kilometer mark. The final 100 kilometers will likely be tough. What a joke, I don't believe it. How could these monsters appear on the highway in broad daylight? This is contrary to the setting. He's just trying to offer a helpful warning. Critics should shut up and show some decency. Besides, what do you mean it contradicts the setting? Do you really think you're playing a game? Exactly, whether it's true or not is irrelevant. What matters is that everyone stays vigilant and prepared. Don't believe it? Suyong remained unfazed, even as he dealt with the monsters at the 420 kilometer mark. After placing a second desert viper into his inventory, he headed directly to the 430 kilometer point without reopening the communication channel. These events had no bearing on him. His messages were merely a reflection of his mood, devoid of ulterior motives. The disbelief of others held no significance for him. Yet, some did indeed believe Suyong. On a nearby road, Xiaobian, who was just about to take a nap, caught sight of Suyang's message. What? Desert scorpions and snakes are appearing on the highway starting from 410 kilometers? I'm done for. His vehicle had only 2 wheels, while others with tricycles could easily charge through. He risked being bitten by a desert viper if he attempted to do the same. No way. I need to upgrade my vehicle to electric. At least I need to increase my speed. Meanwhile, on another stretch of road, Jiang Manhua, having prepared to set off, felt a flicker of concern. Suyong wouldn't spread falsehoods. It seems the treasure chests after 410 kilometers will be somewhat challenging to obtain. Jiang Manhua was not overly worried, as her tricycle was enclosed, making it impossible for a desert viper to breach it, something she had tested the previous night. Therefore, she felt no trepidation about the final 100 kilometers. At worst, she might miss out on the treasure chests, or perhaps simply run them over with her vehicle. However, what truly occupied Jiang Manhua's thoughts was that Suyong had already reached 410 kilometers. Did that mean he could arrive at the initial station today? Had he perhaps acquired a gasoline engine and synthesized a hybrid engine? Had she been deceived? Jiang Manhua sent Suyong a message inquiring about his situation. But she received no response for quite some time. How infuriating, he's ignoring me. Jiang Manhua, feeling somewhat vexed, accelerated to her vehicle's maximum speed. She intended to take her frustration out on those desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. At the 450 kilometer mark, Suyong had just ended the life of the last desert viper when he was momentarily taken aback. It was still 10 level 5 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, accompanied by 1 level 5 excellent desert viper. The situation at 450 kilometers had not changed. It seemed that every treasure chest in this final stretch of 100 kilometers featured the same monsters. He had initially thought that the difficulty would continue to escalate, but that did not appear to be the case. However, upon reflection, it was likely that very few could navigate this stretch as easily as he did. If the difficulty increased slightly every 10 kilometers in the final 100 kilometers, it was probable that fewer than 100 people would reach the initial station. Indeed, the difficulty for the subsequent 50 kilometers also remained unchanged. Suyong soon arrived at the location of the last treasure chest at the 500 kilometer mark, where the chest was situated directly in the middle of the highway, with hundreds of meters beyond it leading to an endless-looking station. From a distance, the initial station resembled an enormous serpent stretching across an unknown length, with countless roads converging at this serpentine station. This was the initial station. Chapter 21, the first in the entire region. A special initial station. How remarkable. There were no other roads visible at the 500 kilometer mark. Yet now he could see the roads of others. Suyong observed both sides of the highway, noting that every 10 meters, there was another road, whereas previously, at the 500 kilometer point, he had seen none. After a careful examination and confirming the absence of any health bars, Suyong accelerated and charged into the station. Upon entering the station, he received a prompt. Congratulations, vehicle owner Suyong. You have successfully arrived at the initial station. Your vehicle receives a free repair. A flash of light enveloped him, and Suyong noticed that his vehicle's battery and fuel tank had both been restored to 100%. What a waste. Had he known, he would have emptied the fuel tank beforehand. Just as Suyong lamented this, a series of prompts appeared. Congratulations, vehicle owner Suyong. You are the first vehicle owner to reach the initial station in the current area. You have earned 10 silver coins. Congratulations, vehicle owner Suyong. You are the first vehicle owner to reach the initial station in the current Dragon Country region. You have earned 100 silver coins. Congratulations, vehicle owner Suyong. You are the first vehicle owner to reach the initial station in the current Blue Star region. You have earned 1 gold coin. Congratulations, vehicle owner Su-young. You are the first vehicle owner to reach the initial station in the entire area. You have earned 100 gold coins. The flurry of 4 prompts left Su-young momentarily stunned, while simultaneously providing him with feedback that clarified the nature of these rewards. Whether it be gold coins, silver coins, or copper coins, they all serve as currencies for trade. Most significantly, the station offers unique items for purchase. Along his journey, Su-young encountered not only treasure chests but also currency when defeating foes, albeit predominantly copper coins, with the occasional copper coin emerging from treasure chests. He even procured a single silver coin from a green treasure chest. Thus far, Su-young had amassed over 5,000 copper coins. Yet they had not accumulated into silver coins. Initially, he believed that 1 silver coin equated to 10,000 copper coins. However, he soon comprehended that 1 silver coin is equivalent to 100 copper coins. The exchange can only occur at the station, and each transaction incurs a 10 copper coin fee, effectively requiring 110 copper coins to obtain a single silver coin. While the conversion of silver coins to gold coins incurs an even steeper 30 copper coin fee, is it possible to forego the exchange? Nevertheless, certain items in the station shop are unattainable with copper coins, priced at 1 silver coin. Even if one were to present 1,000 copper coins, they would still be unable to procure such items, requiring an exchange for silver coins instead. Moreover, many exclusive high-tier items can only be purchased with gold coins. Fortunately, the first-place currency exchange incurs no fees, and this time the rewards amounted to 101 gold coins. Coupled with his prior achievements in defeating the cactus, he now possessed a total of 111 gold coins. To Su-young, these gold coins promised the potential to acquire numerous splendid items. However, being first in the entire region, his gaze flickered momentarily, as this piece of information clearly indicated that, aside from Blue Star, many individuals from alternate worlds had been drawn into this survival realm. What kind of place is this survival world? Contemplating this transcendental question, Su-young briefly pondered before dismissing it. Regardless of the peculiarities of the survival realm, he currently had no means to address it, so why waste time pondering? Upon halting his vehicle, Su-young ventured into the station. Upon entry, he discovered what seemed to be a single parking spot and entrance. Yet beyond it lay a lavish hall that stretched infinitely, reminiscent of the station he had seen from the outside, interconnected with countless roads. The facilities were similar, with elevators situated every 100 meters and several rows of seating, alongside 5 grand doors, each marked with a designation: shop, restaurant, entertainment, leisure, and rest. Upon opening the restaurant door, he was astonished to find a luminous screen displaying a plethora of options: Chinese restaurant, Western restaurant. After selecting the Chinese restaurant, he was presented with several further choices: ordinary, exquisite, luxurious, lavish, and special, the latter being accessible only to the top 100 in each region. Su-young was keen to discover what made this special category so unique. Choosing to enter the special section, he was greeted by an opulent and ancient-style restaurant, devoid of servers, featuring merely a single table with a menu. As he approached, his eyes widened in disbelief. Dragon liver and phoenix gallbladder, 180 million gold coins per gram. Consumption enhances all 4 attributes by 100 points. Starry golden hound, 150 million gold coins per serving. Consumption enhances all 4 attributes by 50 points and has a chance to bestow a specific ability of the golden hound. Abyssal giant octopus, 150 million gold coins per serving. Heavenly divine bird, 100 million gold coins per serving. Is this truly a menu, or rather a mythological listing? Su-young was genuinely taken aback, realizing that even the cheapest item, a single serving of fried rice, costs 20 gold coins, yet it only grants a mere 1 attribute point. He understood now that this was a place for enhancing attributes and acquiring special abilities. After a cursory glance, he exited. The exorbitant prices were one consideration, while the insufficient enhancement was another, especially since he still lacked a clear understanding of the value of gold coins. He needed to visit the shop first. Soon after, Su-young entered the shop, which presented him with merely a chair and a luminous screen displaying 3 selections: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins, clearly corresponding to 3 tiers of products. Upon selecting the copper coin interface, he discovered that the items available were primarily common basic materials and food items. 1 copper coin could purchase 1 iron sheet, copper sheet, wood sheet, and other basic materials. Su-young grasped the purchasing power of copper coins. After a brief survey, he realized that the items purchasable with copper coins held no utility for him. However, he did spot a blueprint available for purchase. Item: vehicle storage box blueprint. Category: blueprint. Quality: white. Purpose: can be crafted into a white quality storage box with an internal space of 10 cubic meters, compatible with vehicles. Required materials: 10 iron sheets, 10 copper sheets, 10 wood sheets, 10 common parts. Such an item exists, and it is priced at merely 1 copper coin. Su-young instinctively intended to purchase 180 of them for his inventory, only to realize that he could buy only 1. This must be a benefit of reaching the initial station, he surmised. Having understood this, he reluctantly exited the copper coin interface and entered the silver coin section. Here, the options expanded significantly, featuring an array of high-tier materials and blueprints. However, since this was the initial station, the blueprints available for purchase with silver coins were limited to a mere dozen, all of white quality. The only item Su Yang found truly beneficial was a synthesis blueprint. Item, material synthesis blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, white. Purpose, when used on vehicles, allows the vehicle to gain material synthesis capabilities. Note, this function only enables the synthesis of 100 iron sheets and other basic materials into iron blocks, without the ability to synthesize different types of materials. Chapter 22. Insufficient vehicle coins? Then earn the vehicle coins of all regional owners. Su Yang decided to purchase this material synthesis blueprint. It seemed that every vehicle owner could perform synthesis. He had previously synthesized wood sheets into wood blocks and iron sheets into iron blocks and copper sheets into copper blocks. However, just moments ago, he learned that this was merely a novice benefit. Upon departing the initial station for the second time, the synthesis capability would vanish. Therefore, this blueprint was essential for Su Yang, though whether to employ it for his vehicle or convert it into a skill remained to be seen. Perhaps due to the nature of the initial station, the items available for purchase with silver coins were scarce. Upon entering the gold coin interface, Su Yang finally smiled. The items available for purchase were precisely what he had been anticipating. A plethora of green blueprints filled the screen, and even blue blueprints were present. He spotted blue engines, both electric and fuel, and even hybrids. Su Yang's excitement surged. As the top player in the entire region, he could purchase 100 items from the gold coin interface. However, a mere blue blueprint cost a staggering 100 gold coins. Could he truly afford 100? With a resigned sigh, his gaze fell upon one particular blueprint. Item, Armored RV Upgrade Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Quality, blue. Purpose, when used on a green 9-star vehicle, upgrades the vehicle to a blue 1-star armored RV. Required materials, 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks, 100 glass, 100 rubber, 100 plastic, 100 electronic parts, 100 common parts. This was the blueprint Su Yang yearned for most, alongside others for upgrading various vehicles such as vans, sedans, and off-road vehicles. However, even the most economical van upgrade blueprint, particularly the one of green quality, requires a sum of 10 gold coins. The blueprint that caught Su Yang's eye is priced at an astounding 200 gold coins. Alas, he finds himself lacking. Owner, Su Yang. Vehicle, hybrid tricycle. Strength, 9. Constitution, 11. Agility, 7. Spirit, 7. Currency, 111 gold coins, 110 silver coins, 5,279 copper coins. Overall evaluation, second tier, decent combat capability. Yet the vehicle lacks weaponry. Gazing at his owner panel, Su Yang's eyes glimmered. Over 5,000 copper coins amount to merely 50 silver coins. Insufficient even for a single gold coin. The gap is too vast. Even if he were to convert his silver coins into gold, he would only possess 112 gold coins, falling short by 88 gold coins. It may appear trivial at first glance, but converting that to silver coins translates to 8,800, and in copper coins, a staggering 880. 000, an outrageous figure. Yet, from a certain perspective, it is not insurmountable. Su Yang's gaze shifted to the regional channel, where the number of participants still stood at 5,800. With over 5,000 individuals each possessing 200 copper coins, that would surpass 100 gold coins. If he could acquire the copper coins from these individuals, he could effortlessly obtain that armored RV. Su Yang's eyes sparkled with determination. He did not perceive this as daunting. It is entirely feasible, setting aside other ventures. Even selling wooden planks could yield substantial profits. Given that it is still morning, the demand for wooden planks may be limited. He ought to seek other items to trade. Su Yang accessed the copper coin trading interface and, after thorough searching, identified several products of interest. It is worth mentioning that the items on the copper coin interface are not available for unlimited purchase, even though Su Yang achieved the top rank in the area. There are restrictions on the quantities he can buy. The only exception is water, priced at 10 copper coins per liter. Upon seeing this price, after preparing for 2 to 3 hours, Su Yang decided to list nearly 5,000 portions of water at a rate of 1 copper coin for 100 milliliters, limiting each person to a single purchase. At first glance, it seems Su Yang isn't making much profit, but in reality, 4,000 of those portions were obtained from treasure chests he had opened. After spending those 2 to 3 hours, he opened all the treasure chests acquired from traveling 400 kilometers. Adding the water obtained from previous treasure chests, he actually only purchased 1,000 portions of 100 milliliters of water, costing 1,000 copper coins, which could yield a profit of 4,000 copper coins. Surely, he couldn't reach the third day without having even a single copper coin. Su Yang's attention turned to the communication channel. He felt no urgency, as there remained less than 3 hours until the next phase commenced, which would occur 1 day after the current 7-day period concluded. At that moment, following the announcement of Su Yang listing 5,000 portions of water, the communication channel erupted in excitement. Wow, a big shot has listed 5,000 portions of 100 milliliters of water at just 1 copper coin. What is this? Can copper coins actually buy things now? Didn't they say this item was practically useless? It's true, it's the legendary Su Yang. He has indeed listed 5,000 portions. But unfortunately, each person can only purchase one, otherwise, I would buy 20. This is a scheme, it must be a scheme. Su Yang has certainly uncovered the true utility of copper coins, and is here to harvest our wealth. Who the hell is that idiot upstairs? If the big shot wanted to exploit us, would they limit purchases to 1 per person? I assure you, if it were unlimited, he could easily sell them for 10 copper coins each. In this desert, water is life. How could it be worth more than 1 copper coin? Even if the big shot profits, he deserves it. I am immensely grateful to Su Yang. I haven't had a drop of water in nearly 2 days. And now I can buy water with copper coins. This is life-saving water. But could he perhaps list a bit more? 100 milliliters is far from sufficient. What a benevolent big shot. But I can't help but wonder, where did he procure such an abundance of water? Could he have discovered an oasis? Unlikely. In this desolate place, how could there be an oasis? If there were, the trading hall would have long been flooded with vendors selling copious amounts of water. I suspect the big shot must have returned to the initial station. This water was likely sourced from there. Regardless, at 1 copper coin for 100 milliliters. This is undoubtedly a fair price. Just look at those selling water in the trading hall. They demand 5 iron pieces for a mere 10 milliliters. Utterly outrageous. Wow. The big shot has listed more great items. Hurry and grab them. Within a mere 2 to 3 minutes. Su Yang noticed that half of the water he had listed had already sold, causing his copper coin total to rise above 6,000, an increase from before. Not only that, but Su Yang promptly listed the blueprints he had obtained from treasure chests. The common white blueprints typically ranged around 10-30 copper coins. He had already crafted several and was now offering them at a significant discount, including material costs. As time passed, by afternoon, Su Yang had sold off nearly all of his items. His copper coin total had soared above 30,000, and his reputation had been firmly established. In fact, his previous decision to sell water at a reasonable price was not solely to manage his surplus water resources, but was also a strategic move to bolster his fame, and he succeeded. Virtually everything he listed was rapidly purchased, and soon Su Yang anticipated another substantial influx of copper coins. With less than 3 hours until nightfall, it was time to sell wooden planks. He had an ample supply of wooden planks, capable of collecting up to 10 from white treasure chests, and occasionally even extracting a single wooden block. Chapter 23. Trading venomous scorpions and snakes for abundant benefits. Communication channel, brothers. The big shot Su Yang has listed over 10,000 wooden planks, limited to 10 per person. Rush over before they're gone. What wooden planks? Wow. I must get my hands on these. Ha ha ha, it's real. I was just fretting about how to survive the night, but now, with 10 wooden planks, I can make do. Why are they 3 copper coins each? Wooden planks are so common. Shouldn't they be sold for 1 copper coin for several? Exactly, this is too expensive. I might as well find treasure chests to decompose. Expensive? Don't worry, they'll be gone soon, whether it's expensive or not. You won't be able to buy any. What are you all, tentacle monsters? They just got listed and they're already gone? I didn't manage to snag any. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. 3 copper coins too expensive? Is that really 3 copper coins? This is your safety net for tonight. And you dare complain about the price? A bunch of clueless fools. If you're so inclined, don't buy anything the big shot lists. I'm just frustrated my copper coins aren't sufficient. I don't feel the least bit that the big shot is overcharging. Big shot, 10 wooden planks aren't enough? Could you perhaps list a few more? Su Yang ignored the few voices in the communication channel whining about the price. In a certain sense, he had indeed priced them higher since the station shop sold wooden planks for just 1 copper coin each. But some things cannot be calculated in such a manner. He genuinely offered a fair price. Even 10 copper coins would still be reasonable. It is important to note that the trading hall rarely had wooden planks available, and when they did, they were often exchanged for a considerable amount of basic materials. And so, they sold out quickly. It is truly a case of supply and demand. Is it still deemed expensive? Su Yang listed another 20,000 wooden planks. After this batch, his supply of wooden planks dwindled significantly. Yet even after selling these 20,000 wooden planks, Su Yang's copper coins barely reached 100,000, a figure still insufficient. There is, however, another method. He could purchase wooden planks from the shop and resell them in the trading hall, yielding a profit of 2 copper coins per transaction. The limit for purchasing wooden planks at the station shop is only 10,000, but he could also purchase 10,000 wooden blocks. Decomposing 100 wooden blocks would yield 1,000 wooden planks. Even relying solely on wooden planks, Su Yang could amass a sufficient amount of copper coins. However, he was disinclined to pursue this path, as he had an alternative method that filled him with excitement. Should this method prove successful, not only would it yield a substantial quantity of wooden planks, but more importantly, it would grant him a wealth of experience points, rendering copper coins a secondary concern. Just then, a message from a friend he had been eagerly anticipating arrived. "C'est bien, boss, I've managed to secure it. Shall I designate it to you now?" Su Yang. Yes, designate it. Before long. Su-young located the designated item in the trading hall, a white chest placed by Xiaobian. It was, of course, a previously opened white chest. Yet Su-young eagerly completed the trade. A white chest appeared before him. Although it had been opened before, it now contained something inside. Unable to contain his impatience, Su-young opened it, revealing a rattlesnake, cut in two and barely clinging to life. Without hesitation, he plunged the large knife he had prepared into the snake's head, swiftly dispatching it. You have slain a level 3 rattlesnake. You have obtained 1 white chest, 3 copper coins, 3 experience points. Huh, it truly works. Su-young's eyes sparkled with excitement. The chest was indeed a special item, capable of containing living creatures for trade. This was a significant breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaobian awaited anxiously. Just an hour prior, Su-young had approached him with a peculiar request to capture a desert scorpion or a rattlesnake, assuring him that as long as it was alive, even if barely, it would suffice. After capturing it, he was to place it in a white chest for trade. Xiaobian was utterly baffled by Su-young's request, completely unaware of the reasoning behind it. However, he recognized this as an opportunity to strengthen his bond with Su-young. The mere fact that Su-young sought his assistance was a signal in itself. Xiaobian was certain that Su-young had reached the initial station and possessed a wealth of valuable items. Even a few crumbs could ensure a safer journey ahead. Soon, Su-young responded to him with a message, accompanied by a blueprint and 10 liters of gasoline. Item, flamethrower blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, white. Usage, can craft a white quality flamethrower. Required materials, 10 iron plates, 10 copper plates, 10 ordinary parts. Holy smokes, such a treasure? Upon seeing the blueprint, Xiaobian felt a surge of excitement. He knew he had made the right bet. Su-young, tonight, try to catch desert scorpions and rattlesnakes for me. 1 for 10 copper coins, and a desert rattlesnake for 20 copper coins. Then, spread the word in the communication channel, reminding others that only the white chest can be used for containment. Otherwise, they will die, and I cannot accept dead ones. I will offer an additional 5 copper coins for each chest. Upon reading this message, Xiaobian was utterly exhilarated. Xiaobian, boss, rest assured, I will make it happen. However, a white chest can only be broken down into 3 wooden planks. If you offer 5 copper coins, you might be at a loss. 3 copper coins would suffice. Su-young, no need, it's settled. A faint smile curved Su-young's lips. The notion of being at a disadvantage was utterly unfounded. Each white chest could yield him 10 wooden planks, and with a stroke of luck, even a solid block. With each monster killed, he could expect at least 20 wooden planks from a single transaction, selling them to others for 20 copper coins. In this back and forth, he stood to profit 5 copper coins. Each monster also granted him 1 copper coin, while a white chest could yield additional materials and, most importantly, experience points. A double win? No, this was a multifaceted triumph. He was set to earn a fortune. Before long, Xiaobian disseminated this information in the communication channel, urging his acquaintances to spread the word further. Initially, skepticism prevailed, but as someone attempted to use a white chest to trade a half-dead desert scorpion with Su-young, only to be dispatched in an instant, the tide shifted dramatically. Excitement surged among the masses, and many began scouring for opportunities to capture desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, knowing that survival was the only requirement. As for the empty white chests, who among them did not possess 1 or 2 to store items, especially those without a chest for their desert scorpions and rattlesnakes? Su-young promptly listed all the empty white chests from his inventory for sale. His supplies, meanwhile, had been securely stored in a vehicle storage box, which was of green quality. Item, vehicle storage box blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, green. Usage, can craft a green quality storage box. Internal space of 100 cubic meters. Can be integrated into vehicles or placed on them. Required materials, 100 iron plates, 100 copper plates, 100 wooden planks, 100 ordinary parts. A green quality storage box with 100 cubic meters offered a significantly larger space than a white chest. Although he could only purchase 10, Su-young had initially contemplated acquiring 99 of them. Chapter 24, A Million in One Night, level up 5 times. That night, the entire 9,527 district buzzed with fervor. The majority of individuals had no intention of sleeping. Everyone lit at least 3 campfires and began capturing desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. To further ignite their motivation, Su-young listed several enticing blueprints. He placed 99 flamethrower blueprints on the market, the maximum he could acquire, at a modest price of 1 silver coin each. Su-young set the price at 1,000 copper coins, or 10 silver coins, netting a profit of 9 silver coins. Initially, he doubted that many would purchase at such a steep price. However, he soon realized his error. Within a minute of listing the flamethrower blueprints, over a dozen sold, making Su-young aware that amidst the vast population, there were indeed those fortunate enough to open chests yielding silver coins, and many others possessing ample copper coins. However, he noticed that everyone buying the flamethrower blueprints was using copper coins, seemingly unaware that 1,000 copper coins equated to 10 silver coins. In addition to the flamethrower, he also listed blueprints for low-energy air conditioners, engines, generators, and vehicle frameworks. Su-young even placed 10,000 liters of gasoline on the market, the maximum he could procure. Considering that in the station shop, 1 liter cost just 10 copper coins, but each individual was limited to purchasing 10 liters, with the top 100 allowed 100 liters. And the first place winner capped at 500 liters. Su-young's ability to acquire such a quantity was due to his standing as the district's top player. This made Su-young acutely aware that being ahead at one stage ensured continued advantage. Being first was undoubtedly rewarded best. He set the price for gasoline at 100 copper coins per liter, limiting each person to 5 liters. Little did he expect that within 3 minutes of listing, the gasoline would be completely sold out. While perhaps few possessed 500 copper coins to buy 5 liters, many opted to purchase 1 liter. With individuals in the communication channel even suggesting pooling resources to buy a single liter together. This was fueled by attempts to use gasoline to capture desert scorpions. With a well-executed strategy, 1 liter could potentially capture 20 to 30 desert scorpions. Thus, gasoline became a hot commodity. Yet, no matter how in demand it was, Su-young could not afford to sell it in bulk, as he only had around 50 liters left. Nevertheless, he remained patient, waiting for the right moment. Sure enough, as midnight approached, a flurry of designated trades for white chests began to emerge. Initially, each white chest contained only 1 or 2 desert scorpions. Evidently, despite some validation, many remained skeptical without having witnessed it themselves, primarily because Su-young had not yet spoken. This situation was unavoidable. Su-young had already made 5 statements early in the morning and had lost the privilege to speak for the day. However, as the treasure chests rapidly disappeared one after another, an increasing number of individuals began fervently hunting for desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. Finally, just past midnight, Su-young, now able to speak again, made his proclamation. Unlimited collection of desert scorpions, rattlesnakes, and desert vipers. Everyone may feel free to capture, he announced thrice, igniting a lively buzz in the communication channel. Numerous inquiries arose regarding whether the station was purchasing live scorpions and rattlesnakes at high prices. Alongside a plethora of requests for sponsorship and friendship, Su-young paid no heed to these, having already exited the communication channel after sending his messages. He was exceedingly busy. Trading treasure chests, opening chests, and defeating foes consumed his time. Subsequently, he opened the chests and listed them in the trading hall for 5 copper coins each. As many were in dire need of chests for trade, the night passed in this manner, with Su-young not resting at all. Yet upon observing his current attributes, he deemed all his efforts worthwhile. Host, Su-young. Level, Black Iron level 10, 3358. Health, 89,110. Mana, 13,110. Strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Agility, 10. Mentality, 11. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Bullet Manufacturing, LV5. Skill points, 6. Free attribute points, 0. Inventory 3,251 blue chest, 9 green chests, 9 green vehicle storage boxes, 1 white vehicle storage box. 99 white chests, 99 white chests. Throughout the night, Su-young was oblivious to the number of desert scorpions and rattlesnakes he had slain. When he finally realized that his experience points were sufficient to elevate him to Black Iron level 10, he found himself with over 3,000 additional experience points. The promotion task to Black Iron was straightforward, yet Su-young was currently unable to complete it. He needed to defeat 10 Black Iron level monsters, those above level 10. But he was only encountering ordinary foes below level 5. Thus, he could not advance to bronze level. Although the good news was that experience points could continue to accumulate. Most of the white chests he had obtained were opened, and many were listed in the trading hall, along with a significant quantity of wood planks he had gathered. However, due to the sheer number of kills, Su-young still accumulated over 300 unopened white chests, a situation that truly vexed him, causing a sense of nausea at the sight of the chests. Should he seek assistance to open the chests? Su-young began to ponder this question seriously. But the fatigue from a night of relentless chest opening soon dulled his spirit, leading him to abandon the thought. He regretted the 3 consecutive toxic bullets he had manufactured post-upgrade, which drained his mana and left him utterly exhausted, yearning only for sleep. However, before succumbing to slumber, there remained one task to attend to. Owner, Su-young. Vehicle, hybrid tricycle. Strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Agility, 10. Mentality, 11. Currency, 220 gold coins, 110 silver coins, 157826 copper coins. Overall evaluation, second tier, decent combat power, regrettably lacking weaponry for the vehicle. 220 gold coins. Su-young had earned over 100 gold coins throughout the night, converted to copper coins, that amounted to 1 million. This figure reassured him that his toil had not been in vain, prompting him to immediately access the gold coin purchasing interface and acquire the blueprint for the armored RV. Item, Armored RV Upgrade Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Quality, Blue. Usage, after applying to a green 9-star vehicle, it can upgrade the vehicle to a blue 1-star armored RV. Required materials, 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks, 100 glass, 100 rubber, 100 plastic, 100 electronic components, 100 common parts. The materials required for this blueprint were undeniably extensive. However, for Soo-young, they were of little consequence, as he possessed ample supplies. Nevertheless, upon reaching the parking area, he did not immediately upgrade the vehicle. Instead, he purchased 2 additional blueprints. Item: Vehicle Fuel Tank Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: Green. Usage: can craft a green quality vehicle fuel tank with a capacity of 500 liters. Required materials: 200 iron sheets, 100 common parts. Item: High Energy Battery Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: Green. Usage: can craft a green quality high energy battery with a capacity of 200 degrees. Required materials: 100 iron sheets, 100 copper sheets, 50 plastic, 50 rubber, 50 electronic components. These vehicle components, once installed, would automatically connect to the vehicle's battery and fuel tank, effectively expanding the vehicle's energy and fuel capacity. Soo-young had previously crafted white fuel tanks and batteries, but their limited capacity did not satisfy him, leading him to opt for the purchase of green ones. He did, however, obtain a green high-energy air conditioning blueprint, which required no purchase, directly enhancing the original low-capacity air conditioning on the tricycle. Craft. Install. Soon, Soo-young's tricycle transformed into something extraordinary. Chapter 25, Vehicle Upgrade. Blue 1 star. Vehicle, Hybrid Tricycle. Quality, Green 9 star. Speed, 100 km/h. Components, 66 Vehicle Frame, Blue, Hybrid Engine, Green, High Energy Air Conditioning, Green, High Energy Battery, Green, Vehicle Fuel Tank, Green, Vehicle Storage Box, Green. All components were now green, and he had no available slots left. The rationale behind Soo-young's actions was simple. After upgrading using the blueprints, these added components would merge with the vehicle, thereby freeing up component slots. It was precisely for this reason that Soo-young attempted to install the vehicle storage box. He was eager to ascertain whether, after this fusion upgrade, the vehicle storage box would indeed be integrated, thereby enlarging the internal space of the vehicle. Had he not found the blue blueprint for the vehicle storage box unavailable for purchase, he might have even considered its installation. Such thoughts seemed somewhat fantastical. Yet in this survival world, where he could slay monsters and loot treasure chests, it would be abnormal if it were not a bit surreal. Upgrade. At Soo-young's command, the armored RV blueprint vanished from his grasp, along with a substantial array of materials before him, all merging into the vehicle. The vehicle emitted a gentle blue light with a resonant hum. A prompt appeared before him. Please configure your armored RV. Hint. The current internal space of the vehicle is 150 cubic meters. The minimum shape size can be set to 1/3. Could it be so? Soo-young was taken aback, and this confirmed his earlier suspicion that installing the vehicle storage box indeed expanded the internal space of the vehicle. Upon entering the configuration interface, Soo-young further validated this conjecture. The actual dimensions of the vehicle were 10 meters long, 3 meters wide, and just over 4 meters high, yielding a total volume of 150 cubic meters. He could reduce it to 50 cubic meters, and without hesitation, he promptly selected the option to shrink it, configuring the vehicle's exterior according to his vision. The vehicle, being excessively large and conspicuous, is not necessarily advantageous. Additionally, the interior configuration took Soo-young by surprise. A space of 150 cubic meters truly amounts to 150 cubic meters, allowing him the freedom to design the interior as he pleased. After a moment's contemplation, Soo-young promptly finalized the layout of the vehicle's interior. It is noteworthy that during the setup, he had the option to spend vehicle currency to enhance the opulence and comfort of the space, with tiers priced at 100 copper coins, 100 silver coins, and 10 gold coins. Soo-young opted for the maximum enhancement. A mere 10 gold coins were inconsequential to him, and he anticipated acquiring a substantial amount of vehicle currency that very night. Once the setup was complete, the blue glow enveloping the vehicle vanished, revealing before Soo-young an armored RV measuring approximately 7 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 3 meters in height. He immediately took a liking to it. However, rather than entering right away, he first examined the vehicle's current attributes. Vehicle, armored RV. Quality, blue 1 star. Speed, 200 km/h. Components, 06 none indeed. The slots for components were vacant, indicating that this armored RV could accommodate 6 additional components. The doubling of speed was particularly significant to Soo-young. Upon entering the vehicle, he was greeted by an expansive interior measuring 3 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 3 meters in height. Although the interior space could be configured freely, such design choices influenced the overall dimensions, resulting in the interior height and width aligning with the external measurements. At the front was the driver's seat, with 2 luxurious chairs situated behind it. Given the ample space, a small aisle was created between the 2 chairs, and on the walls adjacent to the left chair were 2 doors, a standard door at the front and a sliding door at the back. Opening the sliding door revealed an unoccupied area reminiscent of the glass doors seen at initial train stations. The visible interior could accommodate up to 75 square meters, while the remaining space lay behind these sliding doors. The 2 sliding doors adjacent to the right chair led to the kitchen and restroom, each a cozy 2, 5x2 5 meters in size. The rear of the vehicle lacked a back door, but was equipped with 2 sliding doors leading to 2 rooms, one measuring 15 square meters and the other 10 square meters, both furnished with exceptionally luxurious bedding. This was the general layout. The expenditure of 10 gold coins was not in vain. Indeed, it was precisely this investment that enabled the interior rooms to be configured in such a manner that it felt as though the space was stacked upon the vehicle's walls. After a cursory glance, satisfied with the setup, Soo-young took a moment to sit in the driver's seat and was nearly overcome with pleasure. It was exceedingly comfortable. Moreover, it featured a massage function, further affirming that the 10 gold coins spent were indeed a worthy investment. Next, Soo-young examined the capacity of the vehicle's battery and fuel tank. The battery had a capacity of 500 degrees, while the fuel tank could hold an impressive 1,000 liters. Clearly, with the ability to accommodate a high-energy battery and fuel tank, the vehicle's upgrade to Blue 1-star had also been enhanced. However, Soo-young was dismayed to discover that energy consumption had indeed escalated. Currently, this armored RV consumed either 1 liter of fuel or 1 degree of electricity every 5 kilometers. While 500 degrees of electricity and 1,000 liters of gasoline appeared to provide a range of 500 kilometers, this efficiency was only under moderate speed conditions. Should the speed increase, the consumption would be even more dramatic. At a top speed of 200 kilometers h, 1 liter of fuel might only propel the vehicle for 1 kilometer or even less. It seemed he would need to add another battery and fuel tank. Muttering to himself, Soo-young even began to formulate a plan to purchase some blue-quality fuel tank blueprints to craft additional tanks for gasoline storage, which would allow him to accumulate a considerable reserve. However, at present, there were not many individuals who had surpassed 300 kilometers, resulting in a scarcity of level 3 monsters. Soo-young was now certain that only by defeating level 3 and above monsters could one potentially obtain fuel from treasure chests. Even so, he had already amassed over 200 liters of gasoline, yet this was hardly sufficient to fill the vehicle's own tank. As for electricity, that was relatively straightforward. The exterior of the initial station allowed for charging, seemingly permitting unlimited recharging as long as the vehicle could connect. Naturally, both 1 degree of electricity and 1 liter of gasoline were priced at 10 copper coins each. After taking a shower in the vehicle's restroom, Soo-young retired to the bedroom for some rest. Communication channel, 9527 area channel, 785 participants, each allowed 5 messages per day. Over the course of 3 nights, the previous night recorded the least number of casualties. In fact, from yesterday until now, the total number of deaths in Area 9527 was fewer than 100. Soo-young's sale of ample wooden planks had prompted everyone to ignite at least 2 campfires, allowing them to weather the increased presence of desert scorpions and rattlesnakes without incident. Many even turned a considerable profit. Most of the deceased were those without sufficient copper coins to purchase enough wooden planks, along with some unfortunate souls. As for those who hesitated to confront the scorpions and snakes at night, they planned to seize the opportunity at dawn to catch some for trade with Soo-young. Simultaneously, a select few harbored ulterior motives. At this moment, on a highway, a motorcycle sped along, showing no signs of stopping even after covering 10 kilometers, completely uninterested in the treasure chests. The rider, a robust man standing at 1.8 meters, bore a hefty physique adorned with tattoos on both arms. Clearly a figure accustomed to the streets. Those familiar with him referred to him as Brother Long, his real name being Fu Dalong. However, few of those around him likely knew this true name. Chapter 26. Are you stupid? The station doesn't accept items. Haha, indeed, motorcycles are undeniably cool. Fu Dalong revved the throttle, paying no heed to the consumption of gasoline. Before entering this survival world, he had commanded a gang of underlings, renowned for his fierce reputation and ruthless demeanor. Consequently, upon arriving in this world, he forcefully requisitioned supplies from his subordinates and acquaintances. This enabled him to acquire a gasoline engine early on, though he had yet to assemble it due to a lack of fuel. Last night, when Soo-young made gasoline available, he was among the first to purchase 5 liters, simultaneously instructing his subordinates to procure gasoline. Ultimately, he amassed nearly 20 liters, sufficient for a journey to the initial station. Yes, Fu Dalong intended to charge directly to the station today. He believed that upon reaching the initial station, he would be able to conduct business in the trading hall, acquiring whatever he desired without issue. Furthermore, he envisioned developing his gang within this world, which thrilled him immensely. For there were no laws or authorities to contend with. He could act with impunity. Building a powerful and influential organization was his aspiration. With this thought, Fu Dalong was filled with excitement, his demeanor shifting to one of ruthless determination. Damn it, I extended an offer for you, Soo-young, to join me as a subordinate out of respect, yet you dare to ignore my messages? Just you wait, Soo-young. Once I reach the initial station, I'll show you how it's done. Fu Dalong began to curse vehemently. For the next several hours, aside from occasional rests, he ultimately arrived at the station, pushing his vehicle to the limit over the final stretch of 100 kilometers. It turned out that navigating the last 100 kilometers without the desire for treasure chests was relatively manageable, provided one maintained a high speed. Initially, Fu Dalong had believed he would be the second to arrive at the station, but in reality, he was merely the 11th to do so, with several others sharing similar intentions. Consequently, he earned only 300 copper coins as a reward. However, he soon found himself in disbelief. He was utterly oblivious to the presence of live desert scorpions and rattlesnakes at the station. Prior to his arrival, he had harbored hopes of making a considerable profit by amassing all the copper coins from his underlings, emulating Su Yang in collecting these live creatures. He envisioned a lucrative venture that would provide him with initial capital to pursue grand ambitions. However, where were the promised spoils? Fu Dalong wore a perplexed expression, utterly unable to locate them. What a loss. All his efforts had come to naught. As for teaching Su Yang a lesson, not only was violence prohibited within the station, but he also couldn't find him amidst the vast expanse of the place. Fu Dalong was not alone in his confusion. 10 others shared his expression. These individuals were either leaders of their own factions or executives of various companies, along with shrewd merchants who had reached this point through reselling, and a few genuine lucky ones. Meanwhile, in one of the shops at the station, Jiang Manhua furrowed her brow. She found herself ranked 47th in Longhua, nowhere near the top 100 of the Blue Star, which was a significant gap from Su Yang. Yet, the pressing question remained. Why was she only able to purchase 300 liters of gasoline? She fixated on the shop's display screen, unable to comprehend how Su Yang could procure 10,000 liters. Just yesterday, through previous transactions and 2 attribute-enhancing fruits from a treasure chest, she had acquired numerous valuable items from Su Yang. This had significantly upgraded her tricycle, enabling her to reach the initial station today. Following Su Yang's advice, she had even installed a green fuel tank and a high-capacity battery, which allowed her to receive 200 degrees of electricity and 500 liters of gasoline upon her arrival. Although 100 liters were designated as a gratuity for Su Yang, without his guidance, she would never have amassed such an abundance of electricity and fuel, as the battery she installed only had a capacity of 50 degrees. Initially, she had believed she could earn some vehicle currency, but it was becoming clear that the situation was far from favorable. Could it be that Su Yang had secured the top rank in Longhua, or even Blue Star? Ultimately, Jiang Manhua could only speculate, but rather than dwell on the reasons, she chose to explore what merchandise she could procure, seizing this rare opportunity to earn some vehicle currency. At the very least, securing a vehicle upgrade blueprint. As long as her vehicle reached green quality, she could upgrade it to a car. However, before fully understanding the situation, Jiang Manhua purchased 300 liters of gasoline, bringing her total to 700 liters when combined with the station's complimentary fill-up. Gasoline was currently a highly sought-after commodity. Only 11 individuals had arrived at the station, while over 5,000 remained unaccounted for. Jiang Manhua understood that selling gasoline now could yield substantial profits, knowing that as more people arrived, the potential for profit would dwindle. Currently, she could sell it for 100 copper coins per liter, but in 2 or 3 days, it might drop to a mere 20 or 30 copper coins per liter with little demand. Yet, few had the audacity to seize the opportunity. Of the 10 who arrived today, only 3 chose to sell gasoline. Fu Dalong, on the other hand, had no intention of selling. He was busy spinning grandiose tales to his subordinates, employing threats to extract more resources and copper coins from them. Such a vital resource as gasoline was something he intended to save for future use, rather than sell. Some individuals simply cannot grasp opportunities. After a few hours of slumber, Su Yang awoke comfortably. Upon entering the trading hall, he discovered a plethora of designated white treasure chests awaiting him, all of which he promptly traded. Moments later, his experience points surged by over 200. Alas, he lamented, he could not level up. Soon, a thought crossed his mind, and he retrieved 2 fruits from his inventory, Agile Strawberry and Agile Longan. These were items he had traded with Jiang Manhua and had yet to consume. It was not too late now. With an agility boost of 2, his agility now stood at a commendable 12, the highest attribute he possessed. As he munched on some food, he surveyed the trading hall and noted that many had begun selling gasoline, indicating that more had reached the initial station. Su Yang was not surprised. Even without yesterday's gasoline sales, it was likely that others would arrive at the initial station on this, the 4th day. Was he concerned about competition for business? Not in the slightest. He continued to sell his daily allotment of 5,000 portions of 100 milliliters at a stable price. Reputation was paramount, and Su Yang had come to appreciate its significance. Consequently, in the trading hall, even if someone wanted to buy water, the maximum price was merely 2 copper coins for 100 milliliters, significantly lower than before, earning him the goodwill of many. Gasoline prices remained exorbitantly high, with some selling for 120 copper coins per liter, and despite this, there were still buyers, as gasoline made capturing desert scorpions and rattlesnakes considerably easier. These creatures were lucrative in terms of vehicle currency. Su Yang was eager to acquire them, especially now that his vehicle had undergone upgrades. He would not hesitate to invest all his vehicle currency into this, for each trade of a desert scorpion or rattlesnake represented an income of 1 to 5 copper coins, plus a white treasure chest. This was the true prize, one that only he could exploit to its fullest potential. Did he truly believe that the initial station was the only place to collect live desert scorpions and rattlesnakes? No, that privilege belonged solely to him. Suddenly, a notification of a friend request appeared. To this day, Su Yang's friends list consisted of a mere 3 individuals, Xiebian, Jiang Manxua, and a new acquaintance he had added the previous night, Fangya. She was the former owner of Su Yang's company, a woman of remarkable pedigree who had built a billion-dollar enterprise through sheer determination, embodying the archetype of a strong woman. Most importantly, she was exceptionally beautiful, embodying the aloof and regal demeanor of a femme fatale. Su Yang had fantasized about her often, yet he was acutely aware of the disparity between them. However, in this survival world, their roles had reversed, and the gap had widened even further. Had Su Yang not intervened, Fangya would have perished last night. Su Yang had begun to contemplate recruiting help, as managing treasure chests and handling goods had become overwhelmingly tedious. If he was to recruit someone, why not a beautiful woman? An appealing visage would be a delight, and besides, it was only natural for a man to choose wisely. As for dissent, if she objected, he would simply find another. There were over 5,000 individuals, after all, surely not just one beauty like Fangya. Upon opening the message, a smirk of satisfaction crept across Su Yang's face. Chapter 27. Iceberg CEO, that identity is your only asset of value. The 4th day had dawned. It seemed there was no turning back. Gazing at the desolate desert outside the highway, Fangya wore a bitter expression. After years of hard work, she had proven her capabilities to her family, finally shedding the identity of a mere pawn in a marriage alliance. Her family had begun to invest in her company, assisting her in its expansion. With the robust financial backing of her family, Fangya was confident she could elevate her company into the top 100 domestically within 3 years and set her sights on global ambitions within 5. Yet, the abrupt plunge into this survival world had utterly shattered her hard-earned dreams and plans. In this zone 9527, she knew not a single soul. Fortunately, she had obtained a treasure chest at the starting point, a green one, which granted her the first funds in this world. After 2 days of development, while she was not the best, she was certainly not lacking. She had already upgraded to a tricycle, just as she was about to exchange all her resources for water. Intending to acquire a blueprint for an electric engine to upgrade her tricycle to an electric model, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The resources she had exchanged the night before were suddenly undercut when Su Yang listed 5,000 portions of 100 milliliters of water the very next morning, causing the price of water in the entire trading hall to plummet. Although it didn't fall to catastrophic levels, Su Yang's actions had reduced the value of water to less than 1/5 of its original worth. Upon encountering the name Su Yang, Fangya did not dwell on it, nor did she believe that Su Yang was the delicate, seemingly refined young man under her supervision. Instead, all she felt was a seething anger towards him. His actions had rendered her efforts futile, leading to a significant wastage of precious water resources, a grievous loss. When she learned that Su Yang was capturing desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to sell her dwindling water resources at a loss in exchange for gasoline and equipment, gearing up to hunt the desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. Initially, things went smoothly. However, just last night, she was inadvertently bitten by a desert viper, depleting her resources to procure an antidote, which ultimately saved her life. Despite her resilient nature, the series of misfortunes compelled Fangya to vent her frustrations in a private message to Su Yang. Coincidentally, at that moment, Su Yang, feeling somewhat numb from opening boxes, had drifted into the communication channel, where the discussions revolved around capturing desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. Finding it somewhat monotonous, he switched to personal messages and stumbled upon Fangya's message. Initially taken aback by her name, Su Yang soon confirmed her identity through their conversation. Fangya was elated. She had not anticipated that this Su Yang was indeed her employee. Instinctively, she adopted a managerial tone and sought his assistance. Su Yang consented but stipulated an unconventional condition. She must become his woman to assist him. Unable to tolerate such a proposition, Fangya promptly blocked him. However, as Su Yang surmised, blocking him would necessitate her to unblock him. By the end of the day, Fangya found herself compelled to relent. It was a matter of survival. Although she had obtained the antidote, her wound had not healed, and since the injury was on her calf, her tricycle was merely electrically assisted, not fully electric. From morning until mid-afternoon, the pain hindered her from covering even 20 kilometers. Under such circumstances, she would not survive the night. The resources she had obtained in exchange for the antidote amounted to a mere white box containing a pack of instant noodles, 3 sausages, and a 350 milliliter bottle of orange juice, which, while decent, would not suffice for her to secure the night safely. You are indeed beautiful, but truth be told, your value is limited to that of an ice-cold CEO. These were Su Yang's words from last night that had prompted her to block him. Yet now she realized he wasn't wrong. Having come to this realization, Fangya decisively unblocked Su Yang. Fangya, I agree. After sending this message, she slumped against the side of her tricycle, wearing a bitter smile tinged with irony. Fangya, who would have thought you would find yourself in this situation? However, her mockery soon morphed into anxiety as she awaited his response. fearing he might have changed his mind. When Su Yang's reply finally arrived, a wave of relief and joy washed over her, allowing her to exhale deeply. Su Yang, then arrive at the station tonight. Fangya, tonight? I still need to cover 20 kilometers, and I am 300 kilometers away. It's impossible. Su Yang, indeed, it is impossible for you, but for me, it is trivial. Following this statement, Su Yang sent several designated trade offers, seemingly aware of her financial constraints, each priced at merely 1 milliliter of water. Su Yang, all the components I provide are ready to install parts for your vehicle. Just install them all. You have roughly 3 hours until nightfall. You can absolutely reach the initial station. Su Yang, hurry, and don't get distracted by treasure boxes on the way. Message me the instant you arrive at the station. I have things to attend to. Fangya, oh, understood. A bit dazed, she executed the operations, and soon, a pile of vehicle components appeared before her tricycle. Moments later, her vehicle was upgraded. Vehicle, hybrid tricycle. Quality, green 3-star. Speed, 80 kilometers h. Components, 66 vehicle frame, green, hybrid engine, green, fuel tank, green, X4. Her vehicle had upgraded from a mere white 7-star to a green 3-star, with speed now reaching 80 kilometers per hour, sufficient for the gasoline provided by Su Yang. Though she was puzzled as to why he had her install so many green quality fuel tanks, she complied without question. Su Yang had not elaborated, and she refrained from asking, pondering what would happen if she attempted to flee with all these items. She trusted Su Yang had his methods. If she were in his position, she would have countless strategies to deal with a runaway, especially with his current reputation. A single word from him could thwart her attempts to thrive in the trading hall. Moreover, considering her character, she would never backtrack. Once she agreed, she would see it through. In this world, relying on a capable man might indeed be her wisest choice. More than 2 hours later, as dusk descended, with only minutes before darkness fell, Fangya drove her tricycle, crushing the last desert viper, into the station. Oblivious to the blue treasure box in the middle of the road, the snake might not be dead, and treasure boxes were not easily obtained. Upon successfully entering the station, she quickly realized why Su Yang had insisted on equipping her with 4 green fuel tanks. The station offered a complimentary refill, a windfall of 2,000 liters of gasoline. Fangya immediately messaged Su Yang. Fangya, I've arrived. While contemplating when Su Yang would show up, an unusual prompt appeared. Su Yang, owner of the vehicle fleet, invites you to join his fleet. Do you wish to accept? Note, this is a special fleet, and joining will subject you to stringent agreements. Please proceed with caution. A fleet? Now it made sense. Fangya understood and, without hesitation, chose to join, disregarding the cautionary note. To her, the agreements were inconsequential. Chapter 28, Powerful Special Skills. Would Su Yang trust others? Certainly not. In this survival world, he trusted no one. Without substantial means, how could he even contemplate recruiting others? However, within the initial Station S shop, there was a particular item that piqued Su Yang's interest, leading him to consider recruiting. Item, basic fleet card. Category, consumable. Quality, white. Usage, upon using on a vehicle, can form a 2-person fleet. Note, once a fleet is formed, the leader can impose certain restrictions on the members' vehicles. The white quality basic fleet card cost 10 silver coins and could establish a 2-person fleet. The limitations of such a fleet were not stringent. While the leader held certain authority, should a member betray, the consequence was merely the loss of some resources. Su Yang was not interested in such a fleet. What captivated him was that the fleet card functioned akin to a permanent blueprint. Once a fleet was established, it would persist indefinitely unless the leader perished. For Su Yang, he could entirely convert the fleet card into his own skill, and indeed, that was precisely what he did. Fleet LV3 can form a 3-person fleet, with enforceable restrictions on fleet members. After Fangya yielded, Su Yang promptly purchased a junior team card, thereby unlocking team skills and upgrading the team to level 3. Although the effects of the skills were not immediately apparent, the team interface revealed a wealth of information. As the captain, he possessed the authority to forcibly lock the vehicles of team members, rendering them incapable of upgrading or even operating normally. He could monitor all communications within the chat channel, restricting members from entering it or the trading hall without his permission, and even preventing them from opening treasure chests. Furthermore, without his consent, members were unable to leave the team, and should they attempt to do so, he held the power to impose sanctions upon them. In fact, with a certain cost, he could even obliterate any team member who forcibly departed. This alone offered Su Yang a sense of security. Upon receiving a message from Fangya, Su Yang extended an invitation to her. Establishing a team bore an additional advantage. It allowed the transfer of members' vehicle slots to the captain's side. Consequently, in the next moment, a bright light flickered beside him, revealing an additional vehicle slot occupied by a tricycle, where Fangya sat, looking utterly bewildered. Su Yang? She gasped, startled at the sight of him. After forming the team, members and their vehicles appear next to the captain's vehicle at the station. You have joined my team and now possess access to the team interface. You can take a look, Su Yang explained. Instinctively, Fangya opened the team interface, only to be confronted with a series of stringent agreements. just by glancing at the team information. She comprehended that she was likely unable to extricate herself from Su Yang's grasp. However, faced with this predicament, Fanya felt a surprising sense of relief. Perhaps it was better this way, sparing her from convoluted thoughts. All right, quickly place your belongings in my vehicle. You won't be needing that tricycle anymore. As he spoke, Su Yang gently touched the side of his armored RV, causing a circular opening to appear. This was not the interior of the vehicle, but rather the space of the vehicle's storage compartment. Su Yang had equipped his armored RV with 2 storage boxes, which occupied a single component position yet featured dual openings, one accessible from outside and the other from the interior's utility room, allowing entry from both sides. Fanya was utterly captivated by Su Yang's vehicle. An RV? And it looks incredibly sturdy, truly befitting the top player. The vehicle is indeed formidable. However, upon entering the interior and listening to Su Yang's introduction, her astonishment deepened. Although the interior measured less than 8 square meters, it concealed over 40 square meters of additional space. Moreover, the RV was resplendently luxurious. If she had felt some resistance earlier, it had now dissipated. Especially when recalling the hardships she had endured over the past few days, even the thought of leaving Su Yang filled her with reluctance. Su Yang noticed her reactions, which aligned perfectly with his expectations. He was well aware that this Ice Queen, a high-flying CEO, led an exceedingly opulent life. Would she not be tempted by such conditions? And that was not the end of it. Su Yang's gaze fell upon Fang Ye's right leg, which was wrapped in a rudimentary bandage, already soaked with blood. It appeared to be a serious injury, undoubtedly the handiwork of a desert viper. Drink this. Su Yang produced a vial of oral solution, a treasure obtained from defeating monsters. Having acquired only 3 vials after opening numerous chests, each vial could restore 10 points of health, and although he had yet to consume one himself, he was eager to ascertain whether this healing potion could mend wounds. Oh, still in shock, Fanya had no inkling that she was about to become a test subject. Receiving the vial, she drank it without hesitation. Health 10. In Su Yang's eyes, a unique number appeared above Fanya's head. She likely had consumed something that boosted her constitution, which was at 2 points, with her health previously at 20 but had now dropped to 16. In that moment, her health was instantly restored to full. Fanya widened her eyes in astonishment as she bent down to untie the bandage on her leg, revealing pristine skin without a trace of injury. What is this potion? Does such a miraculous substance truly exist in this world? Fanya exclaimed in disbelief. As for whether it exists in this world, I cannot say, but I possess it, though the chances of obtaining it are not particularly high. Su Yang mused internally, quickly shifting the topic. All right, enough of that. Please head to the kitchen and prepare dinner. We have much to do ahead. With that, Su Yang entered the utility room, where a new batch of designated treasure chests awaited processing in the trading interface. Though it was tiring, he did not wish to miss out on the experience points. Prepare dinner for me. Fanya opened her mouth to protest, but fell silent as Su Yang closed the utility room door behind him. Half an hour later, Su Yang gazed at the 4 dishes and a soup spread across the table, lost in thought. The kitchen boasted a refrigerator, procured from the trading interface. Crafted from green quality blueprints, spacious enough to not occupy any vehicle component slots, but simply placed within the kitchen. Su Yang stored the snake and scorpion meats he had gathered, along with various meats and vegetables obtained from treasure chests. Despite recognizing everything he had placed inside, he spent considerable time trying to identify the dishes on the table. After much deliberation, he finally tasted a bite under Fang Ye's expectant gaze. Just one bite. Tonight, let us opt for instant noodles. His expectation of the Ice Queen's culinary skills had proven to be his greatest miscalculation. Chapter 29, Collection Trigger. Obtain the skill of Snake Gallbladder. A night of bustling activity ensued. As night fell, Fanya worried that Su Yang would take things to the next level, but that did not happen. Instead, she found herself working throughout the night, utterly exhausted. The entire evening consisted of either opening treasure chests or assisting Su Yang with transactions. Due to the special prefix of their team, nearly everyone in Zone 9527 now recognized Fanya as Su Yang's associate. Initially, opening treasure chests thrilled Fanya as she watched items emerge, accumulating more and more resources, which filled her with happiness. However, as time passed, she sensed something amiss. For Su Yang continuously stuffed treasure chests into the storage compartment without pause. What began as excitement turned into fatigue, and eventually, she felt numb to the experience. Just a few days prior, she had eagerly anticipated each treasure chest. Now, she had developed an immunity to them. That's enough. There won't be so many treasure chests during the day. Once you finish breakfast, you can take a break, Su Yang said, presenting her with a breakfast he had purchased from the station's restaurant for 20 silver coins. Not only was it exceptionally delicious, but it also possessed special restorative properties. The only downside was that the station's restaurant imposed limits, especially on recovery foods, allowing each person to purchase only one per day. Fanya had little energy for conversation and quickly finished her breakfast before heading to the bathroom for a shower, after which she finally went to rest. Meanwhile, Su Yang did not take a break. His focus shifted to his attribute panel. Host, Su Yang. Level, Black Iron level 10, 8721. Health, 89, 110. Mana, 67, 110. Strength, 10. Constitution, 11. Agility, 12. Spirit, 11. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Bullet Crafting, LV5. Convoy, LV3. Skill points, 3. Free attribute points, 0. Inventory 4,285. Blue treasure chest 1. Green treasure chest 19. Green vehicle storage box 17. White vehicle storage box 2. Toxic bullets 99. White treasure chest 99. This night proved to be immensely fruitful for Soo-young. Notably, after recruiting Fanya into his team, Soo-young discovered that he could purchase a greater variety of items at the initial station. For instance, the blueprints for green quality vehicle storage boxes, which he had previously been limited to acquiring only 10 of, now allowed him to buy an additional 10. Having already utilized one on a tricycle and 2 more to upgrade his current RV, he was left with merely 7. However, with Fanya joining his convoy, he found himself able to purchase another 10 blueprints for green vehicle storage boxes. Since Fanya ranked beyond the 20th position, she could only procure 1 blueprint, but evidently, her inclusion in Soo-young's team had expanded his purchase capacity. This circumstance prompted Soo-young to subconsciously consider whether to recruit another team member. As his current convoy consisted of only 3 individuals, an additional member would equate to an extra 10 vehicle storage boxes, yielding a total of 1,000 cubic meters of space. Despite Soo-young having expanded his inventory slots to 50 with the item expansion scroll he obtained last night, it still proved insufficient. The only items that could be synthesized into iron and copper ingots were iron and copper sheets. And with only 10 iron and copper ingots required to forge steel and refine copper, his inventory was still lacking. It is worth mentioning that the treasure chests dropped from slain enemies also yielded special items for others, and Fanya's luck surpassed his. Occasionally unearthing copper and iron amidst the over 1,000 white treasure chests. These materials were essential for upgrading blue-quality vehicles. However, what truly captivated Soo-young was the experience points. Over the course of one night, he amassed more than 5,000 experience points. Having vanquished over 1,000 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, though the desert viper continued to elude him. Clearly, the desert viper possessed greater strength, making it difficult for most vehicle owners to capture. It would swiftly flee at the slightest hint of danger. Even if some vehicle owners acted quickly, their hesitation often resulted in failure. Moreover, a white treasure chest could not contain a desert viper. Ultimately, Soo-young opted to collect the corpses of the desert vipers for 5 copper coins, intending to gather a substantial number of desert scorpions to see if he could craft something valuable. Now, combined with the ones he had on hand, he possessed over 30 desert vipers. At that moment, he entered the storage room, cleared the accumulated white treasure chests, and laid out the 30-plus desert vipers across the floor, creating a rather intimidating sight. Rather than collecting them all at once, Soo-young decided to gather in 2 stages. The first yielded a heap of ordinary snake meat, snake gallbladders, and venomous fangs, which left him somewhat disheartened. Why was there no better yield? Despite upgrading his gathering skill to LV9, he had only triggered success twice. When would the third instance occur? Grumbling, Soo-young proceeded to gather from the remaining desert vipers, first attempting with all 30 together, which yielded no special results. The second attempt, with only 7 or 8 vipers, appeared similarly bleak. Yet, often, the most unexpected outcomes arise when one least anticipates them. Success triggered. You have gathered a special item, desert viper meat. You have gathered a special item, desert viper gallbladder. Was it successful? And 2 types at that? Soo-young's heart leapt with joy as he promptly retrieved the gathered snake meat and gallbladder from his inventory. Item, desert viper meat. Category, consumable. Quality, green. Use, edible. Possessing an exquisite flavor. Consuming it can increase constitution by up to 2 points. Item, desert viper gallbladder. Category, consumable. Quality, green. Use, a remarkable item. Consuming it can grant 1 point of spirit and may even awaken mysterious powers. The snake meat seemed fairly standard to Soo-young, yet the gallbladder appeared somewhat peculiar. A chance to awaken mysterious powers? He was taken aback, not anticipating such an outcome, which piqued his curiosity. Assuming there was no inherent danger, he closely examined the verdant gallbladder for some time, concluding it was non-toxic and, feeling emboldened, swallowed it whole. In the next moment, 2 notification messages appeared. Your spirit attribute has increased by 1 point. You have acquired the skill Precision. A skill? This gallbladder can enhance my abilities? Soo-young was astonished. This was a delightful surprise. Precision LV0 increases accuracy by 10. A rather straightforward attribute, and after a brief contemplation, Soo-young discerned that it would enhance his shooting accuracy. Not only would it improve shooting, but also throwing and charging, among other actions. Even driving into an enemy would benefit from heightened precision. This was excellent. With this precision skill, his shooting accuracy would surely see substantial improvement. Soo-young nodded in satisfaction. Over the past few days, he had gradually crafted 100 toxic bullets, and at this stage, pairing them with his pistol would create a formidable weapon. His marksmanship had been somewhat lacking, but now he felt reassured. Chapter 30. Your luck with treasure chests is a loss not to be shared with me. Precision LV3 increases accuracy by 50 with added targeting capability. Soo-young allocated all 3 of his remaining skill points to enhance the precision skill. Initially, he intended merely to improve his shooting accuracy, but unexpectedly, the targeting ability emerged as well. It consumed 10 mana points to lock onto a target, thereby increasing the hit rate. Even with Soo-young's marksmanship, once locked within 100 meters, his accuracy would be guaranteed. Although the targeting capability was advantageous, it consumed mana, and with only 120 mana points at present, Soo-young frowned. Items that increased attributes were too scarce. Suddenly, at that moment, a friend message appeared, and upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Manhua, I have items that can increase strength, agility, and spirit attributes. Are you interested? Interested? Without a second thought, Soo-young replied affirmatively, adding that he wanted as many as she had. Jiang Manhua, strength can increase by 3 points, agility and spirit can each increase by 2 points. That is all I have. Only that. Upon reading Jiang Manhua's reply, Soo-young felt no desire to say more. Soo-young, how did you acquire so many attribute-enhancing items? Curiosity piqued, as he had opened numerous treasure chests, and even Fong Ye had opened over 1,000. Yet their best finds were a single strength apple and 2 agility strawberries, with the latter being consumable only once, and the strength apple having no effect after consumption. In comparison to Jiang Manhua, he was at a considerable disadvantage. Did she possess some unique method? Just as Soo-young entertained such thoughts, Jiang Manhua's next message rendered him speechless. Jiang Manhua, of course, I opened treasure chests. Did you think I bought them at the station? Jiang Manhua, the items at the station that increase attributes are far too expensive. I can only look at them. Open treasure chests? For a moment, Soo-young found himself at a loss for words. Covering a distance of 500 kilometers that amounted to a maximum of 51 treasure chests. How could Jiang Manhua have procured so many valuable items? Her luck was extraordinary. Wait, if... Soo-young, it seems fortune favors you. Join me. I have assembled a team, and your luck would be squandered if you don't align with me. Soo-young's words were sincere. For with Jiang Manhua's exceptional luck in opening boxes, she was undoubtedly a professional in this field. Jiang Manhua, you are too late. I have already formed a team. Coincidentally, a classmate of mine is in this area and will arrive tomorrow. What a pity. A twinge of regret flickered in Soo-young's heart, but it was fleeting. After all, the loss was not his to bear. Soo-young, what do you seek? Jiang Manhua, actually, I am hoping to conduct a business transaction with you. Soo-young, a business transaction? Surprise washed over Soo-young, igniting his curiosity. Subsequently, Jiang Manhua sent him a peculiar item, and upon examining its attributes, Soo-young was taken aback. Item, contract card. Category, consumable. Quality, green. Purpose, can establish contracts with up to 100 individuals. Note, contract terms can be set by the user, including penalties for breach of contract. What is this? Jiang Manhua possesses such a remarkable item? Soo-young's thoughts immediately turned to Jiang Manhua's luck, and he found himself reconsidering his earlier statement. Her refusal to join his team was not her loss, but rather his own. Soo-young, are you truly not joining me? Jiang Manhua, this contract card was evidently a unique item, one that had not appeared in any of his numerous treasure chests, yet Jiang Manhua had successfully acquired it. He felt a compelling urge to win her over. Soo-young's gaze sharpened, but he remained patient, for he understood that Jiang Manhua was currently quite capable and lacked little. Thus her interest in joining him was minimal. However, that might not hold true in the future. Therefore, he decided to bide his time. As for Jiang Manhua's intentions, Soo-young had already discerned them. Soo-young, are you planning to acquire gasoline? Jiang Manhua, as expected of a big shot, you deduced that from the contract card. Indeed, I plan to contract with 100 individuals to provide them with green fuel tanks or green batteries, thereby accumulating a substantial amount of gasoline through a station-based approach. Gasoline is undoubtedly in high demand. Although stations sell it, their supply is limited, and we can seize this opportunity to profit handsomely. Soo-young, a 10-90 split. You take 1, I take 9. Soo-young's tone was straightforward, yet Jiang Manhua was infuriated. This Soo-young was truly shameless, offering her only a meager 10? What nonsense was this? Jiang Manhua was naturally dissatisfied. Even though 10 was quite substantial, it was clear that this was not her desired outcome. Jiang Manhua, no? A 50-50 split is necessary. Soo-young, a 50-50 split? Young lady, have you mistaken something? Soo-young, even if this contract card is your offering, why not utilize it yourself instead of seeking me out? Surely it can't be solely due to my reputation, can it? Soo-young, while 100 individuals can indeed yield a considerable amount of gasoline, the question remains, how many vehicle enhancement blueprints can you provide? And how many green fuel tank blueprints can you procure? Soo-young, these are all costs. How much do you believe you can invest? Soo-young, to take a step back, even if you could provide them, are you willing to assume the associated risks? As Soo-young's messages poured in, Jiang Manhua fell silent. She could certainly comprehend his points. Her initial plan was merely to obtain 1 vehicle enhancement blueprint from each individual, along with a couple of green fuel tanks. In that scenario, she could potentially secure 50,000 to 100,000 liters of gasoline. But beyond that was daunting due to the substantial investment required. According to Su Yang's insinuations, he seemed intent on maximizing the venture, which was overwhelming and genuinely intimidated her. 100,000 liters of gasoline was already her utmost anticipated yield, but it appeared she had underestimated Su Yang's ambitions. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Manhua reached a decision. Jiang Manhua, 50,000 liters. I will give you the contract card, and those enhancement blueprints will be a bonus. 50,000 liters of gasoline. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. She truly had the audacity. However, it must be said that the value of this contract card was indeed considerable. Yet, it was not worth as much as 50,000 liters of gasoline. Given the current market value, 1 liter of gasoline fetched 100 copper coins, translating to 500 million copper coins for 5 liters, equating to 500 gold coins. The true worth of this contract card was certainly not 500 gold coins. It was merely elevated due to the prevailing circumstances. Even so, it could not possibly reach a value of 500 gold coins. Thus, Su Yang sent Jiang Manhua a blueprint, specifically a vehicle upgrade blueprint. The vehicle upgrade blueprint. Even Su Yang could only purchase one, though he had a wider selection of blueprints available. With Fangya's addition, he was able to buy an extra one. It was merely a matter of coincidence. Su Yang believed Jiang Manhua would not reject the blueprint he offered since it was one she could not purchase herself, not even view. As it turned out, Su Yang's intuition was correct. Chapter 31. Is the S-Class 36D ineffective? Item: Armored Business Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint. Category: Blueprint. Quality: Blue. Purpose: when used on a green 9-star vehicle, it can upgrade the vehicle to a blue 1-star armored business vehicle. Materials required: 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks, 30 glass, 30 rubber, 30 plastic, 30 electronic parts, 30 common parts. A blue vehicle upgrade blueprint? Jiang Manhua's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, she possessed the authority to purchase vehicle upgrade blueprints and even had access to blue vehicle upgrade blueprints. Naturally, she wished to select a blue blueprint. Upgrading a vehicle to green quality still required additional measures, making a direct blue upgrade blueprint far more convenient. However, there were only 3 types of blue vehicle upgrade blueprints: van, sedan, and pickup truck. Notably, due to her restricted privileges, even these 3 vehicle upgrade blueprints were listed at a minimum of 150 gold coins in Jiang Manhua's purchasing interface. Yet, upon seeing the armored business vehicle upgrade blueprint, Jiang Manhua found it impossible to regard the others. Su Yang, how about it? You surely lack the qualifications to purchase such a vehicle upgrade blueprint. So let us exchange the contract card for this, and I will also provide you with all the materials required for the upgrade. Upon reading Su Yang's message, Jiang Manhua ultimately let out a bitter laugh. This Su Yang truly knew how to win people over. Deep down, she understood that the price of the armored business vehicle upgrade blueprint would undoubtedly not exceed the equivalent of 50,000 liters of gasoline. Yet it was precisely what she yearned for. Why did she seek Su Yang's collaboration using this contract card? It was all for the purpose of upgrading vehicles. Jiang Manhua, I agree. Su Yang, excellent, but I can only provide you with the blueprint tomorrow. Rest assured, I will use these items as collateral. Upon reading Su Yang's initial message, Jiang Manhua frowned. But when she saw what Su Yang forwarded next, she was left speechless. It was a set of 10 green vehicle storage boxes, and the key point was that these 10 boxes were filled with supplies, food, drink, and basic materials, of such high value that Jiang Manhua could not instantly calculate. Yet it was undoubtedly more valuable than the armored business vehicle upgrade blueprint. In the end, Jiang Manhua acquiesced. After acquiring the contract card, Su Yang immediately entered the room and roused Fangya. Initially drowsy, Jiang Manhua's first reaction upon seeing Su Yang was, has he finally succumbed to his desires and intends to consume me entirely? However, Su Yang's next words left Fangya deep in thought before her face could even redden. Don't sleep today, we have work to do. By the way, consuming this snake meat will enhance your constitution by 2 points. You can forego sleep for 2 days without issue. Watching Su Yang leave the roasted snake meat behind as he exited, Fangya once again questioned her own appearance. Yet, she was undeniably beautiful. Could it be that her figure had become less appealing? Instinctively glancing at her body, Fangya found herself puzzled once more. The physique remained unchanged, still an S-Class 36D. An absolute perfection. But what could be the reason? I had clearly prepared myself. While Fangya was engulfed in self-doubt, Su Yang had already established contact with Xie Bian. Even Su Yang had to concede that Xie Bian possessed remarkable qualities. Riding on his coattails, Xie Bian had also flourished. Primarily because this fellow was astute and could execute his directives, not to mention the most crucial point. Xie Bian had cultivated a certain network of connections. However, Xie Bian was acutely aware that his network was built on Su Yang's reputation. Without being Su Yang's aide, how many would even regard him? Thus, the moment Su Yang sent his message, Xie Bian was quick to respond. After conversing with Xie Bian for a little over 10 minutes, Su-young entered the communication channel to make an announcement. Su-young, I am seeking to collaborate with 100 owners of white-quality vehicles, with the stipulation that no more than 2 vehicle component slots may be utilized, with priority given to those using only one. Interested parties should contact Fanya or Siebien to register. Su-young, I am seeking to collaborate with 100 owners of white-quality vehicles, with the stipulation that no more than 2 vehicle component slots may be utilized, with priority given to those using only one. Interested parties should contact Fanya or Siebien to register. Su-young, I am seeking to collaborate with 100 owners of white-quality vehicles, with the stipulation that no more than 2 vehicle component slots may be utilized, with priority given to those using only one. Interested parties should contact Fanya or Siebien to register. With 3 consecutive messages, the entire communication channel erupted with excitement. Goodness, a big shot is here. A big shot seeking collaboration? Can I even measure up? I lament, my vehicle is already of green quality. Can't Su-young relax the conditions a bit? I'm in tears, having already utilized 3 vehicle components. Had I known, I wouldn't have installed the low-efficiency air conditioning just to cool off. Hey there, aren't you just showing off? You even have air conditioning? Haha, I meet the criteria. I just obtained a white vehicle component enhancement blueprint and plan to install a booster. Thank goodness I glanced at the communication channel. I have a white 1-star vehicle that only has a white auxiliary wheel installed. Do I qualify? Brother upstairs. You've hit the jackpot. Auxiliary wheels do not occupy vehicle component slots. Su-young is surely offering benefits to those still struggling. Benefits? Hiss. Upon reflection, the conditions laid out by the big shot are indeed generous. How splendid. Su-young is truly a good person. The communication channel was bustling with activity. Yet Su-young had already shifted his focus. Fanya and Siebien were already inundated with messages, despite both having stipulated that only owners of white-quality vehicles could participate. The influx was overwhelming. Even though it was already the 5th day, a third of the vehicles in District 9527 were still of white quality. In fact, had it not been for Su-young releasing numerous green blueprints over the past 3 nights, this number would have been even higher. Notably, on the morning of the 3rd day, there were still 879 individuals, while today, 756 remained alive in District 9527. This was all due to Su-young's intervention. Without his assistance, it was likely that fewer than 5,000 would have survived, and perhaps even fewer than 2,000 would reach the station on time. However, under the current circumstances, it seemed that at least 2/3 of the over 5,700 would arrive at the original station punctually. After a stroll through the trading hall, securing the designated white treasure chest, and dispatching dozens of desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, Su-young finally received a list from Siebien. It was a small number. Only 10 individuals. This list was curated by Siebien after verifying the vehicle information of the registrants. Vehicle owners could share their vehicle information with others, and this was directly published based on the vehicle's status, leaving no room for deception. Su-young sent a message to the first individual. Su-young, are the conditions clear? Zhang Shan. Clear, Boss Su. I agree entirely, no objections. Su-young. All right, I will write your name on the contract card. Once you receive the prompt, please consent. Zhang Shan. Understood. A moment later, Su-young used the contract card, and a contract interface appeared, to which he added Zhang Shan's name. Without any surprises, the contract was successfully established. Su-young did not engage Zhang Shan further, but designated some items for him to display in the trading hall before notifying him. Chapter 32. Invest 100 to earn 2,500? On a road, Zhang Shan, looking no better than a beggar, wore an anxious expression. The next moment, a notification sound echoed, and a broad smile spread across Zhang Shan's face. Upon entering the trading hall, he spent 1 wooden chip to acquire a myriad of items. 1 gasoline engine, 5 green vehicle fuel tanks, all ready for direct installation, along with 2 white vehicle component enhancement blueprints and 3 green vehicle component enhancement blueprints. In addition to these components and blueprints, there were 30 liters of gasoline, 1 kilogram of snake meat that could enhance physical attributes, and a week's supply of food and water. As he beheld these items, Zhang Shan's smile widened further. Soon, his tricycle was upgraded. Vehicle, fuel tricycle. Quality, green 1-star. Speed, 60 km/h. Components, 66 gasoline engine, green. Vehicle fuel tank, 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 green. Su-young required at least 4 green fuel tanks to be installed. He also provided 4 green fuel tanks and 4 vehicle component enhancement blueprints. Should one opt for 5 green fuel tanks, an additional fuel tank and blueprint would be provided, along with 1 kilogram of snake meat. This snake meat was a unique type that could augment one's physical attributes by 1 point. After gathering hundreds of rattlesnakes in one go, Su-young acquired plenty of such snake heads, which were no longer suitable for enhancing his attributes, but were perfect for increasing leverage. At the very least, Zhang Shan chose the snake meat. Although it meant he could not install any components until his vehicle upgraded to blue, this was of little concern to Zhang Shan. The significance of attributes, especially physical attributes, had become clear to everyone over the past few days. Increasing 1 point in physicality could fend off common ailments, which was not something ordinary individuals could compare to. In fact, it was evident that even without the added point of physical attributes from the snake meat, many would not refuse such an opportunity, a chance at survival. Before long, the 10 individuals on the list had their contracts signed by Su Yang in succession. As Su Yang had previously instructed, priority was given to those who had not used vehicle components. The addition of auxiliary wheels to white-quality vehicles would not occupy slots, and Fang Ye and Xie Bian naturally filtered these individuals first. The 10 in front of him were just that, and without hesitation. They all signed the contracts and opted for the snake meat, which meant that aside from the gasoline engine, all remaining vehicle component slots would be filled with green fuel tanks. Even the subsequent individuals selected chose this method. Perhaps occupying vehicle components in such a manner could be detrimental to future development, but for those who might not even reach the initial station, this was nothing short of a divine blessing. Why would they hesitate? Things proceeded more smoothly than Su Yang had anticipated. In just 2 to 3 hours, the list of 100 was finalized. All 100 vehicle owners would be equipped with 5 green fuel tanks, resulting in a total of 500 liters of gasoline. As the contract stipulated that upon reaching the station, both the 5 fuel tanks and their contents would appear on the contract interface, awaiting Su Yang's collection. It was during the signing of the contract with Zhang Shan that Su Yang discovered that the contract could indeed be set to function similarly to a transaction. In succinct terms, the fuel engine, along with several schematics for vehicle components, the snake meat, and food, constitutes the remuneration promised by Su Yang under the contract. The counterpart is required to deliver 500 liters of gasoline, with the fuel tank serving as a receptacle for this provision. Consequently, the fuel tank is returnable. Should there be a breach of contract, meaning no one supplies Su Yang with the requisite 500 liters of gasoline, the penalty is the forfeiture of the vehicle to Su Yang. This turn of events took Su Yang by surprise, even instilling a sense of anticipation that someone might fail to meet their obligation, thereby allowing him to acquire their vehicle. Originally, Su Yang planned to invest approximately 300 silver coins from each participant, totaling just over 300 gold coins. The primary expense stemmed from the price of the green fuel engine schematic, which required 100 silver coins, while the green fuel tank schematic was relatively cheaper. The vehicle component schematics were likely easier to obtain from treasure chests, as fuel tanks were seldom found in such caches. The ability to recover the fuel tank was a significant boon for Su Yang, saving him the additional cost of purchasing a tank for storing gasoline. Thus, the total investment amounted to just over 100 gold coins. With an investment of just over 100 gold coins, acquiring 250,000 liters of gasoline at the current rate of 100 copper coins per liter would yield a staggering 500 gold coins. This margin is already exorbitant. What lies ahead? A faint smile graced Su Yang's lips as he was aware that many believed that gasoline prices would plummet upon reaching the initial station. While this might hold true in a conventional world, this was anything but normal. Due to being ranked first in the district, Su Yang received a portion of vital information regarding the next phase in the early hours. It was scant yet crucial. The second phase entails covering 5,000 kilometers within 10 days. Averaging 500 kilometers per day aligns seamlessly with Su Yang's armored RV's speed, though this would pose a considerable challenge for others. At a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, it would take over 8 hours, and the fuel consumption at full throttle differs significantly from regular driving. Moreover, the 5,000 kilometers would theoretically require 500 liters of gasoline, but in practice, the actual need would undoubtedly exceed that. Most critically, starting from the second phase, the population in each district would revert to 10,000, with District 9527 replenishing its numbers. At that juncture, Su Yang need not fret about selling gasoline. Therefore, he planned not to sell the gasoline acquired this time. Rather, he intended to purchase gasoline directly from the trading hall, although not immediately, as most believed prices would drop. Waiting for the price to fall before making his move would be prudent. Several hours later, Zhang Shan, aboard his 3-wheeled vehicle, finally arrived at the station. Even though it was already the afternoon of the 5th day, his relentless journey had placed him within the top 100, securing the 98th position. Despite missing out on treasure chests along the way, the final outcome was certainly worth it. This group of 100 had learned from Xie Bian that entering the station within the top 100 would yield certain rewards. Notably, Xie Bian had arrived at the station early that morning, undoubtedly aided by Su Yang, who never shortchanged those who assisted him. Upon entering the initial station, Zhang Shan finally comprehended why the contract stipulated the delivery of 500 liters of gasoline without requiring payment from them, as simply reaching the station sufficed. This was, in fact, a reward from the initial station. Zhang Shan felt no sense of deception. On the contrary, he was immensely grateful to Su Yang. Without Su Yang's encouragement, he likely would not have reached the station. When he discovered that the 5 green fuel tanks of his vehicle had been confiscated, his happiness soared. For this meant he could install additional vehicle components. Su Yang's brilliance was undeniable. He was nothing short of a god. Chapter 33. 1 copper coin exchanged equals 1 silver coin? Sold. Soon, the sky was shrouded in darkness. After merely 3 or 4 hours of rest, Suyang awoke once more, promptly checking the contract interface. He was relieved to find that the accumulated green fuel tanks had surpassed 300. This indicated that over 60 individuals had successfully fulfilled their contracts and arrived at the station. Perusing the communication channel, Suyang noted that the number of arrivals had already exceeded 300, with 2 days remaining. It was likely that the final 2 days would see the highest influx of arrivals at the initial station. As the number of arrivals increased, the availability of desert scorpions and rattlesnakes for trade that evening would likely dwindle. Suyang was not surprised. He anticipated collecting at least 1,000 that night. The daytime trading had already yielded 300 to 400, which was commendable. A noise caught Suyang's attention, and upon discovering it emanated from the storage room, he realized Fangya had risen and was currently opening treasure chests. Unbeknownst to Suyang, Fangya, plagued by self-doubt, feared that he might perceive her as a liability. Thus, she dared not rest too long, worried that Suyang might dismiss her from the team. Although the need for constant treasure hunting was demanding, it was still relatively manageable for Fangya, who could open chests while simultaneously monitoring the communication channel. This very circumstance led her to understand the dire straits of some individuals. Suyang's daily provision of 100 milliliters of water and the occasional offering of wooden boards enabled many to sustain their lives, but that was the extent of it. A mere 100 milliliters of water and a couple of slices of bread represented the grim norm for survival at the bottom tier of society. Reflecting on her lavish meal of 4 dishes and soup the previous night, Fangya felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for such indulgent wastefulness. These various factors heightened Fangya's anxiety. In truth, the underlying reason for her tension was Suyang's continual production of treasure chests, solidifying her resolve to cling tightly to this lifeline and demonstrate her worth. Upon seeing Suyang enter, Fangya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily presented a schematic to him. Suyang, look, I've unearthed something remarkable. Item, waste processor blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, green. Usage, upon creation and installation, it can process unwanted waste and sewage generated in the vehicle. Required materials, 10 iron blocks, 10 copper blocks, 5 glass, 5 rubber, 5 plastic, 5 electronic components. Indeed, it was a splendid find. Upon reviewing the attributes of the blueprint, a wave of relief washed over Suyang. At last, a solution for dealing with sewage and refuse had been discovered. Although the restroom in the armored RV could accommodate showers and toilets, wastewater did not simply vanish. The exterior space of 7 or 8 square meters was not as high as the 3-meter interior, with only 0.5 meters beneath their feet occupied by water tanks. Wastewater and garbage required manual disposal, but now, with the waste processor, life would become much simpler. Waste and refuse could be vaporized, and treated sewage would flush into the toilet. The RV was becoming increasingly refined. Before long, Suyang crafted the waste processor and installed it in the vehicle. Vehicle, armored RV. Quality, blue, 1 star. Speed, 200 kilometers h. Components, 56 solar generator, green. Vehicle storage box, green. Vehicle storage box, green. Water purifier, green. Waste processor, green. On his vehicle, Suyang had already installed 4 components. Although the vehicle's hybrid engine could generate electricity, the process was rather sluggish. Thus, Suyang acquired a blueprint for a green solar generator. Now, under the sun during the day, his vehicle could produce up to 20 kilowatt-hours of electricity in just 1 hour. Furthermore, he had crafted 10 high-capacity green batteries, yet they remained uninstalled in the vehicle. Instead, he stored them in his inventory after charging them at the station, equivalent to a reserve of 2,000 kilowatt-hours. Suyang kept this energy for emergencies. As the vehicle primarily relied on gasoline, of which he had an ample supply, the water maker proved superior to the condensation device, capable of producing up to 30 liters of water per hour, mainly for domestic use. The abundance of bottled water and beverages was more than sufficient for Suyang's needs. Last night had yielded a significant amount of resources, and tonight promised to be no different. Indeed, Suyang's foresight was validated. That night was another bountiful harvest. Despite the sleepless hours, the treasure chests he opened numbered over 1,800, with the lowest being level 3 monsters, granting him over 6,000 experience points. The materials extracted from the chests constituted a substantial sum. Yet Suyang felt a twinge of disappointment regarding the attribute-enhancing fruits and special items. Although several had been obtained, they were all duplicates. On the 6th day, people began arriving at the initial station early in the morning. The gasoline in the trading hall was increasingly abundant, with the highest prices reaching 150 copper coins in recent days. However, most of the gasoline listed today was priced at 100 copper coins, and by lunchtime, some had even been listed at 80 copper coins per liter. By the afternoon, the price of gasoline plummeted to 60 copper coins. Yet Suyang refrained from making any purchases. Instead, he began to offload some basic materials, iron plates, copper plates, wooden planks, etc., at a rate of 1 copper coin each at the station, while he offered 2 for 1 copper coin. The chance of obtaining iron and copper plates from treasure chests was around 10%, with a 20% chance of acquiring wooden planks. Not to mention, over the past 2 nights, Fangya had opened nearly 3,000 treasure chests, with iron and copper blocks appearing over 30 times. For Suyang, possessing such a plethora of basic materials merely took up space and served little purpose, making it reasonable to sell them at a rock-bottom price. This move garnered him considerable goodwill from others. Suyang, indifferent to the opinions of his peers, took the opportunity to purchase white vehicle storage boxes for 1 silver coin each. Each vehicle owner could buy 1 white storage box for 1 copper coin, and Suyang intended to acquire these boxes from others. After all, each provided 10 cubic meters of storage space, and most importantly, one inventory could accommodate up to 99 vehicle storage boxes, effectively expanding his inventory to 990 cubic meters. In the communication channel, messages flew. Wow. Suyang is purchasing white vehicle storage boxes for 1 silver coin. Is that true? 1 silver coin? That's a 100-fold profit. Heck, each owner can buy only 1. So it's certainly valuable. Suyang's offer is too low at only 1 silver coin. Indeed, this storage box must be crucial. I urge everyone not to sell it, lest they regret it later. I bought in for 1 copper coin and will exchange it for 1 silver coin. What a steal. Why are there so many detractors? You might not know, but many from the 100 collaboration slots Suyang offered were filtered out for not meeting his criteria, leaving them resentful. Pathetic haters. Unable to meet the requirements and still blaming Suyang? Let me remind you, we can only exchange for vehicle coins at the station. But don't forget about the transaction fees. Suyang may appear to offer 1 silver coin, but in reality, it's only 120 copper coins. So what if it's 120 copper coins? The storage box is undoubtedly worth more than that. No profit, no early riser. Suyang must be making a hefty profit. As for Suyang's earnings, I cannot say, but I know I just used 1 silver coin to purchase a basic vehicle fleet card. Seeking teammates online. I have a green 3-star electric tricycle with a solar generator. Looking for a cute girl. What? Such a move? I'm also seeking a teammate. My vehicle is a green 6-star with abundant supplies, but I prefer a mature lady. Brother, I'm fine with either a mature lady or a cute girl. I can switch styles at will, and my vehicle has a white quality functional chair. Functional chair? Is it the kind I'm thinking of? Oh dear, this feels thrilling. It seems I won't be able to keep that vehicle storage box. Chapter 34. The 7th day, fluctuating gasoline prices. 9527 area channel. 5,283 participants, each with 5 speaking opportunities per day. As expected, the previous night saw an influx of adventurers. Observing the number of participants in the communication channel, Suyang was not surprised. It was the 7th day already, and many had grown anxious the night before. A significant number were within the final 100 kilometers, encountering level 5 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes. Consequently, 300 to 400 individuals perished last night. Suyang managed to trade for over 1,200 desert scorpions and rattlesnakes, the majority being level 5, thus significantly boosting his experience points. Host, Suyang. Level, Black Iron level 10, 21,179. Health, 125130. Mana, 79140. Strength, 13. Constitution, 13. Agility, 14. Mentality, 14. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Bullet Manufacturing, LV5. Fleet Management, LV3. Precision, LV3. Material Synthesis, LV0. Skill points, 0. Free Attribute points, 0. Inventory, 6,191 blue treasure chest, 19 green treasure chests, 99 toxic bullets, 99 green fuel tanks, 17 green vehicle storage boxes, 99 white vehicle storage boxes, 99 white vehicle storage boxes. With over 20,000 experience points, successfully advancing to the bronze tier would enable him to level up several times. Suyang felt quite satisfied. However, upon glancing at his inventory, he frowned slightly. Expanding inventory scrolls were becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. Whether it was due to his inventory slots being overly expanded or some other reason, he had opened so many white treasure chests over the past 2 nights and only obtained 1 inventory expansion scroll. Suyang suspected it was the former. Fortunately, having collected 700 or 800 white vehicle storage boxes was more than sufficient. Ultimately, he converted the material synthesis blueprint into his skill. Additionally, he purchased another for Fangya to convert, as she also possessed a vehicle. Furthermore, he temporarily enlisted Xie Bian into the team and purchased a blueprint for upgrading to a blue 1-star container truck, enhancing Fangya's vehicle to blue 1-star status. This upgrade provided Fangya's vehicle with 6 component slots, and Suyang intended to acquire some synthesis material blueprints for her use, as his vehicle was not suited for these functionalities, since he discovered that converting it into a skill granted even a level 0 synthesis ability. Suyang decided to create a skill of his own. After organizing everything, he went to rest, knowing that gasoline prices would likely rise during the day. Not yet the time for him to act. Indeed, while Suyang rested, the price of gasoline began to ascend from the initial 60 copper coins, as today marked the final day, prompting those who had not reached the initial station to grow anxious. By noon, Gasoline not only rebounded to 100 copper coins, but even surged to a high of 130 copper coins, the upward trend becoming increasingly apparent. Upon waking in the afternoon, Suyang found that over 3,000 individuals had reached the initial station, with more and more vehicle owners arriving by the moment. At this moment, gasoline had already peaked at 200 copper coins and was beginning to decline. The trading hall was filled with gasoline priced at 180 copper coins per liter. Yet no one seemed interested. With more and more people arriving at the station, each with a purchase limit of 10 liters, everyone sought to seize the opportunity to profit. In fact, quite a few individuals had indeed made a substantial gain, especially the top 10 who arrived at the initial station early on. Jiang Manhua was among them. She was aware that Suyang possessed a considerable amount of gasoline, at least 100,000 liters, yet he had not put any up for sale. Consequently, when the price dropped to 60 copper coins, she almost spent all her vehicle coins to acquire gasoline. Later, as the price surged back to 180 copper coins, she began to sell, which significantly increased her vehicle coins, allowing her to purchase some excellent vehicle component blueprints to equip her armored business vehicle. Suyang had already provided her with the blueprints, and she had upgraded early on. Under Jiang Manhua's meticulous crafting, her business vehicle had become quite luxurious. Aside from the 2 front seats, all the rear seats had been removed, leaving a space measuring 45 meters long, 25 meters wide, and 18 meters high. Jiang Manhua partitioned this space, creating a bedroom and a bathroom spacious enough for 2 to live comfortably. The other occupant was Lu Mimi, Jiang Manhua's close friend and university roommate. Their relationship was excellent, and upon learning that Lu Mimi was also in this area, she did not hesitate to secure a team card and allocate considerable resources to help Lu Mimi reach the initial station. It could be said that without Jiang Manhua, Lu Mimi would never have arrived at the initial station. Xiaoxua, you truly are impressive. The price of gasoline has indeed dropped, and now someone has listed it at 150 copper coins per liter. Lu Mimi exclaimed, looking at Jiang Manhua with delight as she observed the prices in the trading hall. This is nothing. I assure you, the price will fall further, Jiang Manhua replied confidently, for she knew that Suyang had refrained from selling gasoline. Unable to resist, she had messaged him but received no precise answer. What did Suyang say? Lu Mimi asked eagerly, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. He didn't say much, just suggested I seize the opportunity to acquire some gasoline. Jiang Manhua replied with a sigh of resignation. Why don't you adopt a more flirtatious tone? You might extract some information, Lu Mimi, the strategist, suggested, her mind racing with ideas. Are you insane? I'm not the one who should be flirtatious. Besides, with those 2 formidable assets of yours, you could certainly charm him. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Wait, I surrender. Too late. By the way, what is the structure of those 2 assets? You mentioned being hungry for 2 days, yet I feel like they've grown since arriving in this world. You rogue, don't be ridiculous. Little girl, now that you've fallen into my hands, you're doomed. As night fell, darkness enveloped the land. With just over 3 hours until midnight, 500 to 600 people had yet to reach the initial station, all initiating a final sprint. Traveling at night naturally diminished safety, particularly over the last 100 kilometers. At this moment, the trading hall had descended into a bit of chaos. Within 1 or 2 hours after dark, gasoline prices surged again, but only the remaining few hundred purchased it. By now, those who needed to buy had already done so, leaving the rest unable to afford any. For over 10 minutes, gasoline had not sold at all in the trading hall, and finally, someone could no longer bear it, retracting the price from 180 to 150 copper coins per liter. This seemed to be the first snowflake before an avalanche, as within 10 seconds, 20 or 30 people adjusted their prices down to 150 copper coins. There was a call in the communication channel urging everyone not to lower gasoline prices, but how many would heed the advice? If they didn't T-sell now, they would be left with nothing, resulting in greater losses. 10 minutes later, the price of gasoline plummeted to a minimum of 100 copper coins per liter, and it continued to slide downward. As the day drew to a close, 1 liter of gasoline was being listed at a staggering 30 copper coins, but only a few were available without buyers. Chapter 35, Annihilation, the harsh world of survival. The 7-day period has ended. Congratulations to the vehicle owners who have reached the initial station. Those who have not arrived will face annihilation as punishment. Communication channel. Wait, I don't want to die. I'm almost there. You are all heartless. You want to even give me a few liters of gasoline, leaving my vehicle stranded just 30 kilometers away. Please, grant me one more day. The communication channel erupted with curses and helpless cries, but soon, silence fell abruptly. Clearly, they had all been annihilated. Once the annihilation concluded, a mysterious special prompt appeared again. Congratulations to all vehicle owners in Zone 9527. As your zone has the highest survival rate in the Blue Star region, all vehicle owners will receive a reward of 100 silver coins and a green treasure chest. Additionally, you will receive information about the next phase of travel 12 hours in advance. Seeing this prompt, Su Yang's expression darkened. The Blue Star region has the highest survival rate. Zone 9527 channel. Population 5032. Each person has 5 speaking opportunities per day. Thus, Among the 100 billion people in Blue Star, in just 7 days, less than half remained. Glancing at the current population, Su Yang gained a deeper understanding of the terrifying nature of this survival world. No worries. Given my situation, surviving is not an issue. I am rather curious about what will ultimately emerge. Su Yang's face bore an indifferent expression, while at that moment, the communication channel had already erupted in excitement. Is there a reward? 100 silver coins and a green treasure chest. This feels like a significant gain. Wow, I actually opened a green level generator blueprint. This is my first time obtaining something of green quality. I got a high-energy air conditioning blueprint, also green quality, just perfect for my vehicle. Mine is also green. Could it be that this time the green treasure chest guarantees a green blueprint? Are you also happy? Did you not comprehend that prompt? Our zone has just over 5,000 people, and we are first. This implies that currently, less than half of the entire Blue Star has survived. We owe our survival to Su Yang, who reached the station early and sold a significant amount of supplies at fair prices. Other zones certainly lack such benefits. They might be lucky to have 3,000 survivors. 3,000? That seems a bit optimistic. Based on our situation over the first 3 days, without Su Yang, I estimate only 1 or 2,000 could reach the initial station. Sigh, this place is truly terrifying. I believe Su Yang should provide some resources to us without charge. With great power comes great responsibility, and we must unite to survive. What does your unity change? It changes nothing. If that is the case, let us strive to survive and take care of ourselves. What nonsense. Your unity is merely a scheme for others to support your uselessness? A bunch of depressing fools. Does anyone not know this? Can't we just share some joyful news? I opened a green vehicle upgrade blueprint. Damn, a vehicle upgrade blueprint? This gifted green treasure chest can yield such items? I also received a vehicle upgrade blueprint, but it only upgrades to a green 9-star sedan. The space is too small to be comfortable. Is the one above me a show-off? Drag him out and beat him to death. Asking me to provide resources for free? Su Yang found himself at a loss for words. To be honest, while he was selling some basic materials at a low price to gather copper coins from vehicle owners, in a certain sense, he was also providing them with assistance, a fact that cannot be denied. Yet, these individuals had the audacity to demand freebies? It was utterly ridiculous. He harbored no altruistic inclinations. He would not engage in ventures devoid of personal benefit. In this survival world, ensuring his own well-being, along with the occasional indulgence with a few women, was sufficient for him. The affairs of others were of no concern to him. Su Yang, the price of gasoline in the trading hall has plummeted to 45 copper coins per liter. Would you like to buy some? Suddenly, Fang Ye's voice interrupted Su Yang's musings. Not yet. Let's wait a while longer. Su Yang replied with calm assurance. 45 copper coins was certainly not the bottom line. Meanwhile, Jiang Manhua and Lu Mimi, who were also observing the same prices, could hardly contain their impatience. Xiaoxua, isn't it time to buy? The price has already dropped to 45 copper coins. Lu Mimi exclaimed, her eyes flashing with urgency. Let us hold off a bit longer. Jiang Manhua resolutely decided to wait, understanding Lu Mimi's anxiety. After all, aside from the 500 liters of gasoline in their vehicle's tank, they had little fuel remaining. Just a little longer. The recent reward of 100 silver coins means there are likely many others eager to purchase gasoline. At the initial station, there were over 5,000 people. But not everyone owned fuel-powered vehicles. Many were electric. Hence a significant number had not purchased the 10 liters of gasoline. Additionally, owners of fuel vehicles, having had their tanks filled upon arrival at the initial station, also did not buy gasoline. The reasoning was simple. They had limited vehicle currency and preferred not to squander it on fuel. However, the situation had changed. Over 5,000 individuals had just received 100 silver coins, a windfall for most vehicle owners. Time proved Jiang Manhua right. In the ensuing hour, an increasing number of individuals depleted their purchasing quota of 10 liters of gasoline. Most harbored a shared thought. If I buy at 10 copper coins, even if I sell at 20 copper coins per liter, I stand to gain 200 copper coins. Worst case, I can surely sell it for 10 copper coins per liter. Right? If the price drops below that, I simply won't sell. 10 liters was not an excessive amount. The price of gasoline in the trading hall soon fell, as many owners who had just purchased 10 liters listed it for 30 copper coins, with some even posting it at 20 copper coins. The latter mostly consisted of electric vehicle owners who were indifferent to gasoline and merely sought to make a modest profit. Su Yang took action. He promptly cleared out every listing at 20 copper coins per liter. To facilitate this, he converted his gold coins into copper coins to maximize his gasoline purchases. Following his move, many individuals began to notice a shift and raise the gasoline prices, yet Su Yang chose to ignore them. He refrained from purchasing anything priced above 20 copper coins, ultimately opting to retire for the night. Let us see who gets anxious first, he mused to himself. That night, he was not alone in slumber. Fang Ye had regaining her confidence, proving once again that she was indeed beautiful. While Su Yang reveled in his role as a boss, the trading hall descended into further chaos. Jiang Manhua seized the opportunity to acquire a substantial amount of gasoline as well, though her vehicle currency was limited, and she was reluctant to invest at all. However, some, like Xia Bian, chose to gamble everything. Notably, Su Yang had initially enlisted Xie Bian as a mere tool, only to later gift him a green vehicle upgrade blueprint, an item that had taken Fang Ye nearly 3,000 white treasure chests to obtain. Yet, rather than using it for an upgrade, Xie Bian sold the blueprint, as it was for a bus upgrade, something unattainable at the initial station. An alliance team purchased it for a staggering 100 gold coins. Coupled with the vehicle currency he earned through Su Yang's influence, he decided to invest it all. As long as the price remained under 30 copper coins, he would seize the opportunity. For Xie Bian, this was a genuine gamble. Should he succeed, he would elevate himself beyond the majority and into the first phase of Blue Star, akin to Su Yang. Yet, he understood that Su Yang would undoubtedly occupy a tier of his own. Chapter 36, the second phase with difficulty options. As the sun reached its zenith, Su Yang finally rose. Reluctant to disturb the exhausted Fang Ye, he ventured into the trading hall to stock up. With his extraordinary physical constitution at 13 points, had he not acquired items to enhance Fang Ye's constitution to 6 points, he wouldn't have been able to fully enjoy his endeavors. As anticipated, the trading hall still brimmed with gasoline. Both Jiang Manxue and Xie Bian had inquired about the gasoline situation, and Su Yang offered no explanation, merely advising them to purchase whatever they could. But how much vehicle currency could they possess? How much could they actually buy? The current scenario aligned perfectly with Su Yang's expectations. He feverishly accumulated gasoline, purchasing over 100,000 liters in just a minute, all at prices not exceeding 20 copper coins, with some even at 15 copper coins per liter. As others noticed the surge in purchases, more gasoline listings appeared. Yet the price remained capped at 20 copper coins. Amidst this, some began to sense something amiss and hurriedly retracted their listings to adjust their prices upward. However, after a few minutes of waiting and seeing no action from Su Yang, they couldn't resist but lowered their prices once again. In a mere span of minutes, Su Yang's vehicle currency dwindled to less than 1,000 copper coins, having already converted his gold and silver coins into copper. However, he had acquired over 250,000 liters of gasoline. Combined with the previous contract card collaboration, Su Yang now possessed 530,000 liters. At this moment, some gasoline listings remained, with the lowest price having plunged to 12 copper coins per liter, yet Su Yang refrained from purchasing, keeping the remaining 1,000 copper coins as a precaution. In truth, even if he were to be left with all 530,000 liters of gasoline, he felt no trepidation. His vehicles were his strongest assets, and his supplies were abundant. What was there to worry about? Moreover, it was improbable that he would be left with all that fuel. Soon, the clock struck 12, and the urgency shifted to others. Su Yang smiled faintly. The communication channel grew increasingly quiet as everyone awaited information on the next phase. Time swiftly passed to noon, and all individuals in the 9527 sector received the details for the upcoming phase. The communication channel fell silent for several minutes before erupting into chaos. 5,000 kilometers. My goodness, we have to cover 5,000 kilometers in 10 days. That's 500 kilometers a day. I took 5 days to complete just 500 kilometers before. 10 days simply isn't enough. Indeed, the urgency was palpable. It seemed the only way forward was to upgrade vehicles to cars, or perhaps motorcycles. This time, motorcycles appeared to be the optimal choice, as any upgraded version could undoubtedly achieve speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Disaster. My motorcycle merely has a fuel engine added, without any upgrades. It can only reach a maximum of 60 kilometers per hour. Don't panic. The treasure chests in the next phase will surely yield vehicle upgrade blueprints. Just as they did with the auxiliary wheels, cargo, and wheel blueprints before, they started scarce but increased later on. Wait. Have you all been discussing for so long without addressing the key point? The focus isn't on speed. It's on gasoline and battery power. Oh no, gasoline. I'm doomed. I only have the gasoline in my tank, and that won't suffice. Hiss. I just finished buying 100 liters of gasoline, but my vehicle is electric, so I don't need gasoline. Haha. A horde of tentacled creatures. Upon my recent visit to the trading hall, I discovered that the gasoline supply had been entirely depleted. Must they be so ruthless? Damn it, 500 copper coins for a single liter of gasoline? Who is the unscrupulous fiend responsible for this price hike? 500? When I sold it, I barely received 50. I had initially believed that 300 liters of gasoline would suffice, but now it seems woefully inadequate. What a scam. On the armored business vehicle, what a loss. Had I known, I would have invested a bit more of my vehicle currency in gasoline. Jiang Manxue wore a face of regret, for Su Yang had clearly advised her to purchase as much as possible. Yet she opted for a more conservative approach and bought only a small amount. Well, it's still something. Lu Mimi consoled. In this situation, who would dare to invest everything? Being able to acquire 15,000 liters of gasoline is already quite impressive. Selling it now would indeed yield a handsome profit. However, Lu Mimi was unaware that an audacious speculator was currently unable to contain his glee. Ha ha ha, I'm raking in the profits. Xie Bian laughed maniacally. Forget 500 copper coins. Even at 100 copper coins per liter, my 50,000 liters of gasoline would be worth 500 gold coins. Upon realizing this, Xie Bian promptly sent a message to Su Yang, expressing his gratitude. Su Yang replied, "In the final 3 hours, our district will have a full complement of 10,000 players. I will offload the gasoline at that time." Xie Bian responded, "Thank you, boss, understood." Receiving a brief reply did not surprise Xie Bian. He had previously speculated that Su Yang possessed extensive information due to his top ranking. It seemed he was correct. Since the boss planned to sell during the final 3 hours, he felt no urgency. As long as he managed to sell his gasoline before that time, everything would be fine. With this in mind, Xie Bian's eyes gleamed with determination as he entered the trading hall and listed 10,000 liters of gasoline, pricing it at 500 copper coins per liter. Converted to silver coins, that amounts to 5 silver coins. Surely, someone would buy. Xie Bian's actions were of little concern to Su Yang, who was now focused on the detailed information regarding the next stage of the journey. This new data was far more comprehensive than what he had received previously. Then, Su Yang discovered that the upcoming 5,000 kilometer journey would include difficulty modes: simple, moderate, difficult, nightmare, and hell, 5 tiers of challenge. The higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards. While others assumed this stage would also have a treasure chest every 10 kilometers, Su Yang had already learned that it was, in fact, every 50 kilometers for a white chest, with a green chest at every 1,000 kilometers, and a blue chest at the final 5,000 kilometers. Should one choose the hell mode, the last blue chest could even be orange, with a certain chance of being red. Moreover, all chests encountered along the route would be at least green, with a 50 increase in the chance of blue chests, a 10 increase for purple chests, and a 1 increase for orange chests. Occasionally, additional chests would appear along the road, not strictly adhering to the 50-kilometer interval. It was possible to find 2 or 3 chests within that distance. The likelihood of these chests containing valuable items had also significantly increased, and Su Yang felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, he was determined to tackle the hell mode. Danger? Certainly, there would be peril. But Su Yang believed his strength could manage it, even in hell mode, as this was merely the second stage, and the creatures encountered would likely not be of high level. Most importantly, he had seen a plethora of chests opened in recent days, with 7 or 8 handguns among them. While the ammunition was scarce, he could produce more himself. What mattered most was his desire to encounter more creatures, as this would aid in his level progression. Furthermore, the stronger the monsters he defeated, the higher the quality of the chests they dropped. While he was indeed concerned about the blue chests appearing over the 5,000 kilometers in hell mode, his primary focus was on the monsters that would inhabit that path. Having resolved to select hell mode, he knew he must acquire that particular item. Su Yang murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the gold interface of the initial station shop. The reason he exerted such effort to amass gold coins was to obtain this item, which was worth a staggering 10,000 gold coins. Chapter 37, Merging Regions. Talent Awakening Card. Regardless of the lamentations echoing through the communication channel, the price of gasoline continued to soar. Initially, at 500 copper coins per liter, no one was inclined to purchase. But then a shift occurred as Su Yang revealed the information regarding the treasure chest acquisition route for the second stage: a white chest every 50 kilometers, a green chest every 1,000 kilometers, and a blue chest at the final 5,000 kilometer mark. This revelation sent many into a panic. They had planned to manage with a modest amount of gasoline, allowing them to run while simultaneously opening chests for more fuel. But now, you tell me a white chest only appears every 50 kilometers? Even if the remaining gasoline could take them 300 kilometers, that would yield merely 6 white chests. How much gasoline could they possibly obtain? As for the veracity of Su Yang's claims, there was little doubt. It was evident that many considered him a reliable source. The price of gasoline began to skyrocket. Previously, at 200 copper coins per liter, only a handful were interested. But now it had risen to 300. As the time approached the final 3 hours for population completion, gasoline had stabilized at around 380 copper coins per liter. In truth, signs of a price drop were already emerging, with many still lacking sufficient gasoline, biding their time for a last-minute bargain. However, Su Yang remained unperturbed, for he was aware that gasoline prices would surge once more, due to the 95-27 district ranking first in population, reaching 10,000 players 3 hours early. It will merge with districts 95-28, 95-29, and 95-30. In the communication channel, 95-27 district channel, 10,000 players, each with 5 speaking opportunities per day. Was this an early merger? Is there really such an advantage? 3 districts? Hiss. So, the combined population of the 3 districts is roughly 5,000? Haha. Everyone in District 95-27, hurry and welcome your brother Hua. Oh, so it's merged already? Greetings, I am Qin Jun from District 9230, captain of the Chun family army. Brothers who have upgraded their vehicles may join us. Join the Fire God camp and follow Brother Hua. That is the wisest choice. Our Tianhe Trading Alliance is indeed the best choice for all. We possess 3 blue 1-star vehicles and are currently recruiting elite members. What is this nonsense? They're recruiting as soon as they arrive. Huh, I can't help but laugh. Can't you all see clearly before speaking? Look at that so-called brother Hua. He's merely an ordinary blue one-star business vehicle, yet dares to be so arrogant? Ha ha ha. That Tianhe Trading Alliance is a joke. ISNTA van, sedan, or truck, just the most basic blue vehicles. The newcomers from the 3 districts entering 9527 were utterly bewildered. What was going on? At the Fire God Camp stronghold, while it was termed a stronghold, it was essentially a row of vehicles clustered at the initial station. Damn it. What are these bastards saying? A mohawk-headed individual, upon reading the communication channel, wore a face of fury and was about to transform into a keyboard warrior when one of his subordinates, incredulous, exclaimed, "Brother Hua, something's off. This district has over 5,000 survivors, and the first to reach the initial station did so on the 3rd day, with more than 10 arriving by the 4th day." What? Brother Hua was taken aback. He had exerted tremendous effort to arrive at the initial station on the 5th day, and now he found himself unable to even break into the top 10 of this district. However, Brother Hua soon discovered something even more shocking. This district not only had a high number of survivors, but also possessed at least 30 to 50 blue vehicles. In their district, only 600 people reached the station in 7 days, and among them, there were merely 2 or 3 who owned blue vehicles, less than 1/10 of this district's count. Similar situations to that of Fire Brother have also emerged in the other 2 merged regions. They were all taken aback. However, they soon discovered an intriguing fact. Gasoline was available for sale in this area. Those who managed to arrive at the initial station ahead of time realized that they could purchase supplies with car coins, naturally seeking every possible means to obtain copper coins from other car owners. Yet, possessing wealth does not necessarily equate to having resources. The station imposes purchasing limits. Unlike the Suyang of other regions, they could not provide a substantial quantity of basic materials such as wood and iron sheets at low prices. A stark contrast to the development in the 9527 region. Nevertheless, there were still some copper coins in circulation. At this moment, Suyang made his move. He listed 500,000 liters of gasoline in increments of 100,000, priced at 500 copper coins per liter, a staggering 20,000 for each batch. Astonishingly, even at such exorbitant prices, the supply was quickly depleted. Those who had just joined the 9527 region frantically scrambled for gasoline, having previously encountered even higher prices, especially in the district where the Tianhe Merchants Alliance resided, where gasoline had once reached 1,000 copper coins per liter. As soon as the gasoline sales reached 10,000 gold coins, Suyang seized the opportunity to purchase an item that had piqued his interest. Item: Talent Awakening Card. Category: Special. Quality: Perfect. Purpose: grants 1 perfect talent awakening. Note: each car owner can only awaken once. A car owner with an awakened talent can use this card for a certain enhancement of their talent. Upon seeing this unique item card, Suyang realized that car owners indeed possess talents, though he was unaware of how to awaken them. However, Suyang was acutely aware that this perfect quality talent awakening card was incredibly precious, as it was a privilege bestowed only upon the top player in the entire region. Others could not purchase it even if they wished to. Special item: a unique benefit possessed by the top player in the entire region, available for purchase only at this opportunity. Just this annotation made Suyang comprehend its value. The effort he had exerted over the past 2 or 3 days was all aimed at gathering enough gold coins to acquire this talent awakening card. Now that it was finally in his hands, Suyang wasted no time and chose to use it immediately. The process was uneventful. He merely experienced a flash of white light in front of him, his body emanating a similar glow, and after a slight tremor, it concluded. Had it not been for the addition of a talent to his car owner interface, he might have doubted whether he had purchased a counterfeit. Car owner: Suyang. Talent: Optimization. Vehicle: Armored RV. Strength: 13. Constitution: 13. Agility: 14. Spirit: 14. Currency: 23 gold coins, 359 silver coins, 105,087 copper coins. Overall evaluation: Tier 3, starting from such a low level, yet currently possessing such a high evaluation tier, unprecedented. Talent optimization. At first glance, this talent appeared to lack any distinctiveness. However, upon further understanding, Suyang discovered that this talent was far from ordinary. With each elevation in evaluation tier, an additional ability was conferred. Currently, he possessed 3 abilities, each remarkably unique, leaving Suyang immensely satisfied. The distinctive aspect of this talent was that it applied exclusively to Suyang's vehicle, at least for the time being. The 3 abilities essentially granted his vehicle 3 skills. While they only affected the vehicle, in this survival world, vehicles were fundamental to existence. Chapter 38. Is this hell mode? Vehicle: Armored RV, 100. Quality: Blue 1 star. Speed: 200 km/h. Components: 56 solar generator, green. Vehicle storage box, green. Vehicle storage box, green. Water purifier, green. Waste processor, green. Optimized components: 0, 1, none. Vehicle skills: integration. Strengthened enhancement, optimized components. The vehicle acquired a status of 100, courtesy of the first skill of the talent optimization, integration. To put it plainly, 100 signifies the durability of the vehicle. Until the durability reaches 0, the vehicle remains intact, and even the occupants inside are unharmed. Moreover, this state of 100 durability can regenerate autonomously. Currently, it recovers 0.1 per hour, amounting to 24 within a day. While it may seem minimal, it incurs no consumption whatsoever. The attribute of the vehicle, labeled as strengthened enhancement, directly doubles the enhancements. The vehicle's quality doubles, and its speed can reach a maximum of 400 km/h. Yet if this speed were truly realized, the vehicle's durability would likely diminish rapidly. The enhancement also applies to the components, effectively doubling them. Generators, purifiers, and so forth, regardless of functionality or quality, are all enhanced. The vehicle storage boxes also double, expanding to 20 cubic meters of space. As for the final ability, optimized components, Suyang initially did not grasp its meaning, instinctively thinking that installing a component would yield an enhancement. This notion held partial truth, as the optimized components provided an additional special component slot, allowing for free installation and removal, and the installed components were not limited to vehicle parts. Other items, even weapons, could be installed. The installed items would exhibit an optimized state, which equated to an elevation in quality. For instance, if Suyang installed a green generator, it would be transformed into a blue quality generator under the optimized state. Suyang even attempted to install a handgun, elevating it to blue quality. Most astonishingly, after installing the weapon, he could operate it from within the vehicle, enabling comprehensive shooting in any direction outside the armored RV. Suyang realized what the optimized components were intended for, the sole weapon blueprint available for purchase at the initial station's shop. The K-type light machine gun, priced at 1,000 gold coins. This was also the reason Suyang had decided to opt for Hell mode, as this formidable weapon provided him with confidence. With a green quality, it had a firing rate of 300 rounds per minute and an effective range of 800 meters, capable of sustained fire for up to 1 minute. Suyang listed the remaining 300,000 liters of gasoline. There was a minor interlude before listing it. He noticed that someone had raised the price of gasoline to 800 copper coins per liter in the trading hall, seemingly a ploy by the Tianhe Merchants Alliance. Suyang was displeased. Why should the cake he had baked be shared by anyone? After spending some time, Suyang initially listed 10,000 liters of gasoline at a price of 750 copper coins per liter, which was indeed snatched up by the Tianhe Merchants Alliance. He then listed another 10,000 liters. To Suyang's astonishment, the Tianhe Merchants Alliance, for reasons unknown, possessed a considerable amount of funds, purchasing 200,000 liters of gasoline, totaling 15,000 gold coins. Even he wouldn't have amassed such wealth without seizing this opportunity. Later, Suyang learned that the leader of the Tianhe Merchants Alliance had special means to acquire others' vehicles and sell them to the station, thus accumulating significant funds. However, producing 15,000 gold coins was already their limit. When Suyang listed another 10,000 liters of gasoline, they did not continue to purchase, but instead raised the price of gasoline in the trading hall to 1,000 copper coins per liter, directly listing 500,000 liters, seemingly attempting to deplete Suyang's remaining 10,000 liters with a price disparity. Suyang chuckled, retaining 10,000 liters of gasoline, while listing over 120,000 liters at a modest price of 10 copper coins per liter, implementing a maximum purchase limit of 30 liters per person. Clearly, this was to ensure that most individuals could obtain gasoline. Although it was not substantial, it would certainly deter anyone from purchasing the high-priced gasoline from the Tianhe Merchants Alliance. Not only that, but Suyang also offered a plethora of basic materials and some food at fair prices. Although the initial station allowed purchases, they were limited, and the Tianhe Merchants Alliance sold these items at tenfold the station's prices. As for the notion of earning less, I take delight in it. Suyang was utterly indifferent. After all, he had already earned 15,000 gold coins from the Heavenly River Merchant Alliance, exceeding his expectations. What was there to fear about offending the Heavenly River Merchant Alliance? That was the least of his concerns. After finishing his preparations, he turned and entered the shop, retrieving the K-type light machine gun. At that moment, only 1 hour remained before departure. On the opposite side of the initial station, a lavishly modified long-haul truck stood. Though it appeared to be an ordinary cargo vehicle, its interior had been transformed into an opulent space, equipped with every amenity. Inside this luxurious chamber, a middle-aged man wore an exceedingly grim expression. "Very well, Suyang. You have done well to provoke me," he seethed. "You think a lucky piece of trash like you can challenge me, Yuantingfei? Just wait." An hour later, the mysterious notification reappeared. "You are now facing your second challenge, the desert journey. Please reach the desert station, 5,000 kilometers away, within 10 days. Hint 1. Failure to arrive at the desert station within 10 days will result in annihilation. Hint 2. There are treasure chests along the way. Opening them may yield delightful surprises. Hint 3. Staying at the initial station for more than 1 hour will result in immediate annihilation. The desert journey? Was this some kind of vacation? Su-yang refrained from voicing his complaints, though it seemed like a holiday for him. When shall we depart? Fanya inquired from the passenger seat. Now, Su-yang replied with a slight smile, promptly igniting the armored RV. At that moment, a luminous path appeared ahead. And upon entering, Su-yang quickly noticed changes in his surroundings. Desert. While similar to the previous environment, it was no longer an expanse of desolation. Enormous cacti dotted the landscape. For a moment, Su-yang thought he might encounter cactus beasts, but alas, there were no health bars to be seen. Be careful. I want to test the vehicle's speed, Fanya cautioned. As soon as she spoke, Su-yang began to accelerate, the speedometer climbing rapidly. Fanya felt a flutter of anxiety as she watched the numbers breach 100 and soar toward 200. 200 was not the limit. With the enhancements to the vehicle's skills, the speed genuinely doubled, and in mere seconds, it surged past 300, ultimately reaching 400. Su-yang's attributes enabled him to handle such velocity with ease, while Fanya, overwhelmed with tension, closed her eyes. A few minutes later, Su-yang's voice snapped her back to reality. Fanya, you take the wheel. Me? Drive? Fanya exclaimed, startled. Instinctively opening her eyes to find Su-yang had reduced the speed, seemingly having had an epiphany. Is it at 50 kilometers? Indeed, Su-yang confirmed, vacating the driver's seat and popping open the sunroof. In the next instant, a machine gun appeared before him. Excitement gleaming in his eyes as he seized the K-type light machine gun and unleashed a barrage ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid-fire shots caused the health bars of the foes ahead to plummet, and upon reaching the 50-kilometer mark, Su-yang observed no health bars remaining. All the monsters had been vanquished. Hell mode? Was this truly it? Chapter 39, Sweep. Advancing to bronze. Just before reaching the 50-kilometer marker, Su-yang had glimpsed a multitude of health bars, all belonging to desert giant scorpions, dozens, if not hundreds, congregated around a treasure chest. Desert giant scorpion, normal, level, 10, health points, 8,080, mana points, 1,010, skill, flying stinger, all were level 10. Su-yang immediately readied the K-type light machine gun to commence firing, eager to test its capabilities. He had crafted this K-type light machine gun the moment he acquired the blueprint, equipping it as an optimized component on the vehicle. Following optimization, its quality rose from green to blue, allowing for adjustable firing rates of 100 to 1,000 rounds per minute, with an effective range of 1,500 meters, and capable of sustained fire for up to 10 minutes. However, the K-type light machine gun could only fire consecutively 1,000 rounds before requiring a cooldown. The so-called 10 minutes of sustained fire meant firing 100 rounds per minute for that duration. Su-yang had prepared 10,000 rounds of ammunition, and with his LV5 bullet manufacturing skill, he could incorporate special materials to create unique ammunition. Of course, producing a large quantity of toxic rounds was impractical. He intended to craft a batch infused with snake fangs and scales. These bullets would lack toxins, but possess commendable hardness and penetration, ideal for sweeping with a machine gun. The results were evident. The desert giant scorpions crumbled under the onslaught, reduced to fragments in less than a minute. Naturally, Su-yang expended over 500 rounds. Yet compared to the bounty reaped, it was a trivial cost. He noted an increase of 100 experience points, having slain 101 desert giant scorpions, one of which was a black iron level 1. You have slain a normal level 10 desert giant scorpion. Rewards: 1 white treasure chest, 10 copper coins, 10 experience points. You have slain a black iron level 1 desert giant scorpion. Rewards: 1 green treasure chest, 20 copper coins, 100 experience points. Finally, a black iron level monster appeared. With just 8 more, he could advance. Su-yang felt a surge of joy, but at that moment, the vehicle came to a halt, and Fanya inside displayed a pallid countenance. Upon seeing the swarms of desert giant scorpions, she felt a wave of anxiety and fear. However, the true shock came from the deafening barrage of gunfire unleashed by Su-yang. Now, regaining her composure, she felt a surge of safety. With such a formidable weapon at hand, even hell mode seemed manageable. At that moment, Su-yang disembarked and approached the fallen desert giant scorpions. It was only then that he realized these creatures were each the size of a basin, though many lay in tatters. It did not hinder his ability to employ his gathering skills. However, much to Su-yang's disappointment, these desert giant scorpions yielded no valuable materials. Oh well, these materials will suffice for crafting bullets. Soon, Su-yang returned to the armored RV, with Fanya remaining inside, not even shutting off the engine. This was Su-yang's intention, just in case. Moreover, Fanya was equipped with 2 green-quality handguns, both loaded with toxic rounds. Su-yang felt no trepidation about her wielding a handgun, for the first rule of his convoy was that under no circumstances could anyone attack the captain. Even with a handgun, Fanya could not target Su-yang. As the vehicle resumed its journey, Su-yang focused his attention on the vehicle's panel information. Vehicle: Armored RV, 996. Quality: Blue 1 star. Speed: 200 km/h. Components: 56 solar generator, green. Vehicle storage box, green. Vehicle storage box, green. Water purifier, green. Waste processor, green. Optimized components, 11K type light machine gun, blue optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, optimized components. Durability had decreased by 0.4. This was evidently due to the recent acceleration to maximum speed, particularly when reaching 400 km/h, where it nearly dropped by 0.1 in a minute. Furthermore, both speed and machine gun usage contributed to the decline in durability. During the recent barrage, Soo-young was pleasantly surprised to find no recoil, allowing for effortless control of the machine gun. It seemed the recoil had been absorbed by the armored RV, resulting in only a slight reduction in durability. Soo-young urged Fangya to maintain a speed exceeding 100 km/h. After more than 20 minutes, they arrived at the 100-kilometer mark. Soo-young once again unleashed a barrage from his machine gun. This time, he opted for a rate of fire of 100 rounds per minute, swiftly eliminating the desert scorpions in this area with over 300 shots. When the two resumed their journey, it had barely been half an hour, aligning closely with Soo-young's plan to clear the desert scorpions at both 100-kilometer points in approximately 1 hour. However, he remained dissatisfied, as he discovered that maintaining a speed of 100 km/h for half an hour did not diminish the condition of the armored vehicle, which remained at 996. It was only when he utilized the light machine gun that the condition decreased by a mere 0.1. Fangya, increase our speed to 120 km/h, Soo-young declared, intent on testing the optimal speed for the vehicle. 25 minutes later, he again swept through a swarm of desert scorpions with his machine gun, marking their third location. The condition stood at 994, excellent, as the decline was still attributed solely to the light machine gun, leaving the vehicle's speed unaffected. Thus, he resolved to accelerate further. Over an hour later, Soo-young and Fangya reached the 300-kilometer point, where Soo-young brandished dual pistols atop the vehicle, firing continuously. The K-type light machine gun was not on cooldown. Soo-young had identified the optimized components installed in the armored vehicle. Unless the vehicle's condition plummeted to 0, the K-type light machine gun could fire freely. This time, Soo-young aimed to test his skills against the 100 desert scorpions, as practice was essential. Bang, bang, bang. The precision of his level 3 skill enabled Soo-young to achieve nearly perfect accuracy, at least within 100 meters. As he exhausted his ammunition, he tossed one pistol into the vehicle and retrieved another fully loaded from his inventory. Meanwhile, Fangya was busy reloading, though Soo-young did not require her assistance, as he still had 2 additional fully loaded pistols in his inventory. Once the battle concluded, Soo-young promptly conducted a sweep of the battlefield, employing his collection skill a few times. Alas, he was disappointed to find that the scorpion meat did not enhance his attributes, leading him to question whether his luck was truly that poor. The vehicle restarted, and Soo-young now understood that maintaining a speed of 150 km/h would not compromise the armored vehicle's condition. Even at 200 km/h, the most it would drop was by 0.1 after an hour, perfectly aligning with the vehicle's natural recovery rate. However, Fangya struggled to control the vehicle at 200 km/h, thus, 150 km would suffice. Approximately an hour later, after dispatching a black iron level 1 desert scorpion at the 450-kilometer mark, he received a system notification. You have completed the advancement task and successfully progressed to the bronze tier. Chapter 40, Rankings open. First in all 3 lists. Advancement? Soo-young was momentarily taken aback, somewhat surprised, as he had only just dispatched 9 black iron level 1 desert scorpions. Wait, there was still one more. He suddenly recalled the initial black iron level 1 mini-boss cactus, bringing his total to 10. Glancing at his current attributes, particularly the experience points, he noted that he now possessed over 31,000 experience points, while ascending to black iron level 2 required only 2,000. Level up. After a series of upgrades, Soo-young's level ascended to bronze level 7. Host, Soo-young. Level, bronze level 7, 40, 798,000. Health, 130, 130. Mana, 125. 140. Strength, 13. Constitution, 13. Agility, 14. Mentality, 14. Skills. Collection, LV9. Bullet manufacturing, LV5. Fleet, LV3. Precision, LV3. Material synthesis, LV0. Skill points, 7. Free attribute points, 21. Inventory, 6,891 blue treasure chest, 19 green treasure chests, 99 poison bullets, 99 poison bullets. 17 green vehicle storage boxes, 99 white vehicle storage boxes, 99 white vehicle storage boxes. After advancing to bronze, the free attribute points gained per level increased to 3, allowing him 21 points at level 7. It is worth noting that Fangya's combined attributes still did not reach 21 points. While Soo-young could not be certain about other areas in the survival world, it was undoubtedly uncommon for anyone in the Blue Star region to surpass a total of 20 points in attributes. Originally, Soo-young's total attributes already amounted to 54 points. Now, with an additional 21 points, he was far ahead of others in the Blue Star region. After a moment of contemplation, Soo-young allocated 3 of his attributes, excluding strength, directly to 20 points, only adding 2 points to strength. Given the current circumstances, with a handgun and machine gun at his disposal, there was no immediate need for him to engage in combat personally. Strength could be enhanced later. At that moment, Fangya sensed a change in Su Yang. Although she could not pinpoint exactly what it was, only that he seemed to have grown even more formidable. Let us take a break and have something to eat before we set off, Su Yang suggested to Fangya, who readily complied and quickly produced some food. As they were eating, a mysterious prompt suddenly appeared. Due to the current Blue Star region having over 10 million individuals surpassing 100 kilometers, the conditions for opening the rankings have been met. The tier rankings, vehicle rankings, and resource rankings are now available in the Blue Star region. The Blue Star communication channel is now open. The top 10 in each area can speak 5 times daily, while the top 100 can speak once daily. We encourage all vehicle owners to strive to meet certain conditions for the release of more rankings. Rankings? The Blue Star communication channel? Su Yang was astonished. He had not anticipated the existence of rankings. Upon opening the vehicle owners panel, he quickly noticed a new rankings section, along with an additional general communication channel. However, Su Yang chose not to explore the communication channel. Instead, he entered the rankings interface to investigate, as he found this particularly intriguing. The rankings interface featured 3 subsections: tier rankings, vehicle rankings, and resource rankings, each divided into 3 areas: the 95-27 region, the Dragon Kingdom region, and the Blue Star region. Without exception, Su Yang was ranked first in the 95-27 region across all 3 categories: tier, vehicle, and resources. First in all 3 rankings. Not only was he first in the 95-27 region, but he also held the top position in the Dragon Kingdom region in all 3 categories. What about the Blue Star region? Su Yang's gaze flickered with anticipation as he looked at the entire Blue Star region's rankings. Tier rankings. First place, Su Yang. Tier. Third tier, special evaluation bonus. Second place, Caesar Alexander. Tier. Second tier. Third place, Victor Edward Polo. 7th place, Jiang Manhua. Tier. Second tier. 87th place, Xie Bian. Tier. Second tier. 100th place, Koizumi Nwachiro. Tier. Second tier. Su Yang was not surprised to see himself at the top of the tier rankings. What astonished him was Jiang Manhua's remarkable rise to 7th place. Another surprise was that he was the only individual in the entire Blue Star region to have advanced to the 3rd tier. However, considering that the composite evaluation tier was primarily based on vehicles, yet also factored in the owner's attributes and other aspects, Su Yang deemed this to be a natural outcome. Not to mention, possessing a blue-quality machine gun alone would yield a significant number of evaluation points. His armored vehicle was inherently a special vehicle, which had now received exceptional enhancements due to his innate abilities. This vehicle is undoubtedly the best in the Blue Star. Su Yang exuded confidence, and indeed, the results confirmed it. Vehicle rankings. First place, Su Yang. Vehicle level, Blue 1 star, special boost. Second place, Caesar Alexander. Vehicle level, Blue 2 stars. Third place, Victor Edward Bolo. Vehicle level, Blue 2 stars. Fourth place, Jiang Manhua. Vehicle level, Blue 1 star. 100th place, Park Jinsi. Vehicle level, Blue 1 star. Goodness, Su Yang was greatly surprised this time. Not only was his vehicle in first place, but intriguingly, it was merely a Blue 1 star. While the second and third placed vehicles were both Blue 2 stars, yet they trailed behind him. Could it be due to my innate talent? A glimmer of understanding flashed in Su Yang's eyes. On a desolate highway, an armored Hummer was stationed 300 kilometers away, where the desert scorpions had been thoroughly dealt with, leaving behind a scene of devastation. A blonde, blue-eyed man holstered his revolver, his brow furrowed in confusion. What is going on with Su Yang? His overall evaluation might be acceptable, but how could his vehicle, clearly only a Blue 2 star, surpass mine? It must be due to that special boost behind him. A blonde woman descended from the vehicle, wielding a carbine, likely a result of some special card item. Haha, Caesar, why the rush? We'll obtain a vehicle star card in just 50 kilometers, and with a few more, catching up to this Su Yang will be a walk in the park. Indeed, he is merely a citizen of the Dragon Nation. How could he possibly be our match? We are destined to dominate this world and control everything. From the vehicle, 7 or 8 individuals emerged, a mix of burly men and women, their gazes sharp and piercing. This was an imposing convoy. Initially, the team card sold at the station could only form a duo, but Caesar's team was different. He had acquired a high-level team card from a blue treasure chest obtained during the first leg of 500 kilometers, allowing for a team of up to 100 members. This was not akin to the Fire God Camp or the Tianhe Merchant Alliance, which relied on basic team cards, having teammates use another basic card to recruit a third, and so forth. With such a formidable team, Caesar believed securing first place would be effortless, for his crew comprised no inept members. Yet now he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent, and most crucially, this adversary was terrifyingly strong. Caesar's gaze shifted to the last position on the resource leaderboard. Chapter 41, Special Rewards for the top of the 3 rankings. Resource rankings. First place, Su Yang, resource score, 152, 826. Second place, Kendra Katri, resource score, 63,905. Third place, Victor Edward Buelo, resource score, 58,662. 26th place, Yuan Tingfei, resource score, 15,218. Indeed, he topped all three rankings. Suyang was somewhat taken aback by this ranking, as he had not expected to secure first place on the resource leaderboard. The resource leaderboard encompassed food and materials. However, prior to departure, Suyang had sold off a substantial amount of basic materials and food at a low price. Yet, even in such circumstances, he still possessed a considerable stock of materials, with thousands of iron and copper blocks alone, and enough food to sustain 100 individuals for 2 to 3 months. However, numerous teams had already emerged. For instance, the Fire God Camp boasted over 300 members, which naturally contributed to their resource accumulation. Had he not sold off the basic materials and food at a low price, Suyang would have been confident in claiming first on the resource leaderboard. Yet, astonishingly, he still managed to secure the top position. Could it be that gold coins counted as points? Instinctively, Suyang thought this might be the case. But it turned out not to be so. Gold coins only counted towards resource scores if they were used to purchase resources. However, treasure chests could indeed be counted as resources, and they contributed significantly to the score. A white treasure chest provided 100 resource points, a green chest offered 1,000 points. A blue chest granted 10,000 points, and a purple chest yielded 100,000 points. No wonder the system had emitted a notification upon the leaderboard's appearance. Suyang quickly grasped the reason for the system's alert. Does the host wish to share certain data from the item bar with an external special mechanism for detection? Note: sharing this data will not affect the host in any way. It is safe to proceed. It appeared that the mysterious prompt in the survival world likely could not detect the system, or perhaps the system had some special shielding tactics, which relieved Suyang considerably. Initially, he had merely speculated, for the system allowed him to slay monsters and open treasure chests, facilitating his upgrade. But he was not entirely certain. Now he was thoroughly convinced. When the system prompt appeared, Suyang had thought it pertained to sharing the materials in his item bar. However, he now understood that it was the treasure chests that had enabled him to amass such a high resource score. In hell mode, treasure chests appeared every 50 kilometers, with a guarantee of at least a green chest, and given that Suyang had defeated one black iron level desert scorpion, that accounted for 2 green chests, along with the 100 regular level 10 desert scorpions that yielded 100 green chests. As of now, Suyang had obtained 900 white treasure chests and 18 green treasure chests, meaning that, in just the first 3 to 4 hours, he had accumulated a staggering 108,000 points. Thus, in reality, his resource score was not even close to 50,000. Realizing this, Suyang decided to alter his plans regarding opening treasure chests later. The scores of those on the resource leaderboard were evidently rising, indicating they were consolidating their collected resources. The most notable was Yuan Tingfei, who had doubled his score in just a few minutes, climbing from 26th to 16th place, and it appeared he might soon break into the top 10. Suyang paid particular attention to him, as both were in District 9527. It seems that the leader of the Tianhe Merchant Alliance is indeed he, Suyang scoffed. Aside from the 300,000 liters of gasoline, he could not fathom anyone else in District 9527 having the capability to breach the top 10 of the resource leaderboard, especially when Jiang Manchue was ranked around 70 or 80, and the entire Blue Star was uncertain of its standings. Yuan Tingfei, as the leader of the Tianhe Merchant Alliance, undoubtedly possessed ample resources, but the bulk remained that 300,000 liters of gasoline, which contributed significantly to resource scoring. Although he posed little threat, Suyang resolved to remain cautious. Fangya, let us set off and aim to cover 1,000 kilometers today. All right. The two resumed their journey, with Suyang intent on unearthing more treasure chests to further elevate his score. The rationale behind Suyang's determination was quite simple. Achieving a ranking on the leaderboard bore advantages and promised rewards. Being first in a district of 10,000, regardless of the leaderboard, would yield rewards as long as one could sustain that position for 3 hours. The rewards for any rank were limited to once a day, with the top prize being 10 green treasure chests. The first in the Dragon Nation district would receive 1 blue treasure chest, while the first in the Blue Star district would earn 5 blue treasure chests. As for the top of the 3 rankings, the rewards were especially unique. The first option was 15 blue treasure chests, and the second was a single opportunity to synthesize treasure chests. This synthesis opportunity allowed one to combine 10 white treasure chests into 1 green chest, and 10 green chests into 1 blue. The synthesis opportunity awarded for topping the 3 rankings was unlimited in quantity, regardless of how many chests one had. They could be synthesized all at once, albeit only into higher tier chests. For instance, 1,000 white treasure chests can only be combined to yield 100 green treasure chests. One cannot directly create 10 blue treasure chests or a single purple treasure chest. However, fret not. With a daily opportunity, there are still 10 days ahead. Today, one can forge a green treasure chest. Tomorrow, a blue one, and the day after, a purple treasure chest shall emerge. As long as he maintains the top position across the 3 leaderboards, he will have 10 opportunities for synthesis, thus securing his dominance atop those rankings is imperative. Meanwhile, as Su Yang and Fang Ye continue their journey, the communication channel has erupted due to his recent upheaval. 9527 has entered the communication channel. The top position across 3 leaderboards? Truly, Su God is remarkable, indeed impressive. With a tone of disbelief, I had believed Su God to be formidable, yet never anticipated his prowess to be so profound. He is the pinnacle of the entire Blue Star. My horizons have expanded. Hundreds possess the 2nd-tier rank, yet only Su God has transcended into the 3rd tier, while I find myself still rated at the 0th tier. Initially oblivious to the criteria for this composite evaluation, I now understand it assesses individuals comprehensively. Primarily, it hinges upon personal strength. Undoubtedly, Su God must have consumed a considerable amount of items to augment his attributes. Yet this 3rd-tier rank remains perplexing. The most astonishing aspect is the resource leaderboard, where Su God surpasses the 2nd-place contender by nearly 90,000 points. I am nearly bewildered. My resource score barely exceeds 100, and upon witnessing Su God's score, it feels as though he and I inhabit entirely different realms. This is somewhat surreal. What on earth is this Yuan Tingfei? How is his resource score skyrocketing? Yuan Tingfei must be a prominent figure within a team, likely consolidating the resources of his subordinates, which explains the rapid increase in his score. Wait, is this Yuan Tingfei from our district? Damn, could he be the leader of the Tianhe Merchants Alliance? Have some respect for our leader, don't seek trouble. What a heartless scoundrel, respect you. I wouldn't give you the time of day. You're asking for trouble. Wang Hao, I've taken note of you. Remember me? If you have the guts, come at me. In this dire situation, there are still those who act like servants? Chapter 42. How will you respond to gaining 100 points for each monster slain? In the 9527 district, the Tianhe Merchants Alliance does not boast a favorable reputation. Had it not been for Su Yang's final sale of a batch of inexpensive gasoline, many would have struggled to cover even 300 kilometers. Now, the price of gasoline in the trading hall is displayed at 1,000 copper coins per liter. No, in fact, all listings have been withdrawn. The top 10 in the resource leaderboard across Blue Star earn a blue treasure chest daily. At this stage, few have ever laid eyes on a blue treasure chest. It is undoubtedly a prized possession. Yuan Tingfei is certainly prepared to take risks. As for his so-called reputation, he is utterly indifferent. In his view, those who look down upon him, even those who have just insulted him, might not even see the light of the next day. Why waste time with the dead? At this moment, Yuan Tingfei has come to a halt, for his resources are overwhelming. Although the Tianhe Merchants Alliance has only recently developed, its total membership has already reached 600 to 700, amassing quite an abundance of resources. Even his elongated truck cannot accommodate such a vast quantity, and moreover, due to personal modifications for comfort, the space for carrying goods is limited. However, in front and behind Yuan Tingfei's truck, there are over 10 vehicles, with more than 50 individuals in total. It can be said that within the current team operations, there are hardly any locations across Blue Star that can accommodate more than 50 people on a single road. The reason Yuan Tingfei possesses such capability is that he once endured a near-fatal snakebite from a desert viper without an antidote, triggering his awakening and ultimately granting him the talent known as Merchant Group. This talent bestows upon Yuan Tingfei 2 abilities, one akin to a special transaction, granting him the right to purchase vehicles from other owners, which he could then sell to the station, thereby generating the funds to establish the current Tianhe Merchants Alliance. Naturally, such abilities come with limitations. At his current tier, he can only engage in 10 transactions per day. The other ability, known as Merchant Group, allows Yuan Tingfei to establish a merchant group akin to a large convoy, with almost no constraints compared to a standard convoy. Fortunately, Yuan Tingfei possesses the means and resources to win over hearts with supplies, leading to the emergence of the Tianhe Merchants Alliance. Individuals joining the merchant group can operate alongside Yuan Tingfei, but in a bid for maximum profit, he has organized a team of over 50 for safety, while the remainder are divided into groups of 5. Yuan Tingfei's convoy consists of 12 vehicles, 8 of which are the most ordinary vans. However, these vans have been upgraded to blue quality, with each equipped with 6 green storage boxes for vehicles, filled with a substantial quantity of supplies, including 30,000 liters of gasoline. The convoy has come to a standstill, as the resources from other vehicles cannot be counted towards Yuan Tingfei's total, necessitating the unloading of supplies to enhance his score. Nevertheless, he has not halted all vehicles. He has dispatched 1 business vehicle and 4 motorcycles ahead to pave the way. As long as they remain for 3 hours, they will secure today's ranking rewards. With others leading the way, Yuan Tingfei has no concerns about falling behind. However, when his gaze falls upon Su Yang's name atop the leaderboard, his expression darkens significantly. He never anticipated that Su Yang, having previously produced 500,000 liters of gasoline, would possess such an abundance of resources. Furthermore, what truly piques Yuan Tingfei's interest is that Su Yang holds the top position across 3 leaderboards. There must be something amiss with Su Yang, even if he was the first person in Blue Star to reach the initial station. It is implausible that he could amass sufficient funds to purchase such a vast quantity of supplies. Yuan Tengfei's gaze flickers with uncertainty. Though he harbors disdain for Su Yang, viewing him as a mere lowly pawn of fortune, this does not imply that he underestimates him. It appears that Su Yang must have acquired something extraordinary from treasure chests. Otherwise, perhaps he too has awakened a talent? It must be said that Yuan Tengfei's analysis has indeed hit upon a portion of the truth. Yet, even if he believes Su Yang has awakened a talent, and one of no ordinary caliber, he does not consider Su Yang to be superior to himself. Given time, his merchant group will be invincible. His talent is the most unique and powerful of all. However, Yuan Tengfei remains blissfully unaware of the formidable existence he is up against. Is time insufficient? What a coincidence. Su Yang shares that sentiment. In fact, Su Yang believes that given a few days, his resource score will escalate to a staggering magnitude. With each desert giant scorpion slain, I earn at least 100 points. How will you respond? Although the newly established Blue Star communication channel permits only 100 speakers per 10,000 districts, the total number of participants across Blue Star is substantial. Hence, the communication channel is bustling with activity, and currently, the most captivating topic is Su Yang's ranking. The resource leaderboard is excessively exaggerated. Su Yang's score far exceeds that of the second-place contender, and the tier leaderboard reflects a similar trend, with hundreds at the second tier and only Su Yang at the third. As for the vehicle leaderboard, it is even more absurd. The second and third places boast blue 2-star ratings, yet Su Yang remains at a blue 1-star. What a ludicrous leaderboard. It is simply laughable. How is it possible for the top rank to be a blue 1-star, while the second and third places are blue 2 stars? The addition of a plus sign suggests a special boost, which must surpass a single-star rating, hence why Su Yang occupies the first position. Nonsense. Even with an additional plus sign, it remains a blue 1-star vehicle level. How could it possibly surpass blue 2 stars? Indeed, how could a 1-star rank ever surpass a 2-star? Su Yang must be cheating. It is utterly impossible to cheat. The vehicles marked with a blue 1-star rating are already in the hundreds. The third-place contender is undoubtedly far superior to those ranked 100th and 200th. Su Yang's vehicle is assuredly more exceptional, and with such enhancements, it surpasses the blue 1-star rating. You are all utterly clueless. This is the vehicle of our revered Su God, and it cannot be simplistic. Do you truly believe that a blue 1-star vehicle is inferior to a blue 2-star? What if the blue 1-star vehicles are equipped with several components from blue vehicles, or even components from purple vehicles? Nonsense. At this moment, there are probably very few blue-quality vehicle components available across the entire Blue Star, let alone purple ones. Do you think Su Yang is a deity? Whether Su Yang is a god, I cannot say. But I do know that he arrived at the initial station on the morning of the third day, undoubtedly the foremost individual of the Blue Star. Who knows what extraordinary vehicle components he might have procured at the initial station? It seems there is indeed such a possibility. The earlier one arrives at the initial station, the more likely one is to acquire special items. It is said that someone managed to purchase the upgrade blueprint for a blue armored bus. Su Yang must have acquired a unique vehicle upgrade blueprint. It must be so. Chapter 43, The Little Red Hand and the Super Black Hand? What a peculiar combination. Cheating? Observing the heated discussions within the Blue Star communication channel, Su Yang felt utterly speechless. Is it something that an ordinary person can achieve to cheat in the survival world? Wait, it seems I have a system. Does that count as cheating? Well, that is fine then. If cheating is what it is, then so be it. As Su Yang approached, he noticed a glimmer of blue light ahead. Could it be a blue treasure chest? Suddenly, Fangya, who was driving, wore an expression of surprise. She was aware that in hell mode, the baseline was green treasure chests, and the chance of encountering a blue treasure chest was increased by 50. However, they had already found 9 treasure chests, all of which were merely green. It should be. Su Yang felt somewhat uncertain. The system allowed him to see the health bars of the desert scorpions, but not the information regarding the treasure chests. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He would soon discover whether it was indeed a blue treasure chest. Su Yang promptly opened the sunroof to expedite his progress, intending to sweep through with his machine gun. He had been continuously manufacturing bullets along the way, ensuring he had an ample supply, which further solidified his belief that acquiring the skill to manufacture bullets was indeed a brilliant decision. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The machine gun unleashed a barrage of bullets. And by the time Fangya parked the vehicle near the treasure chest, there were no desert scorpions left alive. After disembarking, Su Yang activated his gathering skill while walking, and Fangya, observing the corpses of the desert scorpions disappear in his wake, marveled once again, even though it was not her first experience. She understood that this was Su Yang's unique attribute, though she remained unaware of its specifics and chose not to inquire. Fangya positioned herself with clarity. Whatever she needed to know, Su Yang would undoubtedly share, and if he did not, she would refrain from asking. Indeed, it was a blue treasure chest. Upon reaching the chest, Su Yang confirmed it to be a genuine blue treasure chest, equivalent to 100 white treasure chests. The resource score increased by another 10,000 points, adding the points from the 100 white treasure chests dropped by the desert scorpions. This time he directly gained 20,000 points. As for the scorpion meat and materials collected, there were 3 to 500, which Su-young did not even bother to tally. 3 hours later, Su-young arrived at the location of the treasure chest, situated 1,000 kilometers away. Once again, a sweeping barrage from the machine gun ensued, with no discernible difference from before, and here too, the treasure chest was blue. Su-young speculated that every blue treasure chest appearing every 500 kilometers in hell mode might be a standard occurrence. Notably, along the following 500 kilometers, a number of green treasure chests appeared, the majority of which Fangya had spotted. Let us call it a day. After securing the blue treasure chest, Su-young turned to Fangya and said, although there is still some time before nightfall, we should rest for a while to prepare for the dangers that may arise tonight. Fangya nodded, feeling a sigh of relief. Traversing 1,000 kilometers in a single day had also been a considerable burden for her. The speed had consistently exceeded 150 kilometers/h, demanding her full concentration. And after 7 to 8 hours, fatigue was inevitable. While Su-young had stopped, others continued onward, though some, apprehensive of the dangers that night might bring, had already halted to prepare. On a stretch of highway, an armored business vehicle sped along. Mei, once we reach 500 kilometers, we'll stop to prepare for any potential dangers tonight, said Jiang Manhua, who occupied the passenger seat. Lu Mei nodded, her gaze fixed ahead. Her driving skills were not particularly adept, but her mental attributes had been enhanced to 5 points, enabling her to manage the business vehicle. Oh dear! Suddenly, Lu Mei exclaimed, slamming on the brakes. Fortunately, she had fastened her seatbelt. Otherwise, Jiang Manhua would have been thrown out. Before Jiang Manhua could inquire, Lu Mei, her face aglow with excitement, directed her attention. Shue, look, isn't that a treasure chest? Jiang Manhua paused, and as she followed Lu Mei's pointing finger, she indeed spotted a treasure chest. Moreover, it sat prominently atop a sand dune, allowing them to gauge its size. Was that a blue treasure chest? Jiang Manhua was astonished. And after confirming that there was no danger, she quickly disembarked to retrieve the chest. It was indeed a blue treasure chest. Jiang Manhua's heart surged with joy, and Lu Mei cheered exuberantly. Haha, it's truly a treasure chest, and a blue one at that. Since you discovered it, you should open it. Jiang Manhua beamed, knowing that blue treasure chests contained valuable items. However, Lu Mei hesitated, eventually shaking her head with a hint of dejection, muttering, You do it, Shue. You know how my luck is. Jiang Manhua's expression slightly faltered, realizing that her dear friend was indeed the infamous Super Black Hand. She had witnessed Lu Mei open a green treasure chest to find 10 wooden planks. Can you believe it? For Jiang Manhua, it was no longer a matter of belief. She had seen it with her own eyes. This Super Black Hand was none other than her friend before her. Sensing that Jiang Manhua's gaze was somewhat off, Lu Mei retorted defensively, What's wrong? Is it a crime to be a bit unlucky? Besides, I feel like my luck must be improving, after all. I saw this treasure chest with my own eyes. Perhaps it is destined to be mine. I will surely obtain something good. With each word, Lu Mei's excitement grew, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, the small gambler emerging. Did Jiang Manhua not know her well enough? Before Lu Mei could reach for the chest, Jiang Manhua swiftly opened it. You have opened the blue treasure chest and received the following items. 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks, 100 plastic pieces, 100 electronic components, 2 blueprints. Inside the armored RV, Su-young was meticulously tallying the day's harvest. Over an exhaustive 1,000 kilometers, he had vanquished 2,000 ordinary level 10 desert scorpions and 20 black iron level 1 desert scorpions, resulting in 2,000 white treasure chests and 20 green treasure chests. Adding those encountered along the way, he had collected exactly 50 green treasure chests and 2 blue treasure chests that day. Notably, Su-young realized that he could choose to conceal a portion of his inventory items. Thus, he opted to shield the treasure chests he had acquired today, resulting in only a modest increase of 2,000 to 3,000 points in his resource score. Otherwise, his resource score would have surpassed 500,000 by now. Currently, the closest competitor to him barely exceeded 100,000. However, the storage space in his inventory was rapidly reaching its limits. Su-young wore an expression of helplessness. Those 2,000 white treasure chests required 20 storage slots. Even though his inventory boasted numerous slots, accommodating these treasure chests would leave him with scant space. Suddenly, he noticed a friend request notification and, upon opening it, discovered it was from Jiang Manhua. Jiang Manhua, hey, do you want this blueprint? Accompanying her message was a blueprint for a vehicle storage box of blue quality. Item, vehicle storage box blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, blue. Usage, can craft a blue quality storage box with a maximum internal space of 1,000 cubic meters, which can be integrated into a vehicle and placed on it. Required materials, 100 iron blocks, 100 copper blocks, 100 wooden blocks, 1,000 ordinary parts. Chapter 44, the first blue quality vehicle component. On the armored business vehicle, Lu Mei, glancing at the blueprint in her hands, felt a twinge of reluctance. Xiaoxue, are you really selling this blue vehicle storage box blueprint? We could install it on our vehicle and gain an additional 1,000 cubic meters of expansive space. that could accommodate a considerable amount of items and allow for the arrangement of numerous devices. Be aware that the maximum is 1,000 cubic meters. Given our vehicle's current situation, I doubt we will achieve that full capacity, Jiang Manhua replied coolly. Nevertheless, Lu Mimi remained hesitant. Even if it doesn't reach 1,000 cubic meters, it would certainly provide several hundred cubic meters of space. Our vehicle lacks any upgraded storage box, and having several hundred cubic meters is indispensable. If we locate Qianqian and the others, the limited space inside the vehicle simply won't suffice. I understand. Jiang Manhua fell silent, fully aware of the advantages of the blueprint. While the storage box may not permit entry, the vast space it offered would allow everything within the vehicle to be stowed away, retrieved only when needed, which was undeniably convenient. Yet because of this, they needed to ensure their survival before seeking out Qianqian and their families. Jiang Manhua spoke with utmost reason. Although we possess 2 handguns for added security, we opted for the hard mode. The current dangers may be minimal, but that may not hold true in the future. Su Yang, having achieved the top 3 rankings, undoubtedly possesses valuable items. Exchanging this blueprint for weapons would be our best course of action. Lu Mimi fell silent, recognizing the truth in Jiang Manhua's words. In this world, comfort was secondary, safety was paramount. You're right, I'll follow your lead. At that moment, Su Yang had already replied. Su Yang, the items are decent. I'll take it. What do you intend to exchange for? Jiang Manhua, weapons, and some items to boost attributes. Su Yang raised an eyebrow at Jiang Manhua's response. This woman was indeed remarkable, fully aware of her needs and what was required at this stage. With a thought, Su Yang sent the attributes of the toxin bullets to her and replied, I don't have any items to boost attributes. I can offer 20 toxin bullets, 2 green quality handguns, and 1,000 ordinary bullets. Although the toxin bullets and handguns were of green quality and the ordinary bullets merely white quality, the quantity was substantial. Su Yang felt his offer was reasonable, yet it was evident that Jiang Manhua would not acquiesce. Jiang Manhua, not enough. I want 100 toxin bullets, 5 handguns, 3,000 ordinary bullets, plus a green vehicle storage box. Su Yang, are you attempting to rob me? Jiang Manhua, rob? That is quite an unpleasant term. This is a blue vehicle storage box, boasting an expansive 1,000 cubic meters. Su Yang, don't take advantage of my ignorance regarding the maximum capacity. It doesn't guarantee that the vehicle will actually provide 1,000 cubic meters. Jiang Manhua, I can't speak for others, but your vehicle will have no issues. After a brief negotiation, they ultimately settled on 50 toxin bullets, 2 green quality handguns, 2 white quality handguns, 1 green vehicle storage box, and 1,300 ordinary bullets for the blueprint. Upon seeing these items, Lu Mimi was elated. As expected of you, Xiaoxua, securing such a bounty, including a green vehicle storage box. I adore you. It's the generosity of a big shot. Otherwise, we wouldn't have obtained so much. Jiang Manhua felt a surge of joy. She hadn't anticipated being able to exchange for another green vehicle storage box, to the extent that she contemplated selling her other blueprint to Su Yang as well. This time, the blue treasure chest had indeed yielded a bountiful reward, revealing 2 blue quality blueprints, one for the vehicle storage box and another for an upgrade card. Item, upgrade card. Category, consumable. Quality, blue. Usage, when used on blue quality and below vehicles, it can enhance the vehicle by 1-star level. Initially, Jiang Manhua intended to utilize this upgrade card herself, but now she hesitated. In her view, it would be more advantageous to sell it to Su Yang in exchange for even more valuable items. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer. Jiang Manhua resolved to keep the upgrade card. If the journey ahead went smoothly, she would use it herself, but if unexpected challenges arose, she could trade it with Su Yang for better items. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Manhua, this was precisely what Su Yang had been hoping for. Generosity? Did she truly think anyone could elicit such magnanimity from him? Not even a stunning beauty could sway him. Yet, Jiang Manhua was different. Su Yang was increasingly convinced that Jiang Manhua was a lucky find when it came to treasure chests. Though this transaction seemed to favor her, in his eyes, he had come out ahead. Acquiring a blue vehicle storage box was no simple feat, and while his expenditure appeared considerable, the bullets could be manufactured at will, rendering them insignificant. He possessed a fair number of white-quality handguns, which were rather subpar, with limited effective range and slow firing speed. The magazines could only hold 7 bullets, making them largely useless to him. Of course, Su Yang also harbored thoughts of ensuring Jiang Manhua's survival. She was part of his reserve team. He had not yet given up on winning Jiang Manhua over. Her knack for uncovering treasures intrigued him. Patience was key. He would take his time. After clearing out 1 green vehicle storage box from the armored RV, Su Yang utilized the newly acquired blueprint to upgrade it to blue quality. Once vehicle components are installed, they cannot be removed. However, they can be superseded by higher quality vehicle components. Regrettably, this meant that the previous components would be lost. Su Yang found this aspect somewhat disappointing, yet he quickly dismissed the thought, a smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, it was a full 2,000 cubic meters. As the vehicle owner, Su Yang was the first to notice that the newly installed blue vehicle storage box was maximized at 1,000 cubic meters. and with the enhancement from the vehicle skills, it effectively doubled to 2,000 cubic meters of space. While vehicle storage boxes could not contain other vehicle storage boxes, indeed, even Su Yong's blue vehicle storage box could not encompass a white one. This ample space was more than sufficient for Su Yong to clear out a significant number of inventory slots. Moments later, Su Yong observed that his inventory had indeed freed up numerous slots. Host, Su Yong. Level, Bronze level 8, 81799000. Health, 200,200. Mana, 200,200. Strength, 18. Constitution, 20. Agility, 20. Mentality, 20. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Bullet Manufacturing, LV5. Fleet Management, LV3. Precision, LV3. Material Synthesis, LV0. Skill Points, 8. Free Attribute Points, 0. Inventory, 5,693 blue chests. 69 green chests, 16 green vehicle storage boxes, 99 white vehicle storage boxes, 99 white vehicle storage boxes. Chapter 45, The First Transaction with the Fire God Camp. From 500 kilometers to the current 1,000 kilometers, Su Yong has slain desert giant scorpions, earning him 11,000 experience points. This achievement has enabled Su Yong to level up, allocating all 3 of his newly earned free attribute points to strength. Thanks to the blue vehicle storage boxes, 34 slots in his inventory have been vacated. While this appears to be abundant, it can only accommodate 366 white chests. If necessary, he could opt for a synthesis. Su Yong is unfazed by this inconvenience. Synthesizing 2,000 white chests yields 200 green chests, occupying merely 3 inventory slots. The opportunity for synthesis has already been granted. Congratulations, Su Yong. You have successfully maintained the top score for 3 hours, earning you a chance to synthesize a chest. This notification came just 3 hours after the leaderboard was released today, and Su Yong understands that such synthesis opportunities cannot be accumulated, necessitating their daily use. If unused, the reward for synthesis will only remain available for 24 hours, after which it will vanish. Thus, Su Yong must utilize this synthesis opportunity before 23:59 tomorrow, or he will forfeit today's chance. He is not in a hurry and plans to wait until nightfall tomorrow to use it. Just then, Xiaobayan suddenly sent a message. Xiaobayan, boss, Brother Hua from the Fire God Camp wants to know if you're still accepting live desert giant scorpions? Su Yong furrows his brow. He would indeed accept them. But the issue is that the current desert giant scorpions are so large that even the white chests cannot contain them, and forcing them in might result in disaster. Wait. Suddenly, Su Yong recalls a detail he overlooked. While the desert giant scorpions on his end are indeed plate-sized, others may differ. Su Yong quickly inquires with Xiaobayan, who promptly provides an answer. The difficulty level varies, leading to different sizes of desert giant scorpions. According to Xiaobayan's information about the sizes of desert giant scorpions that appear at various difficulty levels, Su Yong quickly realizes that these scorpions are at least level 5. The level 5 scorpions are 2 to 3 times larger than the desert poisonous scorpions. In easy mode, 10 will spawn at the location of a chest. In medium mode, there are 20 level 6 desert giant scorpions, and in hard mode, there are 30 level 7 desert giant scorpions. Xiaobayan is most knowledgeable about hard mode, but based on this situation, Su Yong speculates that in nightmare mode, there should be 50 level 8 or 9 desert giant scorpions, and it is unlikely that level 1 black iron desert giant scorpions would appear. Su Yong only makes a rough estimate of this situation, as it is of little concern to him. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Brother Hua is likely to engage in trade with him for level 5 and level 6 desert giant scorpions. With this thought in mind, Su Yong ponders for a moment before replying to Xiaobayan. Su Yong, tell him, 50 copper coins for a level 5 desert giant scorpion in normal mode, 60 copper coins for a level 6 in medium mode, and 70 copper coins for a level 7 in hard mode. Xiaobayan, understood, boss. I'll convey this to the other party. Shortly after, Xiaobayan replies. Xiaobayan, boss, the other side says it's too little and wants to raise the price, claiming that desert giant scorpions are significantly stronger than desert poisonous scorpions and need at least 100 copper coins. Su Yong, then let it be. Leverage your connections and announce the acquisition in the exchange channel under my name. Xiaobayan, got it, boss. On a certain highway, Xiaobayan, upon seeing Su Yang's reply, understands his intent. Xiaobayan's vehicle appears to be an ordinary sedan, yet its interior is anything but. Having been forewarned by Su Yong, he preemptively installed vehicle storage boxes to maximize the space within. After installing a hybrid engine, a solar generator, and a fuel tank, he filled the remaining 3 vehicle component slots with green vehicle storage boxes. Upon utilizing a vehicle upgrade card, Xiaobayan's vehicle boasts a considerable interior space, appearing only 3 meters long from the outside, but actually containing an additional space of 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 2 meters high, allowing him to recruit several team members. Everyone, the boss just instructed me to maintain the previous pricing. If Brother Hua from the Fire God Camp disagrees, so be it. Let us make a few announcements in the exchange channel. Xiaobayan declared, causing the eyes of the 6 individuals in the vehicle to brighten. The primary fleet card has a unique function. Team members can stow their vehicles away, but once stowed, they cannot retrieve them unless the fleet is upgraded. The 6 have already stored their vehicles, fully committing to their course of action, not for any other reason, but to survive. Xiaobayan has made connections with Su Yang, and aligning with him is far more advantageous than with others. Xiaobayan's words instill genuine confidence in them, as they are truly assisting the revered Su Yang. Soon, the exchange channel buzzes with news of Su Yang's acquisition of live desert giant scorpions. Su Yang is acquiring live desert giant scorpions? How splendid. This way, I can earn some copper coins. Haha, I happen to have 2 desert giant scorpions missing a leg and a tail. Su Yang's acquisition is perfect. Heh, the swiftest among us has already pocketed 150 copper coins. For instance, the clever me. What the hell, they've already begun trading. I don't even have an empty white chest. On a certain highway, Brother Hua gazes at the messages in the exchange channel, his expression one of frustration. Damn, I merely raised the price a bit, and Su Yang starts acquiring from others? Is this directed at me? It shouldn't be like this. A subordinate speaks up. Su Yang has previously acquired live desert poisonous scorpions and rattlesnakes in this manner. Even if we don't take the initiative, the other party will likely start acquiring anyway. You think I'm unaware? I'm merely venting here. Brother Hua responds with annoyance. Yes, boss. You are the most formidable. So should we sell to him? A subordinate timidly inquires. Sell, of course. A glint of determination flashes in Brother Hua's eyes. This live desert giant scorpion will undoubtedly benefit Su Yang, but selling it to him will also earn us vehicle coins. After all, we cannot hope to catch up with his ranking, so why not collaborate this once? Despite Brother Hua's seemingly dull demeanor, he is quite astute. From a street thug to the leader of the Fire God camp with over 300 members, Brother Hua must possess some skill to have achieved this. It is undeniable that the Fire God camp's growing strength is partly due to Brother Hua's loyalty, and while one would expect him to possess ample resources as the leader, he ranks beyond the 100th place. This is due to his fair distribution. Every subordinate possesses a share of resources, which is why the over 300 members of the Fire God camp staunchly support him. Chapter 46, Night Crisis. Desert Storm. Defeated a level 5 normal desert giant scorpion. Acquired 1 white chest, 5 copper coins, 5 experience points. Defeated a level 6 normal desert giant scorpion. Acquired 1 white chest, 6 copper coins, 6 experience points. Excellent. Although each desert scorpion yields merely 5 or 6 experience points, their cumulative number becomes quite substantial, particularly considering the primary reward is the white treasure chests. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, he stood outside the armored vehicle, surrounded by a plethora of opened white treasure chests and a ground littered with the corpses of desert scorpions, all of which were level 5 and 6, with not a single level 7 among them. Following the announcement of the acquisition, the trading hall had frequently showcased live desert scorpions for sale, and within just an hour, 4 to 500 had already been traded, over 100 of which were sold by the Fire God Battalion. While the experience points gained from these scorpions were not particularly significant, Su Yang's primary concern lay with the white treasure chests. Regrettably, nightfall was rapidly approaching. As he glanced up at the sky, a tinge of regret washed over him. Indeed, the desert scorpions listed in the trading hall had dwindled. With everyone preparing for the night ahead, they were all too aware of the potential dangers that could arise. And if the situation mirrored previous nights with a surge of desert scorpions, it could prove beneficial, allowing him to acquire even more. This thought filled Su Yang with anticipation. However, it was not long before he realized his hopes were in vain. As darkness enveloped the land, a gentle breeze began to stir, carrying with it a hint of coolness amidst the heat. A breeze? Su Yang was taken aback. It was noteworthy that the first phase of the journey, spanning 500 kilometers, had been devoid of wind, characterized solely by relentless heat. Even during the initial 1,000 kilometers of the second phase, there had been no sign of a breeze. Yet now it had begun to blow, and something felt amiss. A flicker of gravity crossed Su Yang's eyes as he discerned a distant, howling sound. The wind was roaring. Sure enough, within mere seconds, the wind intensified, growing stronger and more ferocious. The howling wind surged. In just a minute, the gales had escalated to a force exceeding level 5, and it continued to amplify. Concurrently, as the wind's ferocity escalated, Su Yang heard noises from the exterior of the armored vehicle, as if it were sustaining impacts. A sandstorm? Upon considering this possibility, Su Yang began to comprehend the nature of the impending night's peril. Su Yang, this is bad. It appears to be a desert storm. Fangyu exclaimed, her face etched with concern. Stay calm. Su Yang reassured her, unperturbed. Our armored vehicle is not light. Even a desert storm would find it difficult to displace us. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, Su Yang opened the door and stepped out into the fierce wind. Su Yang. Fangyu was puzzled by his intentions, but soon grasped his plan. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a massive iron box, reminiscent of a shipping container and measuring 10 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 2 meters in height, appeared before the armored vehicle with a resounding thud. This was a green vehicle storage container. Approaching it, Su-young retrieved several more storage boxes and strategically arranged them around the armored vehicle. Once he completed this task, the fury of the storm against the armored vehicle diminished significantly, although the exterior storage boxes began to rattle ominously. Upon re-entering the vehicle, Su-young felt a sense of relief, indicating that his strategy had proven effective. This should suffice. There's no need for excessive worry. He smiled gently at Fangya. You should take a rest as well. You've been driving for quite a while and must be fatigued. But there are no buts, Su-young interrupted her. If my conjecture holds true, the crisis tonight will likely be the desert storm and nothing more. In the communication channel, voices erupted. What is going on? Is it really windy? Is a sandstorm approaching? This isn't just an approach. It's already here. My vehicle is starting to sway. Come on. It can't be that severe, can it? While the wind is strong, it shouldn't be enough to rock the vehicle, right? Could it be that you're on normal difficulty while others are on hard? The hard mode has already started shattering windows. This sandstorm can even smash glass. My vehicle is already covered in a layer of yellow sand. It seemed that the crisis of the night was indeed the desert storm, with the chosen difficulty affecting its intensity. Damn it, I had planned to catch a few more desert scorpions tonight, but now I can't even open the door. Under such conditions, even if desert scorpions were present, they would likely be swept away, which might ironically be safer. Safety? Nonsense. The wind on my normal difficulty is already making the vehicle sway. It might just whisk the whole thing away. Those with convoys, quickly connect your vehicles. If you're alone, drive your vehicle to the roadside in the desert and try to create a sand pit for it to settle into. Seriously? I was just thinking of buying some metal sheets to increase the weight of my vehicle, and now it's too late? Bro, need metal sheets? 10 copper coins each. Already listed. Damn, everyone's out to exploit. 10 copper coins for a metal sheet? Sorry, already sold out. Even if you want it now, you're out of luck. The communication channel was rife with lamentations and chaos, mirroring the situation in the Blue Star communication channel. Everyone was complaining, with some proposing erratic solutions. Digging a sand pit to drive into. Su-young shook his head, bemused. This idea was indeed a stroke of genius-level foolishness. If they were to endure the night in such a manner, by morning their vehicles would be buried in sand, presenting a whole new dilemma of how to extricate them. However, one couldn't deny that it was the best of a bad situation. Survive the night first, and worry about escaping come dawn. Su-young felt little trepidation. The storage containers were filled with materials, rendering them heavy and stable. Ensuring a secure passage through the night shouldn't pose much difficulty. As time slowly ticked away, Su-young grew increasingly confident in his assumptions. With the wind intensifying, the armored vehicle remained steady, merely shifting a meter or two due to the pressure from the storage boxes, but nothing of consequence. In fact, the segment of storage boxes facing the tempest had accumulated a considerable amount of sand, fortifying their position. In truth, the vehicles that had managed to withstand the storm were primarily those buried beneath heaps of sand, which paradoxically rendered them safer. From the communication channel, Su-young learned that numerous vehicles had been completely enveloped in sand and were thus quite secure. The only downside was a sense of stuffiness. Yet, compared to those who had been swept away along with their vehicles, they were the truly unfortunate ones. After midnight, the winds began to abate, albeit slowly. And at that moment, the population in District 9527 had dwindled by over 1,000. Chapter 47. The crisis escalates once more. The following day, before dawn, Su-young awakened. He immediately entered the communication channel, his gaze falling upon the dwindling numbers. District 9527 channel, 8,736 individuals, each with 5 speaking opportunities per day. On the first night, nearly 300 individuals had perished. These were survivors from the first phase, each possessing some degree of skill, yet they were powerless in the face of last night's desert storm. Moreover, not all of the surviving 736 remained on the highway. As dawn approached, he pondered how far he had strayed from the road. During the height of the storm, his vehicle had been tossed about, but he estimated he was no more than 1 or 2 kilometers from the highway. Now that the winds had completely subsided, he was diligently digging through the sand. Though it was a laborious task, and he was merely 7 or 8 meters from the road. Who was the genius that suggested digging a sand pit was a death wish? Now I'm utterly lost, thanks to the storm. Currently, our district still had over 700 individuals, but it remained uncertain how many would make their way back to the highway. With nearly 300 people lost overnight, this survival world was becoming increasingly inhospitable. Well, at least most of those who perished did so during the storm's peak. After midnight, casualties were minimal. Damn. Now even a couple of hundred seems insignificant in my eyes. Our district is relatively fortunate. You should take a look at the general communication channel, where there are zones that have witnessed a staggering decline of 5,000 individuals. Unbelievable. Did 5,000 perish overnight? Su-young also entered the Blue Star communication channel for a brief moment, and indeed confirmed that the casualties in their district were relatively minimal. In other districts, it was commonplace to lose 2,000 to 3,000 in a single night. In the more severe cases, the death toll reached 3,000 to 4,000. With the most critical area, District 4528, now boasting merely 2,871 inhabitants, barely enough to reach 3,000. However, following this night, It is anticipated that conditions will improve slightly. In truth, Su-young observed that the individuals who had upgraded to motorcycles appeared to be the safest. They simply dug a sandpit, secured it with wooden and iron pieces, and entered the motorcycle along with their companions, covering it with sand for protection. The prevalent discussion in the Blue Star communication channel revolved around strategies for surviving the night, with most suggesting the excavation of sand to partially bury their vehicles, at least one-third, if not entirely. In any case, the methods varied widely. After a while of contemplation, Fanya prepared breakfast. Last night, around 2 in the morning, she had taken over the watch so Su-young could rest. Although he had only slept for slightly over 3 hours, it was sufficient for him. The breakfast was sumptuous, featuring roasted snake meat, grilled scorpion, snake soup, and various marinated meats. Thanks to the enhancement of their physical constitution, both Su-young and Fanya found their appetites significantly increased. They required a substantial intake of food to sustain their physical energy. Su-young had experimented with the attribute-enhancing snake meat, finding that 1 to 2 kilograms sufficed. Unlike the copious amounts before him now, the flavors were delightful. At the initial station, Fanya had spent 10 gold coins learning culinary skills, and the meat was gathered by Su-young through his gathering techniques, resulting in a truly delectable feast. After satisfying their hunger, the day brightened, and the two set off once more. Su-young had set a target of 1,500 kilometers for the day, prompting Fanya to accelerate their speed to over 150 kilometers h, reaching 1,050 kilometers in just over 10 minutes. Peering out of the sunroof, Su-young's eyes gleamed with excitement upon spotting several large black iron level 1 desert scorpions ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 10 of these formidable creatures. Would the difficulty increase after 1,000 kilometers? Rather than feeling apprehensive, Su-young was pleasantly surprised. The more, the merrier. Even if their numbers were to multiply tenfold, it would pose no problem. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets rained down, consuming over 500 rounds. Eager to conclude the encounter swiftly, Su-young did not concern himself with conserving ammunition, having manufactured a considerable supply of bullets during the night watch. Gathering. As he continued forward, Su-young seized the opportunity to collect from the green treasure chest, concentrating his efforts on the 10 black iron level 1 desert scorpions. However, the result remained the same. Delectable scorpion meat without any enhancement of attribute points. Could it be that these desert scorpions did not yield special scorpion meat? Su-young pondered, though he felt inclined to believe otherwise. After some consideration, he resolved the next batch of desert scorpions would be preserved. He was curious to see if dozens or even hundreds of black iron level 1 desert scorpions might yield something extraordinary. A moment later, Su-young resumed his journey. Meanwhile, others in District 9527 began their own endeavors, first needing to extricate their vehicles from the sand. For Su-young, it was simple. He stored the vehicle's storage box in his inventory, and the sand was nearly cleared, leaving only minor obstructions that could not hinder his passage. Interestingly, once he traveled a distance of 1,000 meters, the subsequent roads were free of sand, creating the illusion that only this segment had recently endured a sandstorm. However, this was not the case for others, such as Jiang Manhua and Lu Mimi. On a road buried under sand, they toiled to remove the debris. Having managed to clear over 700 meters of a narrow path in their 1,000-meter stretch, an impossible feat to clear entirely. In fact, after ensuring no threats lingered, they had begun their cleanup at 5 o'clock with their headlights on, experiencing a slight breeze that posed minimal interference. Xiaoxue, I can't go on, Lu Mimi exclaimed, bent over and shoveling sand, clutching her waist with a weary voice. My back is gone. Consider it a means of losing weight. Jiang Manhua straightened, panting heavily. No, I've sworn off dieting since the second day I entered this world, Lu Mimi replied earnestly. While Jiang Manhua was about to retort, she sensed something amiss, as a vast shadow loomed behind them. Was that a sandstorm? In the communication channel, shocked messages flooded in. What is that massive shadow behind me? Shadow? What are you talking about? I can't see anything. I see it too. It resembles a sandstorm. My surroundings are clear with the sun shining brightly. It's just a tad warm. I suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be you haven't departed yet? I'm still digging sand. It's been over an hour since dawn, and I estimate it will take another hour. Confirmed. The crisis escalated. After lingering for over an hour post-dawn, a sandstorm would emerge, likely to strike within 2 to 3 hours. Damn, it can't be like this. I'm doomed. I can't escape. Chapter 48. The special blue blueprint from the green treasure chest. By the time Su-young learned that remaining stationary for 3 hours after dawn would result in a sandstorm, he had already reached the 1,500-kilometer mark. Sandstorms can occur during the day. Just after finishing collecting from all the desert scorpions and securing the treasure chest in his vehicle, Su-young heard Fanya utter this realization. As the vehicle set into motion, Su-young entered the communication channel to investigate, only to discover the unfolding situation. District 9527 channel, 8,421 individuals, 5 messages per person per day. The population had diminished by over 300, evidently due to casualties from the sandstorm. The dangers were multiplying, yet thankfully, it bore little impact on him. The sole concern for Su Yang was that with fewer individuals, the number of desert scorpions he could acquire daily would likely decrease. Collecting 10,000 white treasure chests would allow him to synthesize one orange treasure chest, while his ultimate goal was to amass 100,000 white treasure chests. In truth, he could only gather 10,000 white chests, perhaps with a few green and blue chests, but he was far from synthesizing the coveted red treasure chests. However, if everyone in District 9527 collaborated, it would only take 5,000 individuals to each sell him 20 desert scorpions to meet his goal. Yet, not everyone could capture these creatures alive to sell to him. And as the population dwindled, this became increasingly challenging. If all else fails, he would resort to purchasing treasure chests, a last resort for Su Yang. However, acquiring treasure chests would yield no experience points, and even a white treasure chest could not be bought for a mere 50 or 60 copper coins. If he were to purchase treasure chests, it would only inflate their prices, which was not an outcome he desired. Yet, if there was no alternative, he would have to take that final step. For the next few hours, Su Yang repeated his previous actions, unleashing a barrage of gunfire for several minutes before disembarking to survey the battlefield. Fortunately, my armored RV has been equipped with an additional optimization component, allowing the adverse effects of the K-type light machine gun to be mitigated by the vehicle's armored status. Had it not been for this enhancement, the machine gun would have long been rendered inoperative. As dusk fell, Su Yang's armored RV halted at a distance of 700 kilometers, surpassing the anticipated 500 kilometers by an additional 200 kilometers today. This accomplishment, however, came at a cost. The current status value of the armored RV has dipped below 95, standing at 946. The increase in speed and the unrestrained use of the machine gun have inflicted damage upon the vehicle, yet this remains within Su Yang's tolerable limits. Moreover, there is not a lack of good news. In fact, there is quite a bit. The first piece of good news pertains to experience points and treasure chests. Besides those encountered along the way, Su Yang has also procured a considerable number of desert giant scorpions from the trading hall today, exceeding 3,000. Though 3,000 may seem substantial, when distributed across the entire 9527 zone, it amounts to far less than one per person. Nevertheless, it is still a commendable quantity. The second piece of good news is that after numerous attempts, Su Yang finally managed to gather 50 corpses of level 1 black iron desert giant scorpions. And upon performing the collection skill, he obtained special scorpion meat. Item: desert giant scorpion meat. Category: consumable. Quality: green. Uses: edible, with an exquisite flavor. Consuming it can increase strength and constitution attributes by up to 3 points each. Although considerable effort was expended, upon seeing the attributes, Su Yang felt a sense of satisfaction, believing his efforts to be worthwhile, despite the reality that he had not exerted much effort at all. Tonight's dinner would feature pan-fried desert giant scorpion meat, which Fangya had already begun to prepare. Entering the communication channel, Su Yang was greeted by the sight of 389 participants. Throughout the day, aside from those who perished in the sandstorm, only 22 individuals had met their demise. Those who have persevered to this point are not lacking in capability. Notably, there has been a shift in sentiment. Initially, four-wheeled vehicles were deemed superior. Yet the experiences of the day and the previous night have shown that those who developed motorcycles suffered minimal losses, with very few motorcycle owners encountering sandstorms. While savoring the desert giant scorpion meat, Su Yang suddenly noticed a message from Xiabian. Xiabian, boss. Weve opened a green treasure chest and obtained a blue blueprint. What is this? A blue blueprint from a green treasure chest? Su Yang felt a tinge of annoyance. He had opened numerous green treasure chests, yielding many white blueprints, but blue ones were rare. Now, he was being informed that a blue blueprint had been acquired? At that moment, Su Yang felt a wave of melancholy. Item: alloy steel plate blueprint. Category: blueprint. Quality: blue. Uses: when applied to vehicles, it enables the production of alloy steel plates of blue quality. Note: upon usage, this type of blueprint will occupy one component slot of the vehicle. To think it is a blueprint that can be converted into a skill? Su Yang was once again taken aback and hesitated. What could be made with the alloy steel plates produced? If they could serve as materials, then converting this skill would be advantageous. However, if not, it would not matter much, as it seemed there were no significant limits to his skills. Suddenly struck by this realization, Su Yang decided to proceed with the conversion into a skill, especially since Xiabian had sent the blueprint. He directly proceeded with the conversion. Alloy steel plate LV0 consumes 10 mana points, allowing the creation of alloy steel plates from up to 3 types of metal materials. Without further ado, Su Yang retrieved 3 types of metal materials and crafted an alloy steel plate. In no time, a steel plate measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 10 centimeters in thickness appeared before him. He discovered that this alloy steel plate could serve as an upgrade material for vehicles or as a substitute for vehicle components. For instance, a vehicle compartment that would typically require iron and copper could be constructed using this alloy steel material, potentially offering defensive capabilities that rivaled blue quality. Fortunately, the conversion into a skill had proven worthwhile. This skill was indeed impressive. Su-young felt inspired and decided to elevate the level of the alloy steel plate. Soon, it reached LV3. Alloy steel plate LV3 consumes 100 mana points, allowing the creation of alloy steel plates from up to 35 types of metal materials. Following this upgrade, Su-young discovered that crafting alloy steel plates using this skill had become even more sophisticated and controllable. With LV3 alloy steel plates, he could manipulate dimensions ranging from 210 meters in length, 15 meters in width, and 30 centimeters in thickness, consuming a certain amount of mana and requiring a greater quantity of materials based on the desired form. Although the alloy steel plates remained blue in quality, their strength far exceeded that of typical blue quality, comparable to the shell of his armored RV, confronted with such exceptional alloy steel plates. Su-young began to contemplate their utilization. Chapter 49, The Terrifying Shadow in the Storm. Communication Channel. Su-young, selling special alloy steel plates capable of being assembled into a triangular windbreak structure to shield vehicles from desert storms. For detailed inquiries, consult Xie and Wang Qingyong. Su-young, selling special alloy steel plates capable of being assembled into a triangular windbreak structure to shield vehicles from desert storms. For detailed inquiries, consult Xie and Wang Qingyong. Su-young, selling special alloy steel plates capable of being assembled into a triangular windbreak structure to shield vehicles from desert storms. For detailed inquiries, consult Xie and Wang Qingyong. With these three messages, Su-young set the communication channel ablaze. Meanwhile, Xie, who had already received several alloy steel plates, was collaborating with Wang Qingyong and 4 others to assemble a triangular structure measuring 8 meters in length and 5 meters in height. Due to Su-young's deliberate design featuring embedded slots, they managed to complete the triangular structure in mere minutes. Ha ha ha, with this, we shall be safe tonight. Wang Qingjun exclaimed joyfully, and his brother Wang Qingyong wore a broad smile as well. Yet, soon he turned to his brother and said, "Stop gawking. Quickly enter the communication channel and explain to the others. Help Boss Su sell the alloy steel plates. Indeed, hurry up. I've already sent your names to the boss. And he just mentioned you in the communication channel. He will undoubtedly be quite busy now," Xie remarked, starting to respond to a barrage of messages in rapid succession. This was also the reason Su-young had intentionally accepted Xie. The time and effort required for such tasks were extensive, and it was better to offer some benefits to gain reliable assistance. For the alloy steel plate blueprint, Su-young provided Xie with several plates, as well as a few kilograms of green-quality desert giant scorpion meat, which could enhance attributes such as constitution and strength. Xie was immensely thrilled by this, as the advent of the Blue Star communication channel had made it clear to everyone that items capable of enhancing attributes were undoubtedly valuable. However, even in the vast expanse of the Blue Star zone, the number of items that could enhance attributes was scarce. This was primarily because each zone typically featured similar offerings, and items like snake meat and scorpion meat that could enhance attributes were only obtainable from Su-young. It was precisely for this reason that Xie was confident that his attributes would rank among the best in the Blue Star communication channel. Truly, Su is a god. He has once again saved me. Ha ha ha. With these alloy steel plates, the desert storm tonight will be of little concern. It's just alloy steel plates. How can they withstand a desert storm? The individuals above must not have fully comprehended. Let me clarify. Purchasing a few alloy steel plates allows for the construction of a triangular room, and parking a vehicle inside it makes enduring a desert storm a trivial matter. Yes, and the alloy steel plates provided by Su also feature slots, making assembly and disassembly effortless. Wow, it can be done this way? The Mitsubishi structure indeed possesses the capability to generate convection and withstand winds. I must promptly acquire several pieces. As the esteemed Xie mentioned, Sushin's recommendation is to purchase 3 pieces of the Mitsubishi structure, while for the sides, one can simply use wooden and iron planks as barriers. The item is undoubtedly valuable, yet it comes with a hefty price tag. One alloy steel plate of white quality costs a staggering 1,000 copper coins. However, considering that this alloy steel plate, despite its white quality, offers defensive capabilities comparable to some green quality items and can also be utilized as a special material, 1,000 copper coins is not exorbitant. Capturing a few desert giant scorpions should suffice to cover the cost. Indeed, rather than lamenting over the price while there is still daylight, it would be wiser to seize the opportunity and capture desert giant scorpions. There is no need to waste time preparing wind-resistant measures tonight. We can venture further instead. Is 1,000 copper coins for a single alloy steel plate really too much? Su-young thought not, as this alloy steel plate measures 5 meters in length, 3 meters in width, and 10 centimeters in thickness. Although it can be crafted from basic iron and copper sheets, the quantity required is substantial. In total, there are around 500 pieces. While I may have profited significantly from doubling the price, it is only fair, given that I expended some mana in the process. In fact, Su-young discovered that he could consume 100 points of mana in one go to produce over 1,000 alloy steel plates. He also constructed a Mitsubishi structure windbreak shelter for his armored vehicle, ensuring that he left windows on the front, back, and both sides, fitted with specially crafted glass, allowing for a view of the outside world. Some have pointed out that the alloy steel plates cannot be transported due to insufficient storage space in vehicles. Yet, solutions have been devised for this predicament, such as exploiting loopholes in the trading hall. The trading hall allows designated trades to persist for 3 hours, typically. If an item remains unsold for over 10 minutes, it is forcibly removed and returned to the seller. Although each individual has a daily limit on designated trades and can only specify one type of item per transaction, most teams now have members. Thus, the team leader can designate items to their members, who can then return the favor after 3 hours, effectively creating a storage space through repeated transactions. This method was discovered as early as the first phase, and even without team members, individuals can still designate trades among themselves. Hence, this issue is not particularly significant. As night fell, the desert storm arrived as anticipated. Many individuals purchased 3 alloy steel plates to construct a Mitsubishi windbreak shelter for their vehicles, while those short on vehicle currency sold off resources or exchanged goods with Su Yang for alloy steel plates. For those entirely lacking vehicle currency, some opted to purchase even a single alloy steel plate, digging a pit 2 to 3 meters deep at the roadside and erecting the alloy steel plate vertically to shield against the desert storm. With vehicles parked behind the plate for protection, proved to be a viable strategy. Yet, even with just 1 alloy steel plate, buyers remained scarce, as many believed they could endure the night relying solely on their own abilities. Su Yang was indifferent, as he was not reliant on this for profit. He merely wished to inspire motivation in others, the motivation to earn vehicle currency. Just an hour before darkness descended, he successfully traded for 700 to 800 desert giant scorpions. Su Yang was confident that once the advantages of the alloy steel plates became apparent after tonight, more individuals would surely seek to purchase them. In fact, he preferred to exchange living desert giant scorpions for alloy steel plates. However, as midnight approached, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. After midnight, the wind began to diminish. But he spotted a gigantic shadow in the distance, which appeared somewhat unsettling. Had it not been for the sight of its health bar, Su Yang might have thought he was hallucinating. Upon confirming the presence of the health bar, a grave expression crossed his face. This sight startled him, primarily due to the immense size of the shadow, which exceeded 20 meters. If it were to charge, could his armored vehicle withstand the impact? Chapter 50. A thrilling encounter. First kill of a bronze mini-boss. Giant sandworm mini-boss. Level, bronze level 1. Health, 800. Mana, 200. Skills, desert march, mighty charge, iron skin, acid saliva. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yang finally discerned the attributes of that colossal shadow. No way, a bronze level 1 mini-boss. Upon realizing this, Su Yang felt a surge of anxiety. His immediate reaction was one of dismay, as he understood the peril posed by this giant sandworm. He could only hope it would simply pass by. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it seems to approach. Suddenly, the giant sandworm turned towards their location with a clear intent. This is bad. Su Yang's heart sank, and he hurriedly called out to Fangya from the bedroom at the rear of the vehicle. Fangya? While summoning her, he retrieved several alloy steel plates he had previously manufactured from his inventory, positioning them outside to secure the armored vehicle within the windbreak shelter, an action he had taken as a precaution against potential storms. Initially, he thought he would not need them, yet it seemed he had made the right choice. Once he had completed this, Su Yang dashed back into the room, pushing Fangya, who was about to exit, back inside, and promptly closed the door. There is danger, a massive sandworm, over 20 meters in length. Su Yang's words instantly shifted Fangya's expression to one of alarm, her eyes wide with fear at the mention of a creature exceeding 20 meters in length. She was understandably terrified. Do not be afraid. Su Yang's voice steadied her somewhat. We will be safe within the vehicle's interior space. Now, load all your handguns with toxin bullets and affix these bullets to the machine gun's belt. As he spoke, Su Yang produced 2 belts and 3 white treasure chests, filled with toxin bullets, feeling grateful that he had manufactured a sizable quantity of bullets, including some toxins. Fangya remained silent, merely nodding as she began to load the ammunition. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated from outside, unmistakably the sound of the giant sandworm colliding with the windbreak shelter. Outside, a colossal sandworm slammed into a sand dune, sending Su Yang's constructed windbreak shelter and vehicle hurtling through the air. Fortunately, due to its blue quality and the considerable metal materials Su Yang had invested in its construction, the windbreak shelter remained intact. However, upon closer inspection, one side of the shelter had sustained a slight dent. Seeing that the target had not been shattered by its impact, the giant sandworm appeared to become enraged, launching another powerful charge. Boom! This collision distorted the entire windbreak shelter, with some of the embedded slots completely warped, revealing glimpses of the armored vehicle within. Simultaneously, the armored vehicle was flipped several times along with the shelter. Yet Su Yang and Fangya in the vehicle's bedroom remained largely unaffected. This was indeed one of the advantages of the vehicle's interior space. As long as the vehicle was not completely destroyed, the interior remained secure. Seeing the vehicle's status displaying 978, Su Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the damage was not severe, Just as he allowed himself a moment of respite, another thunderous crash echoed outside, followed by a series of terrifying screeches and the spine-chilling sound of twisting steel snapping. Boom. After several such sounds, Soo-young sensed something was amiss and leaned towards the small window to take a look, only to be greeted by an astonishing sight. The entire armored vehicle seemed to have been launched into the air. Outside, the giant sandworm had torn through the windbreak shelter, sending the entire armored vehicle soaring into the sky. Boom. With a resounding crash, Soo-young instinctively glanced at the current status of the vehicle. 813. In an instant, it plummeted by 165. Soo-young understood that this could not continue. A few more hits like that would render his armored RV completely inoperative. Seizing the opportunity while the armored vehicle was engaged with the colossal sandworm, Soo-young dashed out. Soo-young. Fanya instinctively attempted to restrain him, her eyes wide with fear. Fear not. I refuse to believe that a mere giant sandworm can withstand my machine gun. With that proclamation, Soo-young entered the vehicle, neglecting the disarray within, and peered out of the window, swiftly locating the enormous sandworm. The recent collision had propelled the armored RV a considerable distance, and the sandworm was now a fair way off. Soo-young promptly activated the vehicle's optimized components, manifesting the machine gun, and unleashed a barrage upon the approaching giant sandworm. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The machine gun erupted in a fierce display, firing 10,000 rounds per minute. However, this did not improve Soo-young's expression. The distant sandworm roared, seemingly in pain. Yet, upon observing the sandworm's health bar, Soo-young realized that its vitality had scarcely diminished. After more than 10 seconds of relentless fire, over 3,000 rounds had only inflicted a meager reduction in health. Poison-tipped bullet chain, Soo-young shouted, continuing to fire without pause, his gaze fixed on the looming sandworm. Fanya reacted promptly, rushing over to equip the poison-tipped bullet chain. Soon, the standard bullets were expended, and the poison-tipped rounds began to rain down. Each hit on the giant sandworm's head caused its health to drop by 10 points. The chain held only 100 rounds. But witnessing the efficacy of the poison bullets, Soo-young adjusted the firing rate to 300 rounds per minute. With every passing moment, the sandworm's health dwindled, and within a mere 30 seconds, it had lost 300 points. Seemingly intimidated, the giant sandworm attempted to flee. But Soo-young was not about to let this chance slip away. Drive, pursue it. Pursue? Fanya's expression shifted slightly, but she ultimately gritted her teeth and took the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and chasing after the giant sandworm. Half a minute later, the sandworm emitted a terrified roar, its head rearing high as it sought to burrow into the desert sands. Can it escape? Soo-young's gaze remained calm as he removed the K-type light machine gun from the optimized components and affixed a harpoon launcher, enhanced by the optimization. The harpoon launcher upgraded from green to blue quality. Engaging the skill to lock onto the target, Soo-young aimed at the giant sandworm and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Thud! The harpoon shot forth, piercing into the midsection of the giant sandworm. Reverse! Full throttle! Soo-young shouted, repositioning the harpoon launcher to the rear of the vehicle, then climbing through the sunroof while wielding the K-type light machine gun in a furious onslaught. At that moment, the sandworm's health had dropped below 100 points. With the armored RV operating at maximum power, reaching speeds of 400 km/h, the giant sandworm was unable to escape into the depths of the sand. Moments later, the massive creature hesitated, then fell silent. Soo-young finally exhaled in relief, for he had witnessed the sandworm's health bar reach 0. Chapter 51. Surpassed in material rankings? Just a clown. It's finally dead. Soo-young slumped for a moment, but then remembered something and began scanning his surroundings. Only then did he realize that the desert storm had ceased and not a single breeze stirred. Could it be that a monstrous occurrence would cause such a storm to completely abate? It was not until he heard the furious roar of the engine that Soo-young called out to Fanya inside the vehicle. Fanya, it's over. The giant sandworm has been defeated. Dead? Fanya was taken aback, her taut nerves finally loosening, and only then did she realize she was drenched. After shutting off the engine, Soo-young surveyed the vehicle's current status with a wry smile. 689. It had plummeted by 70. It was evident that the recent tussle with the giant sandworm had taken quite a toll on the vehicle. However, upon glancing at the disheveled interior, Soo-young noted that there was no visible damage, not even a hint of deformation on the vehicle's exterior. The integrity of this construct was truly remarkable. Soo-young finally appreciated the unique aspect of his talent's primary ability. Under normal circumstances, enduring such a brutal assault from a giant sandworm would have left the vehicle mangled, and merely starting it would have posed a significant challenge. Yet, in a sense, his armored RV remained wholly intact. Disregarding the massive sandworm, Soo-young's attention shifted to the system's kill notification interface. You have slain a bronze level 1 mini-boss. Rewards: 1 purple treasure chest, 10 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. Overleveled kill bonus: 10 free attribute points, 2,000 experience points. First kill of a bronze level mini-boss reward: 1 random skill. Another overleveled kill. Moreover, this time a purple treasure chest had dropped. Before midnight, Soo-young had already utilized the synthesis opportunity he obtained the previous day. transforming a total of 6,000 white treasure chests into 600 green ones. Now, faced with this first purple treasure chest, he found himself hesitating, pondering whether to open it and see what treasures lay within. At this moment, Su Yang remained unaware that while he was dealing with the giant sandworm, the communication channel in Zone 9527 was in an uproar. For during Su Yang's confrontation with the sandworm, the material rankings had shifted, someone had caught up to him, and, in less than 10 minutes past midnight, had surpassed him. Material rankings: first place, Yuan Tingfei, material score, 200,000. Second place, Su Yang, material score, 180,865. Third place, Kandrake Shatari, material score, 90,575. Fourth place, Victor Edward Polo, material score, 87,026. 200,000 points. A significant figure. This was clearly deliberate. Yuan Tengfei had seized the top position in the material rankings and was now in a 3-hour countdown. As long as he maintained his lead for that duration, he would claim the rewards for being first today. Conversely, Su Yang would lose his standing as the top contender across 3 rankings, forfeiting his opportunity for a synthesis treasure chest today. Communication channel. Haha, it's been over 10 minutes, and Su Yang's material score hasn't improved at all. He stands no chance of catching up to our leader. Catch up? What are you talking about? Su Yang simply had a stroke of luck. He cannot compare to our leader's strategic prowess that effortlessly secured the top spot. How arrogant. Just because he is first in the material rankings doesn't he mean he is the best at everything. Haha, he is panicking, can't you see? This is the number 1 in all of Blue Star. Even if he is just first in material rankings, our leader will soon claim the top tier and vehicle rankings as well. Indeed, an initial lead means little. Only sustained dominance signifies true strength. And our leader's capabilities can achieve just that. Damn it. What am I doing here at this hour, watching sycophants fawn over their leader? Hee, I enjoy it. What business is it of yours? Sycophants? We call it recognizing the times and choosing the right tree to perch upon. You wouldn't understand. What is there to be smug about? If it weren't for Su God using a large quantity of materials to craft alloy steel plates, his material score would undoubtedly exceed 200,000 by now. No more excuses. It simply is what it is, and there is nothing further to discuss. On a stretch of highway, within 2 10-meter-long Mitsubishi windbreak houses, a large truck was parked, none other than the extended version owned by Yuan Tingfei. Observing the rankings on the resource leaderboard and the bickering in the communication channel, a slight smirk curled at the corners of Yuan Tingfei's mouth. Huh, you still wish to catch up to me? A flicker of disdain passed through his eyes. He had plenty of resources still loaded onto those vans behind him, which, on paper, did not yet belong to him. But should he desire it, the owners of those vans would promptly hand over their resources, causing his score to soar significantly. Indeed, if Su Yang had not withheld those alloy steel plates for trade, his resource score would have easily reached 210,000, if not 220,000, or even 230,000. However, even if your score could reach 230,000, it could never surpass mine. The top spot on the leaderboard is mine to claim, and no one can alter that outcome. Yuan Tingfei brimmed with confidence. How could it possibly change? A sultry voice emerged from beneath him, and in the next moment, a radiant young woman emerged, leaping into Yuan Tengfei's embrace, her tone playfully teasing. Fij, you are truly being too cruel to Su Yang, aren't you? You have over 50 or 60,000 points worth of resources, yet you choose not to use them, deliberately settling on a round figure of 200,000. How wicked. Do you dislike it when I'm a bit bad? Yuan Tengfei tightened his embrace around the charming woman. A fleeting hint of pain flickered in her eyes, yet she maintained her smile. Her constitution and strength were merely at 2 points, while Yuan Tengfei's strength was at least 5, with a similar constitution, making his grip somewhat unbearable for her. Yet, she dared not show any discomfort, striving to please Yuan Tengfei, fully aware of the nature of the man before her. Many beautiful women could board this large truck, yet few remained alive. Noticing the woman's compliance, Yuan Tengfei felt a surge of desire when suddenly, a knock resounded on the truck's door. Leader, it's bad. His temper flaring, Yuan Tengfei's eyes glinted dangerously as he growled, You imbecile. Did I not instruct that you are not to disturb me unless it is of utmost importance? It truly is serious, and it is very important. The person outside was aware of the general situation. Had Yuan Tingfei not previously instructed otherwise, he would not dare to disturb him at this moment. Su Yang's resource score has increased. Fearing Yuan Tengfei's wrath, the messenger hastily continued. He has directly increased his score by 500,000. Before Yuan Tingfei could finish his thought, that statement left him utterly stunned. 550,000? Chapter 52 Heroes and Champions. Do speak up. A minute prior, Su Yang was contemplating whether to open the first purple treasure chest to see what treasures it might hold when Feng Ye suddenly shouted, Su Yang, quick, look at the resource leaderboard. Someone has surpassed you. Someone's score has surpassed mine. Su Yang was taken aback. Upon glancing at the leaderboard, realization dawned. Is it this Yuan Tingfei? So that was the plan. He had amassed quite a bit of resources during the day, but had not calculated his score immediately. intending to seize the first-place reward at this hour. Su-yang had to concede that it was a clever tactic, as there were no means to acquire large quantities of resources at this hour unless he spent a fortune to procure them. Yet, should he do so, Yuan Tingfei would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to profit from him, even if he were to be temporarily overtaken on the leaderboard. But to think he would attempt to snatch my first place with just 200,000, and that figure. Su-yang chuckled lightly. It was clearly a provocation. To present a neat figure of 200,000 suggested there were more resources hidden away. Yet, he had utterly miscalculated the situation. With a swift motion, Su-yang placed the recently acquired purple treasure chest into the storage compartment of his armored vehicle, along with over 300 green treasure chests. In an instant, the mysterious and extraordinary moments of the survival world were recorded. One purple treasure chest equated to a score of 100,000 resources. Over 300 green treasure chests amounted to over 300,000. Consequently, Su-yang's resource score skyrocketed to over 600,000, presenting itself as a rather amusing number. Resource leaderboard. First, Su-yang, resource score, 654,321 second. Yuan Tingfei, resource score, 200,000 third. Victor Edward Polo, resource score, 130,575 fourth. Candela Kshatri, resource score, 97026 on the truck. Yuan Tingfei stared at the glaring figure of 654,321, feeling utterly humiliated. He fell silent, his expression dark and foreboding. The radiant woman in his arms began to tremble, seemingly terrified of incurring his wrath. Get out. Noticing her fear, Yuan Tingfei threw her to the ground. The woman, relieved, scrambled to her feet and fled, as if escaping a ferocious beast. Su-yang. Yuan Tingfei's voice roared low and menacing, akin to that of a provoked beast. How dare he endure such humiliation? I, Yuan Tingfei, shall not rest until I have taken my revenge. I swear, I will not rest until I have slain you. Consumed by rage and bitterness, Yuan Tingfei seemed to forget that he was the one who instigated this whole affair. He had originally intended to provoke and humiliate Su-yang with that 200,000 score, deliberately holding back another 50 or 60,000 points, planning to incrementally increase his score to mock and insult Su-yang when he raised his own. However, reality proved far more ruthless than his plans. 50 or 60,000. That was merely a fraction of the score needed to compete with Su-yang. In the communication channel, laughter erupted. Where are you, man? Oh, forgive me, I meant Yuan Tingfei's lackeys. Haha, I'm laughing. I really am. 654,321. That number is simply marvelous. The thought that Yuan Tingfei still had resources unaccounted for, waiting to be revealed when Su-yang increased his score, now seemed utterly futile. How could he dare flaunt such meager resources before Su-yang? What a farcical joke. It became apparent that Su-yang had not even glanced at the leaderboard before, or else he would not have allowed Yuan Tingfei to flaunt his arrogance for so long. Hey, I just have to ask, where are those astute heroes from earlier? And those fine birds? Come forth and speak. Do not hold back. It must be exhausting. Returning to Su-yang, he was indeed formidable. He had just produced nearly 500,000 in resource points. How much resource could that possibly entail? It had to be treasure chests. I believe Su-yang must have challenged the Hell mode difficulty and gained a substantial number of treasure chests in the process. Wow, Hell mode? Truly, Su-yang is remarkable. Not only did the communication channel in District 9527 erupt with excitement, but the Blue Star communication channel also buzzed due to Su-yang's skyrocketing resource score. Indeed, only a select few across the entire Blue Star had resources exceeding Su-yang's. Moreover, there were those planning to take action to surpass Yuan Tingfei's score, especially Victor Edward Polo, who had already gathered 300,000 points worth of resources. Who exactly is Su-yang? This score is simply astounding. Inside a Hummer RV, the 30-something Victor Edward Polo wore a look of helplessness. Victor was born into a formidable family, yet few across the Blue Star were acquainted with his lineage. Upon their sudden arrival in the survival world, Victor's family demonstrated remarkable unity. Coincidentally, within the densely populated area where Victor resided, several families congregated, and among them were individuals who also operated within this region. Their families were resolutely cohesive, pooling most of their resources in Victor's favor. By the afternoon of the third day, Victor reached the initial station, leveraging the resources acquired there to assist his kin in arriving at the station, simultaneously earning a considerable amount of vehicle currency. Seizing this opportunity, he began to flourish, buoyed by his fortunate circumstances when a family member awakened their talent while on the brink of death, opting to join his convoy under his leadership. Without Su-yang's presence, Victor would have undoubtedly been the foremost individual on Blue Star. Achieving third place in the 3 rankings was no trivial feat, and sustaining such a standing was undeniably challenging. However, this evening, Victor's aspiration was not merely to secure the top position on the material leaderboard. His ambition was to claim first place in all 3 rankings. Initially, his standing on the material leaderboard was a mere 4th, as he had yet to gather all the resources from his family members. Upon amassing a few more, he ascended to 3rd place. Attaining 3rd place also triggered a special reward, which granted him an astonishing 10 blue treasure chests. It was these 10 blue treasure chests that instilled in him the confidence to vie for the pinnacle of the 3 rankings. Among the treasures, he uncovered 2 star-up cards, alongside several items enhancing his attributes, whether regarding vehicle levels or overall evaluations, all of which fortified his resolve to contend for the top spot. Yet, confronted with Su Yang's overwhelming resource scores, even Victor, who often prided himself on being innately superior and in control of all circumstances, found himself in a quandary. The gap was insurmountable. Even if he summoned every member of his family from the region and pooled all their resources, it would be impossible to match such a score. Moreover, even if it were feasible, Victor had no intention of doing so. 654,321. He could hardly believe this was mere coincidence. It was undoubtedly a deliberate act by Su Yang. Soon, Victor realized that his decision to refrain from exerting himself fully in the competition for rankings was indeed the right one, as Su Yang's vehicle level had also advanced. Blue 2 stars. Oh no, it should be blue 2 stars. Chapter 53, Purple Treasure Chest, Purple Convoy Card. After elevating his material score to a level that instilled despair in others, Su Yang chose not to concern himself with subsequent events. There was no need. There was no cause for worry regarding anyone surpassing his material score, at least not at this stage. Subsequently, Su Yang finally resolved to open the coveted purple treasure chest. Curious to see what remarkable items it might yield, you opened a purple treasure chest and obtained the following items. 3 blue vehicle component enhancement blueprints, 3 blue star-up cards, 10 purple components, 1 purple convoy card. Upon seeing these treasures, Su Yang was assured that his decision was indeed wise. These were all exceptional items. Item, vehicle component enhancement blueprint. Category, blueprint. Quality, blue. Purpose, can increase 1 component position of blue quality vehicles. Note, blue vehicles can have a maximum of 3 additional component positions. Free blueprints. Without hesitation, Su Yang allocated them to his armored RV, filling it to capacity. Now, the component positions of the armored RV had reached 9, leaving 4 vacancies, and Su Yang began to contemplate what components to install. However, this matter would have to wait. Su Yang's gaze shifted to the second item revealed by the purple treasure chest. Item, star-up card. Category, consumable. Quality, blue. Purpose, when used on blue or lower quality vehicles, it can elevate their star level by 1. So once a vehicle is upgraded to blue, it requires such star-up cards to further enhance its star level? A flicker of realization crossed Su Yang's eyes as he promptly consumed 1 star-up card, intending to upgrade his armored RV. It is worth noting that while the star-up card indeed elevated the vehicle's star level, upgrading the vehicle still necessitated the expenditure of certain materials. This posed no issue for Su Yang. A mere handful of materials was trivial. Even if he had 3 star-up cards, procuring 3 more would be no great burden. Ultimately, however, Su Yang upgraded his armored RV to 2 stars and opted not to pursue further enhancements. Because vehicle, armored RV, 100. Quality, blue 2 stars. Speed, 220 km/h. Components, 59 solar generator, green. Vehicle storage box, blue. Vehicle storage box, green. Water purifier, green. Waste processor, green. Optimized components, 11K type light machine gun, blue optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, optimized components. Has the numerical status been restored? Gazing at the vehicle's attribute panel, Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. From the vehicle's status data, it became apparent that a star-up card did not merely upgrade the vehicle. It also functioned as a restoration card that guaranteed the complete repair of the armored RV. Thus, even if the armored RV's status plummeted below 10, could he not use a star-up card to restore it directly to 100? Suddenly, Su Yang envisioned a more effective application for the star-up card, contemplating its use at a critical moment. The purple components, however, were special. They were essential materials for upgrading vehicles to purple and for star elevation of purple vehicles. Best to keep them. They may come in handy in a few days. Su Yang stored the purple components away and shifted his attention to the final card item. Item, convoy card. Category, consumable. Quality, purple. Purpose, after acquiring a convoy, using this card allows you to establish a convoy that accommodates 3 teams. Note, the purple convoy card can randomly grant 1 convoy attribute of purple level. A convoy card? First, it was a team, and now a convoy. But do I need to construct a convoy? Su Yang hesitated, yet after some contemplation, he resolved to utilize the convoy card to establish a convoy, intrigued by the prospect of its purple attributes. Simultaneously, he speculated that perhaps a convoy leaderboard might emerge in the future, and being among the first to establish a convoy would surely yield benefits. Successfully use the convoy card. You have formed a purple convoy. Please name your convoy. Naming? It must be said that Su Yang struggled with naming. He had named all his teams after himself, and instinctively intended to name this convoy after himself as well. However, after a moment's hesitation, Su Yang turned to Fanya and asked, "What do you think we should name the convoy?" Fanya, having noticed the attributes of the convoy card and understanding Su Yang's intention to form a convoy, pondered briefly before suggesting, how about calling it Su-God? Su-Yang. That would be quite the self-aggrandizement. While it was true, it felt somewhat awkward. Su-Yang had come to recognize Fang Ye's naming abilities. Given that he possessed a system capable of monster hunting, treasure chest acquisition, and upgrades, he decided to name the convoy Infinity. Infinite treasure chests. Infinite upgrades. Su-Yang resolved to name the convoy Infinity. Naming successful. You have successfully established the purple convoy Infinity. Just as this special notification concluded, Su-Yang intended to examine the convoy's attributes, only to discover that the event was not yet over. Congratulations, owner Su-Yang. As you are the first in the entire region to establish a purple convoy, your convoy has been upgraded to orange and simultaneously awakened all attributes of the convoy across all levels. There's such a reward? Su-Yang was momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to him, on a distant road. The road lay a considerable distance from Su-Yang, as they were not situated within the same grand region. At this moment, a sleek and impeccably designed armored vehicle, resembling a high-speed train, stretched over a dozen meters long. A young man, adorned with a third eye upon his forehead, wore an expression of sheer delight. Ha! I have finally acquired the coveted purple vehicle team card. The fastest to obtain such a card in the early stages is undoubtedly from my three-eyed clan. The youth from the three-eyed clan beamed with pride. For although all beings across the myriad races entered the survival world with their four-dimensional attributes reset to a mere point, their racial lineage remained unscathed, and their innate talents would awaken once their four-dimensional attributes reached 10 points. The starting point may be uniform, yet the stronger races developed at a swifter pace. This purple vehicle team card, which he held in his hand, was the culmination of resources collected from the majority of his clan members entering the survival world, ultimately exchanged for sufficient treasure chests, resulting in the synthesis of this purple treasure chest as a reward for ranking first, coupled with their clan's unique talent. They had fortuitously obtained the vehicle team card. Naturally, the aim was to establish the very first purple vehicle team. The inaugural purple vehicle team would receive rewards to elevate it to an orange vehicle team, along with the awakening of 5 vehicle team attributes, thus providing immense advantages when the vehicle team rankings opened up and during subsequent vehicle team battles. The young man from the three-eyed clan, filled with excitement, activated the vehicle team card. Vehicle team card activated successfully. You will establish a purple vehicle team. Please name your team. Three-eyed divine clan. Naming successful. You have successfully established the purple vehicle team, three-eyed divine clan. Following this enigmatic prompt, the young man awaited the subsequent developments with anticipation, only to find himself puzzled. What comes next? Wasn't it supposed to upgrade to an orange vehicle team? He was engulfed in confusion, as things were not proceeding as promised. Chapter 54, the 5 vehicle team attributes and Manhwaresumens. Vehicle team, infinite. Level, orange. Fleet, 0-10. Orange attribute. The team leader can obtain a mysterious treasure chest every 10 days. Purple attribute. The vehicle team has 10 slots. Blue attribute. Vehicle team warehouse, 100. 000 cubic meters. Green attribute. Allows the vehicle team to expand its numbers 5-fold. White attribute. Ordinary members receive 10 copper coins daily. The captain receives 1 silver coin, and the team leader receives 1 gold coin. Note, the mysterious treasure chest may contain mysterious items. Upon reviewing the attributes of the vehicle team before him, Su-Yang was greatly astonished. He had never anticipated that the first person to possess a purple vehicle team could directly elevate to a higher tier. The team, which could originally accommodate 3 fleets, had now expanded to 10. Not only that, but 5 vehicle team attributes had also been awakened. The white attribute appeared the least impressive. Yet in certain respects, it could be deemed the strongest, for once the number of team members increased, the daily earnings in vehicle coins would be astounding. This vehicle coin would directly appear in the vehicle team's account, effectively becoming Su-Yang's private property. The green attribute's 5-fold increase in numbers was noteworthy. It was important to mention that the vehicle teams accommodated by the vehicle team were initially just 2-person squads, and alliances resembling the current somewhat infinite nesting doll structure were not recognized. Nevertheless, even with just a basic vehicle team, this attribute enhancement could transform it into a 10-person squad. The vehicle team warehouse was equally remarkable, being a highly specialized storage. In simple terms, if Su-Yang were to incorporate Xie-Bian's fleet into the vehicle team, he could place items within, and Xie-Bian would be able to retrieve them from his current location using the vehicle team warehouse, rendering it exceedingly convenient. As for the vehicle slots, this capability allowed all members within the vehicle team to place their vehicles into the team's slots, somewhat akin to Su-Yang being able to store Fang Ye's vehicle in his inventory for retrieval at any moment. Moreover, due to the purple attribute, damaged vehicles would receive repairs once stored in the vehicle team's slots. This was even more impressive than Su-Yang's inventory storage slots. Yet among the 5 vehicle team attributes, Su-Yang's foremost interest and anticipation lay with the first orange attribute, which would enable him to obtain a mysterious treasure chest containing enigmatic items. Although he remained unaware of the true nature of these mysterious items, the very name suggested an extraordinary quality. With such a designation as mysterious, There surely had to be something exceptional about it. Thus, Su-young felt a surge of eagerness. After a flurry of activity, Su-young realized it was nearly 5 o'clock. While Fanya busied herself preparing breakfast, a thought struck him regarding the enormous giant sandworm outside. Surely, such a colossal creature would yield a wealth of valuable materials? Arriving at the sight of the giant sandworm's carcass, a glint of excitement flashed in Su-young's eyes as he waved his hand to cast the gathering spell. Trigger successful. You have collected 10 units of special item, sandworm essence. The trigger had activated. Su-young's eyes lit up, and he soon noticed that one of the inventory slots had increased by 10 units of sandworm essence. Upon inspection, he found that these items resembled jelly, approximately the size of longan fruit. In stark contrast to the giant sandworm's imposing form, this essence had evidently suffered a significant reduction in size. However, its efficacy far surpassed that of the giant sandworm's flesh. Item, sandworm essence. Category, consumable. Quality, blue. Usage, a special item. Consuming it grants a 1-point increase in 4-dimensional attributes and has a certain probability of awakening the giant sandworm's skills. Note, this effect is only applicable upon first consumption. The potential to awaken skills? This was indeed a valuable item. Without hesitation, Su-young consumed one, yet aside from the increase of 1 point in his 4-dimensional attributes, he did not awaken any skills from the giant sandworm. What a pity. If I could awaken the Iron Shield skill, I would be invulnerable with skill points invested. Su-young felt a tinge of regret. Upon returning to the armored house vehicle, he found that Fanya had prepared breakfast. Here, this is for you. Su-young handed the sandworm essence to Fanya. What is this? As Fanya accepted the sandworm essence, she was about to inquire further when she caught sight of its properties and was immediately struck speechless with astonishment. Without engaging in any superfluous dialogue or pretense, Fanya directly consumed the sandworm essence. How does it feel? Su-young looked on with eager anticipation. Although he had not awakened any skills himself, he remained curious about what abilities this item might unlock. Furthermore, he was keen to witness the outcomes when other vehicle owners awakened their skills. I awakened a talent called Charge. Fanya replied, yet her words instantly raised Su-young's suspicions. Wait, did you say you awakened a talent? Yes. It is a vehicle owner's talent, which enhances alongside my tier. Fanya nodded, causing Su-young to be momentarily dumbfounded. What was clearly an awakened skill had somehow transformed into a talent in Fanya's case. Wait, does this mean that all my skills could be classified as talents? And they can be upgraded as well? As the realization struck him, Su-young recognized that his situation was indeed more unique than he had initially thought. After some discussion, Su-young finally grasped the nature of Fanya's ability. She had indeed awakened the Charge talent. Currently, due to her second-tier status, this talent was also at the second tier. Upon activation, Fanya could launch a charge using her vehicle or even herself, resulting in a 5-fold increase in speed and defense. For instance, if Fanya were to drive the armored house vehicle and use charge, it would instantaneously amplify both speed and defense 5-fold, allowing her to deliver a powerful ramming attack against adversaries. Had she possessed this capability earlier, the giant sandworm would likely have been obliterated with a single charge. Su-young was astonished, while Fanya was elated. Initially believing her role was merely to drive the vehicle, manage supplies, and prepare meals, she was now aware of her significant potential. Not merely significant, but truly monumental. Su-young endeavored to propel Fanya into a daring maneuver, utilizing an armored vehicle as the core element. In an instant, he barely registered the flash, followed by a resounding boom, as the armored vehicle soared to several hundred meters away. Remarkably, it did not come to an immediate halt, lacking a defined target. It sustained its velocity for a full 10 seconds before finally coming to rest. Only then did Su-young realize that the thunderous sound he had heard was the breaking of the sound barrier. The speed of the armored vehicle had indeed surpassed that of sound. Astonishingly swift. Glancing at the dashboard, Su-young noted that in a mere 10 seconds, the vehicle had covered a staggering distance of 36 kilometers. Is this truly my doing? Fanya, too, had regained her senses, though she still wore a bewildered expression, as if caught in a surreal dream. It is your accomplishment. A glimmer of insight illuminated Su-young's eyes. Your exceptional talent not only allows for offensive maneuvers against foes, but also facilitates a swift escape in critical moments. However, the cost is considerable. 95. Observing the current status of the armored vehicle, Su-young's lips curled slightly. It had plummeted by 5 points, which felt rather exaggerated. This was not even in the context of engaging enemies. If it were, the toll could be far greater. It appears I must stockpile several star upgrade cards. Chapter 55. The Joining of Little Red Hand and the Super Black Hand. Channel 9527. 8,168 participants, each allowed 5 messages per day. Following the sandstorm during the day and the entirety of the previous night, the number of participants had dwindled by over 200, predominantly due to the events of last night. Compared to the previous night's count of over 1,000, the drop was substantial. Clearly, Su-young's alloy steel plates had saved a portion of individuals, while others had benefited from the prior night's experience, leading to better preparedness and easier survival. Nevertheless, Many in the 9527 communication channel had already resolved to purchase at least one alloy steel plate that evening. Furthermore, Soo-young learned from the communication channel that even those opting for the hard mode had not encountered any gigantic sandworms throughout the night, nor even the desert giant scorpions. As for whether the nightmare mode posed any challenges, Soo-young was uncertain since neither the communication channel nor the blue channel had provided such information. This led Soo-young to speculate that perhaps the appearance of the giant sandworms was a consequence of selecting the hell mode. Perhaps the nightmare mode also contained such threats. Yet no one had mentioned it. Today, Soo-young urged Fangye to accelerate, as her attributes had increased by 1 point, and on this third day, she had adapted to driving at speeds exceeding 200 km/h. In 1 hour, they could cover 200 kilometers and eliminate all desert giant scorpions. Although it would not be an easy task, Soo-young had set his sights on reaching the desert sea station, a mere 2,300 kilometers away, with confidence that he could accomplish it in a single day. However, not long after, he reconsidered his plans, prompted by the fact that he had gained enough experience points to level up to bronze level 10. Host, Soo-young. Level, bronze level 10 0. Health, 250,250. Mana, 250,250. Strength, 23. Constitution, 25. Agility, 21. Mentality, 25. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Marksmanship, LV3. Bullet Manufacturing, LV5. Convoy, LV3. Precision, LV3. Material Synthesis, LV0. Alloy Steel Plate, LV3. Skill Points, 4. Free Attribute Points, 0. Inventory, 6,590. 13 blue chests, 99 green chests, 99 green chests. Upon leveling up to bronze level 10, he instinctively understood the requirements for advancement. In fact, they were rather straightforward: to slay 100 black iron level monsters and 10 bronze level monsters. Soo-young found himself in a quandary. This left him with two options: either to forego the advancement quest and hasten to the desert sea station, each choice bearing its own merits. Suddenly, he recalled that defeating a bronze-level giant sandworm could yield a purple chest. Although it would not be a first kill, and thus lacking the random skill reward, merely obtaining a purple chest would still be quite advantageous. Notably, this instance's random skill was marksmanship, and with a marksmanship level of 3 combined with precision, Soo-young could achieve a remarkable feat of hitting every shot within a 300-meter range at a rate of 100 rounds per minute. Undoubtedly, this marksmanship skill proved exceedingly beneficial for him. Perhaps I should remain here to slay giant sandworms and obtain purple chests? Yet, the thought of the advantages of being the first to reach the station caused Soo-young to waver. Meanwhile, on a certain highway, the armored business vehicle cruised at a speed of 100 km/h, with Jiang Manhwaaudiobook feeling somewhat troubled within. Despite having constructed a windbreak shelter from alloy steel plates that provided some relief during the night, they still spent a couple of hours in the morning extricating the vehicle from the sand. Exhausted, they had overlooked 2 white chests within the first 100 kilometers of their journey. Xiaoxua, there's another white chest ahead. Shall we stop? Lu Mimi, at the wheel, suddenly inquired. Jiang Manhwaaudiobuck's gaze fell upon a white chest several hundred meters ahead. Although still a white chest, she had resolved to claim it. After all, it would be remiss to leave a treasure behind. However, just then, a friend request notification appeared. Soo-young. Jiang Manhwaaudiobuck was taken aback and, upon opening it, discovered an invitation. Soo-young, would you like to join my convoy? Jiang Manhwaaudiobuck convoy? Isn't it called a team? What new scheme has this esteemed individual devised? Soo-young remained silent, merely sending Jiang Manhwaaudiobuck the attributes of the convoy, though the orange attributes were concealed. Nonetheless, Jiang Manhwaaudiobuck was left utterly astonished. Wait, are we even playing the same game? After Lu Mimi navigated the vehicle a short distance past the white chest, Jiang Manhwaaudiobuck relayed the message to her, and the two began discussing it. Mimi, do you think we should join this convoy? Of course we should join. Is there any need for hesitation? As a close friend, Lu Mimi understood some of Jiang Manhwaaudiobuck's thoughts and ventured, Xiaoxua, I know you wish to stand on your own, but... A hint of melancholy and confusion crossed the usually cheerful Lu Mimi's face. This is a survival world. We are managing well enough now. But you know as well as I do that our situation will only become increasingly difficult. Take today, for instance. We've already lost 3 white chests. I've come to realize that our previous assumptions were overly naive. Furthermore, by joining Soo-young's convoy as a team, we can undoubtedly benefit from his strength. Claiming chests, upgrading vehicle levels, and acquiring special items to enhance our attributes. It truly sounds delightful. However, it is indeed a challenging endeavor. It cannot be a smooth journey. Jiang Manhwaaudiobuck was well aware of this. Although her luck had been quite favorable, allowing her to obtain valuable items from chests, without the chests, her fortune would be of little use. Originally hesitant, with Lu Mimi's encouragement, Jiang Manhwaaudiobuck felt her resolve solidify. I agree. Can the esteemed convoy leader provide me with some assistance? Soo-young. Certainly, but please wait a moment while I add you to the team first. Jiang Manhwaaudiobuck to the team? Isn't it a convoy? Soo-young did not immediately explain. Instead, he upgraded the convoy skill using skill points. After consecutively leveling it up by 3 levels, the convoy finally possessed the desired capabilities, with a convoy level of 6. The restrictions on team members had become even more stringent, to the extent that unless a golden item was involved, even red items could not sever the bond between him and his team members. Only at this moment did Su-Yang realize that even a convoy established by his skills could be disbanded using items. However, a golden item, particularly one that could annul contracts, was exceedingly rare. Essentially, there was little cause for concern. Yet, this was merely a secondary matter. What truly captivated Su-Yang about the LV-6 convoy was its ability to draw Jiang Manhua and her companions directly to his side. Moments later, Jiang Manhua and Lu Mimi joined him inside his armored RV. In truth, even the capabilities of an LV-5 convoy would render the extraction equivalent to discarding that armored business vehicle. However, Su-Yang's orange convoy had an infinite capacity of 10 slots, and Jiang Manhua's armored business vehicle was conveniently parked in one of those slots, allowing Su-Yang, as the captain, to retrieve it at any moment. Chapter 56, An Unconventional Arrival at the Station and an Unexpected Ranking. Oh, this is what it means to live. This is what happiness feels like. After gaining an understanding of Su-Yang's armored RV, Lu Mimi was overwhelmed with envy to the point of tears, considering their own armored business vehicles, which were already impressive yet still burdensome, and then contrasting that with Su-Yang's armored RV. It felt as though they were merely surviving while Su-Yang and his group were on a leisurely vacation. Observing Lu Mimi in front of her, Fanya couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl certainly had a vivid imagination. Nevertheless, she could empathize. The addition of 2 more individuals, both youthful university students in their 20s, was bound to stir her thoughts. It would be disingenuous to claim that Fanya was entirely indifferent. However, she had long since prepared herself mentally. In the midst of survival, there was hardly room for frivolous thoughts. At this moment, Jiang Manhua was equally astonished. She had always known that there was a significant gap between herself and Su-Yang, but she never anticipated it would be this vast. Setting aside other matters, they had only just traveled 1,500 kilometers since opening their country, while Su-Yang was nearing 4,000 kilometers. It was utterly maddening. Just then, upon reaching the 3,900-kilometer mark, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. Numerous desert giant scorpions, along with an additional 30 even larger scorpions. Notably, at the 2050-kilometer mark, there had been 20 level 1 black iron desert giant scorpions, and by the 3,050-kilometer mark, the number had increased to 30. Yet for Su-Yang, this posed no real challenge, especially after acquiring the skill of marksmanship. 130 desert giant scorpions equated to merely 130 bullets. With a sweep of his machine gun, it would all be resolved in a minute. Jiang Manhua stared in wide-eyed disbelief, while Lu Mimi appeared utterly dazed. The mere sighting of so many desert giant scorpions had already startled them, but Su-Yang's method of handling the situation left them in awe. It wasn't until Su-Yang retrieved the green treasure chest from that location that Jiang Manhua snapped back to reality. Now I finally understand why you can easily outpace all of us. Joining me is certainly a boon, isn't it? Su-Yang smiled at Jiang Manhua. How could it be anything but advantageous? Had she known the circumstances were such on Su-Yang's side, she would have joined him at the first opportunity. So, what do you intend for me to do? Jiang Manhua's expression turned serious. Given Su-Yang's current situation, he had no need for their assistance, so there must be a reason for their inclusion. Indeed, there was a reason. Su-Yang intended for Jiang Manhua to arrive at the Sanxi station ahead of him. In doing so, as a member of his team and convoy, it would be akin to him arriving at the Sanxi station first. Of course, even more than that, Su-Yang valued Jiang Manhua's unique abilities. This reason, however, he kept to himself. I see. You plan for me to reach the station first while you intend to hunt the giant sandworms at night? Su-Yang would not elaborate on the specifics. Even though Jiang Manhua was now a limited member of his team, yet, merely extracting the essence of the sandworms would suffice. Su-Yang explained that he possessed the means to refine the essence from the giant sandworms, a talent that belonged to his innate abilities. He briefly mentioned the possibility of vehicle owners awakening their talents, which astonished Jiang Manhua. Upon learning that the first place, especially the top position in the entire region, came with special privileges, she quickly recognized the validity of Su-Yang's plan. You're right, we must secure that first position. However, I have a better strategy. With that, Jiang Manhua activated her authority as convoy captain and produced a motorcycle. Su-Yang's current convoy allowed team members to possess their own vehicles without impeding their status as captain. The motorcycle Jiang Manhua retrieved was indeed Lu Mimi's, a blue quality model. Although it was merely a standard blue quality, it could serve a significant purpose in a critical moment. Jiang Manhua envisioned the motorcycle as their last resort. If they encountered an unavoidable crisis, escaping on the motorcycle would be their best option. Upon examining the motorcycle's attributes, Su-Yang was equally astonished. For this motorcycle could reach a top speed of 300 km/h. He had not anticipated that Jiang Manhua possessed such a valuable asset. This would undoubtedly facilitate their arrival at the Sanxi station. Half an hour later, Jiang Manhua set off on the motorcycle. At this point, the motorcycle had been upgraded to a blue 3-star quality, and its speed could now reach 400 km/h. Additionally, it was equipped with a green stabilizer component, meaning that even at high speeds, the motorcycle would remain stable and easy to control. Jiang Manhwaedit departed from the 4,050-kilometer mark. Although there were still 30 level 1 black iron desert giant scorpions present, the number of ordinary desert giant scorpions had doubled to 200. Luckily, they were not congregated on the road, allowing Jiang Manhwaedit to zip past them at full throttle. Of course, prior to her departure, Su Yang had provided Jiang Manhwaedit with various items that significantly boosted her attributes. The only unfortunate aspect was that, like him, the essence of the sandworms had not granted her an awakening, nor had it done so for Lu Mimi. It appeared that the likelihood of awakening from the sandworm essence was rather low. Nevertheless, even so, it was remarkable. Su Yang had already informed Xie Bian of the potential for awakening, intending to leverage the sandworm essence for profit. With Jiang Manhwaedit having set off, Su Yang felt no urgency and decided to pause. Lu Mimi did not accompany Jiang Manhwaedit. Firstly, she believed Jiang Manhwaedit could travel faster alone, and secondly, she remained to assist. She could help facilitate the trading data model. The LV-6 convoy allowed Su Yang to delegate some of his authority, enabling Lu Mimi to purchase items from the trading hall on his behalf, thereby liberating him from the trading hall's constraints. Lu Mimi placed the traded white treasure chest into the convoy's warehouse, allowing Su Yang to access it at will and eliminate the desert giant scorpions inside with ease. 2 hours later, with 3 hours still remaining until nightfall, Su Yang received a special notification. Jiang Manhwaedit had arrived at the Sanxi station. Congratulations, vehicle owner Su Yang. You are the first vehicle owner to reach the initial station in the current region. You have earned 10 silver coins. Congratulations, vehicle owner Su Yang. You are the first vehicle owner to reach the initial station in the current Dragon Country region. You have earned 100 silver coins. Congratulations, vehicle owner Su Yang. You are the first vehicle owner to reach the initial station in the current Blue Star region. You have earned 1 gold coin. Congratulations, vehicle owner Su Yang. You are the 57th vehicle owner to reach the initial station in the entire region. You have earned 10 gold coins. The situation had diverged significantly from Su Yang's expectations, as he was no longer in first place, but rather had not even made it into the top 10. It was still only the third day. Such a result was not merely a matter of first or top 10. He had not even cracked the top 50. Chapter 57. Wealth is an asset in the survival world. An unexpected ranking. How is it that the rewards seem akin to those from the first stage? Su Yang furrowed his brow, initially believing that by the second phase, the rewards would surely elevate in caliber. Yet, the reality was disappointingly stagnant. Nonetheless, he refrained from immediately contacting Jiang Manhwaedit, as she needed time to acclimate upon her arrival at the station. A half hour later, Jiang Manhwaedit sent a message. The situation at the Sanxi station was largely reminiscent of the initial station, with the only notable difference being the variety of items available for purchase in the shops. Jiang Manhwaedit, the station store has undergone significant changes. Items are no longer categorized by copper, silver, and gold coins, but rather divided into 3 tiers, one for the entire region, one for the Blue Star region, and the last for the Dragon Country region. Su Yang, what about the items for purchase? Jiang Manhwaedit, there are certain limitations on quantities, but due to our selection of the Hell mode, we receive a boost in the number of items we can buy. In Hell mode, aside from the special treasure chests, the crucial aspect is that the ultimate rewards will be multiplied tenfold. Su Yang's final rewards amounted to 110 gold coins and 1100 silver coins. Moreover, the most significant advantage is the privilege to purchase purple items at the Sanxi station. Even those ranked in the top 10 of the entire region lack this privilege, which is reserved solely for the top 3 or for those who select the Hell mode. Furthermore, participants in Hell mode can acquire additional unique items. Soon, Jiang Manhwaedit sent numerous attributes of the available items. Star upgrade cards. This was among the purchasable items, and upon reaching the Sanxi station, one could buy a single card for 10 silver coins, which is considered a perk. However, under the circumstances of a vehicle team, only the leader or captain is permitted to make a purchase, regardless of the number of participants. Only 1 card can be acquired. For instance, since Su Yang had arranged for Jiang Manhwaedit to reach the Sanxi station under the banner of the vehicle team, this meant that the 4 of them could only buy 1-star upgrade card priced at 10 silver coins. Yet, under the reward mechanism of Hell mode, any member of Su Yang's vehicle team possessing a vehicle could purchase a star upgrade card at the price of 10 silver coins. Additionally, blue quality star upgrade cards are priced at 10 gold coins each. In the Dragon Country region, there are a total of 100 such cards. While the Blue Star region boasts a total of 10,000, and the entire region offers 1,000,000 cards. Su Yang was originally able to purchase 3, 30, and 300 cards from these 3 places, respectively. Now, he can acquire 10, 100, and 1,000 cards instead. The first-ranked player in the entire region will undoubtedly have access to even more star upgrade cards, as Jiang Manhwaedit informed him that there are already 300,000 fewer blue star upgrade cards in the store. Jiang Manhwaedit, the Sanxi station features a trading hall for all of Blue Star. permitting cross-region transactions for the top 100 in the Blue Star region. Due to the rewards from Hell Mode, we can trade across the entire Blue Star region. So I suggest we purchase all the star upgrade cards available. Suyong. Agreed. I have transferred the gold coins into the vehicle team's warehouse for your discretion. The warehouse not only serves as a large storage space, but can also hold vehicle currency. Suyong promptly deposited 15,000 gold coins. Before long, the 15,000 gold coins transformed into 3,900 gold coins, and simultaneously, the vehicle team warehouse gained 110 blue star upgrade cards. Subsequently, Suyong instructed Jiang Manhua to conceal her identity in the trading hall and to list the cards at a price of 1,000 gold coins each, with equivalent silver and copper coins also accepted. Jiang Manhua, this price is exorbitant. 1,000 gold coins. Suyong, rest assured, there will be buyers. By the way, do you have any weapon blueprints? I'm not worried about a lack of buyers. I'm merely commenting on the steepness of your pricing. Jiang Manhua, there was a purple K-type heavy machine gun available in the entire region, but it has already been purchased. The only remaining option is a single blue K-type heavy machine gun in the Blue Star region. A purple heavy machine gun? Suyang's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. He understood what he had inadvertently missed. In truth, Suyong had now completely grasped that had he allowed Jiang Manhua to arrive at the Sanxi station earlier, they could have reached it by the second day at the latest, or potentially even on the first day if all went swiftly. Even though the dangers of Hell Mode were exceedingly high, with adequate equipment and certain strategies, it was certainly achievable. Some individuals even entirely disregarded treasure chests along the way, opting instead for rapid travel, which posed no issue at all. In fact, given the speed of his armored RV, if he were to push for maximum velocity, he could indeed reach the Sanxi station within a day, but to hunt monsters, loot treasure chests, and level up, Suyong had to temper his pace. However, having undergone this experience, especially now that he possessed his own vehicle team, the circumstances would undoubtedly differ moving forward. The prices for weapon blueprints are steep, particularly for heavy weapons. A blue K-type heavy machine gun commands a price of 12,000 gold coins, a sum that could alternatively purchase some purple blueprints, such as the blueprint for a purple overall vehicle shell, which costs merely 10,000 gold coins. With the remaining 3,900 gold coins, Suyong instructed Jiang Manhua to acquire several blue blueprints, allowing him to upgrade all his vehicle components to blue and additionally acquire some new parts. Notably, after obtaining these blueprints and manufacturing the components, Suyong did not immediately opt to install them. Then, as he had anticipated, someone could no longer contain themselves. Even the star upgrade cards priced at 1,000 gold coins found buyers, with one individual purchasing 3 of them. Kandrak Shatari ranked 4th on the resource leaderboard. Seemingly already possessed 1-star upgrade card. After purchasing 3 more, he elevated his vehicle rank to 5 stars, propelling him to the top of the vehicle leaderboard. Suyong waited over an hour before taking action, as during this time, a second individual purchased star upgrade cards to boost their vehicle rank, thereby surpassing him. Only then did Suyong finally install the vehicle components he had acquired. Vehicle, Armored RV, 100. Quality, Blue 2 stars. Speed, 300 km/h. Components, 79 solar generator, Blue. Vehicle storage box, Blue. Vehicle storage box, Blue. High efficiency water purifier, Blue. High efficiency processor, Blue. Overall vehicle shell, Purple. Hybrid engine, Blue. Optimized components, 11K type light machine gun, Blue optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, optimized components. All original vehicle components upgraded to Blue. And a purple overall vehicle shell was added, significantly enhancing the overall defense of the armored RV, particularly with the enhancement of vehicle skills. Suyang's armored RV now boasts a defense superior to that of most purple vehicles. The addition of a hybrid engine naturally increased speed, elevating it by 80 km/h. Yet, even with these upgrades, Suyong could not hope to surpass Kandrak on the vehicle leaderboard. But he did reclaim his position as second after overtaking the original second-place holder. However, this was, of course, a deliberate move on his part. Chapter 58, 1. 800 green treasure chests. As expected, the number of individuals purchasing star upgrade cards surged, and not to be outdone, Yuan Tingfei went on a spree, significantly lowering the price of gasoline, which enabled him to acquire a substantial amount of vehicle currency to buy 8-star upgrade cards, thereby fully upgrading his vehicle rank to Blue 9 stars. It must be said that wealth wields considerable influence, even in this survival realm. This undeniably positioned Yuan Tingfei at the pinnacle of vehicle rankings. Everything unfolded precisely as Suyong had anticipated. Perhaps few could amass over 1,000 gold coins in District 9527, and even fewer could muster over 10,000 gold coins. While those capable of such a feat might not necessarily choose to purchase the star upgrade cards priced at 1,000 gold coins each. However, the entirety of the Blue Star region now likely harbors around 2 to 3 billion inhabitants. Even if just one individual from every 10,000 were to procure a single star upgrade card, the demand for the 100 cards would be insatiable. Indeed, as it turned out, before darkness fell, Jiang Manhua had already sold over 800 star upgrade cards, resulting in an influx of 800,000 gold coins for Su Yang. With this newfound wealth, he promptly secured the blueprint for the K-type heavy machine gun. Fabrication. Installation. Su Yang's vehicle received yet another enhancement, and this augmentation surpassed all previous upgrades by a significant margin. Vehicle, Armored RV, 100. Quality, Blue 7 stars. Speed, 400 km/h. Components, 79 solar power generator, Blue. Vehicle storage box, Blue. Vehicle storage box, Blue. High energy water purifier, Blue. High energy processor, Blue. Overall chassis, Purple. Hybrid engine, Blue. Optimized components, 11 K-type heavy machine gun, Purple optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, optimized components. As Su Yang had anticipated, even the mere installation of a blue quality K-type heavy machine gun onto the optimized components of his vehicle escalated its status to Purple. The optimized Purple K-type heavy machine gun can autonomously adjust its firing rate to an astounding 500 rounds per minute, boasting an effective range of 5,000 meters. And it can sustain continuous fire for up to 10 minutes. Most crucially, it utilizes 127mm caliber ammunition, the standard for the Barrett sniper rifle. Affixing it to this K-type heavy machine gun renders it nearly invincible. Su Yang's bullet manufacturing skill, now at level 5, had long been capable of producing such large caliber ammunition, but previously, the K-type light machine gun had been inadequate for its use. Now, however, he could proceed without hesitation. Naturally, crafting such ammunition was not without its costs. Each creation required 10 mana points and consumed materials worth a staggering 100 silver coins, excluding additional components like venomous fangs, poisonous stingers, and serpent scales. The ammunition crafted at this expense yielded merely 100 rounds, with the material value of each round not dropping below 2 silver coins. High-quality bullets could be produced at the cost of 20 silver coins per round, resulting in 10 rounds for a total of 200 silver coins. Su Yang manufactured 100 rounds of these costly bullets, which, despite their expense, possessed the added effect of toxins, specifically aimed at slaying the colossal sandworms. Equipped with such formidable weaponry, Su Yang's vehicle stood out remarkably, as evidenced by the leaderboard. Vehicle leaderboard. 1. Su Yang, vehicle level, Blue 7 stars, special enhancement. 2. Caesar Alexander. Vehicle level, Blue 9 stars. 3. Victor Edward Polo, vehicle level, Blue 9 stars. 4. Chen Tianyao, vehicle level, Blue 9 stars. 5. Kandrak Shatari, vehicle level, Blue 9 stars. 10. Xie Bian, vehicle level, Blue 9 stars. 11. Yuan Tengfei, vehicle level, Blue 9 stars. 100. Park Jinsi, vehicle level, Blue 6 stars. Upon observing this leaderboard, Yuan Tengfei's mood soured significantly, particularly as he found himself in the rather embarrassing position of 11th. However, this time, he exhibited an unusual calmness. He refrained from outbursts, instead maintaining a composed demeanor. He had been deceived. A flicker of insight illuminated Yuan Tengfei's eyes. The star upgrade cards in the trading hall were undoubtedly being peddled by Su Yang at an exorbitant price of 1,000 gold coins each, far exceeding their original value. In hindsight, it was clear that Su Yang had orchestrated this ploy to compel others to spend 1,000 gold coins on a single card. Yet, what perplexed Yuan Tengfei was how Su Yang had managed to reach the Sand Sea station so swiftly. He should have been at least in nightmare mode, if not hell mode. Wait. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Yuan Tengfei. Could it be that allowing others in the convoy to reach the station ahead of him could also count as a completion? Contemplating this possibility, Yuan Tengfei resolved to give it a try, and he immediately considered that utilizing a motorcycle would be the most effective approach. Soon, he began preparations, with his financial backing. Crafting a speed-oriented blue-quality motorcycle was hardly a challenge. However, darkness had already fallen, and had it not been so, he would have dispatched his subordinates without delay. Interestingly, many others shared Yuan Tengfei's sentiments. Those with sufficient confidence and resources were also making similar attempts. Consequently, it seemed likely that numerous vehicle owners would arrive at the Sanxi station within the next day or two. While others busied themselves, Su Yang was soundly asleep, guarded by Lu Mimi and Fangya. He required rest to rejuvenate his spirit for the night's hunt against the giant sandworms. With just an hour remaining until midnight, Fangya roused Su Yang from his slumber. Having rested for 3 to 4 hours, Fangya was alert, while Lu Mimi, who had napped during the day, now anxiously pondered the enormity of the giant sandworm, as described by Sister Ya. Just how massive could it be? How could they possibly defeat such a creature? Unaware of Lu Mimi's anxious thoughts, Su Yang set about clearing the recently acquired desert giant scorpions, yielding 2 or 3 white treasure chests. He then utilized the opportunity to synthesize the treasure chests obtained that day. After synthesizing 6,000 white treasure chests yesterday, he was met with yet another bounty of white chests today, the quantity exceeding 10,000. Over 6,000 of these were from Su Yang's own conquests, while the remaining 3,700 were acquired from the desert giant scorpions. This time, Su Yang synthesized a full 10,000 white treasure chests, resulting in 1,000 green treasure chests. Combined with those from the previous day and the green chests obtained over the last few days, he now possessed a total of 1,800 green treasure chests. Moreover, with the blue treasure chests in his possession, synthesizing them all could nearly yield 2 orange treasure chests. Yet, it was still insufficient. Su Yang's ambitions had swelled. This rare opportunity compelled him to strive for 10 orange treasure chests to synthesize a singular red treasure chest. Although this posed a challenge, it was not entirely out of reach, especially with the expectation of at least 1 purple treasure chest accruing tonight. Suddenly, a massive dark silhouette loomed in the distance. Its health bar information glaringly apparent to Su Yang. Giant sandworm, mini-boss. Level, bronze level 1. Health, 800, 800. Mana, 200, 200. Skills, desert march, mighty charge, iron skin. Acid saliva. A monster? No, this was a treasure chest. A purple one. Chapter 59. Forming a monster capture team? A barrage of damage indicators erupted from the head of the giant sandworm, sending it into a furious rage as it relentlessly pursued Su Yang and his companions. At this juncture, Fanya had taken her place in the driver's seat, initiating the vehicle's movement, while Lu Mimi huddled in the passenger seat like a quail, utterly paralyzed by the intimidating presence of the giant sandworm. Su Yang, positioned atop the vehicle's sunroof, expertly operated the K-type heavy machine gun, unleashing a relentless assault on the pursuing giant sandworm. Each bullet inflicted a mere 15 points of damage, yet the machine gun fired no less than 100 rounds per minute. Furthermore, with the combined prowess of Su Yang's marksmanship and precision skills, every shot found its mark. In the span of just 1 minute, the giant sandworm's health dwindled to below 200 points. Sensing impending doom, it attempted to flee, but Su Yang swiftly adjusted the K-type heavy machine gun's firing rate, elevating it dramatically. In mere seconds, over 200 rounds were unleashed, obliterating the health of the giant sandworm just as it prepared to escape. Defeated a bronze level 1 minor boss. Rewards: 1 purple treasure chest, 10 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. Additional rewards for overlevel kill, 5 free attribute points, 2,000 experience points. Glancing at the kill notification, Su Yang raised an eyebrow. Surely there were no random skill rewards for first kills. Yet, why had even the reward of free attribute points been halved? Could it be that repeated overlevel kills diminish rewards? Pondering this perplexity, Su Yang soon set aside his musings as he noticed distant health bars appearing, for in total, however, giant sandworm, elite. Level, bronze level 1. Health, 600,600. Mana, 130,130. Skills, desert march, mighty charge, iron skin, sulfuric saliva. This was no longer a minor boss. Although slightly disappointed, Su Yang immediately seized his K-type heavy machine gun and unleashed a barrage, swiftly depleting the health of 3 elite giant sandworms. Defeated a bronze level 1 elite giant sandworm. Rewards: 1 blue treasure chest, 1 silver coin, 1,000 experience points. Additional rewards for overlevel kill, 1 free attribute point, 2,000 experience points. Additional rewards for overlevel kill, 1 free attribute point, 2,000 experience points. Additional rewards for overlevel kill, 1 free attribute point, 2,000 experience points. Additional rewards for overlevel kill, 2,000 experience points. Upon seeing these 4 kill notifications, Su Yang understood that the rewards for overlevel kills were not limitless. The free attribute points would only be awarded 3 times. Subsequently, any further defeats of other elite bronze monsters would yield only experience points. Wasn't it the case that without being a boss, there would be no first kill rewards? Su Yang felt a twinge of regret, especially upon seeing the treasure chests drop as mere blue ones. After all, these elite giant sandworms, if they were exceptional, wouldn't they only yield green treasure chests, while the ordinary ones merely white? He hoped for more to come. If the quality was lacking, he would settle for quantity. With anticipation, Su Yang began to scan the surroundings for other health bar indicators. 5 giant sandworms had dropped 1 purple treasure chest and 4 blue ones, equivalent to a staggering 1,400 white treasure chests. Indeed, slaying formidable foes was the swiftest method to amass treasure chests. Unfortunately, in the ensuing hours, Su Yang encountered no other giant sandworms until dawn. Despite the morning light, Su Yang had no intention of setting off, with less than 950 kilometers remaining. He preferred to linger for another 2 or 3 nights to hunt more giant sandworms. This was twofold: to gather treasure chests and to procure sandworm essence and meat. The previous night's minor boss giant sandworm yielded 10 units of sandworm essence, while the 4 elite giant sandworms had only produced some sandworm meat. Item: sandworm meat. Category: consumable. Quality: blue. Usage: edible, with exquisite flavor. Consuming it can enhance physique and strength attributes by up to 2 points each. Su Yang had harvested a total of 400 kilograms of this sandworm meat, with each elite giant sandworm yielding 100. Consuming just 1 kilogram could boost attributes by 4 points. In truth, items that enhance attributes by such a magnitude, even if Su Yang priced them at 100 gold coins per kilogram, would certainly find eager buyers. However, Su Yang had no intention of mass selling. Possessing this resource would allow him to cultivate some remarkable individuals. To clarify, Yuan Tingfei's 11th place was intentional. Having acquired this K-type heavy machine gun, Su Yang had transferred the previous K-type light machine gun to Xie Bian, of course, not as a gift. Xie Bian had now joined Su Yang as convoy, but he was merely a vice-captain, with Feng Ye as the captain. Su Yang had instructed Jiang Manshue to purchase an intermediate convoy card for Feng Ye to establish a team, inviting Xie Bian to join her convoy, thus integrating into Su Yang as convoy. This was also part of Su Yang's experiment to see if different routes could yield ranking advantages while remaining within the same convoy. Given this attempt, Xie Bian's team naturally prioritized speed, and those accompanying him were also incorporated into Feng Ye's crew. Su Yang utilized some resources to enhance Xie Bian's vehicle. While not deliberate, it primarily aimed to improve their speed. However, seeing Yuan Tingfei's vehicle relegated outside the top 10 was something Su Yang relished. With Feng Ye as the captain and part of the convoy, those joining the infinite convoy faced numerous restrictions. Most notably, upon joining, all vehicles immediately became convoy property. Whether they departed voluntarily or were expelled by Su Yang, the vehicles would remain with the convoy, effectively transforming them into Su Yang's private assets. Moreover, Su Yang was confident they would not abandon their team, as the benefits he offered were compelling enough to retain their loyalty. The attribute-enhancing meat could be exchanged, provided certain tasks were completed, and even live desert scorpions could be traded for other resources. Su Yang had not concealed the attributes of the convoy warehouse, allowing all members to view it. 100,000 cubic meters housed 10,000 cubic meters of food, alongside the displayed 300,000 gold coins. Such displays spoke volumes. At least Xie Bian and his companions, upon witnessing this, worried about being expelled by Su Yang, were now fervently racing ahead while also engaging in the trading hall for live desert scorpions, leaving Feng Ye and Lu Mimi somewhat at a loss. Su Yang's intention to cultivate individuals stemmed from his discovery that the convoy's warehouse could accommodate living creatures. Even without treasure chests, albeit not for extended periods, it was feasible for members to capture monsters alive and store them, ready for later slaughter. Rather than spend money on uncertain trades, it was far better to form a monster-capturing team. Chapter 60. Lu Mimi, absolutely cannot be a non-player character. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon of the 4th day. Xie Bian and others had arrived at the Desert Sea Station. The rankings were no longer universal. In the Blue Star region, they placed 76th, while in the 95-27 region, they were 4th, surprisingly. Fire Brother from the Fire God camp had arrived at the Desert Sea Station first, yet he was merely 3rd, with Yuan Tingfei claiming 2nd. It was evident that the method for other convoy members to reach the station ahead had been uncovered by many. Su Yang surmised that the star-up cards traded across the Blue Star region had led some astute individuals to deduce the strategy. Unfortunately, only the top 3 from each region were eligible for cross-region trades, and even then, only between 2 or 3 10,000-person regions. The top 100 across Blue Star could at most span 10 regions, thus posing no impact on him. The only regret Su Yang harbored was the inability to purchase desert scorpions across regions. However, he had devised a plan regarding this situation. 95-27 region channel, 8,072 members, each with 5 speaking opportunities per day. Yesterday alone, nearly 100 members were lost, all of whom had chosen the hard mode. Last night, in hard mode, desert scorpions emerged after the sandstorm, leading to some unfortunate casualties due to unforeseen circumstances. Tonight might prove even more challenging, but perhaps it could also become easier. For some had discovered that within the windbreak shelters constructed from alloy steel plates, the desert scorpions posed no threat and could be completely ignored. In fact, on this day, Su Yang had produced a substantial quantity of alloy steel plates for the convoy's warehouse, with Xie Bian and others responsible for trading. On this particular day, Su Yang and his companions traveled a mere 200 kilometers. It is noteworthy that Su Yang discovered Lu Mimi's extraordinary ability to frequently uncover treasure chests, all of which were blue. Even under Su Yang's deliberate exploration, after they ventured more than 10 kilometers away from a certain location, they astonishingly stumbled upon 3 blue treasure chests, devoid of any danger. This led Su Yang to momentarily ponder whether Lu Mimi might indeed be the chosen one, for her luck was truly remarkable. Moreover, upon reflection, starting from the 4,100-kilometer mark, every treasure chest found every 50 kilometers was blue. Initially, Su Yang attributed this to their proximity to the destination, yet now it seemed plausible that it was Lu Mimi's luck influencing the outcome. However, upon witnessing Lu Mimi once again extract a green condensation device blueprint from a blue treasure chest, he dismissed this unreliable notion. How could it be possible for her to obtain a green condensation device blueprint? Lu Mimi was exasperated, her face contorted in disbelief. I refuse to accept this. I will surely uncover something valuable. I cannot be that unfortunate. With determination, she reached for the last remaining blue treasure chest. Soo-young presented her with 5 green chests and 2 blue ones, eager to test her luck. Now, only 1 blue chest remained. Not wishing to allow further mischief, Soo-young promptly stored the blue chest away. Wait, I must open one more. This one is bound to yield something good. Lu Mimi, the gambler, insisted. Soo-young merely scoffed derisively, rising to depart without acknowledging her plea. What do you mean by this? Lu Mimi fumed. This is dictatorship. This is authoritarianism. I shall protest. Mimi, please calm down. Fanya interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. She pointed to the items that had emerged from the chest strewn across the ground. Look for yourself. The highest tier item you've opened is that condensation device blueprint. And let us not mention the green chests. You even managed to obtain a white blueprint from the first blue chest? That is a blue chest. Fanya herself found it hard to believe, as such luck was indeed extraordinary. But there is still a box of mineral water and a bucket of instant noodles. Lu Mimi's voice dwindled. A hint of embarrassment creeping in, for what she had acquired from the blue chests was rather shameful to disclose. It was worth noting that she had witnessed Jiang Manhua several times obtaining green blueprints from white chests. And the value of the 5 green chests and 2 blue chests she had opened scarcely compared to the highest item Jiang Manhua procured from a single white chest. Fine. If I can't open them, I shall find a treasure chest on my own and open it in secret, Lu Mimi declared defiantly, unaware of the flicker of caution in Fanya's eyes. Previously, Jiang Manhua had warned her to keep an eye on Lu Mimi, cautioning against allowing her to open chests due to her dismal luck, which she had dismissed. It seemed she had indeed been overly careless. She needed to be vigilant. Treasure chests were valuable items that should not be squandered by Lu Mimi's whims. As night fell, the desert storm arrived punctually. Soo-young had retired for the evening, leaving some of his subordinates to manage affairs, thus allowing him a measure of respite. It was not until the deep hours of the night, with just over an hour until dawn, that Soo-young arose, as per his routine, to glance at the communication channels and trading hall, ultimately focusing on the vehicle team's warehouse. The supply of alloy steel plates had dwindled significantly. His gaze then settled on the number of treasure chests. Today, he had vanquished 800 ordinary desert giant scorpions and 120 black iron level 1 desert giant scorpions, resulting in 800 white chests and 120 green chests. The manpower for the day was sufficient, with the number of desert giant scorpions gathered reaching 7 to 8,000. Today, they had only traversed 200 kilometers, which was one reason for the abundance of scorpions needing to be eliminated. Ultimately, Soo-young fused 8,000 white chests. Presently, he possessed over 2,700 green chests, nearly 20 blue chests, 1 purple chest, which he had yet to open from the previous night, intending to save it for synthesis. He had 3 orange chests, requiring 7 more, equating to 70,000 white chests. Soo-young's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the prospect of how many giant sandworms might appear. The first night had seen 1, the second night 5, and surely tonight would yield even more. Indeed, Soo-young's predictions proved accurate. After midnight, the giant sandworms appeared promptly, and their numbers reached an impressive 15. However, giant sandworm, elite. Level, bronze level 1. Health, 600, 600. Mana, 130, 130. Skills, desert march, mighty charge, iron skin, acid saliva. Giant sandworm, excellent. Level, bronze level 1. Health, 500, 500. Mana, 110, 110. Skills, desert march, mighty charge, iron skin, acid saliva. No mini-bosses among the giant sandworms? Soo-young was taken aback. 15 giant sandworms comprised 5 elites and 10 excellent ones, and an unsettling premonition began to brew within him. Indeed, after dispatching a few excellent giant sandworms, his foreboding was confirmed. You have slain an excellent giant sandworm of bronze level 1. Rewards, 1 green chest, 30 copper coins, 1,000 experience points. Additional reward for over-level kill, 1 free attribute point, 2,000 experience points. You have slain an excellent giant sandworm of bronze level 1. Rewards, 1 green chest, 30 copper coins, 1,000 experience points. Additional reward for over-level kill, 2,000 experience points. Not only did they drop green chests, but the over-level kill only yielded an extra free attribute point once. The second one provided nothing further. The performance of the excellent giant sandworms was indeed lackluster. Chapter 61, Ascendance to Silver. Breaking the limits of human evolution. 15 giant sandworms yielded 5 blue chests and 10 green chests, which was decent enough. Yet, the absence of a purple chest left Soo-young feeling rather disappointed. Fortunately, during the collection from the 10 excellent giant sandworms, he managed to gather a substantial amount of sandworm meat and acquired 10 sandworm essences in a single sweep. At last, the harvest was not too shabby. Most importantly, he had completed the advancement task and successfully leveled up. Host, Soo-young. Level, Silver level 1, 13, 358, 020, 000. Health, 270, 270. Mana, 280, 280. Strength, 27. Constitution, 27. Agility, 27. Spirit, 28. Skills: Gathering, LV9, Marksmanship, LV3, Bullet Manufacturing, LV5, Team Management, LV6, Precision, LV3, Material Synthesis, LV0, Alloy Steel Plate, LV3. Skill points: 2. Free attribute points: 3. Item inventory: 8,390 blue chests. Successfully ascended to silver. After ascending to silver, the level up granted an additional 3 free attribute points, which Su-Yang had anticipated. He then resolved to continue advancing his level. With 130,000 experience points accumulated, he was more than capable of leveling up further. Although 130,000 experience points appeared substantial, in reality, it would only allow Su-Yang to rise 3 levels, granting him 12 free attribute points. He continued on his path of balanced development, distributing the 12 free attribute points accordingly, adding the surplus point to his spirit attribute. This elevated all his core attributes to 30 points, while his spirit attribute reached 31 points. Then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The host's core attributes have surpassed 30 points. Breaking the limits of human potential, a life evolution has been granted. Confronted with such a system prompt, Su-Yang was taken aback. Before he could scrutinize it in detail, a powerful surge of heat erupted from deep within his body. At that moment, Su-Yang felt an undeniable transformation, as if every cell in his being was rejoicing in exuberance. Unlike the agonizing trials of muscle and marrow cleansing depicted in novels, true evolution brought only comfort, or rather, an enhancement of his essence. It was as if he were enveloped in a warm ocean. Time lost its meaning until he returned to his senses, realizing that 2 or 3 hours had elapsed, and a layer of grime now cloaked his body. This detail aligned perfectly with the cleansing theme found in literature. The scent was reminiscent as well, prompting Su-Yang to hastily retreat to the bathroom for a thorough wash. As he washed, he assessed his condition. There was no discomfort. His strength had augmented, and his vitality surged with renewed vigor. Upon testing his speed, Su-Yang discovered a notable increase. Instinctively, he opened his attributes panel, which left him utterly astonished. Host: Su-Yang. Level: Silver Level 4, 435, 805, 0000. Health points: 900,900. Mana points: 930,930. Strength: 30. Constitution: 30. Agility: 30. Mentality: 31. Skills: Gathering Technique, LV9. Marksmanship, LV3. Bullet Manufacturing, LV5. Team Coordination, LV6. Precision, LV3. Material Synthesis, LV0. Alloy Steel Plate, LV3. Skill points: 5. Free attribute points: 0. Item inventory: 8,390 blue treasure chest, 900 health points, and 930 mana points. While most of the information on the attributes panel remained unchanged, the substantial increase in his health and mana left Su-Yang astounded. Had they tripled? Previously, he had only 300 health and 310 mana. Now, those figures represented threefold increases. Originally, 1 point in constitution and mentality translated to 10 points in health and mana, but now it was 30 points. After a thorough examination, Su-Yang finally grasped the magnitude of his evolution. He had transcended the limits of human constitution. In other words, he was no longer merely human, but had attained a higher echelon of life through this evolution. A truly advanced human. Wait. Suddenly, a thought struck Su-Yang, and a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. This survival world seemed to harbor a multitude of life forms across various realms. Could it be that some of these beings possessed a life level that surpassed humanity? The mere consideration of this possibility ignited a swift answer within him. Indeed, there must be. Perhaps all living beings start from the same point, regardless of their previous circumstances, beginning with 4-dimensional attributes of 1 point. However, for those higher life forms, even if they could not level up by slaying monsters as he did, their life tier might allow them to possess 1 point in constitution that equated to 30 or even 300 health points. Such scenarios certainly existed. Initially, Su-Yang believed that his elevated 4-dimensional attributes, coupled with his significantly enhanced health and mana, set him apart from others. However, a bitter smile crept upon his lips as he came to this realization. All his efforts might pale in comparison to certain races, where merely a 3 to 5 point increase in constitution and mentality could yield greater health and mana than his current totals. The joy he derived from leveling up dissipated considerably, yet his fighting spirit surged even higher. Powerful races? Just wait. As long as I continue to level up, I shall inevitably leave you so-called mighty races in my wake. Before long, dawn broke. That night, over 200 lives were lost due to the desert giant scorpion's assault on those who had chosen the intermediate mode. Communication channel. I nearly perished. Luckily, my constitution is 5 points, which allowed me to withstand the desert giant scorpion's poison, or I would have met my end. What a powerhouse. Enduring the desert giant scorpion's venom? Alas, my teammate didn't survive, and several friends who weren't online likely perished as well. Damn, is it really like this? I opted for easy mode. Surely the desert giant scorpion 1T appear tonight? Most likely. The night before was hard mode, and last night was intermediate mode. So today it's certainly the turn for those in easy mode. Not to worry,
I stayed in the windbreak room last night, completely safe. Neither the desert storm nor the giant scorpion could breach in. Thanks again, Sugod. Haha, same here. Although the doors weren't made of alloy steel sold by Sugod. We had 6 people, and 3 on each side used iron sheets to fend off last night's giant scorpion, so it was a close call. We've already purchased 2 more alloy steel plates, so we should be fine tonight. 1 plate is enough. Let's save the other to trap the desert giant scorpion. Hey, it turns out we're not the only ones doing this. Last night, we left one side protected by iron sheets, allowing the desert giant scorpion to come in intentionally. It was incredibly easy to capture. Damn, there's such a method? Learned something new. I'll try it tonight. Though I wonder if Sugod will accept a live desert giant scorpion. He will, currently. It seems that the likes of Siebyen and his crew are responsible for it. I heard their entire team joined Sugod's squad. What? You can join Sugod's team? I want to join too. Suyong, Sugod. I have 5 points in strength and 3 in constitution. Can I join? Suyong, Sugod. My little sister is easy to topple. Suyong. Chapter 62. The Orange Treasure Chest 5,000 kilometers away. Watching the communication channel devolve into a flurry of messages, Suyong felt a shiver run down his spine. Thankfully, he had filtered out such notifications. Otherwise, the torrent of frenzy would have left him dazed. However, capturing the desert giant scorpion tonight, Suyong's heart stirred. He perceived this as a promising avenue to acquire more white treasure chests, which he desperately needed. The following day unfolded similarly for Suyong and his companions as the previous, with the sole difference being Suyong's increased busyness due to the rising number of transactions involving desert giant scorpions. In just one morning, he procured over 7,000 scorpions, relentlessly slaying them to claim their treasure chests. These captured desert giant scorpions were mostly battered, making them easy targets for elimination, albeit slightly numbing. 3 hours before nightfall, Suyong and his party halted at a distance of 4,800 kilometers. If the night's haul did not meet Suyong's expectations, there would be no reason to linger. The desert storm seemed to have intensified, though its impact remained minimal. Instead of resting, Suyong took the opportunity to sort through the white treasure chests he had amassed that day. By day's end, along with the scorpions encountered, their total exceeded 15,000, resulting in an impressive haul of over 15,000 white treasure chests. Furthermore, one thing was certain, Lu Mimi's luck resided in encountering treasure chests, not in opening them. Today, the hundreds of kilometers traversed yielded only blue treasure chests. With even the occasional ones found along the way being blue, they had collectively acquired nearly 20. Good fortune, indeed, but clearly not suitable for opening. After utilizing today's synthesis opportunities, Suyong found himself with over 4,200 green treasure chests, more than 40 blue treasure chests, and 1 purple treasure chest. He had already used synthesis 4 times and had a maximum of 2 opportunities left for synthesizing white treasure chests. If tonight's yield proved unsatisfactory, he would head to the station and focus on gathering treasure chests. Suyong had made up his mind. Maintaining the first position on the leaderboard for 10 days would grant him 10 synthesis opportunities, 4 of which would be reserved for synthesizing chests from green to red. Therefore, whether he could synthesize a red treasure chest would depend solely on the following 2 days. Oh, and tonight as well. However, after the early morning hours, upon observing the continuous attributes of the colossal sandworms, Suyong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The quantity was substantial, numbering 30. Yet, only 3 were elite colossal sandworms, while the rest were merely exceptional. After expending a considerable amount of ammunition, Suyong managed to secure 3 blue treasure chests and 27 green ones. Unfortunately, he did not collect any sandworm essence, only obtaining 3,000 kilograms of sandworm meat. Without hesitation, Suyong decided to drive through the night, planning to complete the remaining 200 kilometers. In truth, he harbored a flicker of hope that other colossal sandworms might appear during the nocturnal journey. Yet, to his dismay, apart from a treasure chest at the 50-kilometer mark containing 200 ordinary desert scorpions and 30 black iron level 1 desert scorpions, there were no more desert creatures to be found, nor did any colossal sandworms materialize. Nevertheless, the last treasure chest did bring Suyong a delightful surprise, as it turned out to be an orange treasure chest. Wow, an orange treasure chest. This must surely be a stroke of luck. I have a premonition that this orange chest will grant me 10 orange blueprints. As the orange treasure chest appeared, Lu Mimi exclaimed with excitement, her seemingly delicate yet unexpectedly dark hands rubbing together in eager anticipation. Witnessing Lu Mimi's exuberance, Fong Yaru fixed her gaze upon her with a wary intensity, prepared to spring into action should Lu Mimi show any inclination to approach the orange treasure chest. Safety first with the inventory. Suyong, concerned about Lu Mimi's impulsive nature, swiftly stowed away the orange treasure chest, prompting a wave of dissatisfaction from her as she muttered angrily under her breath. An orange treasure chest was equivalent to 10,000 white ones. Regardless of her grumbling, Suyong chose to disregard it. With the treasure chest in hand, the armored vehicle entered the Sandy Sea Station. The moment they arrived, the armored vehicle was directed to a parking spot, where Jiang Manhua awaited, having already received the news. Xiao Shui, Upon seeing Jiang Manhua, Lu Mimi dashed down from the armored vehicle to lodge her complaint. I must tell you, our captain is a tyrannical dictator, refusing to let me open even a single treasure chest. How can this be? Seeing Lu Mimi's tearful demeanor, Jiang Manhua's first thought was, has Mimi been bullied? Although she had been somewhat prepared for this day, knowing that even Lu Mimi had resigned herself to it, she realized she might have overthought the situation. With a bemused expression, Jiang Manhua nearly blurted out, "Open a treasure chest for you? Wouldn't that be a waste?" Despite the darkness of the night, the four of them remained busy rather than resting. Are you truly planning to acquire white treasure chests? Jiang Manhua regarded Su Yang with a puzzled expression. Though she was unsure of the specifics, she seemed to suspect that Su Yang possessed some unique means to obtain a plethora of treasure chests. This time, due to his remarkable ranking among the top 100 in the entire region, she had gleaned quite a bit of information, such as the special item awakening cards available for sale in the regional store, which could allow individuals to awaken their talents. Jiang Manhua speculated that perhaps Su Yang had acquired an awakening card during his last visit to the station, subsequently awakening a talent that enabled him to amass a considerable number of treasure chests. Regarding the unique rewards for ranking first in the three lists, Su Yang did not conceal this from the three women. He required their assistance, yet he also felt there was no need for secrecy. Given the constraints of their team, the likelihood of the three women leaking information was negligible, and even if they did, it would not matter much. Jiang Manhua believed it was due to his talent, and the others would likely think the same. No. Su Yang shook his head slightly, opting to alleviate the pressure of having one orange treasure chest instead of 10,000 white ones. He intended to revert to his original strategy, first raising the purchase price for desert scorpions, and if that failed, he would consider acquiring treasure chests. Indeed, Jiang Manhua nodded in agreement, as she did not fully endorse the idea of purchasing treasure chests, primarily due to their exorbitant prices, which rendered the cost-to-benefit ratio unfavorable. In reality, there were others in the 10,000-player zone purchasing treasure chests, but the costs were prohibitively high. Through the Blue Star communication channel, it was known that the price of a white treasure chest typically exceeded 10 silver coins, with even the lower-priced ones starting at 5 silver coins. However, what could one expect to find in a white treasure chest? With exceptional luck, one might uncover items worth several silver coins, or even 10s or 20s. Yet, the downside was that under unfortunate circumstances, one might not even obtain an item valued at 1 silver coin, with the lowest yielding merely 10 copper coins. Given the current market for white treasure chests, green treasure chests would be even more outrageous. Even at 5 silver coins for a white treasure chest, acquiring 10,000 would amount to 50,000 silver coins, a sum that was negligible for Su Yang. However, he deemed it too exploitative. Rather than purchasing treasure chests, he would rather increase the buying price for desert scorpions, raising it to 80 copper coins, which was merely 1 silver coin. In fact, merely raising the price to 80 copper coins for each desert scorpion sent the entirety of the 9527 zone into a frenzy, including Yuan Tengfei. 80 copper coins for a single desert scorpion? Yuan Tengfei frowned upon seeing the discussions in the exchange channel. He was well aware that this was essentially Su Yang's acquisition of desert scorpions. He surmised that Su Yang's talent might have some connection to living creatures, yet ultimately, the information was too scant for him to derive accurate data and conclusions. However, this did not hinder his ability to profit. Perhaps this would assist Su Yang, but the price of 80 copper coins for a desert scorpion would undoubtedly entice many others, which he had already observed. In just a few minutes, the number of white treasure chests containing desert scorpions on the trading hall shelves had noticeably increased. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Tengfei arrived at a conclusion that made his heart race with excitement. With the strength of his merchant group, he could easily capture several hundred desert scorpions in a single night, and with a little effort, even 1,000 was within reach. That would amount to 80,000 copper coins. Let's do it. Ultimately, Yuan Tengfei issued orders to his merchant group to commence capturing desert scorpions. When dawn broke, Su Yang dealt with another batch of desert scorpions and glanced at the number of white treasure chests in his inventory, feeling somewhat bewildered. In a single night, no? It was more accurate to say within 5 to 6 hours post-midnight, he had amassed tens of thousands of white treasure chests. Upon calculation, it seemed that nearly everyone in the 9527 zone had captured at least one desert scorpion to sell to him. Hope surged within Su Yang as he thought. At this pace, I can gather treasure chests during the day and again at night. I should be able to collect them all. Today marked the 6th day, and although some individuals had begun to arrive at the station, most were slowing their pace in pursuit of copper coins. Some even planned to remain until the very last day before heading to the station, waiting until the final day to sell their captured desert scorpions. Capturing one desert scorpion yielded 80 copper coins, while 10 would fetch 800 copper coins. To further incentivize the crowd, Su Yang even announced that transactions could be settled using silver coins or even gold coins. In each region, only the top 100 were exempt from transaction fees when exchanging copper coins for silver coins. Most individuals looking to convert copper coins to silver coins faced a 20% fee. Thus, Su Yang's offer of silver and gold coin settlements brought joy to many. Capturing 2 desert scorpions could net 1 silver coin and 60 copper coins, igniting a flurry of enthusiasm among the populace. By the end of the day, Su Yang had acquired over 15,000 white treasure chests. While this seemed substantial, it translated to merely an average of 3 desert scorpions captured per person when divided among 5,000 individuals. The people of the 9527 zone had become exceedingly proficient at capturing desert scorpions, especially those seasoned veterans who had been at it longer. With the colossal sandworm slain in the early hours and the subsequent emergence of white and green treasure chests from the desert giant scorpions over the next 200 kilometers, Su Yang's collection of green chests swelled to an impressive 7,000, alongside 8 orange chests, ensuring he would undoubtedly gather the necessary items by tomorrow. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Moreover, he had amassed a staggering 130,000 experience points throughout the day, propelling him to 2 additional levels. At this pace, he might even reach silver level 10 before the next phase commenced. Taking advantage of the night, which marked the onset of the desert storm, Su Yang decided to rest. As did the 3 women. Today's transactions were merely insufficient for Xie Bian and his companions, leaving everyone quite occupied. In truth, Su Yang had already begun scouting individuals from other districts, intending to establish a mid-tier team for Jiang Manhua and possibly Lu Mimi, recruiting players from other areas as members. This endeavor was not urgent, as the Sanxi station possessed unique features allowing even the top 100 individuals from a populous district to communicate across regions and form teams. Once again, a day of rest awaited them. Su Yang planned to recruit 2 teams after the 10 days of survival concluded. Xie Bian, however, harbored no such intentions and showed no signs of wanting to rest. Although his captain was Fangya, she remained by Su Yang's side, meaning that the mid-tier team was essentially under Xie Bian's command. He found this arrangement quite satisfactory. Despite the limitations imposed, the benefits outweighed them. For instance, his attributes were all at least 10 points, placing him among the elite of the entire Blue Star district. In contrast, the restrictions he faced were inconsequential. Echoing Wang Chengjun's sentiment, the higher the restrictions, the better. This indicated that Su Yang relied on their assistance, which ensured their safety. To some extent, this was a valid perspective that resonated with others, especially after Fangya informed him that should this endeavor go smoothly, they would all have the opportunity to awaken their talents. Now, Xie Bian had become well acquainted with the concept of talent. In fact, the Sanxi station sold basic awakening cards for 10,000 gold coins each, a sum he deemed exorbitant. Naturally, even at such a steep price, not everyone could qualify for purchase. Only the top individual from each populous district was eligible to buy one. There were also intermediate awakening cards available, but these were only sold in the district-wide shop interface, making Su Yang the sole purchaser in the entire Blue Star region. Fangya's assurance that Su Yang could provide them with the chance to awaken their talents was enough to invigorate Xie Bian and his companions. A mid-tier team could comprise 10 members, and with Su Yang's infinite team's green attribute enhancement, this could expand to 50 members. Fangya granted Xie Bian the autonomy to manage the recruitment of additional team members, and he had already identified several prospects and was currently in contact with them. After dawn, Su Yang resumed his previous activities, retrieving desert giant scorpions from the team's warehouse to slay for treasure chests. This night, more individuals were enthusiastic in their efforts. Capable lone wolves captured over 20 desert giant scorpions in a single night, while cooperative teams managed to secure 2 or 3 dozen. As a result, by sunrise, Su Yang had amassed nearly 15,000 treasure chests, nearly matching the previous day's total. He almost succumbed to the temptation of immediate synthesis, as the inclusion of over 40 blue chests and 1 purple chest would have allowed him to create 9 orange chests, ultimately culminating in the formation of 1 red chest. However, in pursuit of further synthesis opportunities, he restrained himself. When the 7th night arrived, Su Yang had accrued over 25,000 white treasure chests after synthesis. He found himself with 9,500 green chests. Following the refreshing of the top 3 leaderboard rewards after 3 hours past midnight, he promptly opted to synthesize all his green chests. With the blue chests he had previously acquired, he ultimately possessed exactly 1,000 blue chests. Although he could no longer synthesize white chests, the 8th day unfolded similarly to the preceding ones. However, due to the influx of individuals arriving at the Sanxi station, Su Yang collected precisely 15,000 white chests that day, transforming his 1,000 blue chests into 100 purple chests. On the 9th day, he gathered over 12,000 white chests, resulting in the synthesis of 10 orange chests from his purple chests. On the final day, he secured at least 8,000 white chests, and at last, his orange chest yielded a singular red chest. Objective accomplished. Chapter 64, Unboxing. Unboxing. Jiang Manhua's talent. 1 purple chest, 1 orange chest, and 1 red chest. This was the culmination of Su Yang's 10 days of relentless effort, not to mention the over 36,000 white chests that could not be further synthesized. Having exhausted all 10 synthesis opportunities, Su Yang chose not to retain the surplus chests, but instead allowed the 3 women to open them. Lu Mimi, too, found her wish fulfilled as she opened a treasure chest, only to be overwhelmed by the sheer number. It was simply too much. After opening just 1 or 200, she gave up. The primary reason was the crushing disappointment. While others might extract 3 to 5 iron pieces from a single white chest, she was fortunate to receive even one, often encountering stretches of 4 or 5 white chests yielding nothing but a single iron piece, copper piece, or wooden piece. Given the staggering number of over 36,000 white chests, Suyang did not mind Lu Mimi wasting a few. However, collectively, the three women opened just over 1,000 white chests before losing interest, as it became too tedious. Regrettably, lacking the means to synthesize treasure chests, it was uncertain when they might open all those white chests. Suyang felt a twinge of melancholy but ultimately came to a definitive conclusion. Jiang Manhua possessed extraordinary luck. The items extracted from so many white chests varied, but those opened by Jiang Manhua consistently yielded at least a bottle of mineral water, 3 iron pieces, and a pack of instant noodles. Some fortunate finds included blueprints for white condensate devices, which still held considerable value even in the 9527 district, fetching over 100 copper coins. Although it appeared that the vehicles and equipment owned by the survivors at this stage were impressive, the reality was far from it. To put it bluntly, there were still individuals in other populous districts who struggled to secure enough water daily, and in Suyang's 9527 district, even 1/3 of vehicle owners lacked air conditioning. Realizing Jiang Manhua's exceptional luck, Suyang encouraged her to open the 3 chests before her, starting with the purple one. "Are you really letting me open it?" Jiang Manhua asked. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the purple chest. "Indeed," Suyang affirmed with a nod, prompting her to proceed without further hesitation. As the purple light flickered, the chest opened to reveal 4 items before the 4 of them. The purple chest was quite sizable, measuring 1 meter in length, 0.6 meters in width, and 0.8 meters in height, capable of holding a substantial quantity, though 4 items felt rather meager, nonetheless. Each emitted a purple glow. Suyang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Truly, she was my designated lucky charm. Her fortune was indeed remarkable. Among the 4 items were 3 blueprints and 1 card. Item, Star-Up card. Category, consumable. Quality, purple. Usage, when used on purple and below quality vehicles, it can elevate their star level by 1. What a splendid find. The purple Star-Up card was not even available for sale in the district-wide shop interface, making its emergence from the purple chest a stroke of good fortune. The 3 blueprints were also valuable, including one for upgrading a purple vehicle. With this, Suyang could effortlessly elevate his vehicle to purple status. While the material requirements were substantial, he had an abundance of resources at his disposal. The only challenging purple component he possesses was obtained from a purple treasure chest he had opened himself, and it could be directly used for upgrades. However, Suyang had no intention of proceeding with this plan for a very simple reason. Although the purple vehicle, an armored car, was indeed impressive, upgrading it would necessitate sacrificing 2 vehicle component slots to incorporate materials that would automatically generate a weapon. Yet, doing so would fundamentally alter Suyang's armored mobile home, even eliminating the interior space, which would require him to reinstall a vehicle storage box after the upgrade to regain that space. It simply wasn't worth the trade-off. Moreover, Suyang had devised a plan regarding the blueprints in his possession. Among the remaining 2 blueprints, one was a purple high-energy engine, while the other detailed an internal ecological system for the vehicle. The former was essentially an upgraded version of a hybrid engine, capable of utilizing gasoline, diesel, electric power, and even burning charcoal and wood chips. Not only did it provide power, but it could also function as a generator, making it an excellent asset. Suyang promptly crafted it and installed it in his armored mobile home, replacing the original solar generator. The ecological system for the vehicle transformed it into a sealed environment capable of generating oxygen and other essential conditions. He recalled the discomfort of being buried in sand that first night. It had been rather stifling. However, with this ecological system, he no longer needed to worry about such issues, and even introducing some plants inside could ensure a thriving atmosphere. Without further ado, he proceeded with the installation. The 3 women were equally delighted, as the better the armored mobile home, the more comfortable their lives would be. Onward. Suyang pushed the orange treasure chest in front of Jiang Manhua, wondering what fortune awaited them, especially after the impressive outcome of the purple chest. Both Fangya and Lu Mimi shared his anticipation, though Jiang Manhua appeared somewhat anxious. "It's all right. Whatever you unveil, we won't hold it against you," Suyang reassured her. Encouraged by his words, Jiang Manhua finally opened the orange treasure chest. However, the scene that unfolded next was entirely unexpected for everyone present. At the moment she opened the orange chest, a golden light emerged from within, soaring into Jiang Manhua's body and vanishing without a trace. What just happened? Suyang and the others were momentarily stunned, while Jiang Manhua herself was left in a daze. "Xiaoxua, what? What is going on?" Lu Mimi broke the silence. Having noticed that the chest was empty, Suyang seemed to have an inkling of what transpired and inquired, "Was that golden light what you received?" "Yes, more or less." Jiang Manhua, still bewildered, gazed into the distance as if searching for answers. Su Yang felt a surge of insight and activated his privileges as team leader, allowing him to see what Jiang Manhua was currently witnessing. You have opened the orange treasure chest and gained an advanced talent awakening opportunity. As you are the first person to open an orange treasure chest in this round, your advanced awakening chance has been enhanced. You have received a special talent awakening opportunity. No way, it can work like this? Su Yang was taken aback. This wasn't supposed to yield a talent awakening card, was it? How could it directly grant a talent awakening opportunity? Given the circumstances, he chose to remain silent, particularly since Jiang Manhua awakening her talent would not be detrimental to him. When he finally beheld the talent Jiang Manhua had awakened, his surprise only deepened. Owner, Jiang Manhua. Talent, luck. Vehicle, armored business vehicle. Strength, 12. Constitution, 13. Agility, 13. Spirit, 15. Currency, 10,000 gold, 650 silver, 567, 893 copper. Overall evaluation, second tier. Chapter 65, The Shock of the Red Treasure Chest. Luck. This was the talent that Jiang Manhua had awakened, and it possessed two primary abilities. The first allowed her to perceive her own fortune, refreshing daily, with each instance never falling below a certain threshold. It could also be conferred upon others. The second ability enabled her to accumulate her luck, which could then erupt into remarkable fortune at a certain level. Also applicable to others. Jiang Manhua began to elucidate her talent's capabilities, feeling no need to conceal anything in the company of trusted allies. Although Su Yang could see all her attributes clearly, he chose not to disclose this information. Essentially, that's it. My talent encompasses these two abilities. Incredible. Not only can you perceive your own luck, but you can also bestow it upon others. Xiaoxua, this talent is extraordinary. Lu Mimi exclaimed in awe. Fangya nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, this means that opening important treasure chests will be much easier for us. By the way, Xiaoxua, can you see our luck? No. Jiang Manhua shook her head, replying, my talent only lets me see my own luck, which is classified similarly to treasure chests, starting from white level luck, then green, blue, and so on. There's also gray, which signifies bad luck. However, due to my talent being luck-oriented, the daily refreshed luck level can never be lower than green. It seems your tier is still low. Once you elevate your rank, you'll be able to perceive others' luck, Su Yang suggested, aware that Jiang Manhua herself lacked knowledge of this aspect. Oh, I see. Jiang Manhua paused, but since Su Yang had already awakened his talent, she naturally believed him. Wah, now I'm the only one without a talent. Even Sister Ya has one. Lu Mimi began to sulk, and before anyone could comfort her, she revealed her little foxtail. So, esteemed captain, could you grant me a few blue treasure chests to open? Don't worry, I'll have Xiaoxua bless me with her luck, and surely, I'll strike it rich. Non-lucky? I might be non-lucky, but with my good sisters assisting, even a non-lucky person can turn into a fortunate one. This twist of events left the two women both amused and exasperated. Jiang Manhua retorted, we've already consumed the sandworm essence. Not awakening a talent is our own fault. Don't worry, there will be other opportunities, Fangya added reassuringly. Suddenly, Su Yang's eyes lit up as he turned to Jiang Manhua. Manhua, what is your current luck level? Blue. Jiang Manhua replied, then added, that is the highest level of luck I can accumulate for now due to my low tier. But the luck that refreshes daily could potentially exceed blue. Wait, are you suggesting that if I apply luck to you now, you'll open the red treasure chest? Jiang Manhua connected the dots. Yes, Su Yang affirmed. My luck may not be as high as yours, but it's not subpar either. With your blue level luck, even if I don't reach purple, it will be very close. Su Yang, perhaps we should hold off, Fangya suggested. I believe it would be wiser to wait until Xiaoxua refreshes a higher level of luck before opening the red treasure chest, considering the rarity of such a high-tier chest. Indeed, Fangya's point was valid. Generally, they should wait for Jiang Manhua to refresh her luck to a higher tier, allowing her to bestow it upon Su Yang to maximize their chances of obtaining valuable items. However, Su Yang shook his head in disagreement. No, we must open this red treasure chest without delay. He explained, as Manhua mentioned, she only received an advanced awakening opportunity from the orange treasure chest. But because she was the first to open an orange treasure chest, her reward was elevated to a special talent awakening opportunity. Thus, if we open the red treasure chest now, it should also be the first one opened, thus enhancing the reward. Lu Mimi appeared to have realized something, and her words clarified the situation for Jiang Manhua and Fangya. Yes, Su Yang, you are indeed correct. I had completely overlooked this point. Fangya, feeling a sense of urgency, urged Jiang Manhua, hurry, Xiaoxua. While the likelihood may be slim, what if someone has already obtained the red treasure chest? The three women were filled with anticipation. Jiang Manhua nodded in agreement and turned her gaze towards Su Yang. Upon receiving his signal to commence, she activated her innate ability. Unbeknownst to Jiang Manhua, as she was empowered by luck, Su Yang himself was taken aback, a flicker of unexpected delight flashing in his eyes. Congratulations. The host has received a stroke of luck. For the next day, your fortune will be blue, or you may concentrate your luck for 10 seconds of purple fortune. Could it truly work that way? Su Yang promptly chose the latter option. A mere second was sufficient to open a treasure chest. 10 seconds of purple fortune was undoubtedly more advantageous than a day of blue luck. You have opened the red treasure chest and obtained the following items. 10 red universal materials. A red quality supercar card. 1 red vehicle component for interior space. 1 blueprint for a red vehicle shield. For items, all of red quality. The first red universal material astounded Su Yang. For universal materials could substitute any component or item, seamlessly replacing anything essential in manufacturing without incurring any issues. The second item was even more astonishing. A red quality vehicle, not merely a blueprint, but an actual finished product, obtainable simply by utilizing this card. Although it was merely a 2-seater sports car, it boasted an interior space of 100 cubic meters, along with 12 vehicle components, and possessed self-repair capabilities, capable of mending any damage incurred. Most significantly, even if one were not the owner, utilizing this card would grant them ownership of the vehicle. In the entire Blue Star region, many individuals had relinquished their vehicles, either by joining another's convoy or discarding them due to irreparable damage. Not everyone possessed a system with a special item slot, allowing for the storage of vehicles. When a vehicle broke down and could no longer be driven, and the designated time to reach the station had not yet arrived, what choice remained? The answer was evident. Abandon the vehicle, make one's way to the station, and seek a vehicle owner to join. Such individuals were not uncommon in the initial phase, and many more had discarded their vehicles during the 10 days of the second phase. However, few could manage to reach the station on foot. The ability to regain ownership of a vehicle was immensely precious. If sold, it would fetch an astronomical price. Chapter 66, 4th Stage. Red, Optimized Golden State. Su Yang was certain that at this stage, no one could afford to offer him a satisfactory price, nor would he consider selling the supercar. Only a fool would choose to part with it. At this moment, Su Yang was curious about what would transpire if he used this supercar card. Would he possess 2 vehicles? Perhaps it was due to luck, but the third item, the red vehicle component for interior space, was also a finished product, requiring no materials for construction. It could be directly installed into the vehicle, and this interior space was not merely a storage compartment. To put it plainly, it could accommodate living individuals. Could this interior space actually house people? As Su Yang contemplated these items, the 3 women were nearby, with Lu Mimi unable to contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "My heavens! It has 1,000 cubic meters? Wait, what does it mean by arbitrary modification? Can we freely design this 1,000 cubic meters of space? Is this the true power of red quality?" Their excitement was understandable. Even Su Yang was taken aback by the attributes of this red quality interior space. The 3 women huddled together, brainstorming how to utilize the 1,000 cubic meters, which, while appearing vast, was merely a cube measuring 10 meters on each side. While the 3 women conferred, Su Yang's gaze fell upon the sole blueprint. Item, Vehicle Shield Blueprint. Category, Blueprint. Quality, Red. Purpose, can craft a red quality defensive shield, which offers 360-degree protection for the vehicle. Required materials, 1 red electronic chip, 1 red energy converter, 1,000 alloy steel, 1,000 alloy copper, 10,000 electronic components. A remarkable find. Although Su Yang had not yet utilized any electronic chips or energy converters, the universal materials he had just acquired could substitute for these 2 items. The only hassle lay in obtaining the alloy steel and alloy copper. Both were not particularly difficult to acquire, as sufficient iron and copper scraps could be combined to meet the requirements. 10 iron sheets could be forged into 1 steel block, and 10 steel blocks would yield 1 alloy steel, meaning 1,000 alloy steel necessitated 10,000 iron sheets. The same process applied to alloy copper. Currently, Su Yang did not possess an abundance of iron sheets, having only just over 3,000, but this was of little concern. He had 35,000 white treasure chests at his disposal and a plethora of other resources sufficient to gather what he needed. Typically, alloy steel would be found in purple treasure chests and occasionally in blue ones, but given the current circumstances, the trading hall had only sporadically seen a few pieces of steel and refined copper. Alloy steel and alloy copper were virtually non-existent. Su Yang would have to synthesize them himself, but the synthesis speed for LV0 materials was painfully slow. He planned to level up a couple of times, as he now had 11 skill points available to enhance several skills. While the red treasure chest had indeed yielded only these 4 items, it was not the end of his fortunes. As the first person to open a red treasure chest in this session, you have additionally received a red upgrade card. This was the reward for Su Yang's inaugural opening of a red treasure chest, a red upgrade card. This card could elevate blueprints, vehicle components, convoys, and even vehicles to red quality. Upon acquiring this red upgrade card, Su Yang's first thought was to upgrade his vehicle to red quality. After some investigation, he understood that using this card to elevate his armored RV to red quality would enhance everything it currently possessed to red quality. Most notably, while a red quality vehicle typically could accommodate 12 vehicle component slots, the armored RV, under optimal conditions, could increase to a maximum of 15 slots upon successful upgrade. Nevertheless, Su Yang intended to reserve the red upgrade card for his vehicle, but not just yet. Presently, He found himself torn between installing the vehicle shield and the vehicle space. It is worth noting that the evolution of his life layer, spurred by his 30 points in attributes, had elevated his tier to the 4th stage. Owner, Suyong. Talent, Optimization. Vehicle, Armored RV. Strength, 36. Constitution, 36. Agility, 36. Mentality, 37. Currency, 50 gold coins, 1,000 silver coins, 1,500 copper coins. Overall evaluation, 4th order. As a human who has completed the initial evolution of life, you are undoubtedly the strongest among humankind. The strongest human. This is by no means an exaggeration, as evidenced by the comprehensive evaluation's description, which subtly indicates the existence of other inherently powerful races. After reaching the 4th order, his innate talents have naturally been enhanced, granting him an additional capability, one that perplexes Suyong, light energy. Vehicle, Armored RV, 100. Quality, blue 7 stars. Light energy, 0-100. Speed, 400 km/h. Components, 69 high-energy engine, purple, ecosystem device, purple, vehicle storage box, blue, vehicle storage box, blue, high-energy water generator, blue, overall cabin, purple. Optimized components, 12 vehicle fuel tank, purple optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhanced improvement, optimized components, light energy. The 4th order optimization has elevated Suyong's vehicle's original 3 skills. While the enhancements from integration and enhanced improvement are not overtly pronounced, the improvement in the optimized component skill is quite evident, directly adding an additional slot for optimized components. Notably, upon entering the station this time, whether it was Jiang Manchua's motorcycle, Suyong's armored RV, Jiang Manchua's own armored business vehicle, or Fanya's vehicle, all were repaired and refueled upon arrival. Suyong placed a blue fuel tank into the optimized component slot, upgrading it to a purple tank capable of holding 100,000 liters of gasoline, thus gaining a windfall of 100,000. Upon reaching the station this time, few people relied on gasoline for profit, as everyone was well aware of the situation and had prepared to acquire free gasoline in advance. Regarding the newfound vehicle skill of light energy, Suyong currently only comprehends that consuming light energy can restore the armored RV to its full state, serving as a form of repair capability. There must be other functions, but Suyong has yet to uncover them. Although there are 2 slots for optimized components, one is certainly designated for the K-type heavy machine gun, necessitating at least one for weaponry. Thus, the question remains, shield or cabin space. The shield has yet to be crafted, and Suyong has not attempted that. While he has successfully installed cabin space into the optimized component, revealing a satisfied smile. Optimized components, 22 cabin space, golden optimized state, vehicle fuel tank, purple optimized state. Chapter 67, Additional Rewards of Hell Mode. Originally a red vehicle component, the cabin space transformed into a golden state upon being placed into the optimized component. His talent is indeed extraordinary. Even though he himself is merely at the 4th order and the vehicle is only of purple quality, he managed to elevate the red quality to a golden state. The original 1,000 cubic meters of space has been directly enhanced to 1,000,000 cubic meters. And it is an ecological space, better suited for habitation than the original, even capable of accommodating special items to further increase the space. Faced with such a vast area, Suyong is undoubtedly quite pleased. However, with only 2 slots for optimized components, installing the cabin space means he cannot install the vehicle shield. For Suyong, he leans towards installing the shield. The reasoning is simple. It can enhance safety. If the cabin space can be optimized to golden, the shield should naturally follow suit. Compared to a red shield, the golden shield undoubtedly offers far superior defense. As for the specifics, Suyong intends to craft the shield first and then assess its actual efficacy before making a decision. The 3 women concur with his proposal, but then the dilemma arises. For individuals, 35,000 treasure chests. How long will this take to open? It appears to be a protracted endeavor, yet in reality, it only took the 3 women 6 to 7 hours to complete. Suyong first checked into the station hotel, opting for a suite with an expansive space. And then he continuously retrieved white treasure chests from his inventory, while the 3 women opened the chests and carelessly tossed the contents into the vehicle group storage. Simultaneously, in several other rooms, Xie Bian and others sorted the empty white treasure chests and the items extracted from them, either returning them to the vehicle group storage or placing them in the trading hall for sale. Suyong would immediately place the empty white treasure chests back into his inventory, extracting basic materials like iron and copper sheets for synthesis. He had already upgraded his material synthesis skill to LV3, allowing him to synthesize 100 iron blocks and 100 steel blocks in one go. This speed was necessary, especially since Xie Bian had already recruited a team of 50. Otherwise, manpower would have been insufficient. Once the treasure chests were emptied, the 3 women apathetically resumed their training. I swear, I will never open treasure chests again in my lifetime. Lu Mimi declared with such conviction that Suyong suspected she had been traumatized by her treasure chest experience. However, given her nature. It was unlikely she would refrain for long. Notably, LV3 material synthesis allows for the combination of certain items, such as 10 white low-energy air conditioning units synthesizing into 1 green unit, and 10 green units forming 1 blue unit. LV3 material synthesis can only produce blue blueprints at most. This revelation excited Su-young, prompting him to attempt raising the synthesis skills level, but even after reaching LV4, he found he could not synthesize purple blueprints, leading him to ultimately abandon that endeavor. His skill points were insufficient. He had upgraded his marksmanship skill to LV6 and his bullet manufacturing skill to LV6 as well, consuming a total of 4 skill points. Naturally, the precision skill also needed enhancement, costing 3 points to elevate it to LV6. The K-type heavy machine gun, now optimized to purple status, would struggle to achieve a 100 hit rate without a certain level of marksmanship, especially against foes stronger than the giant sandworms, which were akin to mini-bosses. Thus, his skill points were entirely depleted. Host, Su-young. Level, Silver level 10, 58, 500. Health points, 1, 0, 80, 1080. Mana points, 1, 0, 80, 1080. Strength, 36. Constitution, 36. Agility, 36. Spirit, 37. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Marksmanship, LV6. Bullet manufacturing, LV6. Vehicle team, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material synthesis, LV4. Alloy steel plate, LV3. Skill points, 0. Free attribute points, 0. Inventory, 52, 110 blue treasure chest. Observing his attributes panel, Su-young felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Soon, he had gathered the materials required for crafting the shield, and after consuming 2 red universal materials, Su-young successfully forged the shield, a unique vehicle component. Immediately thereafter, he proceeded to affix the shield to the optimized components. After much deliberation and taking into account the opinions of the 3 women, he ultimately decided to install the red vehicle component, the internal space, in its designated position within the vehicle, while the shield was secured to the optimized components. Safety first. Perhaps enhancing the internal space to a golden level would yield even better results, but without life, even the most splendid and comfortable space would be in vain. Furthermore, once the red internal space is installed, it will also benefit from the vehicle's skill enhancement, effectively expanding the 1,000 cubic meters to a remarkable 2,000 cubic meters. The 3 women envisioned creating a space measuring 20 meters in length and 5 meters in height, an area of 400 square meters that could accommodate a multitude of items, ensuring a comfortable living environment for the 4 of them, even if additional individuals were to join later. Moreover, this is merely the current size. There may be further enhancements in the future. By achieving a Hell mode arrival at the station and ranking among the top 100 in the entire district, an additional special reward would be granted. This reward entails consuming gold coins for a unique enhancement of the vehicle. The greater the expenditure of gold coins, the more exceptional the enhancement, and during this process, specific items, such as vehicle upgrade blueprints, may also be invested. The upper limit for this special enhancement is set at 1 million gold coins. While it does not directly elevate the vehicle's level, it undoubtedly augments its various attributes. Upon incorporating the vehicle upgrade blueprints, the vehicle will certainly advance, and not in a mundane manner. Indeed, Su-young intended to utilize the red upgrade card he had obtained in this regard, aiming for a special enhancement of the vehicle. Given it was a unique enhancement, Su-young naturally planned to maximize the investment, targeting the tier of consuming 1 million gold coins. It is noteworthy that Jiang Manchua's early arrival at the station not only included the sale of the initial star-up cards, but also a considerable amount of alloy steel plates, which remained a hot commodity. Even at a price of 1,000 copper coins per piece, there remained a significant demand throughout the Blue Star region. Chapter 68, Special Enhancement. Double Purple Quality Armored RV. Vehicle, Armored RV, 100. Quality, Blue 9 stars. Energy, 100,100. Speed, 400 kilometers. H. Components, 99 internal space, red. High energy engine, purple. Ecosystem device, purple. Overall cabin, purple. High energy water generator, blue. Vehicle storage box, blue. Vehicle storage box, blue. Vehicle storage box, blue. Vehicle storage box, blue. Optimized components, 22 vehicle shield, golden optimized state. K-type heavy machine gun, purple optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, optimized components, light energy. Su-young had successfully upgraded the armored RV to blue 9 stars, replenishing the energy while installing components across all 9 positions. Ultimately, he was uncertain about what else to install, as he needed to avoid compromising the integrity of the armored RV. However, vehicle storage boxes were an exception. Their installation could enhance the internal space. Next, he naturally intended to utilize the rewards from this special enhancement, having cleared out a substantial amount of resources. The second phase had been settled. Otherwise, he might have already fallen out of the top 100 in the Blue Star resource rankings. He retained only enough provisions for 100 people to survive for a month, selling off the rest for vehicle currency and a multitude of basic materials. By synthesizing a large number of blueprints, Su-young effortlessly amassed the required 1 million gold coins, purchasing all available materials at the station before proceeding with the synthesis. Preparing to invest in this enhancement, one could say that he had committed a significant portion of his wealth to this special enhancement. Alongside the red upgrade card and red universal materials, Su-young hesitated momentarily before deciding to invest 3 of the latter, had he not been left with only 9. He might have considered using more. Su-young was confident that at this stage, even if someone else were to produce 1 million gold coins, they could not match the immense investment he had made. Following this endeavor, Su-young's wealth had dramatically diminished, with only 100 gold and silver coins remaining, while the copper coins numbered just over 70,000. Yet, all of this felt worthwhile when Su-young beheld the newly enhanced Armored RV Post-Special Enhancement. Vehicle, Armored RV, 200. Quality, Purple 1 star. Energy, 100,100, restores 1 point of energy per hour. Speed, 600 kilometers h. Components, 39 internal space, red. Energy converter, red. Daily ecosystem, red. Optimized components, 22 vehicle shield, golden optimized state. K-type heavy machine gun, purple optimized state. Vehicle skills, integration, enhancement, optimized components, light energy. Double the level with purple quality. Su-young had not anticipated this extra tier, and the sight of the 200 status value filled him with joy. Such a considerable cost had indeed yielded abundant rewards. The limit of 200 significantly increased the Armored RV's endurance, and the energy recovery rate of 1 point per hour was a game-changer. Previously, he had to rely on other means to restore energy. He had only discovered that solar energy could replenish it, with the blue-quality solar generator requiring 5 hours for just 1 point. Now that it could regenerate autonomously, Su-young was elated. As for speed, it soared to a maximum of 1,200 kilometers h, nearly reaching sonic levels. The components from this enhancement did not entirely deplete. 3 were retained, which Su-young speculated was due to his investment of 3 red universal materials. The remaining vehicle components seamlessly integrated into the Armored RV, enhancing and fortifying it, while the 3 retained components included the internal space, which, as previously mentioned, did not merge with the vehicle. In fact, the Armored RV's internal space now solely relied on the capacity provided by this component, remaining at 1,000 cubic meters, yet benefiting from the vehicle skills enhancement, effectively granting it 2,000 cubic meters. This did not imply a lack of change. To put it simply, if Su-young were to install vehicle storage boxes within this space, the internal space component would directly benefit from this increase. Installing a blue vehicle storage box would augment the internal space by 200 cubic meters, regardless of the number. At first glance, it appeared unchanged. However, the vehicle storage boxes could not accommodate individuals, being solely for storage purposes. Now, however, it was akin to a space where people could reside. Moreover, the current internal space possessed a unique feature. Su-young could access it from anywhere within the vehicle. And even within a 10-meter radius outside the Armored RV, he could freely enter and exit, offering remarkable convenience. As for the energy converter, it was even more extraordinary. With this component, any form of energy, be it electricity, gasoline, wood, charcoal, or coal, could be converted into electrical energy, kinetic energy, or even light energy. In simple terms, Su-young could now start the Armored RV using Nearwood chips. The energy converter could process up to 10,000 units at once, accommodating wood chips, gasoline, and more. Even the wind resistance encountered while driving at high speeds could be transformed into energy, albeit with limited efficiency. In a sense, Su-young now lacked no means to initiate the Armored RV. The final aspect is the daily ecological system, which, in essence, constitutes a system capable of providing an exceptionally comfortable living environment. This system equips the Armored RV with air conditioning, underfloor heating, sunlight exposure, and facilities for the treatment of wastewater, in addition to functions for water purification and oxygen generation, among others. It is no exaggeration to assert that residing in Su-young's Armored RV allows one to recover 1 point of health and mana every single minute. Although it occupies 3 vehicle component slots, the functionalities of these components leave Su-young exceedingly satisfied. Furthermore, in addition to these features, the Armored RV possesses a unique capability. When upgrading its star rating, one may incorporate special materials to enhance both its defense and overall performance. This grants Su-young's alloy steel skill its utmost utility. For instance, instead of merely requiring alloy steel for the upgrade, he can substitute it with a special alloy synthesized from alloy steel and alloy copper, resulting in a significantly stronger upgrade. Following this special enhancement, the Armored RV, while not elevated to a red tier, and with its optimized shield and K-type heavy machine gun remaining unchanged, nonetheless leaves Su-young thoroughly content. Despite not achieving a red tier, the dual special ratings have been firmly established, granting Su-young's Armored RV a distinct advantage among vehicles of the same star level. In fact, the Armored RV boasts numerous functionalities, yet these primary features hold greater significance in Su-young's eyes. With the current Armored RV, the third phase should prove considerably less challenging. Su-young finally exhaled in relief. The 10 days of the second phase had concluded, and now on the 11th day of rest, he had learned what the third phase entailed, a zombie siege. Chapter 69. Population increase, 100,000 per zone. Once again, the top spot across the Blue Star regions was claimed by Zone 9527. After 10 days, over 7,300 of the original 10,000 survivors in Zone 9527 remained, a number even greater than in the first phase. This was largely thanks to Su Yang. Had he not crafted the alloy steel plates to create the special windbreak shelters, the survival count in this zone would have likely been limited to around 5,000, if not fewer. Likewise, due to Su Yang's distribution of alloy steel plates throughout the Blue Star regions, he had indirectly saved many lives. As for the specifics of the third phase, Su Yang had not gleaned much beyond the name zombie siege, along with the duration and distance, 30 days and 10,000 kilometers. The time was 3 times that of the second phase, yet the distance had only doubled, seemingly offering a respite. However, the very name zombie siege indicated that traversing this 10,000 kilometers would be far from straightforward. Soon, this news reached the other inhabitants of Zone 9527. While Su Yang received a more specialized notification, the station for the third phase, Dawn Station, would lack shops, meaning that no one could purchase anything there. This implied that any upgrades or enhancements to vehicles during the journey would have to rely solely on items obtained from treasure chests. However, on the perilous journey of 10,000 kilometers through the zombie siege, special shops would appear, offering certain goods for sale. It was evident that these shops would be situated in extremely dangerous locations, making access to their wares a formidable challenge. Su Yang, however, was unconcerned. Defeating monsters would yield treasure chests, and he was confident that zombies would drop chests as well. The uncertainty lay in the classification of the zombies and the quality of the treasure chests they might yield. A flicker of anticipation crossed Su Yang's eyes. As time passed, the countdown to the third phase approached. This time, the population cap per zone escalated from 10,000 to 100,000, and a leaderboard would be established. Albeit different from the previous one, the tier leaderboard remained, but it now integrated both the owner's tier and the vehicle's tier, while the resource leaderboard was abolished. New rankings included the convoy leaderboard, the population leaderboard, and the kill leaderboard. The convoy leaderboard assessed based on the convoy's overall level, along with various factors regarding its members. The population leaderboard ranked the zones according to the number of survivors among the 100,000 inhabitants, recording only the top 100 zones. The kill leaderboard, while not explicitly stated, was clearly tied to the extermination of zombies. For leaderboards, the prospect of topping all 4 posed little challenge for Su Yang, yet his interest was minimal. The reason was simple. This time, the leaderboards bore no tangible rewards, merely contributing to the eventual evaluation upon reaching the endpoint, Dawn Station, which could enhance in-game rewards. What those rewards entailed, however, remained a mystery. While the second phase had provided abundant details, the onset of the third phase offered no further specifics. Even after it formally commenced, as with the beginning of the second phase, after midnight, all vehicle owners were transported to the starting point of the third phase. The zombie siege, and dawn broke. At this moment, in the communication channel for Zone 9527 area channel, population 100,000, each person allowed 10 messages per day. Not only had the population increased, but also the daily message limit per individual had expanded. Moreover, the top 10 zones in the Blue Star could communicate without restriction in their respective channels. Wow, they increased the population to 100,000 per zone? Haha, it's actually Zone 9527. I didn't expect to be part of Su Goddess Zone. Welcome newcomers. Remember to share your photos. Males to the side. Females report your measurements. A zombie siege? Damn, does that mean zombies are really going to appear? This feels quite dangerous. Zombies are virtually indestructible. What's there to fear? Don't tell me you can't afford even a green pistol blueprint? They were selling those at the station, at the very least. You should be able to afford a white one, right? Having a pistol is still dangerous. Even if you have perfect aim, how many bullets do you possess? Fear not. My vehicle has already been upgraded to blue. I'll just ram through any zombies that come my way. Everyone, be cautious, if they truly are zombies. They won't be easy to handle. In an 8-wheeled, armored vehicle, Xiebayan looked invigorated as he addressed the individuals aboard. Everyone, our leader, Su God, has equipped us with an incredibly powerful vehicle and a plethora of weapons. Now it's our time to shine. Xiebayan bellowed, and all responded in unison. Besides the 10 seated within the vehicle, nearly 40 others occupied the rear space, each brimming with confidence. Xiebayan had not anticipated that after recruiting so many individuals, Su Yang would present him with a purple vehicle upgrade blueprint, specifically for an armored vehicle. Although this armored vehicle permanently sacrificed 2 component slots, it gained a heavy machine gun that could be upgraded, boasting formidable power that would enhance alongside the vehicle's upgrades. Zombie siege. Let them come. We'll slay as many as we encounter. This sentiment echoed among not just Xiebayan, but also the other 40 individuals. In the armored RV, Upon receiving what appeared to be a military decree from Xiaobian, Su-yang couldn't help but smile. The reason he had bestowed the purple treasure chest's vehicle upgrade blueprint to Xiaobian was to forge a formidable convoy. Furthermore, while the owner of the armored vehicle was Xiaobian, the true ownership belonged to Su-yang. Should any unfortunate incidents arise, Su-yang could reclaim it at will and incorporate it back into the convoy's lineup, allowing him to maintain direct control over the vehicle. The ambition to construct a powerful convoy was, of course, part of a larger strategy. This time, Su-yang's endeavor to recruit 2 additional teams was fraught with challenges. Yet he ultimately managed to forge a path and assemble the 2 groups. What transpired? Su-yang's gaze fell upon Jiang Manhua and Fangya, while Lu Mimi assumed the role of driver, maneuvering the armored RV. I have no issues on my end, Jiang Manhua remarked. Qianqian has gathered over 10 individuals, and with the resources we provided, there should be no complications. However, Jiang Manhua hesitated before adding, if zombies truly emerge, it may take some time for them to adapt. Indeed, that is understandable, Su-yang acknowledged. For the notion of zombies, creatures that existed solely in films and novels, materializing in this world of survival was something even he could not readily accept. While understanding the situation was one thing, if they failed to exhibit sufficient strength and results, Su-yang would not hesitate to consider replacements. Chapter 70, Yuan Tingfei. This time, it's undoubtedly my turn. What about you, Fangya? Su-yang inquired, directing his attention to her, as she was responsible for contacting her elder brother. In fact, it was due to an accidental encounter at the station that Fangya learned of her brother, prompting her to seek Su-yang's assistance without delay. She even exhausted all her efforts to persuade him to help her brother. My elder brother managed to gather a cousin along with a few friends before setting out. The team now comprises over 20 individuals and 3 vehicles. Though they are all of blue grade, given their circumstances, they should manage well. Very good, Su-yang nodded. Recalling his own encounters with Fang Ya's elder brother, Fang Shuqing, who left a positive impression on him. The Fang family was indeed a prominent clan. Yet Fang Shuqing did not exhibit the typical vices associated with affluent youths. He had attended several company gatherings during Fang Ya's early entrepreneurial days, where he behaved impeccably without any airs. Nevertheless, the principle remained. Although Su-yang held a favorable view of him, he treated both Fang Shuqing and Jiang Manhua as classmate. He Qianqian, equally, allocating the same resources to all. While they could not be compared to Xiebian, they were certainly preferable to many others. In truth, Su-yang did not harbor grand expectations for these 2 teams. His primary aim was merely to establish a channel for acquiring monsters. This was akin to being able to purchase monsters within 3 populous zones. However, the thought of acquiring zombies felt unsettling. He was more curious to see how much experience he could gain from them. As Su-yang settled into the passenger seat, his gaze began to scan the surroundings in search of zombie traces. Fangya and Jiang Manhua occupied the back seats, their eyes also glued to the outside world. After driving for several minutes, they continued through the desert until, roughly 50 kilometers later, patches of green vegetation appeared, marking their entry into a post-apocalyptic realm. The scenery that greeted them resembled the desolate landscapes depicted in films, with abandoned objects strewn about, even vehicles left to rust along the roadway. Mimi, halt! Su-yang suddenly commanded. Are there zombies? Lu Mimi gasped, hastily scanning the area, while Fangya and Jiang Manhua remained on high alert. No, I merely intended to inspect whether these vehicles hold any value. Keep your wits about you, Su-yang replied, stepping out of the armored RV. As he exited, a frown creased Su-yang's brow, for he was met with an indescribable stench of decay, subtle yet pervasive. This faint odor seemed to linger in the air, unsettling him. Approaching the nearby vehicles, he discovered they bore a striking resemblance to those from Blue Star. However, he was uncertain whether their components could be affixed to his own vehicle. Naturally, Su-yang would not attempt such a trial. He had better methods to explore. Collection technique. Indeed, Su-yang resolved to utilize this technique on the vehicles. Although uncertain of the outcome, he reasoned that attempting it posed no risk. The result was astonishing. Collection successful. Acquired 10 iron plates, 1 white vehicle upgrade blueprint. Could it be that I was truly successful? Su-yang was momentarily taken aback, particularly by the unexpected blueprint. The white vehicle upgrade blueprint held no practical value for him, as it was intended solely for the enhancement of tricycles. However, for Su-yang, this blueprint possessed an alternative utility, synthesis. By gathering 100 such blueprints, he could forge a single blue vehicle upgrade blueprint, and currently, few possessed blue vehicles in the Blue Star region, whether for resale or to bolster his own fleet. Su-yang deemed this a promising opportunity. Perhaps this zombie-infested city was indeed a blessing in disguise. Elated, Su-yang returned to the vehicle. From then on, wherever vehicles appeared, he instructed Lu Mimi to draw near, allowing Fangya and Jiang Manhua to store the abandoned vehicles into the RV's internal warehouse. The vehicle boasted a capacity of 2,000 cubic meters, and Su-yang had deliberately allocated a 500 cubic meter warehouse, measuring 10 meters in width and height, for the 3 women to access freely. In this manner, the current situation proved advantageous. Whether cars or motorcycles, they could all be effortlessly stored within the warehouse. and the process could be executed directly from the driver's seat. Since this warehouse was not part of the system's inventory, Soo-young could utilize the collection technique on these abandoned vehicles at any time. Little did he expect that even before encountering any zombies, he would stumble upon the first windfall in this zombie siege. Soo-young was thoroughly satisfied, confident that others would likely dismantle some components from the vehicles, but their utility would be severely limited compared to his comprehensive acquisition. However, Soo-young was mistaken this time. Beside a heavy-duty truck, Yuan Tongfei, encircled by several guards, was overwhelmed with joy. Ha ha ha, it truly works. Observing the abandoned vehicles vanish from sight and noticing his currency tally increase by 100 copper coins, Yuan Tongfei was ecstatic. Having only just entered the third phase of the zombie siege, 50 kilometers in, he dispatched his men to search for treasure chests. Upon spotting the nearby abandoned vehicles, he instinctively attempted to leverage his talent to sell them. After enduring the trials of the second phase and utilizing some resources purchased at the Sanxi station, Yuan Tongfei successfully attained the third tier. Currently, the number of individuals who had reached the third tier in Blue Star exceeded 500, yet only Soo-young had ascended to the fourth tier. To enhance his vehicles, Yuan Tongfei had invested a significant portion of his wealth. Had it not been for his elevation to the third tier, which bolstered his talent as a merchant, he would have struggled to sustain the operations of the Tianhe Merchant Alliance. Yet now, Yuan Tongfei felt that nothing posed an obstacle. Not only could he maintain the Tianhe Merchant Alliance, but he felt confident enough to expand it tenfold. After utilizing his talent to recover a single ordinary abandoned car, he received 100 copper coins. 100 vehicles would equate to 1 gold coin. And how many vehicles might be available during this zombie siege? Perhaps tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. The mere thought sent a rush of excitement through Yuan Tongfei, especially as he considered that if this was the case for him, what of others? Acquisition. I will procure such abandoned vehicles in the trading hall, enlisting the help of all 100,000 inhabitants in this district to collect them. However, upon entering the trading hall, Yuan Tongfei was taken aback. He discovered that others had already begun acquiring these abandoned vehicles, not just vehicles, but also household appliances and more. The price for a single ordinary abandoned car was set at an astonishing 80 copper coins. Faced with such pricing, Yuan Tongfei's expression darkened. He had intended to acquire them, but could only offer a maximum of 10 or 20 copper coins, with 10 being a generous offer. The road was littered with these abandoned vehicles, and merely locating them and transporting them to the trading hall posed no challenge at all. For a mere 10 copper coins, countless individuals would eagerly undertake the task. Chapter 71. No treasure chests? A zombie town with shops? Common zombie, normal. Level, 5. Health, 5050. Mana, 00. Skill, zombie virus. As Soo-young gazed upon the scattered zombies in the town ahead, his eyes glimmered with intrigue. The visibility of their health bars indicated that they could drop treasure chests upon defeat. With the uniformity of these level 5 common zombies, totaling only 7 or 8 in number, Soo-young promptly drew his handgun and commenced firing. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, he received several kill notifications. You have killed a level 5 common zombie. Reward, 1 white chest, 5 copper coins, 5 experience points. You have killed a level 5 common zombie. Reward, 1 white chest, 5 copper coins, 5 experience points. They were no different from desert scorpions, and indeed, the gunfire attracted more zombies. The K-type heavy machine gun was deployed. Soo-young, seated in the passenger seat rather than climbing onto the roof, operated the K-type heavy machine gun. After the armored vehicle's upgrade, the K-type heavy machine gun could now be controlled from a designated shooting position within the vehicle. From his vantage point, Soo-young systematically eliminated the approaching zombies. The ordinary zombies did not require special ammunition, so he utilized the most basic bullets, of which he had manufactured a considerable quantity. Whether it was due to the abilities bestowed by leveling up or the upgrade of the armored vehicle to purple, these bullets could indeed unleash a barrage of 300 to 500 rounds per minute without affecting the armored vehicle's condition. The vehicle's status remained at 200. Was that all? In less than a minute, the zombies that appeared were entirely cleared by Soo-young, leaving him somewhat disappointed. There were only about 100 of them. They had reached the 100-kilometer mark, and the journey had yielded no treasure chests. At this juncture, a small town emerged, seemingly modest in scale, home to perhaps several thousand to 10,000 residents. Soo-young had anticipated a horde of thousands of zombies, but it was evident that this was not the case. The highway they traversed transformed at the entrance of the town, branching into 2 diverging paths that appeared to circumvent the town. Could these forks be intended to avoid encounters with zombies? Lu Mimi inquired as the armored vehicle advanced slowly. Your observation holds merit. Those 2 roadways do indeed seem to encircle the town, Fanya remarked, her insights aligning with Soo-young's contemplations. I now comprehend why a mere 10,000 kilometers would necessitate 30 days. Certain areas require detours, Soo-young mused. The situation became clear. Traversing directly through the town was undoubtedly the quickest route. If his assumptions were correct, similar towns would manifest every 100 kilometers along the journey. Should they opt for detours, the total distance would likely exceed 10,000 kilometers. Naturally, The roads that passed through towns would harbor potential rewards. Indeed, upon arriving at the town's center, they encountered a unique shop alongside a green treasure chest positioned at its entrance. Ah, a green treasure chest. Lu Mimi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Is that what the shops along this stage of the journey offer? Jiang Yanxue observed, her gaze fixed on the peculiar shop, curious about its wares. Let us investigate. This area appears secure, Su Yang replied with a subtle smile, confident that the town's zombies had been eliminated. It was regrettable that there was no difficulty mode to choose from. Had there been, a hell mode would have yielded countless treasure chests from just the zombies of this town. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the three women brightened, disembarking from the vehicle, reassured by his proclamation of safety. However, once outside, the stench of rotting flesh momentarily unsettled them. After a brief while, the four arrived at the shop. After collecting the green treasure chest, Su Yang turned his attention to the so-called shop. It could hardly be termed a shop, as there were no counters. Merely a simple screen displaying 3 items and 2 rewards. A case of mineral water and a pack of ham sausages were available for free. The 3 items for sale included an alloy machete, a green handgun, and 200 rounds of ammunition, all at modest prices, far cheaper than similar goods at the desert station, where prices were at least threefold higher. The bullets could also be purchased with basic materials such as iron sheets, copper pieces, and wooden fragments. Such affordability is astonishing. Jiang Yanxue exclaimed in surprise, while Fangya discerned the underlying truth. While the prices are low, reaching this place is no simple feat, Fangya stated, gesturing towards the shop. This is the town's center. Without clearing out those zombies, one would hardly have time to purchase these items. In a sense, this constitutes a reward. Indeed, after selecting their desired items, a 3-minute progress bar would appear. Only upon reaching 100 would the chosen goods materialize beneath the screen. Without a modicum of skill, one would find it impossible to make a purchase. Their sojourn in the town was largely devoted to collecting salvageable abandoned vehicles and appliances. Upgrading their gathering skill to LV9 had proven an astute decision. During Su Yang's stay in the town, others from Blue Star gradually arrived at the first town situated 100 kilometers from the zombie siege. Communication channel. How can there be no treasure chests within 50 kilometers? Is it only at the 100-kilometer mark that one appears? 100 kilometers yielded no treasure chest, only a town swarming with zombies. What does that signify? No treasure chests. Just a town? Wait, could it be that the treasure chest is within the town? It was indeed confirmed that the treasure chest lay within the town, specifically in front of a unique shop, making its acquisition no trivial matter. I opted to take a detour, only to discover that the originally 10,000-kilometer journey had now inexplicably expanded by 100 kilometers. This shop boasts excellent goods, offering free food and mineral water, along with 3 items for sale. I'm not certain about others, but I found a blueprint for upgrading a blue vehicle here. Goodness, how fortunate is that individual? Here I am with nothing but 100 rounds of ammunition and 2 machetes, lacking even a firearm. What use are these bullets to me? Wait, how did everyone manage to enter the shop and purchase items? What happened to the zombies? The number of zombies was not substantial, perhaps just over 100. Clearing them out shouldn't have been too arduous. Such a flippant comment about it not being difficult. I had to signal my motorcycle teammates to draw the zombies away before entering the shop. Goodness, it's possible to do that? I've already taken a 30-kilometer detour. Is there still time to return? Chapter 72. Can zombies also be gathered? After observing the communication channels and the Blue Star exchange, Su Yang finally grasped that the items in the shop were not fixed. It all boiled down to luck. Not long after, Su Yang and his companions departed from the town, having amassed a significant collection of abandoned vehicles. At the outset, Su Yang initiated the acquisition of abandoned vehicles within the trading hall, delegating responsibilities for procurement to the 3 teams of his vehicle fleet, who diligently collected the salvaged vehicles and stored them in the fleet's warehouse. To date, the warehouse has amassed over 5,000 discarded vehicles. A sudden thought struck Su Yang, prompting him to employ a gathering technique. He was eager to discover what treasures might be uncovered from such a vast assembly of forsaken automobiles. Gathering successful. Acquired. Nuclear Engine Blueprint X1, Blue Vehicle Upgrade Blueprint X10. Upon beholding the nuclear engine blueprint, Su Yang's emotions became somewhat conflicted. This was indeed a valuable item. However, his armored RV was already equipped with an energy converter capable of harnessing various forms of energy, including nuclear energy. Thus, this blueprint held limited utility for him. He could choose to retain it, but the blue vehicle upgrade blueprints were definitely worth selling. The acquisition of over 5,000 abandoned vehicles had only cost him about 40 gold coins, but Su Yang's current gold reserves were rather meager. Selling these blueprints could help him recoup some losses. As for pricing, perhaps it would be wise to set it at a modest 200 coins each. If only he could synthesize purple blueprints, a single purple vehicle upgrade blueprint could fetch 7 or 8,000 coins, and with a bit of cunning, it could even be sold for 20 or 30,000. Yet there was no need to hold on to them. The Silver Tier 10 advancement task required him to slay 5 minor bosses, and he still needed to encounter 3 more. With his dwindling gold reserves, he realized that to continue acquiring abandoned vehicles, he would have to part with some of his assets. In truth, Very few individuals in the 9527 district could muster over 1,000 gold coins, and those capable of purchasing purple vehicle upgrade blueprints had likely already leveled up. Su Yang entrusted the 10 blue vehicle upgrade blueprints to Fanya for management, while he resumed control of the K-type heavy machine gun. After departing from the first town, he instructed Lu Mimi to accelerate. It is worth noting that all three women had now advanced to the third tier, with their 4 primary attributes exceeding 15 points. Among them, Jiang Manchua's attributes had surpassed 20 points, with her mental attribute reaching an impressive 27 points. This remarkable enhancement was largely due to her previous acquisition of a special item attribute card, which had augmented her 4 attributes by 5 points. One must concede that her luck was truly extraordinary. Thanks to their elevated attributes, even with the vehicle's speed pushed above 200 km/h, Lu Mimi managed to maneuver it with ease, although she was not yet fully adept once she became proficient. Achieving speeds exceeding 300 km/h would pose no challenge for her. With such rapidity, they swiftly reached the second town. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. A burst of machine gun fire rang out, leaving no standing zombies in their wake, as the armored RV arrived at the town center's shops. On this occasion, Su Yang disembarked alone, while Lu Mimi and the others explored the town in the vehicle, collecting any encountered abandoned vehicles to store within their internal space. Approaching the shop, Su Yang's gaze flickered with disappointment. Once again, the merchandise on offer was far from impressive, though there were still 200 rounds of ammunition available. Despite their limited value, he purchased the items nonetheless. Subsequently, Su Yang began to wander about, inadvertently spotting several zombies that he had just dispatched. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Could he gather from these zombies? This seemingly absurd yet intriguing notion took hold of him, and he found himself unable to resist the temptation to try. With a surge of determination, he directed his gathering technique towards one of the zombie corpses. To his astonishment, the unexpected occurred. Gathering successful. Acquired. Basic virus antidote X1. Could it truly be gathered? As he beheld the antidote, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Su Yang's eyes. Item: basic virus antidote. Category: consumable. Quality: white. Attributes: capable of purging the zombie virus from a patient infected for no longer than 1 hour, while also providing a 1-point increase in vitality. Note 1. Please do not regard this as a means to enhance vitality attributes. Those who have not been infected by the zombie virus will simply become zombies upon using this antidote. A higher grade antidote is required for purification. Note 2. Even if the zombie virus is purged, irreversible damage will still be inflicted upon the body. How to put it? This was indeed a valuable item. Yet therein lay a dilemma. Were it not for the annotations, he might have been tempted to enhance his vitality by that 1 point. Su Yang's tone bore a hint of regret, yet his actions remained swift as he began to gather from the nearby zombies. He was reminded of the over 100 zombie corpses from the first town. Hundreds of basic virus antidotes awaited him. 10 minutes later, the 4 of them departed from the town, and on the vehicle, Su Yang produced the basic virus antidote. What do you think this should be sold for? Fanya and Jiang Manchua instinctively each picked up an antidote, only to be momentarily stunned. An antidote capable of cleansing the zombie virus? And it could even bolster vitality by 1 point? Jiang Manchua's exclamation caught Lu Mimi's attention, prompting her to glance over. Such a remarkable item exists. Captain, your talent is simply astounding. Lu Mimi exclaimed dramatically. The 3 women had grown accustomed to Su Yang occasionally producing unusual items and acquiring seemingly nonsensical objects, believing it to be a manifestation of his innate talent. Yet even Lu Mimi refrained from inquiring further. What a pity, though. While this basic virus antidote can enhance vitality by 1 point, it seems we might not be fortunate enough to benefit from it. Fanya mused, shaking her head slightly. Although the antidote did not explicitly state its side effects, a moment's reflection made it clear. After all, it was the zombie virus, and even if purged, it would undoubtedly inflict some degree of harm and damage to the user. However, a spark of inspiration ignited in Fanya's eyes, her commanding presence shining through. Though it may hold no value for us, it could be of immense worth to others, particularly those infected by the zombie virus, she remarked. For them, this is a life-saving remedy. Pricing it should be of little concern. Su Yang paused, considering, this antidote can be produced from a single zombie corpse. 1 zombie can yield 1 antidote. Fanya's gaze flickered with intrigue as she looked up at Su Yang, asking, are you still interested in acquiring live zombies? I previously had Xie Bien attempted. Although zombies appear to be alive, they can still be listed in the trading hall. If we were to procure live zombies, we could feasibly use the basic virus antidote for trade. Chapter 73, The Booming Basic Virus Antidote. Are you suggesting we use the basic virus antidote to trade for zombies? Su Yang immediately grasped Fanya's intent. Exactly, Fanya affirmed with a nod. If a basic virus antidote could fetch 1 gold coin, few would be able to afford it. However, if we shift our perspective, 100 zombies could be exchanged for a single antidote, can't you see? Truly, one could not help but admire Fanya, a self-made mogul who had built a fortune from scratch. Su Yang reflected, acknowledging that in comparison to capital, he remained rather benevolent. Indeed, a single basic virus antidote priced at 1 gold coin was exorbitant. Among a district's 100,000 inhabitants, 999 of them would find it unattainable. Yet, by Fangya's approach, even an individual could endeavor to capture zombies. With a modicum of caution, one could argue that zombies posed a lesser threat than desert scorpions. Those who had survived to this point likely possessed a minimum of 2 points in their attributes, with many boasting 3 points in strength and vitality. The criteria for recruitment by Xiebien demand that each member possesses at least 5 points in their 4-dimensional attributes, with either strength or constitution reaching a minimum of 8 points and 10 points being prioritized. Thus, capturing 100 zombies is indeed quite manageable, provided one does not find themselves surrounded. These considerations were not on Su Yang's mind. Upon careful reflection, Fangya's approach proved to be quite feasible. Exchanging a single basic virus potion for 100 zombies yields an impressive return of 100 basic virus potions, alongside 100 white treasure chests, not to mention 500 experience points and 500 copper coins. The profit is substantial. Leave it to you, Su Yang said to Fangya. I will store the manufactured virus potions in the vehicle's spatial warehouse. You can manage the rest. As for the captured zombies, I will install a blue storage box specifically for them. There remain 6 available slots for vehicle components, and should he acquire a blueprint for a purple vehicle component, an additional 3 slots could be added, making the installation of a storage box a worthy investment. It suffices to say that Su Yang currently lacks a purple storage box, but that is inconsequential. He can enhance it once he obtains one. Understood. Fangya nodded, immediately entering her work mode. She promptly placed 10 basic virus potions into the vehicle team's warehouse and informed the 3 squads that even if they contracted the zombie virus, there was no need for undue concern, though it would be best to avoid infection. Upon witnessing the basic virus potions, the members of the 3 teams collectively exhaled in relief. With the daunting prospect of traversing 10,000 kilometers, the fear of being bitten and turning into a zombie was palpable. Now, that worry was alleviated. Although they were exchanging 10 live zombies for a basic zombie virus potion, the deal was far superior compared to others, as they had the privilege of utilizing the potions before payment. Safety was guaranteed. Consequently, they swiftly set about fulfilling the tasks assigned by Fangya. The basic virus potions rapidly spread, with the first reactions observed in District 9527, as Fangya had already made them available in the trading hall. Wow, the trading hall has introduced a basic virus potion that can eliminate the zombie virus. What? Such a thing exists? Wait, can we also be infected and turn into zombies? Surely not. Do you really think you are special? Let's not forget that we are surviving in a world overrun by zombies, and becoming infected is a very real possibility. Enough. I think I might already be infected. I was scratched by a zombie earlier, and I've felt off ever since. This basic zombie virus potion is a lifeline for me. It's too late. Can you really capture 100 zombies in just an hour? A single basic virus potion requires the exchange of 100 live zombies, which is exorbitant. This must be Su Yang's doing. The trader is Fangya, Su's woman, undoubtedly. This item originated from Su Yang. However, if one were to argue about the price, I would have a differing opinion. 100 zombies isn't an excessive requirement, nor is it overly difficult. Let us not forget that zombies are peculiar entities. Even a severed upper body can survive. Indeed. In that case, as long as we avoid headshots and cripple the zombies by smashing their legs, capturing them becomes a breeze. Those with cunning minds have already wielded their great blades, reducing the nearby zombies to mere bundles for collection. A gentle reminder, those with agility points of 3 can easily dodge the assaults of 5 zombies and effortlessly disable their legs. Damn, there are indeed some swift individuals. Expensive? Those who have survived to this point are well aware that such remarks are simply the musings of those seeking to stir up chaos. In the current environment, a basic virus potion is undoubtedly a lifesaver. Who wishes to become a zombie? Moreover, capturing live zombies is truly not a daunting task for those with 3 agility points. In fact, individuals with 10 agility points can escape unscathed even when besieged by dozens or hundreds of zombies. Having gone through 2 phases, many have undergone transformations. Within a mere half hour, Fangya successfully traded 30 basic virus potions, amassing 3,000 zombies. These transactions were executed by the leaders of various factions, who, valuing their lives, promptly issued orders to their subordinates to capture zombies and quickly gather the requisite 100 for the purchase of basic virus potions. Not only in District 9527, but also in the other 2 teams led by Su Yang, there were buyers in the population of 100,000. In this scenario, some speculators emerged, capturing zombies and directly listing them in the trading hall, offering prices of 200 to 300 copper coins, or even 500 to 600. It must be noted that even at such prices, there were buyers, albeit likely only in the early stages. The 3,000 zombies were not collected all at once by Su Yang, but rather gathered in stages to acquire 3,000 basic virus potions. As the demand for the potions surged, 30 were sold within half an hour, and by the end of the hour, sales exceeded 100. In a district of 100,000, even if only 1% of the population purchased, that equates to 1,000 buyers. After 2 hours of listing the basic virus potions, the price of zombies stabilized around 100 copper coins. At this point, Su Yang and his companions had reached a small town located 500 kilometers away. Here, the number of zombies not only increased by 2 to 3 times, but more formidable zombies also made their appearance. Common zombie, normal. Level, 5. Health, 5050. Mana, 00. Skill, zombie virus. Mutated zombie, excellent. Level, 7. Health, 7070. Mana, 00. Skill, zombie virus. Mutated zombie, excellent. Level, 8. Health, 8080. Mana, 00. Skill, zombie virus. Mutated zombies. The lowest level being 7, however, their strength remains indeterminate. Su Yang felt they were not significantly stronger than the ordinary zombies. Chapter 74, Special Zombie Lick Eater. Defeated 1 7-level common zombie. Reward, 1 white treasure chest. 14 copper coins, 7 experience points. Defeated 1 8-level common zombie. Reward, 1 white treasure chest, 16 copper coins, 8 experience points. While the mutated zombies are indeed stronger, they pose no challenge against the K-type heavy machine gun, remaining no different from ordinary zombies in the face of such firepower. Despite their classification as excellent monsters, they still yield only white treasure chests without any increase in experience points. The copper coins merely doubled. Could it be that my level is too high? A flicker of realization crossed Su Yang's eyes. It seems that as his level increased, the rewards for defeating lower-level monsters diminished. The impact on ordinary monsters might be negligible, yet the difference is evident when it comes to excellent and elite monsters. This time, the treasure chests at the 500-kilometer mark were not only blue, but the shop also offered 2 blue blueprints, one for a blue vehicle upgrade and another for a blue vehicle storage box. It appears that shops located at 500 kilometers and beyond are capable of providing some remarkable items. Moreover, Su Yang's gaze sparkled with anticipation. If his assumptions are correct, the zombies further along would become increasingly formidable. Initially, he harbored doubts about completing the silver-level advancement task, but now it seems plausible. Onward. The armored RV roared to life once more, and Su Yang began his endeavors, collecting vehicles and zombies. The accumulation of both continued to grow. However, unbeknownst to Su Yang, the increasing number of abandoned vehicles and zombies he collected was significantly impacting the 3 districts with populations of 100,000, including District 9527. 3 hours have passed since the commencement of the 3rd phase. Though it may seem like a brief interval, many individuals have accrued a significant amount of copper coins. An abandoned vehicle fetches a price of 80 copper coins. Except for Yuan Tengfei, who grumbles at this valuation, everyone else is elated. Reaching the first small town within 3 hours poses no challenge. With a bit of caution, one can acquire several abandoned vehicles, amounting to 3 to 500 copper coins. It is not solely Su Yang who possesses the ability to manufacture bullets. Many have obtained blueprints for bullet production, sacrificing a vehicle component slot to enable their vehicles to create ammunition, and even those crafting handguns are included in this. However, the majority of these handguns are of white quality. While the price of a white quality handgun is not exorbitant, it remains beyond the reach of many. Nevertheless, through Su Yang's efforts, at least 99 out of every 100 individuals in 3 large districts can now afford such firearms. Possessing a handgun undoubtedly makes it easier to confront zombies. Remarkably, as a result, no one has perished in the 9527 district, an astonishing feat, while in the other 2 districts with Su Yang's vehicle convoy, only a handful, about 20 to 30, have died. Reports from the Blue Star communication channel indicate that in other districts, hundreds of people have succumbed, with severe cases reaching into the several hundreds. Without weapons like handguns and lacking basic antiviral agents, most people opt for detours when feeling insufficiently prepared. Even those who dare to engage in combat find their survival reliant on sheer luck. This is merely the beginning. As time progresses, the impact will only amplify. After 2 hours, Su Yang and his companions reached a location 1,000 kilometers away, where a city awaited them. Although classified as a city, its scale was modest, housing a population of around 500,000. Su Yang felt exhilarated, anticipating an abundance of zombies. His expectations were promptly met. After deliberately creating some commotion, a throng of zombies surged towards their armored RV. Su Yang ascended to the vehicle's rooftop, utilizing the K-type heavy machine gun to unleash a frenzied barrage. Within the span of 3 short minutes, he expended over 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Taking a moment to glance at the current status of the armored RV, he noted 19,999. Astonishing. A mere drop of 001 after such a rapid fire. What a trivial loss. However, Su Yang soon realized that while the horde of zombies appeared vast, their actual numbers were only in the range of 3 to 5,000. Disappointment washed over him as he surveyed the scattered corpses, with only a few zombies lingering behind. He had not anticipated encountering 3 to 500,000 zombies, but the absence of even 30 to 50,000 was rather disheartening. Captain, there's an unusual zombie at the 10 o'clock position. It resembles a licker from the movies, came Lu Mimi's uncertain voice from within the vehicle. A liquor? A special zombie? Su Yang's eyes lit up as he turned to look in that direction. Indeed, he spotted a creature that bore a striking resemblance to a liquor. No, it was undeniably a liquor. Liquor, minor boss. Level, bronze level 1 health. 1000, mana. 0, skills. Zombie virus, sprint, tongue whip. Could it truly be a liquor? Su Yang was momentarily taken aback. But at that moment, the liquor seemed to have noticed him and dashed towards his position with incredible speed. After regaining his composure, the sight of the approaching liquor filled Su Yang with elation. A minor boss. Precisely what he desired. The K-type heavy machine gun roared to life once more, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the liquor. To his surprise, the liquor exhibited evasive maneuvers, though it could only dodge a fraction of the onslaught. The majority of the bullets still found their mark. Unfortunately, the liquor's defense was formidable, and the ordinary bullets fired from the K-type heavy machine gun barely penetrated its defenses. After expending 300 rounds, Su Yang finally depleted its health. Bronze level 1 minor boss defeated. Rewards: 1 blue treasure chest, 10 gold coins, 1000 experience points. Regrettably, there were no longer any rewards for defeating a higher level foe, and the treasure chest had transformed into a blue one. Su Yang recalled that the first bronze level 1 minor boss, the giant sandworm, had granted him 10 free attribute points, while the second had yielded only 5 points. And now he was left with just 2. Surely, a silver level 1 minor boss would drop a purple treasure chest. Su Yang shook his head slightly, his anticipation growing. What might a minor boss liquor yield? Collection successful. Obtained. Optimized T-Virus Potion X3. T-Virus? Su Yang was taken aback by the unexpected acquisition of this potion. Wait, not the T-Virus, but rather an optimized variant? Realizing a potential oversight, he scrutinized its attributes. Item: Optimized T-Virus Potion. Category: Consumable. Quality: Blue. Attributes: Grants 5 to all 4 attributes. Immunizes against the T-Virus evolution of zombie viruses. Note 1. Using this potion will alter a portion of human DNA, solidifying racial genes, and making it challenging to surpass the limits of human physicality for evolution. Chapter 75. The Drawbacks of Ignorance 5 to all 4 attributes. This is undeniably a remarkable item. Yet, upon reading the final note, Su Yang couldn't help but sigh softly. Such a pity. Indeed, it was a pity. Although the optimized T-Virus potion was impressive, it hindered evolution. Su Yang could not use it himself, nor could he allow Fangya and the other 2 women to use it. Soon, after collecting from the remaining zombies, Su Yang returned to the vehicle. This time, he had acquired an even more potent virus potion. Item: Intermediate Virus Potion. Category: Consumable. Quality: Green. Attributes: Can eliminate the zombie virus from an infected individual within 10 hours, while also granting 2 to Constitution and 2 to Strength. Note 1. Do not consider this as a means to enhance physical attributes. Using this potion without being infected by the zombie virus will only result in becoming a zombie, requiring a higher level virus potion for clearance. Note 2. Even if the zombie virus is cleared post-infection, irreversible damage will still be inflicted on the body. Upon witnessing these 2 potions, the 3 women expressed their disappointment. They had come to understand that reaching 30 points in the 4 attributes would enable humans to surpass their physical limits and undergo a significant evolutionary leap. It is worth noting that while others could not see health and mana values, the elevation of their physical and mental attributes allowed them to feel their own transformations. For instance, Fangya had discovered that she could previously execute a single charge, but after her mental attributes improved, she could now perform several in succession. After learning about the concept of ultimate evolution from Su Yang, the 3 women naturally found the optimized T-Virus potion unappealing. While we may not want it, others might feel differently, Fangya remarked, casting a playful smile at Su Yang. I believe Yuan Tingfei would be quite interested in this optimized T-Virus potion. Being in the same district, Fangya had undoubtedly noticed that their team had become a target. It was not difficult to investigate. She had long suspected Yuan Tingfei's involvement, especially since he was currently acquiring abandoned vehicles in the 9527 district, offering a price that was only 1 or 2 copper coins more than theirs, a blatant act of malice. Originally, Fangya contemplated raising the price directly to 90 copper coins. Even 100 copper coins would pose no issue. However, due to the poor reputation of the Tianhe Merchant Alliance and the limited quantity available, most individuals opted to sell to her instead. Yet, this decision left a bitter taste in her mouth. With the emergence of the optimized T-Virus serum, she devised a plan to outmaneuver Yuan Tingfei. Naturally, she could not be directly involved. Fortunately, this task was straightforward. Within the confines of an armored vehicle, Xie Bian observed the message sent by Fangya and promptly patted his chest in assurance, declaring that there would be no complications. Big sister, rest assured. I have a few individuals who remain unexposed. Fangya responded, excellent. I leave this matter in your capable hands. No problem. Soon enough, Fangya transmitted the optimized T-Virus serum, and as Xie Bian gazed upon its attributes, he felt a pang of regret. A splendid item, yet unsuitable for personal use. Xiaoyu, come here. Xie Bian summoned a young man of 17 or 18 into the vehicle's interior, ensuring discretion. Boss, what's the matter? You possess agility. Take this item and strive to sell it at a high price to Yuan Tingfei. What? Such a valuable item. Are we not keeping it for ourselves? Upon witnessing the serum's properties, He Xiaoyu gasped in disbelief, staring incredulously at Xie Bian. Boss, have you betrayed us? Get lost. Xie Bian retorted with annoyance. Let me be frank. If our human attributes reach 30 points, we can achieve a level of evolutionary advancement. But using this item will prevent such evolution. Has the leader evolved? He Xiaoyu quickly grasped the implications. Should keep it low-key. Our esteemed leader prefers to remain discreet. These matters are for our eyes only. Understood. He Xiaoyu immediately pledged. I assure you I will complete the task. Meanwhile, in a large truck, Yuan Tingfei, who had been vehemently cursing some scoundrels and idiots for not selling to him despite his higher offer, suddenly received a message. The optimized T-virus serum? This is news relayed by one of his subordinates. Leader, this is undoubtedly a valuable item, capable of enhancing 4-dimensional attributes by 5 points at once. What? An enhancement of 5 points? Yuan Tingfei could no longer remain seated. Where's the item? The other party hesitated to provide a price, indicating a desire for a personal negotiation. Tell me his name. I shall add him. He Xiaoyu. Swiftly, a new contact appeared in Yuan Tingfei's friend list. Speak. What do you desire? He Xiaoyu replied. It is not about what I want, but rather what you are willing to offer. Yuan Tingfei countered. This item has side effects, altering DNA and hindering extreme evolution. He Xiaoyu responded. Save your breath, Leader Yuan. What does evolution even mean in this context? Do you truly understand? In a survival world, strength is paramount. Is DNA truly significant? I approached you solely because you can afford the price. Su Yang's offer did not satisfy me. Otherwise, you would have been irrelevant. He Xiaoyu continued. Moreover, this item can enhance my strength for personal use, facilitating the capture of zombies for sale and making the search for abandoned vehicles considerably easier. I simply wish to avoid wasting time. Yuan Tingfei frowned, discerning that without offering a significant price, acquiring the serum would be a challenge. The fact that He Xiaoyu had approached Su Yang intensified his concerns. Should Su Yang obtain the serum, his strength would undoubtedly increase. Although the item bore side effects, Yuan Tingfei was not overly concerned about the so-called human limits. In fact, he believed that utilizing the optimized T-virus serum would restrict him from pursuing a biochemical evolution path. It was not that Yuan Tingfei was uninterested. Rather, he had not yet acted upon this analysis. Even if he forfeited the opportunity for human evolutionary advancement, he could still enhance his abilities through biochemical means. His confidence stemmed from possessing a strengthening virus vaccine developed from zombie viruses, capable of transforming humans into biochemical entities. Initially, he hesitated to use it, but with the advent of the optimized T-virus serum, he felt compelled to proceed. This would swiftly augment his power, and in such a world, Yuan Tingfei was acutely aware that only through strength could he ensure his safety. However, it must be noted that in the absence of adequate information, regardless of how Yuan Tingfei strategized his development, it could very well be a futile endeavor. The evolutionary advancement of a race was a boon for any species within the survival world. Naturally, the more formidable the race, the more challenging it was to attain this boon. Nonetheless, for humanity, a low-tier life form, it represented a pivotal opportunity to alter their fate. Transitioning from humanity to another race would disqualify one from receiving this benefit. Chapter 76. Vehicle Team Attribute Enhancement. Advancement to Gold. Item. Vehicle Team Attribute Enhancement Card. Category. Consumable. Quality. Green. Usage. Can elevate the vehicle team's white attributes to green. Item. Processing Vehicle Slot Card. Category. Consumable. Quality. Blue. Usage. Can convert one vehicle slot into a processing vehicle slot. Note. Processing vehicle slots can only accommodate processing type vehicles. Yuan Tingfei surprisingly possessed such valuable items? Su Yang was taken aback. Yet he quickly comprehended why the other party would offer these items in exchange for the optimized T-virus serum. Yuan Tingfei currently lacked a vehicle team, although this was not the sole reason. From Yuan Tingfei's perspective, with his innate talent and merchant capabilities, he had no need for a vehicle team. Thus, he remained oblivious to the true worth of these two items. In fact, he even offered a considerable amount of gold coins, making it a lucrative deal. Su Yang was genuinely astonished. This individual named He Xiaoyu was quite promising. Perhaps he should provide him with a sandworm essence. Su Yang conveyed this to Fangya, then proceeded to utilize the two cards. Vehicle Team, Infinite, Level, Orange, Team Size, 310, Orange Attribute. The leader receives a mysterious treasure chest every 10 days. Purple Attribute. Vehicle Team has 10 slots, 1 processing slot. Blue Attribute. Vehicle Team Storage, 100,000 cubic meters. Green Attribute. Allows the vehicle team to expand its capacity by 5 times. Green Attribute. Daily gain of 1 silver coin per person. Note. The mysterious treasure chest may yield mysterious items. How many people translates to that many silver coins? Currently, it seems this has diminished. Previously, he could earn 1 gold coin per day. Now, with a team of only about 120 individuals, he would earn merely 1 gold coin plus 10 to 20 silver coins daily. However, this was due to the insufficient size of the vehicle team, once the numbers increased. The scenario would change dramatically. 100 individuals yield 1 gold coin. 1,000 individuals yield 10 gold coins. 10,000. Currently, Su Yang's vehicle team is classified as intermediate, capable of forming groups of 10. With the boost from the vehicle team, this increases to 50 individuals. Should it upgrade to a 30-person advanced team, that would mean 150 individuals, 10 groups totaling 1,500 individuals, resulting in 1,500 silver coins daily. This is merely the green attribute. With further enhancements to blue or purple, he might find himself never lacking in gold coins. Su Yang unexpectedly entertained this possibility. As for the processing vehicle slot, he discovered upon usage that the term processing-type vehicles did not refer to vehicles with inherent processing capabilities, but rather those requiring special vehicle blueprints, akin to his armored RV, necessitating upgrade blueprints for processing vehicles. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter such blueprints, and could only wait for the right opportunity to arise. Overall, this transaction proved to be quite favorable, with the most significant triumph being the successful outmaneuvering of Yuan Tingfei. The evolution brought forth by the breaking of racial limits is a phenomenon only truly appreciated through experience. In this regard, Su Yang bore no psychological burden whatsoever. Yuan Tingfei resembled nothing more than a clown, capering about, and had he been within reach, Su Yang would have surely concluded matters with a bullet. The number of zombies increased significantly after the 1,000 kilometer mark, and at 100 kilometers, a small zombie town emerged, with their numbers doubled and a fair number of mutated zombies. However, the much-anticipated lickers failed to make an appearance. Su Yang's objective for the day was to reach 3,000 kilometers, and with 18 hours of daylight at his disposal, he was more than capable of achieving this goal. Despite the surge in zombies post 100 kilometers, it made little difference to Su Yang as he continued his minute-long barrage. Aside from scavenging vehicles and encountering zombies, Su Yang devoted most of his efforts to manufacturing ammunition. Truth be told, his decision to elevate his marksmanship and precision to LV6 was indeed prudent, for otherwise, he would likely find himself short on bullets. Soon after, while others had only managed to traverse 300 to 500 kilometers, Su Yang and his companions had already arrived at the zombie town located 500 kilometers away. There, a second licker made its appearance. However, it was merely of the elite class and not a minor boss. Disappointment washed over Su Yang as he dispatched the licker with just a few dozen bullets. Furthermore, the optimized T-virus serum they collected was only of green quality. Item: optimized T-virus serum. Category: consumable. Quality: green. Attributes: upon use, grants 2 to all 4-dimensional attributes and immunity to T-virus evolution in zombie viruses. Note 1. Utilizing this serum will alter a portion of human DNA, solidifying racial genes, and making it difficult to surpass the inherent limitations of human physiology for evolution. Nonetheless, they had managed to acquire 10 vials. Su Yang decided to retain these serums. As Lu Mimi suddenly proposed a thought, while this substance posed a significant drawback for humanity, it might not be so for other races. Just as he himself could break through limits, it did not imply that everyone on Blue Star could do the same. For those already belonging to powerful races, reaching their racial limits was likely no simple feat. For humans to elevate their 4-dimensional attributes to 30 points was arduous enough, let alone for other formidable races. Thus, the optimized T-virus serum might indeed be a treasure of great value to other races. Upon reflection, this notion made considerable sense. Given that gold coins were in ample supply, there was no necessity to sell, it was better to keep them. By now, the number of zombies procured through the initial virus serum had exceeded 10,000, surpassing those he had personally encountered and slain. Su Yang estimated that with the initial virus serum today, they could acquire at least 30,000 zombies, with the possibility of reaching 50,000. After all, there were 3 districts of 100,000 each. Even capturing 1 per person among 300,000 would total 300,000. Thus, collecting 30 to 50,000 in a day was hardly excessive. As the clock approached 11, Su Yang and his companions arrived at a city 2,000 kilometers in. This time, the number of zombies exceeded 10,000, with 10 lickers among them. Though all were of bronze level 1, only 1 was a minor boss while the other 9 were merely elite lickers. Despite his disappointment, Su Yang swiftly took control of the machine gun and commenced a sweeping barrage. It remained effortless, no threat whatsoever. You have slain a bronze level 1 minor boss. Rewards: 1 blue treasure chest, 10 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. While lacking an upgraded reward, and the treasure chest being merely blue, the defeat of a bronze level 1 minor boss yielded 10 gold coins, which was still commendable. At the very least, the corpses of the 10 lickers would also hold considerable value, prompting Su Yang to collect them all in hopes of obtaining even better items. However, what truly captured Su Yang's attention was that after vanquishing this minor boss licker, he had finally completed his advancement quest. You have completed the advancement quest, successfully advancing to the golden tier. With 5 minor bosses gathered, Su Yang successfully completed the advancement quest and ascended to the golden tier. Chapter 77, Skill Upgrade. Synthesis of purple blueprints. Host, Suyong. Level, Golden Level 1, 185, 265 1, 000, 000. Health, 1, 081, 080. Mana, 1, 101, 100. Strength, 36. Constitution, 36. Agility, 36. Mentality, 37. Skills, Gathering, LV9. Marksmanship, LV6. Bullet Manufacturing, LV6. Fleet Management, LV6. Precision, LV6. Material Synthesis, LV4. Alloy Steel Plate, LV3. Skill Points, 1. Free Attribute Points, 5. Inventory 76 110 10. Optimized T-Virus Serums, 8 Blue Treasure Chests. Advancing to the Golden Tier grants, 5 free Attribute Points per level. This was undoubtedly good news for Suyong, though he was somewhat vexed by the fact that leveling up now required 100,000 experience points. After accumulating for so long and slaying countless zombies, this experience could only elevate him by a single level. With a soft sigh, he noted that as levels increased, so did the difficulty of advancement. He decided to elevate his level to Golden Level 2, distributing the 10 free attribute points evenly. Since learning that breaking limits required all 4-dimensional attributes to reach 30 points, Suyong became even more resolute in pursuing a balanced attribute path. As for the surplus 2 skill points, he hesitated upon glancing at the LV4 material synthesis, contemplating whether to upgrade it. This skill had undergone a special transformation after reaching LV3, allowing the synthesis of blueprints, but its upper limit remained at blue. Suyong speculated that if he were to elevate it to LV6, he might be able to synthesize purple blueprints. However, he also wished to conserve skill points for future skills that might warrant an upgrade. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought of waiting indefinitely for suitable skills to appear, especially since he had now attained the Golden Tier. While the required experience points were substantial, leveling up was still possible. And using 2 skill points was not a considerable burden. In fact, upgrading material synthesis was indeed necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Suyong decisively elevated the material synthesis skill to LV6. Upon observing the capabilities and effects of LV6 material synthesis, Suyong let out a gentle sigh. Alas, he still could not synthesize treasure chests. He had hoped this skill would enable him to combine treasure chests. Currently, despite the abundance of zombies procured and those slain along the way yielding treasure chests, he had no time to open them. Once again, the opportunity to synthesize treasure chests eluded him. Suyong had considered that upon enhancing the level of material synthesis, he might be able to synthesize treasure chests. Yet, it now appeared unlikely, at least not at LV6. However, synthesizing purple quality items posed no issue, and he could even specify synthesis targets. For instance, when Suyong previously utilized white vehicle upgrade blueprints, whether for vans, ordinary RVs, or sedans, they could all be mixed and synthesized, resulting in a random blueprint. Now, he could choose to ensure that the synthesis resulted in either a van or an RV. This indicated that as long as it was a special vehicle upgrade blueprint, even those of white quality could be upgraded to blue, purple, or even higher qualities in his hands. This capability was indeed significant. Suyong possessed numerous special vehicle blueprints, most of which were merely of white quality, including excavators, large RVs, and tank trucks, among others. To Suyong, these vehicles might hold little significance. However, for others, they are indeed extraordinary. For instance, one particular blueprint for a double-decker bus has been crafted by many fleets in a nesting manner. An intermediate team of 10 members, aside from the captain, has each established a junior team, effectively creating a fleet of 28 or even more. The quantity of vehicles is not always advantageous. Aside from the consumption concerns, mobility becomes exceedingly cumbersome. This is why many fleets primarily recruit members who ride motorcycles, as these can be conveniently loaded onto vehicles. Should they acquire this double-decker bus, it would be immensely coveted by teams comprising hundreds of members. Furthermore, some individuals, for their own indulgence, purchase such vehicles and subsequently utilize vehicle currency for upgrades, transforming them into luxurious RVs. Thus, the upgrade cost is undeniably steep. Without hesitation, Suyong opted to synthesize a blueprint for a double-decker bus and upgraded it directly to purple. Following this, he entered the exchange channel. Suyong, selling 1 purple double-decker bus upgrade blueprint, prioritizing special items and high-grade blueprints. Interested parties, please contact Fangya or Jiang Manchua. Suyong, selling 1 purple double-decker bus upgrade blueprint, prioritizing special items and high-grade blueprints. Interested parties, please contact Fangya or Jiang Manchua. Suyong, selling 1 purple double-decker bus upgrade blueprint, prioritizing special items and high-grade blueprints. Interested parties, please contact Fangya or Jiang Manchua. After sending the message thrice, he immediately captured everyone's attention. Front row, riding on Su God's coattails. Wow, Su God is around. How rare. Quick, let us catch some of that divine aura. I admit, Su God's rare messages are exceptional, but isn't the focus on the purple vehicle upgrade blueprint? My heavens, such a remarkable item exists. Truly, Su God lives up to his name. Before joining District 9527, I had my doubts about Sugod, but now I realize my narrow perspective failed to recognize his greatness. A purple vehicle upgrade blueprint? How did he even acquire that? Our fleet's main vehicle has just been upgraded to blue, and Sugod is already offloading a purple upgrade. Indeed, Sugod is formidable. But I can't fathom how he obtained this purple upgrade blueprint for such a unique double-decker bus. Do we even need to ask? Sugod must have fought his way through, clearing zombie-infested cities, where the shops and treasure chests are assuredly exceptional. Obtaining a purple vehicle upgrade blueprint is surely a matter of course. Zombie town. Isn't that just a small town? Listen, 1,000 kilometers away is already a city. So don't overthink it. Best to take a detour, there are thousands of zombies. Wait, why can't I reach Fangya and Jiangmanchua? Wake up. Without sufficient assets, you'll be automatically blocked by the two goddesses. A purple double-decker bus? Yuan Tingfei gazed at the message Su Yang had sent, a glimmer of regret flashing in his eyes. How unfortunate. My vehicle has already been upgraded to purple. Otherwise, this upgrade blueprint would be an opportunity not to be missed. In truth, if funds were abundant, Yuan Tingfei would have sought ways to acquire this blueprint, but with his current vehicle currency, he could hardly compete with others. The reality proved him correct. On another stretch of road, this was the route of Fire God Camp S. Fire Brother. Such a splendid item. This is truly a treasure. Our Fire God Camp is desperately in need of large vehicles. We must secure this upgrade blueprint. He commanded the concentration of vehicle currency from all sub-teams to strive for this vehicle upgrade blueprint. The Chun family army and various factions that joined District 9527 were in similar situations. The leaders of these factions were all determined to acquire this blueprint.